Introduction. Have you ever played the king's game? In a gathering of individuals, one person assumes the role of the king, who selects two others to perform tasks as dictated by his decree. Failure to comply results in a cruel punishment. Is this game, imbued with authority, truly suitable for you? The desire for power is insatiable. To do or not to do, to live or to perish. Is it an endless curse or a terrifying continuum? Let us commence this game of power, the king's game. Chapter 1. The King's Game. My name is Lin Huoming. Today marks the first day of my new academic journey. Due to my disappointing performance in the college entrance examination, my parents have sent me to a mediocre university situated far from my hometown. Initially, I intended to merely pass 3 years here, but on the very first day, I found myself assigned to a rather peculiar class. Our institution prides itself on being a so-called noble school, where there is no limit to the exorbitance. Right from the first day, we were inundated with fees, constant payments, incessant payments. After finally settling the dues, I was allocated to a class. As I glanced at the number on the form, a wave of disbelief washed over me. 14. The number 14 is traditionally considered inauspicious in China. Nevertheless, it was assigned, and I resolved to accept my fate. With a resigned sigh, I approached a senior to inquire about the location of my class. After a few steps, I spotted a striking senior dressed in shorts, her fair thighs prominently displayed. I swallowed hard before approaching her to ask for directions to my class. "Excuse me, do you know where class 14 is?" I flashed her a charming smile, hoping to soften her seemingly frigid demeanor with my gentle tone. 14? No idea, she replied curtly before walking away with her friends. I couldn't help but smirk. After years of study, she didn't even know the location of my class. What a waste. However, the situation grew even stranger. After consulting several other seniors, they too were unable to locate class 14. Ultimately, it was an elderly janitor at the school gate who informed me of its whereabouts. It turned out to be in a nearly abandoned teaching building. Upon hearing my destination, the old man's expression shifted. Class 14? That class hasn't been in session for many years. Something unfortunate happened there, he said, sweeping the ground as he pointed in a certain direction with his gnarled finger. What happened? My curiosity was piqued, and I pressed for details. There was a student once. What was his name? I've forgotten so much. Just don't play games there. The old man slowly shook his head, clearly uninterested in elaborating further. Upon reaching the top floor of the teaching building, I discovered that we were indeed the sole class occupying it. No other students were present. In other words, the entire building housed just us 50 students. I looked around and casually chose a seat. After a while, a striking girl with long hair sat next to me. She smiled sweetly at me and then fell silent. Eventually, the teacher arrived. He wore glasses and exuded an air of scholarly demeanor. "Students, I am your teacher from now on. My name is Li Jia, but you may call me Teacher Li. Over the next 3 years, I hope you all get along well." Furthermore, at this point, his demeanor turned serious. "I must insist that no games are to be played in this classroom, regardless of the type. Even something as simple as rock, paper, scissors should be avoided." He scanned the room with an intense gaze. "Why, teacher?" a student quickly inquired. "Rumor has it that every cohort that played games in this class met with untimely fates," he said, suddenly smiling, which startled us all. "Surely you're joking, teacher?" One boy chuckled in disbelief. "No, I've only heard the stories. Whether you believe them is up to you." Teacher Lee shrugged, likely just trying to keep our focus on studies. After class in the afternoon, I discreetly glanced over and noticed 2 boys playing rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. I simply watched them in silence. Then suddenly, all our phones vibrated simultaneously. Everyone pulled out their devices to check. "King invites you to join the class 14 group. Confirm or decline." I silently tapped confirm, and just like that, every member of our class joined the group. An anonymous user, named the King, sent a smiley emoji to us. "Dear classmates, would you like to play the King's game?" The King messaged. No, didn't the teacher warn us against playing games? I wondered aloud, but my message was sent nonetheless. To my astonishment, everyone was muted. Thus, student number 1, Xiao Baya, and student number 50, Shui Xian, must kiss. The King issued his command. "What the hell? Is this a joke?" Xiao Baya jumped up from his seat, exclaiming in shock. Yet Shui Xian wore a nonchalant smile. Despite her average looks, she appeared unperturbed by the game. "You have until midnight to comply. Otherwise, the penalty will be the loss of a pinky finger." The mention of losing a pinky finger caused both Xiao Baya and Shui Xian to glance at their respective digits. "What do we do? Should we kiss?" Xiao Baya hesitantly looked at Xue Xian. As everyone around us eagerly anticipated the outcome, the girl beside me suddenly spoke up. What a boring prank, she remarked disdainfully before quietly shutting off her phone. I, on the other hand, found it rather entertaining. As long as I wasn't the victim, I was content to watch the spectacle unfold. As the school day neared its end, Xiao Baya and Xue Xian leaned in and kissed in front of the entire class. Perhaps it was merely a playful act for them. Maybe they had experienced such encounters before, so they approached the situation with indifference. However, for me, a novice in matters of romance, it was a challenging sight to behold. Just as they kissed, our phones vibrated once more, and the king sent another message. Task complete. The next command from the king will arrive by noon tomorrow. With that, the king fell silent. I contemplated leaving the group, but discovered I couldn't find the option to exit. Reluctantly, I resolved to treat it as an amusing prank. However, at noon the following day, a new command arrived. Student number 4, Wang Ziming, must lick the thigh of student number 6, Li Tianwen. The king messaged again. Haha, beautiful, are you willing? Wang Ziming laughed heartily, licking his dry lips as he looked at Li Tianwen. Gross, get lost. Li Tianwen, a rebellious girl, promptly stretched out her fair thigh while sitting on the desk. Wang Ziming licked his lips, grasped her thigh, wiped it with his shirt, and slowly extended his tongue. We all stared in silence at the unfolding scene. Ultimately, Wang Ziming refrained from going through with it. He merely pretended, extending his tongue as a mere charade. At that moment, our phones vibrated once more. Upon inspection, it was another message from the king. If not completed within one day, after midnight, the punishment will be Wang Ziming and Li Tianwen will both become bald. Laughter erupted from the entire class, with no one taking the matter seriously. It was merely regarded as a tiresome prank. I sighed and turned off my phone, thinking that such frivolity could be dismissed. What was done was done. As midnight struck, my phone vibrated again. The king had sent another message. Time's up. The two have failed to fulfill the task within the stipulated time. Punishment commences. I glanced at the trivial message and shut my eyes, drifting off to sleep. However, the following day, Wang Ziming walked into the classroom wearing a peculiar black hat that enveloped his entire head. I couldn't help but laugh, as nearly everyone who saw him burst into uncontrollable laughter. The only exception was a boy in the corner, whose name I did not know. He silently observed Wang Ziming, narrowing his eyes and furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, the rebellious girl, Li Tianwen, had not shown up for school. The occurrence left us all bewildered. Wang Ziming, did someone give you a buzz cut? Get lost. I liked it. I cut my own hair and I'm fine with it. Wang Ziming shouted, his face flushed as he clutched the hat tightly. From that day forth, the king ceased to send any messages. Days passed, and just when we thought the king had gone silent, he reappeared. This time, however, he was not jesting. At noon, every one of our phones received a message from the king. Lin Yu, number 24, and Lin Sweki, number 26, socks. If not completed within one day, after midnight, the punishment will be Lin Yu and Lin Sweki will both die. Chapter 2. The game continues. Who on earth is playing such a tiresome joke? Come out if you dare. Lin Yu exploded upon reading the message, shouting at the classmates. Yet, everyone merely exchanged glances, offering no response, only staring at Lin Yu and Lin Sweki. Lin Sweki remained silent, her face frozen like ice, and she walked out of the classroom with a blank expression. The atmosphere was thick with her suppressed rage, and no one dared to speak. Such a vile sense of humor. A girl beside me muttered disdainfully, casting a look my way that seemed to convey a message. All you men are scoundrels. Her expression suggested she could devour me whole. You think about nothing but these things. It's no wonder you don't have girlfriends. People like you are just disgusting. Several girls in the class began whispering among themselves, as if we boys had colluded in some scheme. Of course, I too felt a twinge of curiosity regarding this trivial prank. Eventually, the school day came to an end. After dinner, a shower, and some gaming, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. My mind incessantly replayed the message sent by the king. D. I opened my phone to revisit the group messages. The same two messages remained. Lin Yu, number 24, and Lin Sweki, number 26, socks. If not completed within one day, after midnight the punishment will be Lin Yu and Lin Sweki will both die. After a brief while, I felt drowsy and gently closed my eyes. Upon waking the next day, my phone lay on the bed. I rubbed my eyes and placed the phone back into my pocket. After freshening up, I donned my jacket and stepped outside. The air was notably chilly, signaling the onset of winter. Outside the school, the atmosphere was unusually quiet, devoid of the typical bustle, and the classrooms were silent. A few police cars were parked nearby. The playground was crowded, cordoned off with police tape, as a throng of people gathered outside. Peering inside, I noticed a white cloth covering something. An unsettling premonition arose within me at the sight of that cloth. What happened? I tapped one of the individuals on the shoulder and inquired. I don't know. I heard someone say that 2 students jumped off the building. His words weighed heavily upon me, constricting my chest as if I were being suffocated. A chill ran down my spine, and cold sweat began to seep through my clothes, compelling me to remove my jacket. Dazed, I returned to the classroom. Most of my classmates had arrived, yet an eerie silence enveloped the room. 2 seats remained perpetually empty. Soon after, several police officers entered. The teacher informed us that Lin Yu and Lin Sweki had died. In an instant, the classroom fell into an oppressive silence. My heart felt as though it had been crushed. I hastily opened my phone. The king had sent another message. Lin Yu, number 24, and Lin Sweki, number 26, confirmed dead. There would be no further messages. Just like that, the 2 had perished. How could this happen? A girl beside me gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at her phone. This can't be true, right? Could it be that someone tricked them into coming out and pushed them off? The girl continued to ponder aloud. I fell silent, lowering my head to gaze at the phone screen. Who was responsible for this? Who could orchestrate such a vile prank? After a while, the police began questioning us individually until I was called out by name. In a small classroom, 2 officers sat across from me. They regarded me with solemn expressions, taking notes as they asked their questions. They inquired about the time and place, what I had done the previous day, and whether I had any contact with the deceased. I answered their questions earnestly. May I ask a few questions? I nervously addressed them. They exchanged glances before slowly nodding. Did you thoroughly review the footage from last night? I asked earnestly. What are you implying? They responded, their demeanor shifting slightly. I'm suggesting, could it be that someone deliberately pushed them? I voiced my suspicions. They scribbled something down, but did not answer my question. After a while, they asked me a few more questions before allowing me to leave. They closed their notebooks, and before I departed, I at least obtained some answers that, to be honest, I'm unsure why the only videotape from last night was just a flurry of static. It cannot be ruled out that foul play might be a possibility, one of them remarked to me before allowing me to leave. As I walked away, my heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Regarding the king's affairs, I doubted anyone would dare to speak of them. Setting aside whether the king would learn of it, what actions might he take if he did? Moreover, even if this matter were disclosed, who would believe it? Thus, I spent a day in trepidation, as the atmosphere in our classroom grew eerily oppressive. Do you think? Who could the king be? Suddenly, a girl beside me, unable to bear the silence any longer, turned to look at me. Gazing into her remarkably clear eyes, I found no inclination to deceive her. I do not know. Perhaps it could be you. I managed to force a smile and said to her, how absurd. How could I ever commit such a grotesque act? She exchanged a few words with me and introduced herself. Lin Jing, that was her name. Perhaps the king is observing us from somewhere right now, I said to Lin Jing, glancing at the silent figures around us. Is that really possible? Yi Qing remarked, her voice laced with uncertainty as she surveyed the others. Yes, perhaps the king is indeed watching us from a distance. I followed their gazes, and no one appeared to exhibit any unusual behavior. The atmosphere remained cold and reserved. Thus, days turned into weeks. My relationship with Lin Jing gradually improved. The king ceased sending messages. The 2 classmates were merely treated as having committed suicide. Nothing more, nothing less. I surmised that the initial incident involving the balding student was merely a prank. The second incident was likely just a coincidence. After all, who would truly push a classmate they had only known for a few days? Alternatively, perhaps the king himself was frightened, feeling a connection to those 2 who had jumped, and thus chose to retreat into silence. Just when we thought the matter had settled, the king's orders resumed. A month later, another message from the king arrived. I opened my phone, my pupils dilating in shock. It was the same command, but this time the target was different. Zhang Jun from number 23 and Lin Ziyue from number 27, socks. The deadline is within 1 day. Any failure to comply by midnight will result in Zhang Jun's death. I trembled as I read the message. No, that was not right. There was one significant difference. Last time, it was 2 individuals facing death, but this time it was solely the boy. Just the boy alone. In other words, if Zhang Jun and Lin Ziyue failed to comply by midnight, then Zhang Jun would have to die. Almost all gazes turned towards Zhang Jun, his face exhibiting a bewildering array of emotions. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist against the table. "Come out! Who on earth is responsible for this ridiculous joke?" Zhang Jun roared within the classroom, yet no one responded. He continued to rage, until, in a fit of anger, he sat down. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyue wore a perplexed expression, attending class in a daze before gathering her belongings and heading home. "Could it really be true?" Lin Jing asked me, her voice tinged with concern. "What do you mean true?" I glanced at Lin Jing. "Oh, you fool. Of course, it's the king's command." Lin Jing pondered, her brow furrowed. "How could that be? Zhang Jun will definitely go home. Is the king really going to kill him at his house?" I shrugged in disbelief. These women had a penchant for concocting absurdly chilling scenarios. Yet, if it were true, it would indeed be terrifying and deeply unsettling. Chapter 3:000. Perhaps this is merely another prank, I remarked to Lin Jing, who sat beside me. She remained silent, merely turning her head to observe the girl designated as Lin Ziyue, regarding her with an odd expression. Zhang Jun had not uttered a word, his gaze cast downwards. Leaving the entire class unaware of his thoughts, I too watched him in silence. Gradually, one class passed, then another, and the entire classroom seemed enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere, with no one daring to speak. As dusk descended, the outside world was shrouded in the dim, golden hue of the setting sun. One by one, everyone began to gather their belongings, rising silently, and exited the classroom in succession. I watched them leave, one after another, with Lin Jing saying nothing as she too stood up. Observing Zhang Jun as he picked up his backpack, I felt an inexplicable compulsion to follow him. A sense of foreboding lingered within me. A crow perched upon the power line, staring intently at us below. I glanced at my watch. It was already 8 o'clock, and Zhang Jun had yet to return home, trailing behind a girl, Lin Ziyue. This fragile girl remained oblivious to the fact that someone was stealthily following her. I trailed behind Zhang Jun, as an unsettling thought gnawed at me, that he intended to do something. Upon seeing Lin Ziyue turn a corner, Zhang Jun hastened to follow, and I discreetly pursued them. As I quietly observed the silhouettes ahead, a strange arm pressed lightly, yet firmly on my shoulder from behind. "What are you doing here, Lin Huoming?" Lin Jing's cheerful voice suddenly emerged at my back. Her abrupt appearance startled me, prompting me to shake off her hand and gesture for her to remain silent. Lin Ziyue ascended the stairs to her home, while Zhang Jun, without so much as a glance, began to retrace his steps. I swiftly grasped Lin Jing's hand and hurriedly sought refuge in a corner beside a nearby house. "Quickly, tell me, what are you doing here?" Lin Jing inquired with a smile. "Nothing. I was just observing whether Zhang Jun would engage in any peculiar behavior," I explained to her. "What do you think he would do?" Lin Jing asked, her interest piqued, a mysterious depth reflected in her delicate features. "I don't know, probably nothing good," I shrugged, replying to Lin Jing. "Well, are you going back now?" She continued to question. Perhaps," I responded, sensing something strange about Lin Jing, as if she too were there to stalk. "Hey," I said, crossing my arms as I looked at Lin Jing. "You're not here to follow him too, are you?" "Huh, do you really think I am like you?" Lin Jing directed her gaze toward the window, entirely unwilling to acknowledge the truth. "Bingo, it seems I was correct. Well, even so, you are just the same, aren't you?" After a moment of silence, Lin Jing began to chastise me unabashedly. Given the circumstances, I found myself with no other recourse but to turn and prepare to head home. "Lin Huoming, are you leaving just like that?" Lin Jing said, her hands tucked into her pockets. "Yes, I need to grab something to eat first. Would you care to join me?" I pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of hunger. "All right." Lin Jing nodded in agreement. We arrived at a nearby noodle shop, where we ordered 2 bowls of ramen. After finishing our meal, we exchanged glances, both enveloped in an inexplicable silence. "Aren't you going back?" Lin Jing finally broke the quiet. "But you haven't returned either," I replied. Her chest tightened at my retort, and she fell silent. Thus, in mutual understanding, we chose not to speak any further as we exited the noodle shop and found a secluded spot near Lin Ziyue's home. "What do you think will happen at midnight?" Lin Jing gently prodded my arm, inquiring softly. "I have no idea." I slowly shook my head, speaking in a daze. "Haha, you truly are clueless. You seem quite useless." Lin Jing burst into laughter, prompting me to silently divert my gaze away from her. "Sigh, how boring. I'm going to take a nap. If anything happens, wake me immediately." Lin Jing, without any pretense, rested her head on my shoulder and closed her eyes, preparing to doze off. My eyes involuntarily twitched. It appeared she was treating me as a human pillow. As time ticked away, I had yawned countless times and glanced at the clock, which read 11:50. Only 10 minutes remained. Surely nothing significant would occur. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the darkness. A girl's shriek erupted from Lin Ziyue's house, instantly sharpening my focus. I swiftly shook Lin Jing awake. Groggily, she rubbed her eyes and quickly gathered her senses. Meanwhile, I was already sprinting toward a tree beside Lin Ziyue's home. Her residence was on the second floor, conveniently adjacent to a tree, and I felt an instinctive urge to climb it. Scaling the tree swiftly, I moved toward the window. There, I spotted Zhang Jun, his back to me, sprawled on the floor, gripping one of Lin Ziyue's legs. She clutched the blanket, struggling and screaming as she inched away. My eyes widened in shock. Despite the scene unfolding before me, I knew I could not remain a bystander. I leaped from the branch, landing inside Lin Ziyue's home. "What do you think you are doing?" I shouted at Zhang Jun, who turned his head in my direction. His face contorted grotesquely, as if ensnared by some bizarre entity. The corners of his eyes appeared to be tugged by an unseen force, while his mouth twisted into a perpetual grimace. His eyes were blood red, tears of crimson streaming down his cheeks. "I do not wish to perish yet. I feel as though death is upon me. Hurry, engage with me. Please." He was gripped by an inexplicable tremor, desperately clutching Lin Ziyue's feet, pulling her towards himself. I beheld it, pairs of blood-red hands. His body writhed unnaturally as these ghastly hands crawled up his form, along his neck, and further still. The hands tightened around his throat, contorting it in an unnatural manner. Witnessing this scene rendered me utterly powerless. I could only stand by, wide-eyed, as events unfolded. "I still wish to live," he gasped, struggling feebly, extending his hand towards Lin Ziyue. Just then, my phone vibrated. The clock in Lin Ziyue's room struck 12 with a resounding chime. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Jun stared blankly at the clock, fixated on Lin Ziyue. Suddenly, his expression twisted in extreme agony, his face grotesquely swelling until, bang. Blood splattered across Lin Ziyue's and my faces. A piercing scream seemed to shatter my eardrum, while Lin Jing stood behind me, silently observing, her body trembling uncontrollably. Outside the door, Lin Ziyue's parents pounded relentlessly on the door. Lin Ziyue trembled, crying out, her once delicate cheeks now streaked with tears. Truly, he had perished. I do not know how much time passed before Lin Ziyue's parents broke down the door, gazing at us in shock. What followed led us to that place. The same questions were posed, yet not a soul believed our words. Lin Ziyue stared vacantly at her surroundings, seemingly still in shock, regardless of the inquiries directed at her. She merely nodded or shook her head in silence. For her, the experience was undoubtedly too overwhelming. Eventually, they released us, and Lin Jing and I returned to school the following afternoon. Lin Jing sat quietly in her seat, her head bowed in silence. I opened my phone to find a message from the king. "Time is up. Zhang Jun, 23, Lin Ziyue, 27 have failed to complete the game. Punishment result, Zhang Jun deemed deceased." The time read exactly 0000. Chapter 4, Russian Roulette. As I absorbed this message, Lin Jing beside me suddenly began to sob. "What shall we do? We are both doomed." Lin Jing lifted her head, and I noticed that her eyes were rimmed with red, exuding an air of vulnerability that tugged at my heartstrings. "We are all destined to die. No one can escape this fate. What should we do?" Lin Jing sobbed uncontrollably, and I surmised that fear had taken hold of her. Indeed, I too felt a pang of fear as I observed her distress, and I found myself voicing my innermost thoughts. The atmosphere in the classroom was thick with silence, each individual lost in their own reverie. And so the hours passed until afternoon. As I gazed upon the blood-red dusk, Lin Jing walked beside me and plopped down onto the ground. My mind was incessantly replaying the events of yesterday, and I was overwhelmed with dread. I still had my father and mother. I did not wish to die. Not so soon, not in such a manner. Lin Jing curled up, hugging her knees, and began to weep. Witnessing her fragile state, a tension within me snapped. "You're going to be all right. I will protect you," I mustered the courage to say, my voice steadying despite my own turmoil. Her face flushed inexplicably, and she buried her head in her knees, continuing to sob. I sat beside her, my head lowered, unsure of how to console a girl, merely offering my presence. After a while, her cries subsided. Perhaps weeping alone had lost its meaning for her. After all, I could not join her in her sorrow, which was an unfortunate reality. "Is this how you comfort a girl?" Lin Jing raised her head, her eyes still red but possessing a certain charm. Her innocent, slightly adorable demeanor was utterly captivating, and I couldn't resist reaching out to embrace her. The hug was innocent enough, but once I held her tightly, she flinched, like a startled bird, and quickly pushed me away, creating an awkward silence between us. "All right, I should head back," Lin Jing said, brushing off the dust from her clothes and flashing me a smile. I closed my phone in silence, simply watching her. All right, I nodded in agreement, standing up. Since it had come to this, I might as well escort her home. Just as this thought crossed my mind, both of our phones vibrated violently. We fell into an instant silence, then opened our devices, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. As we stared at each other, we simultaneously lowered our heads to read the notifications. The King's command 1. Before midnight, all must gather in the classroom. Attendance is mandatory. Failure to comply will result in severe punishment. Upon reading this message, both Lin Jing and I felt an immense relief wash over us. Phew, I thought it was some bizarre order. Lin Jing exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, visibly relaxing. I gazed at the command, a vague unease stirring within me, as I sensed that the situation was far more complex than we had imagined. What's wrong? Lin Jing inquired, observing my peculiar expression. Oh, it's nothing, I replied, shaking my head. I glanced at my phone. It was merely 8 o'clock in the evening, and we still had quite some time before midnight. Given our current circumstances, I believe the task should not pose a significant challenge for them. Perhaps we should call the police, Lin Jing suggested. Do you think that would be effective? I retorted, looking at her. Lin Jing fell silent. Indeed, calling the police would not yield much benefit. The reality was straightforward, given the supernatural elements involved. Few would believe our accounts. Everything we said would merely be dismissed by the adults as childish fabrications, and if we weren't careful, we could easily find ourselves ensnared in the situation. Let us contact the class monitor and gather everyone. Just in case anything strange occurs, I proposed to Lin Jing. She nodded, picking up her phone to dial the monitor. We arrived at the classroom door, which was locked, leaving me to wonder if the king was silently observing us from within. I couldn't shake the feeling that, in the darkness, a pair of black eyes was watching us closely. One by one, my classmates approached the classroom door, and it struck me as odd that no security personnel were there to stop them. Didn't the security guard stop you? I asked them. They all shook their heads, indicating that the guard was absent, as if on an unexpected holiday. The entire situation felt exceedingly strange. Why had the guard vanished? Was there a connection between the guard and the king? I couldn't fathom it. As more classmates arrived, the class monitor and I counted heads and realized one was missing. Lin Ziyue, one of the two protagonists of that fateful night, with one already deceased, while the other remained at home in a state of mental distress. I called Lin Ziyue, but no one answered. I felt I couldn't allow her to remain alone. Her absence would surely herald some unforeseen calamity. I began to walk towards the school gate when Lin Jing suddenly sprinted up behind me. Where are you going? She asked, grasping my hand. I'm going to find Lin Ziyue, I replied. You must return soon. Do not stay out past midnight, Lin Jing cautioned, regarding me with an odd expression. Her gaze reminded me of Lin Ziyue, and for reasons unknown, I found myself uttering a word of approval. Then, my body surged with an inexplicable energy, akin to being equipped with a motor, propelling me towards Lin Ziyue's home. As I ran, I felt as though my being was infused with a potent force. Ah, is this the power of a goddess? It felt like an unexplainable stimulant, as if the goddess had taken an interest in me. Who would have thought that a mere underdog like me would experience a day when a goddess cared? I jogged along, took 2 rides, and finally arrived at Lin Ziyue's residence. I pressed the doorbell, but no one answered. Where could Lin Ziyue possibly be? Logically, she should be at home at this hour. If not, she would be at the hospital receiving psychological treatment. However, glancing at the time, I noted that there was still an hour left. If she didn't appear soon, it seemed likely. I couldn't bear to think further and decided to climb a nearby tree to observe the situation inside. The windows were tightly shut, and it seemed that no one was home. Yet, I leaped up, and in that moment, I sensed the presence of someone within. With a sudden click, the lights inside the house flickered on. Lin Ziyue's face bore an expression of sheer terror. She clutched her arms and gazed at me with an expression of profound fear. That chilling look sent shivers down my spine. I pushed the window open and approached her. No, don't come any closer. Stay away, she screamed at me. I checked the time. There was little left. It's me. I am Lin Huoming. Look closely. I grasped her arms, locking eyes with her. Stay calm. It's all right, I'm here. Don't be afraid. I gently reassured her, and after a while, she began to settle down. She clung to my clothing, evidently still enveloped in a sense of unfounded dread. Come on, the king has issued a command, but we have no time. We must leave quickly, I urged Lin Ziyue. No, I want to go, she sobbed, tightening her grip on my arm. It's okay, I'll stay with you, I said earnestly to her. Despite my coaxing, she steadfastly refused to budge. Eventually, in a moment of desperation, I lifted her up and carried her outside. She struggled and yelled, but I paid her no mind, simply holding her tightly as I raced towards the school. Lin Ziyue's figure pressed against me was undeniably substantial, yet in that moment, I felt little beyond the urgency of our escape, sweat pouring down as I hurried to the station. Put me down. Lin Ziyue finally ceased her struggles and requested to be released. After disembarking, we glanced at the time. Only 15 minutes remained. I took Lin Ziyue's hand and sprinted towards the school. As the clock approached midnight, with only 5 minutes remaining, an inexplicable sensation coursed through my body, as though someone were gripping my heart, rendering me utterly uncomfortable. Ignoring this strange feeling, I grasped Lin Ziyue's hand and sprinted toward the school. With merely a minute left, the sensation intensified, threatening to engulf me entirely. Lin Jing was shouting at me from the school entrance, while Lin Ziyue, exhausted, could scarcely move. Nevertheless, just before the final moment struck, we arrived at the school. Lin Jing regarded me with an expression of perplexity. "What is the matter?" I inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. "Nothing," she replied, shaking her head, yet her gaze lingered on the crimson hue fading from my eyes, and the words remained unspoken. All of us gathered at the classroom door when, suddenly, the king sent a message. "Do you enjoy playing Russian roulette?" Chapter 5, Probability. Russian roulette. A jolt of trepidation surged through everyone's hearts. I pressed my lips together, an ominous premonition settling within me. "Russian roulette, what is it?" Lin Homing asked, looking at me quizzically. Just then, the locked door creaked open. The classroom door, worn from years of neglect, emitted a disconcerting sound. Everyone stood frozen, gazing into the darkness beyond the door. The lights would not turn on. The interior was shrouded in shadows, devoid of any presence, implying that the door had opened on its own. Outside, a suffocating silence enveloped us. No one dared to speak, and some of the girls had already begun to scream. At an uncertain moment, a solitary fluorescent tube flickered to life, illuminating a table beneath it. Upon the table lay a revolver and a sheet of white paper, undoubtedly left by the king. We gathered around, peering at the note he had left behind. Russian roulette. The rules are as follows. One chamber contains a live round. The person holding the gun must sequentially point it at each participant, including themselves. A total of 6 individuals are involved, and those whose student numbers are called must partake in this game. Should one refuse, that individual will face a penalty. Buzz. Our phones vibrated once more as the king issued another message. Those whose student numbers are called, gather around the table. Number 3, Wang Mingfang, was announced. A girl trembled, pleading not to participate, yet another girl grasped her firmly. "If you refuse, you'll die." The girl grasped Wang Mingfang's hand, calling out in distress. Wang Mingfang's body trembled momentarily, but her emotions gradually stabilized as she took small, measured steps toward the table. A boy, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, inhaled deeply and approached the table. It seemed he had come to terms with the reality of the game. Evasion was futile, for no one could escape. Just then, I became aware of a presence behind me. A figure emerged, their obsidian eyes sending a shiver down my spine, instilling an inexplicable sense of fear within me. I glanced at him. He was not particularly tall, dressed in a black hoodie, and a black cap obscured his features, rendering his depth indiscernible. He stared ahead, seemingly oblivious to my gaze, exuding an eerie aura, with a neat, cropped hairstyle and an air of icy arrogance. Another boy strode onto the stage with a commanding presence that rivaled that of any male counterpart. What was the king's intention? What significance lay in his actions? I clenched my fists, struggling to suppress my rising anger, and spoke softly. Lin Jing observed me with pursed lips, her gaze imbued with an enigmatic quality, hinting at an underlying tenderness. A boy stood silently at the table, which meant only 2 participants remained. Nearly all the other girls prayed fervently, hoping the king would not select them. However, fate was inescapable. The Russian roulette was a cruel game, once favored by Tsar Nicholas II during his moments of profound boredom. Participants typically loaded a revolver with a single bullet among 6 chambers, spun the cylinder, and then aimed the gun at their own temple. If the bullet did not fire, the player stood to win a substantial fortune. If it did, their life would be forfeited. The boy beside me muttered to himself as he stepped forward. It was him. I watched as he slipped his hands into his pockets and advanced slowly. Yet, for the majority of players, the stakes were not merely monetary, but rather their very lives. Liang Jia extended his hand, grasping the gun that lay on the table, gently caressing its cold surface. He opened the chamber and examined the bullets, noting that one was merely a blank. As he observed the specially crafted revolver bullet, a mysterious smile spread across his face. "What do you intend to do?" One person yelled at Liang Jia, reacting to his actions. Liang Jia merely tilted his head slightly, maintaining a cryptic smile while his movements remained unceasing. Click. He slowly placed the bullet into the chamber. Snap. He gently closed the cylinder. Swish, swish, swish. Liang Jia delicately maneuvered his long, elegant fingers, repeatedly rotating the chamber. The metallic sound sending shivers down everyone's spines. At that moment, he aimed the revolver at a specific individual. What are you trying to do? Su Zilong from Group 41 exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear as he shouted at Liang Jia. Are you afraid of death? Liang Jia retorted, slowly directing the revolver towards his own head. In an instant, silence enveloped the room, a suffocating stillness filling the classroom. A smile crept across Liang Jia's face as he gradually squeezed the trigger. Click. Liang Jia exhaled softly, a smile lingering on his lips. Buzz. The last person, a girl, bore a face filled with terror. Why? Why is it me again? Lin Ziyue trembled as she stared at her phone screen. The last one is Group 27, Lin Ziyue. I hurried over to her. She was shaking, her expression one of sheer panic. I don't want to participate. I don't want to die. Why? Why is it me again? She sobbed, clinging to me, her shoulders shaking gently against my own. The time limit is 10 minutes. The shooter is Liang Jia. If there is no resolution within 10 minutes, all 6 individuals present must perish. 1,959, the countdown on her phone ticked away, and the remaining few grew increasingly anxious. What do you intend to do? Do you want us all to die? Liang Wen from Group 32 shouted coldly at Lin Ziyue, crossing her arms. Liang Jia merely observed, silent. Stop crying, it will be all right. I struggled to find words of comfort for Lin Ziyue, but I was powerless in that moment. But I will die, I am certain of it. Lin Ziyue clung to me, refusing to move toward the table. Hurry, there isn't much time left. Otherwise, we will all perish. The others began to panic, urging us to move forward. Yet, the more they urged, the more Lin Ziyue remained rooted in place. I will stay with you. In the end, I wrapped my arms around Lin Ziyue, guiding her step by step toward the table. With trembling steps, she and I approached the desk. Liang Jia watched us, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his gaze towards me peculiar. Time is running out. Let us commence. Liang Jia raised the revolver, pointing it at the first person. Wang Mingfang from Group 3. Wang Mingfang trembled, her fists clenched tightly, her head bowed, tears escaping from the corners of her eyes. Liang Jia's lips curled upward as his fingers slowly pressed the trigger. Wait. At that moment, Liang Wen shouted at Liang Jia. Huh. Liang Jia glanced at Liang Wen, still not having fired his bullet. A strange smile crept across Liang Jia's face, as if he were recounting something exceedingly ridiculous. Very well. Liang Jia regarded Liang Wen, slowly raising his revolver and aiming it at his own temple. Click. Another shot, yet another blank. Next, it was your turn. Liang Jia did not hesitate, directly pulling the trigger against the trembling Wang Mingfang's head. Click. A blank again. 4 shots remain, a 1 in 4 chance. Liang Wen, positioned 4th, felt no fear, for behind him stood Lin Ziyue. Chapter 6. Interception. Click. Another blank shot. 3 shots remain, a 1 in 3 chance. Liang Wen's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, began to race. Number 41, Su Zilong. Click. Yet another blank. 2 shots remain, a 1 in 2 chance. The gun was now aimed at Liang Wen, and as he gazed upon Liang Jia's revolver, the shadow looming over him seemed to expand infinitely. Wait. No, this is not right. It's not 1 in 2. It is 100%. Liang Wen's body trembled violently. Just moments ago, Liang Jia had not reloaded after firing the first bullet, which meant he had already pulled the trigger twice at his own head, both blanks. Consequently, the odds of the remaining individuals being hit had increased. The further it went, the greater the chances of a hit. For bullets remained, yet 5 people stood, and now it was Liang Wen's turn, the 4th. This meant that Liang Wen was virtually doomed. Wait, I want to go last. Liang Wen shouted. Strangely, Liang Jia said nothing, merely smiling and uttering a single word of agreement. He then turned the gun towards Lin Ziyue. Lin Ziyue trembled against me, shaking uncontrollably. I could almost envision the gruesome scene, blood and flesh flying, brains splattering everywhere. Wait, I called out to Liang Jia, but he paid me no mind, simply pulling the trigger. Click. Still nothing. Lin Ziyue's tears soaked my shirt, yet my gaze remained fixed on Liang Jia. 30 seconds remained. Liang Jia, under Liang Wen's peculiar stare, lifted his hand. Just like that, he pulled the trigger. Nothing. This shot was blank. Liang Jia remarked, then aimed at Liang Wen's head and fired. Bang. In an instant, blood splattered across Liang Jia's face, and the classroom erupted in screams. Ah! At the muzzle of the revolver, a swirl of white and red smoke emerged, devoid of any bullets. It was merely a fleeting spark at the gun's mouth. How could it have come to this? It was evident that the firearm in Liang Jia's possession was akin to a starter pistol. The moment it discharged coincided perfectly with Liang Wen's head exploding. Despite the incredulity of the situation, when that group arrived, they indeed found no traces of bullets within Liang Wen's body. That night was rife with astonishing occurrences, yet regardless of our assertions, disbelief reigned supreme. A week passed in this manner. The king ceased to speak, yet the teacher entered the classroom. What was amiss? Teacher Li regarded us, placing both hands upon the desk, scrutinizing our expressions. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to respond. Even if we did, what could be accomplished? To express my gratitude. Might you visit my home this weekend? Lin Ziyue approached me, an enigmatic smile adorning her face. Her smile left me feeling quite flustered, yet I glanced at Lin Jing, who smiled back, indicating her willingness to join. Lin Ziyue, of course, expressed no objections. Surely, it isn't merely because someone else possesses a more ample bosom that you are drawn to them? Lin Jing remarked, turning her gaze skyward. Perhaps it pertains to the game of kings. What do you wish to convey? I certainly did not harbor the belief that my charm was sufficient to captivate two young ladies, for I was acutely aware of my own limitations. Yet, a singular thought lingered in my mind, the death of Liang Wan. Why? I approached Liang Jia, who was ensconced in a corner, fixated on his phone. I greeted him. Let us discuss it after school, he replied, his expression devoid of emotion, lowering his head and pulling down the cap that concealed it. I know you are curious about the details. In truth, it was all her doing. I neglected to mention that the revolver had a 7-round chamber. Do you comprehend? Liang Jia stated. I stood still, contemplating the implications. It became clear, Liang Jia had fired 2 rounds at herself initially, leaving 5 remaining. Precisely enough for each of the remaining 6 individuals. This meant that, driven by her selfish desires, she sought to reserve a greater chance of survival for herself. 6 individuals. 7 rounds. Because of this, none needed to perish. Why did you not inform her sooner? I found myself grappling with an odd sentiment towards Liang Jia. Despite this, his actions seemed excessively. As Liang Jia prepared to turn away, he paused, casting a peculiar gaze in my direction. Interesting, he remarked, flashing a chilling smile before continuing on his way. Indeed, from the very outset, I had meticulously orchestrated each move. Yet it was Liang Min who compelled me to fire twice, while simultaneously exhibiting her own trepidation by pushing Lin Ziyue into what she mistakenly believed was a safe haven of bullets, only to discover it was devoid of ammunition. In the end, she bore the consequences of her own folly. I suspect the king was, in fact, eager to witness such an outcome. Liang Jia's voice diminished, his figure receding further into the distance. Do you know something? I shouted towards Liang Jia, who lingered in the corridor. At that moment, my phone vibrated, a message from an unknown number, presumably from Liang Jia. I stared at the message, unable to shake off its impact. I pondered whether the king sought to test something, or perhaps he was probing the essence of humanity. A few days later, Lin Jing and I arranged to meet at the subway station. Upon my arrival, I spotted Lin Jing, her upper body adorned in a white shirt and her lower half in a short skirt, radiating an exuberance of youth that revitalized my otherwise frazzled spirit. I waved to her and approached. Let us proceed. Together, Lin Jing and I made our way to Lin Ziyue's residence. We pressed the doorbell, and after a brief interval, Lin Ziyue opened the door. To my surprise, she was elegantly dressed, even at home. Welcome, do come in. What are you lingering outside for? Lin Ziyue beckoned us inside. As we entered her abode, Lin Ziyue led us to her room. Thank you so much for that day, she expressed gratefully. Shortly thereafter, she returned with cake and drinks. Oh, it was nothing. I hardly did anything. You needn't thank me, I replied to Lin Ziyue. You certainly enjoyed yourself that night, didn't you? Lin Jing teased, her tone laced with sarcasm. What enjoyment? I couldn't help but glance at Lin Ziyue's chest, causing her to blush and shyly lower her gaze. We continued our conversation, during which I recounted my dialogue with Liang Jia from that fateful night. Is that so? Perhaps that individual knows something. Did you inquire? Lin Jing questioned me. I shook my head, indicating that regardless of my inquiries, Liang Jia had remained tight-lipped. There may be another possibility, Lin Jing said mysteriously. What do you mean? I began to sense the direction of her thoughts. Indeed, it's possible that this individual is the king, Lin Jing posited, feigning an air of understanding. But if he is the king, why would he divulge this matter to me? I countered, shaking my head in disbelief. You see, this could be the enigmatic aspect. Perhaps he deliberately wishes for you to think that way, to prevent you from suspecting him, Lin Jing suggested, pointing her finger at me. Just as I was about to respond, Lin Jing playfully shoved a piece of cake into my mouth. Lin Jing offered me no opportunity for rebuttal. I began to vaguely comprehend that his nature was inherently domineering. I pondered that classmate Liang Jia might not be the king. Lin Ziyu, after a moment of contemplation, seated herself and addressed us. Humph, what evidence do you possess? Lin Jing widened her eyes, casting a predatory glare at Lin Ziyu, rendering her speechless with trepidation. Do not intimidate her. I could not help but interject towards Lin Jing. It is you who is overly protective of her. Huh, since my presence is unwelcome, I shall take my leave. With a swift motion, Lin Jing rose, prepared to depart. Hey, wait. I hurriedly called Lin Jing back, grasping her hand to coax her to sit once more. For some inexplicable reason, I sensed a tempestuous mood emanating from Lin Jing today. Could it be that her time of the month had arrived? Observing her ferocious demeanor, I dared not provoke her. We continued our conversation. Yet the topic inevitably circled back to Liang Jia. Then tell me, why do you believe Liang Jia is not the king? I find his demeanor rather peculiar. Had it not been Liang Wan, perhaps that last shot would have been aimed at you, Lin Jing remarked towards Lin Ziyu. However, I cannot shake the feeling that classmate Liang Jia harbors no malice towards me. It seems you are merely slow to perceive. Before Lin Ziyu could finish her thought, Lin Jing interrupted. It feels as though he anticipated Liang Wan's actions. I completed Lin Ziyu's unfinished sentence. Chapter 7. Adding another game. Surely, he cannot possess such remarkable prowess. Lin Jing exclaimed in disbelief. Perhaps he has an innate ability to see through the depths of one's soul. I nodded, sipping a cup of tea that Lin Ziyu had offered. Thus, we remain without any clear direction regarding the king. Lin Jing lowered her hands, her voice tinged with disappointment. Indeed, I nodded in silence, uncertain how much longer this unsettling existence would persist. In these terrifying times, I felt as if unseen hands were toying with us at their whim. I was terrified. Lin Ziyu clutched her body tightly, trembling in fear beside me. Witnessing their expressions, I found myself inexplicably gripped by fear as well. Perhaps humans are such creatures, prone to mutual contagion of emotions. I had never felt such dread before, as if death awaited at any moment, and failure to fulfill the king's task would lead to dire consequences. Enough of this, Lin Jing suddenly shouted, clenching her fists and standing up. Truly, the more we discuss it, the more frightened I become. Lin Jing, exasperated, seized a pillow and hurled it towards Lin Ziyu. I will uncover the identity of the king. I vow to prevent anyone from perishing. I inhaled deeply and declared to them. What is it so suddenly? Lin Jing regarded me curiously. No, I merely wish to avoid my own demise. That is all. I chuckled softly, shaking my head to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Foolishness. We shall not perish. Let us refrain from discussing this topic further. I exhaled slowly, addressing them with sincerity. At that moment, our phones vibrated simultaneously. Buzz. We all opened our devices at once. All students must gather on the school rooftop by midnight tonight. Tardiness will not be tolerated. The message, of course, originated from the king. Lin Jing and I rose simultaneously, glancing at the clock on the wall. 4 hours remained. What peculiar task would the king impose upon us this time? Why must each assignment be so bizarre? The three of us hastily gathered our belongings and made our way to school, the security guards seemingly oblivious to our entrance. One by one, classmates began to arrive at the top floor of our building. The previously locked rooftop entrance had been opened, and we ascended the ladder to reach it. Upon stepping onto the rooftop, the howling wind engulfed us, and I truly understood the meaning of the phrase high places are cold. I helped Lin Ziyu up, while Lin Jing shot me a glare, as if reproaching me for not aiding her as well. The relentless wind battered my face, creating a precarious sensation, particularly in this unprotected space, making it difficult to maintain my footing. Scattered around, some stood while others sat, having arrived early. Soon, nearly everyone was present. Buzz, contestant 40, Zhou Guanliang, and contestant 39, Zhou Yongliang, must choose one to sacrifice themselves. Otherwise, contestant 37, Wu Huayun, will face punishment. The king punctuated his message with a smirk. With a loud bang, the entrance behind us was suddenly locked from below. I spotted Liang Jia, leaning against his knee beneath the water tower, his dark eyes fixated on the two brothers. Those two were siblings, yet that girl, Wu Huayun, was undoubtedly the object of their affections. How cruel. Lin Jing clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she stared at her phone screen. Brother, contestant 39, Zhou Yongliang, looked at Zhou Guanliang, both standing amidst the tempest. The other students kept their distance, fearful of provoking the king's commands. Punishment, in truth, equated to death. The manner of dying on the rooftop was likely understood by all. Buzz, you also have the option to turn against each other. Should one of you push the other off, the remaining individuals cannot inform JC. Should they do so, the punishment will be cardiac paralysis. and the cause of death shall be attributed solely to a mental breakdown leading to suicide. The king sent yet another message, and we all turned our gaze toward the two brothers. With a sudden outburst of tears, Wu Huayan cried, "I don't want to die." The girls nearby rushed to comfort her. Her brother, Zhou Guanliang, exchanged silent glances with Zhou Yongliang as they stood together on the rooftop. "If we do not act, she will perish," Zhou Yongliang remarked, his gaze fixed upon his brother. "Time allotted, 1 hour. Once the time elapses, all remaining individuals must perish." At that moment, Liang Jia's eyes widened as he noticed the countdown. "Damn it," he exclaimed. "This is forcing us to push one of them off." After a brief pause, Wu Huayan approached one of them. She spoke a few words, causing both brothers to widen their eyes in astonishment. "What a splendid performance," Liang Jia remarked nonchalantly, smiling at the girl. "What does that mean?" I inquired. Liang Jia remained silent, his gaze icy as he continued to observe the girl. "In truth, I have harbored feelings for you for a long time. But, I apologize, it's better if you do not choose me. Let me die alone." Wu Huayun wept as she addressed the two brothers. Zhou Guanliang looked at his own brother, a sudden surge of impulse igniting within him. But it flickered away just as quickly. How could I even think such thoughts? He scolded himself internally, falling silent. Meanwhile, Zhou Yongliang also experienced a fleeting thought. The girl continued to cry, and 45 minutes had already passed. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon them. "Brother, you know I have always liked her, don't you?" Zhou Yongliang confessed to his sibling. "Yes, there are only 15 minutes left," Zhou Guanliang replied, glancing at the time on his phone. For reasons unbeknownst to them, the two brothers found themselves at the edge of the rooftop. "Forgive me, brother. I cannot bear to witness her demise." Zhou Yongliang suddenly struck Zhou Guanliang with a punch. To his surprise, Zhou Guanliang seemed prepared, catching the blow, and in an instant, they were grappling at the rooftop's precipice. Wu Huayun watched the unfolding chaos. Her fists clenched tightly. With 5 minutes remaining, she stepped towards one of the boys. I glanced at the time. Only 3 minutes left. The two continued to struggle. And at that moment, Wu Huayun extended her hand toward one of them. Zhou Guanliang was suddenly propelled off the ledge by her grasp. "Ah!" A horrific scream echoed, followed by the sound of a heavy body hitting the ground. One less soul in the world. Zhou Yongliang gazed at Wu Huayun with a look of sheer horror. "I have had enough. I can no longer endure this. If you do not perish, then it will be I who dies," Wu Huayun declared, collapsing to the ground in tears. Such a remarkable performance. Liang Jia's lips curled into a faint smile. Buzz. The task was completed, though regrettably. It did not unfold as perfectly as I had envisioned. Hence, an additional game must be played today. What? It was supposed to be over. Why is this happening? Wu Huayun continued to weep. Yet, this time, the king only granted them 5 minutes. Time ticked away, leaving just 5 minutes remaining. "You just killed my brother," Zhou Yongliang uttered, gazing at Wu Huayun. She remained silent, her head bowed deeply, hidden within her tresses. "If you wish to kill me, just push me off. With your strength, it should be an easy task," Wu Huayun said softly, seated on the ground. Chapter 8. Equivalent Exchange. Time slipped away, and the king's allotted time was dwindling. Zhou Yongliang still hesitated to act. 059, 003, 002, 001 buzz. Our phones vibrated, and Wu Huayun unlocked her screen, her face instantly paling. "Time is up. Wu Huayun, number 37, and Zhou Yongliang, number 40, please accept your punishment." A distorted expression suddenly marred the faces of Wu Huayun and Zhou Yongliang. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Aya." They both let out a terrible scream, their bodies convulsing unnaturally as they clutched their arms. Gurgle, gurgle. It felt as though something was writhing within their limbs. Gurgle, gurgle. Their arms began to swell, and they gazed at their appendages with terror-stricken faces. Gradually, the portions around their elbows began to bulge, incessantly expanding and writhing. "Ah! Ah!" The girls in the class erupted into a chorus of screams, unable to bear the sight, clustering together in groups. Liang Jia leaned slightly forward, sitting upright, her gaze icy as she looked at the two. Bang! Ultimately, amidst the cacophony of screams, the arms of the two individuals exploded before the horrified onlookers. Those arms soared into the air, plummeting from the rooftop. The two remained frozen in place, their arms incessantly dripping blood. If one cannot be harsh to others, one must be even harsher to oneself. Liang Jia rose from the ground. The door to the rooftop had inexplicably begun to open. Liang Jia departed without uttering a word. Lin Jing and Lin Ziyu stood beside me. Lin Jing appeared relatively composed, while Lin Ziyu was visibly shaken, drawing closer to me in fear. Wu Huayun stared blankly at her own arm, trembling and letting out a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the school. After a while, an ambulance arrived, and the two were carried away. We descended from the rooftop, leaving behind the chaos. Subsequently, only the three of us remained in Lin Ziyu's home, my mind still racing with the words Liang Jia had spoken to me. He had mentioned that the king seemed to be testing something. Humanity. What on earth did the king intend to achieve? I rested my head on my hand, furrowing my brow in contemplation. If I failed to discern the king's motives, would this game never reach its conclusion? What should I do? How could I put an end to this king's game? What are you thinking? Lin Jing inquired, gazing at me. What do you mean? What am I thinking? I turned to face Lin Jing. I mean, about Wu Huayan's actions today. What are your thoughts? Lin Jing pouted, pressing me for an answer. I fell silent, lost in thought. The brothers Zhou Guanliang and Zhou Yongliang must have harbored feelings for the girl named Wu Huayun from the very beginning. Yet she had remained indecisive. However, I speculated that perhaps Wu Huayun had never truly liked either of them. In that dire circumstance, the king had merely coerced them into making a choice. What was termed a choice was, in reality, nothing less than murder, albeit with their hands untainted. Nevertheless, the woman had acted with undue cruelty. I couldn't help but recall Liang Jia's words. He seemed to have seen through that girl from the outset. Witnessing her tears morph into the moment, she pushed Zhou Guanliang off. Liang Jia observed everything. Could he truly be the king? My doubts about him intensified. What do you seek to accomplish? I sent a text to the king. He responded merely with a smiley face and ceased further communication. I stared in silence at the emoticon, an inexplicable fury rising within me. What was I to do? How could I bring this game to a halt? I continued to message the king. Do you wish to stop? The king queried unexpectedly. I read those words, my heart inexplicably racing, as if I had triggered some perilous mechanism. After that, regardless of what I wrote, the king no longer replied. I felt as though I had committed some grave error. Staring blankly at the screen of my phone, a sense of foreboding welled up within me. What's wrong? Lin Jing seemed to sense my unease, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized me. Lin Ziyu inexplicably leaned closer, peering at my phone. In that fleeting moment, her delicate face turned pale. Lin Jing, witnessing Lin Ziyu's expression, could no longer restrain herself and snatched my phone away. What have you done? Lin Jing exclaimed, her voice laced with anger as she shouted at me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I never anticipated this. Truly, I apologize. My heart raced with anxiety, as if I had committed an unforgivable blunder. You are utterly reckless. Lin Jing reproached me, collapsing weakly into a seat. Hua Ming, I too believe your actions were rather ill-advised. Lin Ziyue chimed in, standing beside her. I fell silent, furrowing my brow, sensing that the events to unfold were likely tied to my earlier actions. No matter what transpired, I was resolute in bearing the weight of this responsibility. I had already steeled myself to endure whatever came next. Days later, the king issued a decree. Buzz. All students must gather on the rooftop by 2400 hours. Lateness will not be tolerated. Once again, the same summons. We all ascended to the rooftop, where the midnight air was brisk, compelling us to tightly wrap our clothing around our bodies. Shortly thereafter, even Wu Huayun and Zhou Yongliang, the injured pair, arrived on the rooftop, their wounds bandaged. I have heard that you class leaders are selfless, competing for positions to assist your peers and teachers in various endeavors. I trust you will nobly sacrifice for the collective good of the class. The king sent with a smiling face. What could this mean? A sense of unease gripped my heart. Number 18 Zhou Guanming, male. Number 20 Zhang Tiantian, female. Number 3 Wang Mingfang, female. Number 48 Xue Zihao, male. No. 35 Wu Yuejin, female. Number 6 Li Tianwen, female. These individuals were all class leaders. Our monitor, academic representative, sports representative, organizational representative, cultural representative, and publicity representative. You leaders, you wish to end this game, don't you? The rules to cease this King-S game are straightforward, but they hinge upon the 6 of you. The king sent with another smiling face. No matter the circumstances, please save us. Class monitor, if you could halt this game, our entire class would be eternally grateful. Indeed, regardless of the cost, you must put an end to this game. Monitor, monitor, monitor. The repeated calls stirred a flicker of excitement within Wu Yuejin, who resolved to end this game. Yet, she understood that this time, the rules would not be so simple. Once again on the rooftop, it would not be as straightforward as before. What should be done? A flicker of apprehension arose within Wu Yuejin. The rules of this King-S game were deceptively simple, yet profoundly challenging. It could be stated that they were simple, indeed very simple. However, they could also be exceedingly difficult. The crux of the matter lay within you, contingent upon your awareness and understanding. The stipulation of this game was stark. If all 6 of you, the class leaders, were to leap from this rooftop, thereby ending your own lives, you would inevitably conclude this King-S game. You would exchange your lives for this single resolution. Could you possibly undertake such an act? Upon hearing this condition, Wu Yuejin fell momentarily silent. Was this a jest? Was it not akin to asking us to embrace death? Shui Zihao gazed intently at the text on his phone, gripping it tightly. Liang Jia observed the pulsing veins on his hands, pondering silently. You have all previously enthusiastically endorsed your roles as class leaders, undoubtedly with the intention of contributing to the unity and welfare of your classmates. Thus, if you possess such noble intentions, simply leap from here, and I shall bring this game to a close. But who could foresee that after we took the plunge, the king might persist with the game? How could we possibly trust such a person? Zhou Guanming shouted at the others. If you do not comply, you shall face punishment. The deadline is midnight tonight. The choice is yours. Regardless of who pushes whom off, it holds no significance. The king's final message echoed ominously, after which there was silence. This choice implied that irrespective of their decision, this group was destined for death. How could this be? I do not wish to die. I am still so young. I have done nothing wrong. I merely... The remaining girls huddled together on the rooftop, weeping quietly. The class monitor hung her head in silence, tears streaming down her face as she contemplated their plight. I clenched my fists tightly. This was all because of me. It was my fault they found themselves in this predicament. Had it not been for me, they would not be suffering this fate. Time seemed to stand still. With 3 hours remaining until the game's conclusion, the few of them felt isolated, encircled together. What were they waiting for? Liang Jia inquired with a smile. Are you referring to the class monitor and the others? I pursed my lips, a sense of desolation clouding my expression. Regardless of the outcome, their impending demise was indeed orchestrated by me. I could not feign indifference. No, I mean that group over there. Liang Jia gestured towards another cluster of individuals seated at a distance. What do you mean? I asked Liang Jia. He merely shook his head and uttered 4 words. It's almost time. As time slipped away, less than an hour remained, and the class leader sat there, appearing somewhat cold and a little reserved. I lost track of how long it had been when, seemingly at last, someone spoke up. Was it the first or the second? I could no longer tell. However, their words resonated with a singular selfishness, all for their own sake. It was then I realized the true ugliness of their humanity. Class leader, please, save us. We truly do not wish to continue playing this game. Yes, after all, you are all destined to die, so please, save us. I beg you. I truly do not want to die. Even a girl nearby cried out to them. The 6 individuals silently averted their gazes, ignoring the pleas directed at them. At last, I could no longer contain myself. I stepped forward. Enough. I spread my arms wide, shouting into the fierce wind at them. Every individual has the right to exist. They are not dead yet. On what grounds do you demand such a thing from others? My eyes glistened with tears as I yelled at them. For a moment, they fell silent. Liang Jia exhaled slowly and then shook his head gently. They were all meant to die anyway. Why, since death was inevitable, could they not put an end to this game? Please, don't stop us, Huoming. A girl cried out to me. The 6 class leaders remained silent, merely watching me. With half an hour left, they still did not speak. Eventually, I could not tell when it began, but the class leader, Wu Yuejin, started to cry. Tears streamed down her face as she finally succumbed to despair. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, she sobbed, her small hands continually wiping away her tears, her entire demeanor evoking a profound desire to protect her. Given your state, class leader, why can't you do the same? A girl suddenly shouted at Wu Yuejin. Someone like you is utterly selfish. You are not fit to be a class leader. I could not discern who in the crowd had uttered this, but the sentiment caught on. Exactly. Someone like you is unworthy of leadership. You are nothing but a hypocritical charlatan. A bunch of frauds. May you perish. More voices joined in, and my heart sank inexplicably. Why? The once harmonious faces. The mutual respect that had prevailed among them had turned so alien, so hostile, all because of the king's presence and the game he imposed. As more voices echoed this sentiment, Wu Yuejin found herself inexplicably overwhelmed with various grievances, her tears flowing incessantly. Even so, we shall not leap into the abyss. Even in this place, even if it means perishing upon the rooftop, we will not grant you the satisfaction of our demise. You shall bear the weight of the king's unending wrath as you depart this world. Continue your grotesque game, if you must. Ha ha. Zhou Guanming suddenly erupted into laughter, gesturing toward the remaining individuals with derision. In an instant, the countenance of all present turned ashen. They fell silent, merely gritting their teeth as they regarded Zhou Guanming. His words signified that the conditions proposed by the king had reached an impasse. The 6 of them were destined to die, and the game was to persist, nothing more. This outcome was intolerable for them. Yet, despite their inability to accept it, acceptance was their only option. With 15 minutes remaining, the 6 individuals remained seated, having exhausted all conceivable actions within the fleeting moments of their existence. As they faced the imminent end of their lives, condemned to death, they suddenly grasped the profound value of life. Buzz. At that moment, a message from the king arrived. Very well. Since none of you 6 class leaders are willing to sacrifice yourselves for the greater good, I shall slightly amend the terms. If any one of you among the 6 class leaders can make the ultimate sacrifice, the game shall cease, and the remaining 5 shall be spared. 15 minutes remained. 2,345. The time allotted by the king was rapidly dwindling. Class leader, I was in the wrong. Please forgive me. A girl suddenly stepped forward from among the classmates and addressed the class leader. Please forgive me, class leader, and help us. Tears welled in her eyes as she implored the class leader. I glanced at Liang Jia, who remained silent, fixated on the horizon. The remaining 5 had long since succumbed to despair, regardless of what was said by those beside them or what they themselves wished to do. They were resolute in their refusal to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their classmates. Currently, the only potential point of breakthrough lay with the class leader, Wu Yuejin. This girl had firmly resolved within her heart that if it could halt the game and spare her from death, she would do whatever was necessary. From the very first day, she had understood, and her determination solidified. She would utilize every means available to her to bring this game to an end. Wu Yuejin, our class leader, sobbed as the girl helped her to her feet. I watched her, a sense of foreboding rising within me. Dear classmates, I am sorry. I am so sorry. This is the only thing I can do for you, Wu Yuejin choked out, rising from the ground and taking step after step toward the edge of the cliff, toward the precipice that would conclude the game. Chapter 10, Punishment or No Punishment. All eyes were riveted upon Wu Yuejin as she advanced, step by step, toward the edge of the cliff, toward the place where the game would meet its end. Is this truly how the game can come to an end? I remain uncertain if the king will uphold his promise. Yet, everything the king has spoken has come to fruition. With only 3 minutes remaining, Wu Yuejin quietly gazes at the ground beneath her. A mere step forward would extinguish her fragile existence, while simultaneously saving countless lives. Tears stream down Wu Yuejin's face, but no one approaches to offer solace. In fact, many hope for her demise. Is this how it concludes? I am still so young, yet to discover love, and yet I could save everyone. Perhaps, this would indeed be the better course for all. Farewell, dear parents, farewell to all. Wu Yuejin turns back, straining to muster a smile upon her face. My heart feels as though it has struck a chord, motionless as the wind lashes against me. I watch her body descend. In a moment of desperation, I grasp her hand, summoning every ounce of strength to hold tightly to her wrist. She raises her head, tears blurring her vision as she gazes at me. Why? Lin Huoming? Everyone wishes for my death. Why do you still save me? Let me go? Allow me to perish. The class leader cries. I have never wished for the class leader to meet her end. To conclude this game with your own demise is profoundly unjust. I exert my strength, pulling Wu Yuejin up from the abyss. At that instant, I felt countless eyes fixed upon me, seemingly brimming with hatred. Yet, at that moment, our phones chimed simultaneously. Time's up. The punishment is imminent. Instantly, the faces of 6 individuals drained of color. Their bodies trembled as they reached out, eyes glued to the punishment displayed on their screens. What is tonight's punishment? There is no punishment tonight. A message from the king. We all stood in stunned silence. What does this mean? No punishment? What is happening? Liang Jia stared at the screen, furrowing his brow in disbelief. With a resounding bang, the rooftop door swung open. Everyone exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Thank you, Huoming. Oh, thank you, class leader Wu Yuejin, she said, sitting on the ground, tears transforming into laughter. In truth, I must thank you as well, I replied earnestly to the class leader. For what? Thank you for not jumping. Otherwise, I would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. I recounted the fragmented events to Wu Yuejin. This cannot solely be blamed on you. It is merely the king's doing. You acted for the greater good. The class leader shook her head and replied. Is that so? With a bitter heart. I took a seat beside the class monitor. Lin Jing and Lin Ziyue observed us from the side. After an extended conversation with the monitor, I noticed that Lin Jing and Lin Ziyue had already dozed off against each other's shoulders. I brushed off the dust from my clothes and extended my hand towards Wu Yuejin. She greeted me with a soothing smile, and I helped her up before patting Lin Jing on the shoulder. Have you finished talking? Lin Jing rubbed her eyes and rose with Lin Ziyue. We proceeded to walk, and I escorted them home. On my way back, Liang Jia sent me a message asking me to return to the rooftop. I have something to tell you, he wrote. I glanced at the time. It was already 4 o'clock. Exhausted and hungry. The thought of what he might reveal regarding the king compelled me to muster every ounce of energy and drag myself towards the school. Upon arriving at the rooftop, a shadow lunged at me, delivering a punch straight to my jaw. Pua! I lost consciousness, merely spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. When I regained my senses, I found Liang Jia seated on me, his obsidian eyes ablaze with fury. He struck me again with a punch and then viciously stomped on my abdomen. Do you comprehend what you've done? Liang Jia yanked me up by my collar, his gaze imbued with terror. I saved a life. I fixed my eyes on his, declaring, but you will endanger many more. Liang Jia hissed through gritted teeth, releasing his grip on my collar. Fool. He shook his head, collapsing weakly to the ground. This opportunity was undoubtedly fleeting, just a singular chance. The game could not cease. It must not cease. Everyone would perish. All would meet their demise. There was no salvation. Liang Jia mumbled, clutching his hair in despair. What do you know? Tell me. We must devise a plan together. I shouted at him. The only solution was lost today, lost. He roared in response. Fuck. Liang Jia exclaimed before storming off. Damn it. He struck me and then left. What kind of behavior was that? Hey, wait. Why did the king not punish us today? I yelled after Liang Jia. How should I know? Don't bother me. He waved dismissively as he departed. I walked away in silence. For reasons unbeknownst to me, the events of that day felt exceedingly abnormal. Why was this happening? Why would the king refrain from punishing us? I couldn't fathom it, and as I lay in bed, sleep eluded me. Buzz. I jolted awake, startled. To my surprise, it was Liang Jia again. The punishment has already begun, he messaged. I inquired what he meant, and he replied that I would understand by tomorrow. The more I pondered, the more troubled I became, gradually succumbing to fatigue and allowing my eyelids to gently close, drifting into slumber. The following day, I rose early and arrived at school, only to discover a disconcerting change. The once lively murmurs of conversation had faded into an almost palpable silence. Nearly everyone had fallen mute. Particularly, the 6 individuals stood out, utterly isolated. Distrust permeated the air. Each person had retreated into themselves, and the bonds of trust among us had disintegrated. The 6 voluntarily relinquished their roles as class leaders. And when the teacher inquired who would take on such responsibilities, none were willing, merely shaking their heads fervently. Ultimately, the teacher stormed out in frustration. Everyone feared becoming the next target of the king. I realized then that the king's punishment lay in severing our connections. He had initially sought the sacrifice of our class leaders, yet none stepped forward. Their motivations had always been rooted in vanity, serving only their own interests. The king spoke of punishment, but did not specify that it must equate to death. Moments later, the king shifted his focus, and those individuals turned back, pleading with the class monitor, revealing even uglier facets of their character. Thus, the very essence the king most desired them to witness had manifested. Though they escaped punishment, the invisible rift had formed within our class, rendering us incapable of uniting against the king. The king was astute and formidable, methodically dismantling our unity. As Liang Jia gazed at her phone, a smile played upon her lips. I understood. At noon, I relayed my observations to the 3 of them, and they fell into a contemplative silence. The situation grew precarious. Each individual was driven by self-interest. Once masks were torn away, they would act without restraint, even casting others aside to evade punishment. Wu Yuejin lowered her head. I surmised that they likely harbored greater resentment towards me. I offered a wry smile and shrugged, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. Regardless, you should exercise caution, Lin Jing advised, her brow furrowed with concern. Are you worried about me? I chuckled lightly in response. Haha. I fear you might inadvertently meet your demise. Lin Jing chuckled softly, averting her gaze and lapsing into silence once more. Chapter 11. The Blood-Soaked Classroom. I gazed at Lin Jing with a sense of helplessness. By afternoon, the king had not sent any messages. It seemed we might enjoy a peaceful respite that night. The king's commands typically arrived every 3 days or more, granting us ample time to act. Later that evening, Lin Jing texted me, instructing me to come to school. I raised an eyebrow at the message, unable to suppress a smile, and absent-mindedly touched my face. After a while, at the appointed hour in the evening, I changed into a fresh outfit and made my way to the school. Arriving at the tree stump in the small garden, I found Lin Jing sprawled across the table, her form heavily pressed down upon it. What are you looking at? She scolded me, hastily straightening her posture. Look at your chest, I remarked, only to be met with a swift slap to the back of my head. With a resounding smack, my forehead met the table's surface. Say that again, Lin Jing demanded. Her leg perched atop the table, and I could faintly perceive the white fabric. And no, I meant to say your beauty and charm. I stammered in response. Idiot. Lin Jing retorted, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her leg, flipping her hair as she turned away. As she walked ahead, I inquired, why did you summon me out so late? What is it about? It's about investigating the king, or is it a date? Lin Jing replied timidly. Oh, I nodded, realizing that a girl as lovely as Lin Jing could never possibly be interested in me romantically. I possessed a modicum of self-awareness. I recalled the first day when our teacher had sternly warned us against playing games here. How could he know? Did he suspect something? Lin Jing halted in front of our teaching building. Have you noticed that our building seems quite isolated? She observed keenly. Is it intentional? I pondered aloud, reaching out to touch the iron bars on the window. A bit of rust flaked off, sticking to my hand. Although the outer walls appeared clean, every classroom inside had clearly been long abandoned. Lin Jing glanced at me and elegantly tilted her head, her expression seemingly urging me to follow me. I slowly shook my head, but she playfully kicked me, her brow furrowed. Are you even a man? She scolded, having made one mistake already. I decided to refrain from further folly. I shook my head in response. Humph, coward. Fine, you can go back. I'll venture in alone. She waved dismissively and proceeded into the second-floor classroom. I sighed and reluctantly followed her inside. The door to the second floor wouldn't budge. Lin Jing attempted to push it open before abandoning her efforts. Moments later, she pointed to the window, but I shook my head. With a determined kick, she urged me onward, and left with no choice. I devised a way to pry the window open. As I did, a wave of musty air rushed toward us, prompting Lin Jing and me to cover our noses and fan the air. Stop pressing it, it's futile, I exclaimed as I pulled out my phone. While Lin Jing wiped her dusty fingers from the light switch on the wall, I activated the flashlight on my phone, and Lin Jing circled the classroom, illuminating the surroundings. Ultimately, she discovered nothing. What a disappointment. Apart from the thick layer of dust, there was absolutely nothing here. Lin Jing, dissatisfied, exited the room. We proceeded to several more classrooms, but to no avail. Each one revealed the same emptiness. Only the last classroom in the corridor remained. For some unknown reason, it was sealed with tape, the windows obscured by newspapers, and the door secured with iron chains. Clearly, something was amiss within, yet we had never ventured inside. Who could be lurking there? Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from downstairs, nearly sending Lin Jing and me into a panic. Hurry, let's go. We can return tomorrow. Lin Jing urged as she pushed me from behind, and we hastily descended the stairs at the opposite end, fleeing from the approaching security. Safely on the ground floor, we slipped away in haste. What do you think is inside that classroom? Lin Jing asked, a curious smile playing on her lips. Curiosity killed the cat, but I'm certain it's not anything pleasant, I replied firmly. Lin Jing scoffed, calling me a jinx. Suddenly, Lin Jing's stomach growled audibly. I'm hungry, she confessed, glancing at me. Oh, then let's hurry home for dinner, I suggested. We should eat out. You're treating, she retorted, glaring at me through clenched teeth. I stared at her in disbelief. This girl had devoured a midnight snack worth 300 yuan. Are you a pig or something? I muttered in exasperation, settling the bill and vowing never to return to this overpriced restaurant. What's the matter? Cheapskate. I merely had a little of your food, and besides, you did take advantage of me today. I was just being kind by offering a trade. Lin Jing grinned, exposing her pearly whites. How about this? Next time you touch me, you treat me to a late-night snack, she suggested playfully. I looked at her, speechless. Ugh, who would want to touch you? Not everyone is as lecherous as you. Lin Jing stuck out her tongue. After chatting for a while, we made our way home. Upon arriving, I gazed at my empty bed and quietly closed my eyes. If only Lin Jing and I dared not continue that thought, especially after the events that had transpired. That night, I dreamt a dream that held an unspeakable secret. The following evening, I returned to the same spot as promised. Lin Jing was indeed waiting for me, reclining in her chair with her legs crossed, observing me. Let's go, she said, taking the lead, seemingly well prepared. Prepared? I raised an eyebrow, noticing the keys in her pocket. Where did you get those? I inquired, furrowing my brow. Oh, I acquired them from somewhere. Lin Jing replied with a playful smirk, her expression shrouded in mystery. Wow, that is impressive. I too raised an eyebrow as Lin Jing, with a scowl, kicked me lightly. Without further ado, we should make haste. Lin Jing smiled and proceeded ahead. Ascending the staircase, she quietly approached the door, retrieving a key from her pocket, inserting it into the lock, and fiddling with it for a moment. Oh dear, could you help me turn on the light? Lin Jing said, her brow furrowed. What light? What if the security guard comes back? I glanced outside, where the guard, likely with nothing else to do tonight, might make his rounds. Click. Just as I spoke, Lin Jing unlocked the door. The iron door creaked open with a rusty groan. A wave of an unidentified scent, reminiscent of rust and mildew, assailed us. What is that smell? Lin Jing frowned, and I switched on the light before closing the door behind us. Upon illuminating the room, I discovered it was enveloped in layers of old newspapers, the walls, and even the ceiling plastered with them. Lin Jing and I exchanged glances, and together we set down our lights, rushing to tear away the tattered newspapers. Rip, rip, rip. We pulled down layer after layer of the decrepit paper. With each strip we removed, we stepped back until, with a thud, we found ourselves standing back to back, illuminating our surroundings with our phone flashlights. The moment the light flickered on, we simultaneously recognized the source of that strange odor, the long-dried scent of blood. The walls bore patches of dried blood, unmistakably indicating that something dreadful had transpired here. What, indeed, had occurred? Lin Jing, covering her mouth, gazed at the scene with a furrowed brow. Who was up there? Suddenly, the voice of the security guard echoed from downstairs. Lin Jing and I exchanged a quick glance, hurriedly shutting the door and darting down the opposite staircase. After a while, the guard ascended, shining his flashlight on the already unlocked door. Chapter 12, A New Command. We sat down, breathless. Lin Jing, still gasping, furrowed her brow. The images from the classroom earlier flooding her mind, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, as if to suppress the urge to retch. I quietly observed her, inching closer and gently patting her back. How are you feeling? Is it better? I whispered softly. After a moment, she seemed to recover, sitting on the bench, lost in thought. The teacher must know something, Lin Jing said, raising her head to look at me. He's a new teacher. He probably doesn't know anything, I replied, shaking my head. What about the principal? Lin Jing persisted, not willing to give up. I recalled our building, seemingly isolated on purpose, while other classes enjoyed modern facilities. We were confined to this dilapidated structure. Why is it so? Certainly, why is it so? I lowered my head, pressing against my temple, deliberately seeking solitude. Subsequently, Lin Jing and I parted ways. As she turned to leave, she flashed me a sweet smile. A gentle breeze tousled her hair. Thank you for accompanying me today, she said with a charming smile, waving goodbye. I nodded, my heart leaping with joy. I waved back at her and walked away. Upon returning home, I found myself inexplicably exhilarated, yet a twinge of apprehension lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that something significant awaited me the following day, something that would undoubtedly involve me. After all, it seemed I had disrupted the king's affairs that day. Suddenly, another thought struck me. The king had previously shown no mercy towards those who had thwarted his plans, imposing additional trials upon them. However, as long as one adhered to his rules, there would be no repercussions. Last time, I had blatantly disregarded the rules in my attempts to save others. Although I hadn't pushed those 6 individuals into harm's way, I had indeed rescued them. Outside the bounds of the rules, I was left wondering how the king would perceive my actions. Surely, the others must harbor intense resentment towards me, for I had extinguished their opportunity to conclude the game. The king's decision not to punish me. Could it be that he anticipated my intention to save class leader Wu Yuejin? Or perhaps he was aware that no one would perish. Which possibility was it? I couldn't ascertain, but I sensed that the king was orchestrating a grand trap, an elaborate scheme. Damn it! I tugged at my hair, feeling that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, I realized that such conundrums were beyond my intellectual capacity. Since I couldn't unravel it, I resolved to cease my thoughts on the matter. As I did, another figure emerged in my mind. Suddenly, a command from the king echoed in my thoughts. No way. I shook my head, dismissing the notion. Impossible, impossible. Thus, the following day arrived. Fortunately, the king did not issue any commands. The day passed without incident, and by evening, nearly everyone in our class was engrossed in their phones, scanning for messages. Throughout the night, the king remained silent, and by midnight, the clock in the room chimed. Yet, there was still no message on our devices. No message? Liang Jia glanced at her screen, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Nothing? No messages? I echoed, raising my eyebrows in disbelief. After a brief moment, I relaxed, relieved that nothing was amiss. What a relief. Lin Jing chuckled softly, shutting off her phone screen, and instinctively buried her head into her pillow, stretching her soft body in sheer comfort. It was indeed a delightful moment for Wu Yuejin, who was also in her room, as she too smiled. Oh, how wonderful it is to be carefree, Lin Ziyue exclaimed, nestling her head into the pillow she held close, her face radiating happiness. Buzz. All 3 of us simultaneously opened our eyes, fixated on a message displayed on our phone screens, and an inexplicable tension enveloped us. Lin Huoming must choose one among Lin Jing, Lin Ziyue, and Wu Yuejin before midnight today. The remaining 2 shall face punishment. If all 3 are chosen or none at all, then all 4 will meet their demise. I was momentarily stunned, forcing myself to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, my hands trembling as I stared at the message from the king. Indeed, I read it again, and there was no mistaking it. I was to select one of these 3 girls for a fate unknown to me, while the others would suffer consequences. What those consequences entailed remained a mystery. But if it meant death, I could never forgive myself for failing to act. I fell silent, kneeling at the edge of my bed, ensnared in prolonged contemplation. Ah! I cried out, gripping my head with both hands in a frenzy. What is happening? Are we really going to sleep without turning off the lights? Is this a death wish? A voice echoed from downstairs. Hastily, I extinguished the light and pulled the blanket over myself, fixated on my phone. Glancing at the time, I noted there were still 23 hours remaining, a burden more unbearable than death itself. Setting aside the challenge of conversing with them. Even if we did speak and they agreed, whom should I choose? That was indeed the crux of the matter. It was no longer about who I would select. Rather, it was about which of them would choose me. Why was I so tormented by this dilemma? What was it that troubled me so deeply? What was the king truly aiming for? I simply could not comprehend. Thus, I remained ensnared in my turmoil until dawn broke. When morning arrived, I crawled out of bed, bearing dark circles under my eyes and bloodshot sclera. Upon arriving at school, I encountered 3 individuals who mirrored my own distress. Good morning. I greeted Lin Jing with a wave. Oh, good morning. Lin Jing replied, hastily covering herself in embarrassment before darting away. In that moment, I recalled the king's wretched decree from the previous night. Why are you running? What do you think I will do? I would never force you into the bushes in broad daylight. What are you so afraid of? Upon arriving in class, I found myself even more unwelcome than before. The women regarded me with glances that suggested I was something utterly repugnant. Under such scrutiny, I felt an overwhelming discomfort enveloping me. Not only Lin Jing, but also Lin Ziyue and the class monitor Wu Yuejin cast peculiar looks in my direction, as if they suspected I might intend harm towards them. Their cheeks occasionally flushing with an unspoken embarrassment. I could not fathom their thoughts. As noon approached, Lin Jing approached me with a scowl. However, she did not engage me in conversation. Instead, she brushed past me, heading towards the classroom exit. Moments later, I received a message from Lin Jing, instructing me to meet her beneath the tree stump outside the school. With a resigned sigh, I rose from my seat and made my way outside. Upon reaching the tree stump, I was met with a thoroughly displeased expression from Lin Jing. I jested, "Are you, by any chance, the queen?" She offered me no warmth in return, crossing her arms and regarding me with an intensity that felt as if she might devour me whole. If I were truly a king, would I be able to issue such commands? At the very least, the entire class of girls would be required. I forced a smile, turning my head away, intending to leave her behind. "Wait," she called out, biting her lower lip and stamping her foot in frustration before turning back to face me. "What?" I did not turn around, feeling my mood sour at her suspicion. "Why are you so petty?" Lin Jing asked through clenched teeth. "What do you mean by you?" I retorted, exasperated. "Whom do you intend to choose?" she asked, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. I nearly choked on my laughter. What on earth was Lin Jing thinking? Chapter 13. To do or not to do. The question was no longer about who I would choose, but rather, who would choose me. I smirked slightly. "Well, considering your looks, it would be quite fortunate if anyone chose you at all." Lin Jing nodded, delivering her jibe without mercy. I gazed at her in silence, then turned my eyes skyward. Lin Jing, noticing my gaze, inexplicably blushed and fell into an odd silence herself. "If only," I began, turning back to her slowly. No, she exclaimed, her face burning with embarrassment as she hurried away. I stood there, stunned, realizing I had not finished my thought. My intention was to say, if we accomplish nothing today, in the end, I could only lower my head in disappointment, moving away step by step. After lunch, as the afternoon drew to a close, I glanced at the clock, noting there were still 8 hours remaining. If action was not taken, death awaited. If I acted, the other 2 would also meet their demise. If we did nothing, all 4 of us were doomed. I rested my head in my hands, pondering what course of action to take. Should we not seek out some loopholes in the rules? Perhaps then the 3 of us could evade punishment. However, such a notion merely flitted through my mind before dissipating, for it is not so simple. If it were truly that straightforward, even if, for the sake of argument, all 4 of us emerged unscathed, the king would undoubtedly retaliate with even greater fervor. The school bell jolted me from my reverie, and I realized my cheek, propped up by my hand, had already turned crimson. I lifted my head to glance at the messages on my phone. After a while, the 4 of us found ourselves at Lin Ziyue's home. Lin Ziyue sat there, clutching a pillow and gazing at the three of us. We took our seats on the stools, enveloped in an awkward silence. I cleared my throat, and the three of them shivered slightly. Was I truly that intimidating? In truth, there was no need for such fear, as I meant them no harm. I coughed again and reassured them. We are all doomed, Lin Jing interjected, reminding me. Be quiet. I scowled at Lin Jing. What did you say? Lin Jing's eyes widened, and she put her hands on her hips, as if ready to devour me. All right. Let us all just say one less thing. The class monitor, Wu Yuejin, waved her hand. Okay. Lin Ziyue gently intervened to mediate. After a lengthy exchange of barbs between Lin Jing and myself, we finally managed to quell our tempers. After much bickering, both Lin Jing and I had reddened eyes and turned away from each other in silence. Someone like you will never find a girlfriend. You'll remain a virgin for life, Lin Jing shouted at me, seizing Lin Ziyue's pillow and hurling it in my direction. Well, how unfortunate. Tonight, I shall end my virginity. I gritted my teeth and caught the pillow. An awkward silence lingered until 10 o'clock. With 2 hours remaining, none of us spoke. Class monitor. Aren't you going home tonight? I glanced at her. The class monitor, startled by my call, trembled slightly and weakly informed me that she had told her parents she would be staying over at a classmate's house. I nodded in understanding, realizing she had lied to her parents. No, it's not that. I just wanted to see class monitor Wu Yuejin's face flushed as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Perhaps you should refrain from explaining. Lin Jing waved her hand dismissively. At that moment, I noticed Lin Ziyue, seemingly lost in thought as she bit her finger. Her demeanor inexplicably sent a chill down my spine. What on earth? Is she contemplating something? Lin Jing glanced at Lin Ziyue, her mind racing. In nothing, Lin Ziyue began to respond, but Lin Jing interrupted her, forcing the words back down her throat. Bang, bang, bang. At the stroke of 11, Lin Ziyue could no longer contain herself. She stood up, clenched her small fist to muster some courage, and then extended her delicate hand to grasp mine, pulling me outside. Once we stepped into the open air, she continued to walk briskly. After traversing 2 streets, we arrived at a secluded area beneath the canopy of a park. Gasping for breath, she leaned on her knees, not turning back, yet I could sense the words she longed to utter. Hua Ming, I have played this game once before, but I was not present last time, and that person perished. This time, I absolutely cannot bear to witness your demise. As Lin Ziyue turned around, in that fleeting moment, I beheld her tear-streaked face, and a surge of compassion welled up within me. I understand. I comprehend your sentiments. I smiled gently at Lin Ziyue and reached out my hand. Just like that. I held her hand. Her hand felt incredibly soft, akin to a tender morsel of flesh, delightful to grasp. No wonder the literature speaks of women as water. Perhaps this is the reason. With Lin Ziyue's hand clasped in mine, I continued to walk forward. I halted before the hotel. Ziyue, have you made your decision? I released her hand and turned to gaze earnestly into her eyes. Lin Ziyue contemplated for a couple of seconds, finally arriving at a conclusion. All right then. I took her hand once more and led her into the hotel. Upon entering, I playfully tossed Lin Ziyue onto the bed and firmly shut the door. Yet, this was merely a figment of my imagination. In reality, Lin Ziyue gently closed the door behind her. Click! The sound of a latch echoed, and I knew the door was securely locked. Lin Ziyue placed her hands on her soft chest and took a deep breath before stepping into the bathroom. It seemed she was indeed serious. I sat on the bed, lying down, then sitting up again, caught in a whirlpool of anticipation. I checked the time on my phone. 45 minutes remained. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Lin Ziyue emerged, steam swirling around her, forming glistening droplets on her skin. As I gazed upon her rosy complexion, my breath quickened. Her hair was elegantly tied back, revealing her smooth, jade-like neck in splendid expanses, provoking thoughts of untoward desires. Yet, I was not of that depraved ilk. I merely found my gaze entranced. Rising to my feet, I entered the bathroom as well. After a while, I too emerged, wrapped in a towel. The question lingered, to act or not to act. After a tumultuous 2 seconds of intense internal conflict, bolstered by my resolute character and will, I ultimately succumbed. Yielding to the command of the king, I found myself gently seated beside Lin Ziyue half an hour later. Slowly, inch by inch, I leaned in to brush against her soft lips. Lin Ziyue gradually closed her eyes, and I thought, perhaps she harbored a slight fondness for me. In an instant, a thought struck me, and I turned my head away. Lin Ziyue opened her eyes, gazing at me with a mix of confusion and disappointment. Indeed, a person like me must possess no charm whatsoever. Lin Ziyue forced a smile, tears welling in her eyes. No, it's not that. I just fear my inability to take responsibility because I hesitate. unsure of how to express myself. After all, Huoming likes Lin Jing, doesn't he? Lin Ziyue said. Lowering her head, I fell silent, for she was right. The reason I had said nothing tonight, nor made any gestures, was out of fear of hurting her. At that moment, Lin Jing must have sensed something amiss, but what were we to each other? Perhaps nothing at all, just friends. And perhaps we would never advance beyond that. If I did not act, I would face consequences. I could never coerce Lin Jing into doing what she could not. Having come to this realization, I understood what I must do. While Lin Ziyue was lost in thought, I kissed her soft lips. She let out a soft whimper, her body yielding to me. Wait a moment, Lin Ziyue gently pushed against me. There was no time left. I'm sorry, I murmured, pressing her down against my broad chest. She gasped, unable to breathe as I kissed her. That night, everything that was meant to happen, and that which was not, transpired. Chapter 14. Secrets? Buzz. The vibration of my phone jolted us back to reality. I opened my phone to see a message. Task completed for Lin Huoming on the 7th and Lin Ziyue on the 27th. A message from the king. Rising from the bed, I noticed Lin Ziyue emerging from the bathroom. I then opened the door to find Lin Jing and Wu Yuejin standing outside. I was uncertain how they had come to be here. Perhaps they had followed me. Lin Jing glanced at her phone, then looked up at me. She clenched her fist and gradually released it. Witnessing her demeanor, I would have preferred her to strike me instead. A blow from her would have been bearable. Yet she refrained. Gritting her teeth, she stared at me, breathless. I maintained my gaze upon her, silently observing. She unclenched her fist, raising her hand high, as if to deliver a sharp slap. Yet, she did not. Slowly, she lowered her hand, allowing it to drop. Lin Jing, please, let me explain. Lin Ziyue emerged from within. But before she could utter another word, Lin Jing abruptly ran away. I gazed at Lin Jing's silhouette. A surge of inexplicable emotions coursing through me. Hurry and chase her, urged our class monitor, Wu Yuejin, nudging me from behind. I dashed forward a few steps, but alas, I could not catch up. Upon returning home, I lay on my bed, reflecting on the events of the day. What on earth was that fellow up to? Suddenly, a notification buzzed. Lin Jing and Lin Ziyue must find a male, other than Lin Huoming, to complete today's task by midnight tomorrow, or face dire consequences. Startled, I leapt from my bed. Once again, we had fallen victim to the king's whims. Was this punishment? He was clearly targeting me. Punishing me for having rescued Wu Yuejin last time. Clenching my fists tightly, I opened my phone to call Lin Jing, knowing she must have seen the message by now. The dial tone rang, but then, sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off. I was infuriated. That scoundrel must have hung up on me. Grasping my hair in frustration, I jumped off my bed and called Wu Yuejin. She answered promptly, and I requested Lin Jing's address. After receiving it, I hurried in the direction of Lin Jing's home. I ran tirelessly, finally arriving at the address Wu Yuejin had provided. Lin Jing resided in a modest dwelling. I knocked on her door, and she emerged, her expression dark. What do you want? She glared at me, eyes reddened. Have you been crying? I raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her. I haven't tea. You're the one who has been crying. She retorted dismissively. Well, as long as you haven't, I replied. Get lost. Lin Jing cursed, preparing to slam the door shut. Wait. I hastily interjected, wedging my hand in the doorframe. The outcome was predictable. Oh. I yelped in pain as she caught my hand, and to my surprise, her stern demeanor broke into a chuckle. All right, I'm sorry, I said, wrapping my arms around Lin Jing. Let go, she shouted, stamping down on my foot with force. Lin Jing struggled, but I held her tightly, apologizing profusely. What are you apologizing for? You've done nothing wrong, she exclaimed, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. I lowered my gaze, unable to articulate my thoughts. Then you can treat others that way too? She snapped, and before I could react, her hand struck my face with a resounding smack. I felt a burning scarlet mark upon my face, and an intense pain radiated across my skin. I, Lin Jing, lowered my head and fell into silence. If we were to do nothing, it seemed inevitable that all four of us would perish. I exhaled slowly and addressed Lin Jing. Well, I understand. She kept her gaze downcast, and I imagined her anger had nearly dissipated after that slap. So, what do you intend to do now? I feigned indifference as I spoke to her. What does it matter to you? Lin Jing's demeanor shifted abruptly. She regarded me coldly, seemingly indifferent to my presence. I worry about you. I fear for your life. I grasped her hand, raising my voice in earnest. I don't know. Lin Jing averted her gaze, crossing her arms in silence. May I enter first? I inquired. After a long pause, Lin Jing finally relented and opened the door to her home. Her parents were often away, and she claimed to be alone at home for long stretches. Upon entering Lin Jing's room, I was greeted by a sea of pink, reminiscent of a typical girl's sanctuary. What are you staring at? Lin Jing pinched my arm sharply. Oh, nothing. Just looking, I replied, taking a seat on a stool, too timid to move. I dared not observe anything further. After a while, Lin Jing urged me to leave. You should go, she said, her lips pursed. Why? Have you come up with a good plan? I implored her. None whatsoever. She turned her head away, a hint of color rising to her cheeks. Then why send me away? I protested. You can't help me here, and all you do is shout. That only clouds my thoughts. Lin Jing snapped back. I was taken aback, rendered speechless, and simply turned the stool away, sitting down heavily. Neither of us spoke. We were both lost in quiet contemplation, pondering how things had come to this. What do you truly wish to achieve? You should leave. Do you really intend to spend the night here? Lin Jing glowered at me, giving me a gentle kick. Regardless, there is something I wish to convey, I said earnestly, looking into her eyes. Go ahead, she replied, arms crossed, her legs elegantly crossed as she regarded me with a frosty expression. I like you. I uttered those 4 words to Lin Jing. Why you? What did you just say? Repeat that. Lin Jing sprang to her feet, uncrossing her legs. Her face flushed as she spoke rapidly. I said I like you. Did you hear me? I reiterated with a stern expression. You. Get out. Lin Jing hastily rose from her bed and pushed me out of her room. I stood outside in silence. Inside, Lin Jing's complexion blazed with embarrassment, her heart racing uncontrollably as she hurried to her bed, covering herself with the blanket. I waited quietly outside, and the reason I spoke so hastily was not due to any particular motivation, but rather because of the task the king had assigned to me today, as well as the one given to Lin Jing. I feared that if I did not express myself now, I might never have another opportunity in this lifetime. Thus, I resolved to seize this chance with utmost determination. Inside the room, Lin Jing had buried herself beneath the covers, seemingly at a loss on how to respond to my sudden confession. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps around half an hour, she finally opened the door. I noticed her face had turned a deep shade of crimson, with strands of hair clinging to her damp skin, indicating she had perspired profusely. Even the area around her ears was flushed. She gazed at me, her cheeks betraying her embarrassment, yet she attempted to close the door again. This time, I would not allow it. I pressed against the door, and we found ourselves in a gentle standoff. Open the door. What do you wish to do? I said, my expression stern. Leave. Just wait a moment before coming in. Lin Jing shouted back, her face still aflame. Though I had no intention of granting her that opportunity, I found her surprisingly strong in this moment, and it took considerable effort for me to finally pry the door open. Enough of this nonsense, I panted as I settled onto a chair inside the room. She, blushing and unable to meet my gaze, had transformed into a bashful maiden. Clutching a pillow, she regarded me with a vacant stare, as though I were some unsavory figure. I do not wish for you to perish. Under no circumstances do I wish for your demise, I stated, watching her without concern for her thoughts. She nodded slightly, while still grasping the pillow. What does that even mean? Speak up. I could not restrain myself from raising my voice at her. Typically, she was far more boisterous than I, yet after my confession, she had become remarkably subdued. I will find a way. I will not die. Is that acceptable? Lin Jing's voice emerged weakly from beneath the pillow. What? Her voice, akin to a mosquito's buzz, was barely audible. Leave. Is that all right? Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Jing blushed fiercely and hurled a pillow at my head. With a thud, I collapsed onto the floor as she proceeded to pummel me with the pillow, kicking and striking until she forcibly ejected me from her home. Once outside, I exhaled deeply, believing that this would prevent Lin Jing from harboring any dark thoughts. I returned home, having gone a day without sleep, and finally succumbed to slumber, awakening the following afternoon. Upon arriving at school, given the events that had transpired, our hearts had undoubtedly changed. The teachers remained oblivious to the matter, as they had no means of knowing. Since Lin Jing seemed to be all right, I decided to check on the class monitor, as she was also a friend. She appeared quite fatigued, dark circles under her eyes, and her gaze was bloodshot. Classmate Huaming, is there something you need? She inquired, setting her book aside to look at me. I beckoned her to come out and inquired if she had any thoughts. She shook her head, but reassured me not to worry about her. She mentioned that Lin Jing had already devised a plan for her. When I asked her what that plan entailed, she remained silent. My fists clenched involuntarily. Who is this king? What grants him such formidable power to manipulate our lives at will? How is this justifiable? Even a deity would not toy with us in such a manner. If I were to find him, I would not let him escape unscathed. Yet the dilemma remains. We do not even know the identity of the king, let alone how to seek revenge. I exchanged a few words with the class monitor before heading towards Lin Jing. She placed her finger to her lips, offering me a mysterious smile without uttering a word. Chapter 15. Is the teacher the king? What is this? A secret that cannot be revealed? What does it mean? I asked Lin Jing. A secret? Not for you to know, she replied with a smile. I gazed at her in silence, gradually approaching her. She instinctively stepped back. Her eyes fixated on me with a hint of apprehension. Are you deceiving me? I queried, searching her eyes, which seemed to evade mine slightly. Of course not. Lin Jing averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing as she murmured. Tell me, I am genuinely worried about you, I urged softly. All right, I will tell you tonight. She nudged me, urging me to return to class. At that moment, none of us were in the right frame of mind to attend class. Our thoughts were consumed by our own concerns, leaving no room for trivial matters. Before long, I found myself resting my head on the desk. After class, I made my way to Lin Ziyue's home. Given the events of yesterday, I felt a lingering sense of guilt towards her. I purchased some fruits and snacks that girls typically enjoy and arrived at her residence. I rang the doorbell, and soon, Lin Ziyue emerged. Upon seeing me, her face flushed slightly as she opened the door, allowing me to enter. I placed the items on her desk and found a spot to sit. How are you feeling? I asked as I peeled an apple for her. She accepted it, nodded, and quietly expressed her gratitude. No need to thank me. I just couldn't continue yesterday. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can vividly recall Lin Ziyue's demeanor from the previous night. Oh, don't say that, she exclaimed, nearly mortified, before hurling a pillow at me and burying herself beneath the covers. All right, I nodded, refraining from further comment. Lin Ziyue glanced at me surreptitiously, and after exchanging a few more words, I took my leave. As I walked back, my thoughts lingered on that night in the classroom. Who had sealed it? What had transpired within those walls? Would we ultimately share the same fate? By the time I departed from Lin Ziyue's house, approximately 6 hours had elapsed. I asked Lin Jing if she truly had a solution, to which she affirmed, indeed. Really? You must not be deceiving me. I grasped her hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of worry. Why were you not so concerned about me last night? Lin Jing raised her delicate chin, adopting an air of haughty defiance. All right. I concede that I owe you an apology. Is that satisfactory? I embraced Lin Jing with a sense of helplessness. Humph. What do you mean concede? Clearly, it is you who has wronged me. How dare you deny it? Lin Jing seemed to accept my confession, scolding me before biting down hard on my shoulder, then enveloping me in her embrace. After a while, we parted ways. Have you truly made up your mind? I couldn't help but inquire once more. Indeed, you need not worry. Lin Jing chided me, likening me to an old man. As night fell, our class monitor, Wu Yuejin, arrived at Lin Jing's home, and the two entered the room in a mysterious manner. Lin Jing did not divulge the method to me. She simply slipped into the room with Wu Yuejin, leaving me outside to lie quietly. For some reason, my spirits plummeted. Was I regretting my actions from yesterday? I was uncertain. Bowing my head, I buried it in my knees, patiently awaiting the unfolding events within. Around 8 or 9 o'clock, strange sounds emanated from inside. I was tempted to rush in and uncover the truth, yet a certain dread held me back. King, if you reveal your weaknesses, I shall surely seize the opportunity. Buzz. I unlocked my phone. Task completed by Lin Jing number 49 and Wu Yuejin number 35. I glanced at the time. It was merely 10 o'clock. I wondered how Lin Jing and Wu Yuejin were faring inside. Buzz. A message from Lin Jing appeared, instructing me to return home first. Without uttering a word, I stood up and walked away. Upon returning home, I succumbed to a profound silence. How could such a situation have arisen? Lin Jing had. I turned off the lights, feeling a blockage within my heart, as if tears were imminent, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloping me. Was this how Lin Jing felt last night? Buzz. My phone chimed again. If only you had not caused such a fuss, the game would have concluded by now. It was a message from Liang Jia. I clenched my fists tightly, staring at the message, my desire to confront him surging within me. Yet, even with such feelings, it would change nothing. I ignored him, tossing my phone aside and burying myself in the blankets. After a while, Liang Jia sent me an image, a screenshot of a news article. In 2007, a mass suicide occurred in a classroom at XX University, suspected to be due to overwhelming employment pressure. The headline caught my attention. How could this be? It had to be the king. It was because of him that such things transpired. Could it be that this school had previously experienced such a game? That is the most recent update. It is what it is, Liang Jia conveyed to me. As I gazed at the message, I found myself lost in contemplation about the King's game that had transpired in the past. What fate befell its participants? Did anyone emerge unscathed? With these inquiries lingering in my mind, I sought out the office of my homeroom teacher the following day. However, upon arriving at the door, I hesitated. Wait, would it be too presumptuous of me to enter unannounced? What are you doing here? A voice suddenly emerged from behind me. Liang Jia, coldly questioning my presence. I intend to inquire about that incident from years ago and examine the relevant documents, I replied to Liang Jia. He flashed me a smile and beckoned me closer with a flick of his finger. I was uncertain how he had procured the key to the rooftop, but he unlocked the door, and we ascended to the terrace. I initially thought you might be of some use, but I underestimated your foolishness. Lin Huoming, has your brain rusted? What do you think would happen if you brought your phone in? Liang Jia turned to me from atop the terrace. The teacher will surely assist us, I asserted confidently. Suppose he is in cahoots with the king. Or perhaps he is the king himself. What do you think your fate would be? The corners of his mouth curled into a subtle smirk. The teacher is the king? Suddenly, the possibility struck me. If the teacher were indeed the king, and I had naively approached him for help, my fate could be dire. The thought sent a chill down my spine, and I was drenched in cold sweat. Wait, are you suggesting the teacher is the king? I exclaimed, my eyes wide with disbelief. I don't know, it's merely a guess. It's at least a possibility, and you could very well be the king too, he laughed, spreading his hands wide. What exactly do you mean? I furrowed my brow, scrutinizing Liang Jia. Tonight, we shall secretly seek an opportunity to enter the archives and find the records from that year. Liang Jia's expression shifted abruptly, his face appearing ominous beneath his hoodie. All right. I nodded in agreement. Thus, Liang Jia departed. In the afternoon, I visited Lin Jing's home to inquire about her condition. Not so well. It hurts more than I anticipated. Lin Jing's complexion seemed a tad pale. I recounted the events to Lin Jing, who listened quietly, considering my words. I want to go too, Lin Jing declared. Go where? We are attempting to steal something. What purpose would you serve? I replied, at a loss for words. I don't care. I must go with you, Lin Jing insisted, attempting to rise from her bed. However, as her feet touched the floor, she grimaced in pain. Forget it, if you can't manage. It's sufficient for the two of us to go. I hastily assisted Lin Jing back onto the bed. No, I absolutely must accompany you. Liang Jia does not seem like a good person. I must be by your side. Lin Jing was adamant, declaring that she would not relent until she joined me that night. However, as I observed Lin Jing's pale complexion, a sense of compassion welled up within me. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Are you not a man? She insisted. All right, I shall come to pick you up tonight, I replied softly, nodding at her. Lin Jing responded, her demeanor softening upon hearing my gentle tone. I leaned in gradually towards her delicate lips, and our mouths eventually met. After a moment, we parted. Her cheeks flushed as she pushed me away, urging me to leave. I complied. By 10 o'clock that evening, I arrived at Lin Jing's home. Can you still not leave? If not, I shall go alone, I smiled, addressing her. I can go. Do you expect me to carry you if I can't? I helped Lin Jing off the bed. Outside, I crouched down and tilted my head, inviting her to climb onto my back. Go away. Who needs you to carry me? Lin Jing retorted, stepping back and playfully kicking my backside. Ouch! I exclaimed, falling to the ground. At that moment, I felt a soft weight settle on my back. Glancing back to see Lin Jing smiling, I stood up and carried her to school. Although it was slightly tiring, it was a trivial matter for me. Lin Jing gently wiped the sweat from my forehead before jumping down from my back. Is everything all right? I inquired. It doesn't hurt as much now, she nodded. We arrived at the agreed meeting place, where Liang Jia regarded us with a peculiar gaze. He scoffed disdainfully before turning his strange look towards Lin Jing. You actually brought a woman here? Liang Jia turned back to glance at Lin Jing, smiling. What's wrong with a woman? Lin Jing challenged him loudly. Liang Jia abruptly faced her, his expression turning menacing. Shoo, are you insane? Keep your voice down. I hastily covered Lin Jing's mouth. She stuck out her tongue and nodded. Sighing silently, Liang Jia walked ahead. Do you know where the archive room is? I queried him. Yes, it's an isolated archive room. Just follow me, he confirmed. It seems a bit dark. Should we turn on the flashlight on our phones? Lin Jing suggested. Good grief, Liang Jia replied, looking back at me in disbelief. I was just joking, you silly. Lin Jing teased, sticking out her tongue. Liang Jia moved swiftly and quietly, resembling a cat. Despite the darkness, he appeared to know the route well, navigating quickly ahead of us. After evading several rounds of the school's security patrols, we arrived directly at the door of the archive room. Liang Jia decisively retrieved a set of keys from his pocket. Gazing at the impressive array, my eyes widened in astonishment. There were over 30 keys, jingling melodiously in the air, resonating with a vibrant sound. Goodness, do you possess this many keys? I inquired. Somewhat speechless. Silence. Do not make a commotion. Find someone to keep watch, Liang Jia instructed briskly, extracting one key from the collection to unlock the archives. Hurry, hurry. Step inside. He beckoned us as we entered, swiftly shutting the door behind us. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and Liang Jia activated his phone's flashlight. Quickly, search for the files of Class 14 from 2007, every single one. He commanded. You simply need to hold the light, he added, directing his request at Lin Jing. With a sullen expression, Lin Jing took the phone, illuminating the pages before us. We frantically searched for the records of that year's students, yet to our dismay, we found nothing. Why? Why could we not locate them? After half an hour of relentless searching, I gasped for breath, staring at the shelves in the cramped archive room. Why were they absent? We had followed the timeline, but upon reaching 2007, the entire shelf appeared to be missing. Had someone removed it? Liang Jia stroked his chin in contemplation. No, this cannot be right. It must be here, he insisted, continuing his search. Another hour passed before Liang Jia finally exclaimed. I found it. It has been hidden away. He retrieved the files from the topmost shelf, declaring, 2007, Class 14. However, to our astonishment, it was still nowhere to be found. Liang Jia clenched his teeth, glaring at the dust-covered documents. How can this be? Among so many classes, why is Class 14 missing? He returned the files to their original place, a seemingly trivial act that somehow made me feel a modicum of trust in him. Oh well, let's head back. Liang Jia sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he led us out. After parting ways with Liang Jia, my phone buzzed a moment later. Buzz. Return to school. And do not let Lin Jing know. Liang Jia's message piqued my curiosity, yet I complied with his request. I escorted Lin Jing home and prepared to return to school. Huaming, wait. Lin Jing suddenly called out from behind me. I turned to glance at her. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she looked at me with an air of shyness, fidgeting nervously. What is it? I arched an eyebrow at her. Could you possibly stay tonight? Lin Jing asked, her face a rosy hue. However, I recalled Liang Jia's words. But, I hesitated. But what? Lin Jing questioned, puzzled. But I have other matters to attend to. I awkwardly replied. If you don't want to, then forget it. Liang Jia observed my demeanor and realized I could not possibly remain. Very well, take care of yourself, I said to Lin Jing. You pathetic loser. Doomed to a life of solitude, Lin Jing retorted, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Upon entering the school, I noticed Liang Jia's expression, as if he had been waiting for me for quite some time. Never mind, no need for words. Let's hurry. I followed Liang Jia into a certain office. Where's this? I glanced at the sign, sensing it was an extraordinary place. The principal's office. Liang Jia casually produced a key and unlocked the door. Wow, how on earth did he get a key to the principal's office? I raised an eyebrow at him. Enough chatter, let's find it quickly. Someone is bound to arrive at the principal's office shortly. Liang Jia disregarded my inquiry and pushed the door open, rummaging through the cabinets inside. After a half hour of searching, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Click. The door swung open. The security guard swept the principal's office with his flashlight. Discovering nothing amiss, Liang Jia and I exchanged glances from beneath the desk, my gaze lingering on his vacant stare, which was somewhat disconcerting. The guard glanced around, and with a thud, the door closed behind him. Liang Jia and I exhaled slowly, emerging from our hiding spot. We resumed our search, but after 2 hours, with the guard having visited twice, we were almost ready to give up. Liang Jia circled the principal's office, and then suddenly paused. He forcefully kicked at a stone tile beneath his feet. Sure, listen. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling me to be silent, then knelt to tap on the stone tile. It was hollow. Liang Jia raised an eyebrow, then wiped the tile clean, seeking a way to lift it. Beneath the stone was a box, crafted from jade. Upon opening it, Liang Jia discovered documents pertaining to Class 14 of the year 2007, sealed tightly. If opened from the outside, the principal would surely be alerted. It seemed the principal was aware of certain matters. Let's go. We shall return another day. Liang Jia glanced at the jade box, retrieving his phone to capture a photograph. Thus, Liang Jia and I departed. We shall return tomorrow. Liang Jia smiled, a cunning grin adorning his face. All right. We mutually agreed to leave it undisturbed. The next day, Liang Jia and I returned to the principal's office. This time, he produced an identical file folder from his clothing and placed the counterfeit folder back in its original position. Just one day. I hope he won't notice tomorrow. Liang Jia adjusted the folder slightly before positioning his phone for a photograph. Thus, we quietly replaced the tiles back in their original positions and left without a word. Upon returning home, I anticipated that the king would issue a new decree the following evening, yet the nature of the game remained a mystery to us. The next day, I arrived at school, where the class monitor, Wu Yuejin, was conversing with Lin Jing. Uncertain of the king's impending command, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. Wu Yuejin furrowed her brow, revealing her own concerns. While I too was apprehensive, I felt it imperative, as a man, to maintain composure and project reliability to those around me. I had to hold it together. Are you not afraid? Lin Jing inquired, scrutinizing me with a worried expression. Observing her demeanor, I candidly replied, of course I'm afraid. Well then, since you are so frightened, let's play a game, Lin Jing suggested with a smile, extending her fist toward me. What game? I asked, momentarily taken aback by her gesture. Rock, paper, scissors. Lin Jing's radiant smile warmed my heart, enveloping me in a sense of comfort. Very well. Allow this champion to compete with you. I chuckled, rolling up my sleeves. Rock, paper, scissors. I chose rock, while Lin Jing presented paper. Remember, next time you must choose rock, she admonished, her smile playful, feigning exasperation. I engaged in the light-hearted game with Lin Jing to alleviate the tension that hung in the air. Thus, the hours passed until the evening, and at 8 o'clock, the king indeed summoned us for a game. Please arrive at class 14 by midnight to partake in the game. Lateness will not be tolerated, the king messaged, indicating the necessity of our punctual attendance. After days of games, we had begun to grasp the king's character. As 8 o'clock approached, everyone gathered in the classroom, their demeanor unusually solemn. Ah, it seems everyone is present. Tonight, we shall play a game, the king communicated to us. The security guard was nowhere to be seen, and in the center of the classroom, a table appeared, upon which rested a mysterious box. None knew what lay within. Please, number 16, Wei Huangqing, step forward. You are the protagonist of this game. Kindly open the box, the king instructed. Wei Huangqing emerged from among his peers, eyeing the box on the table as he approached cautiously. Known for his notorious ferocity, he was regarded as a small delinquent, notorious for his unruly demeanor. Damn it! He cursed darkly, noticing Liang Jia's unblinking gaze as he approached the table. What are you staring at? Move aside. Don't block my path. Wei Huangqing cursed and lunged directly at Liang Jia, who skillfully sidestepped, choosing to disregard him. Chapter 17. Where is the key? Wei Huangqing approached the table and opened a box, while Liang Jia slightly tilted his head to glimpse the contents within. A gleaming silver knife lay inside the box, exuding an uncanny aura. The blade bore no blood groove, and the hilt was adorned with a skull pattern, its sinister curvature seemingly capable of wounding even its master. Wei Huangqing extended his hand to grasp the knife, examining it closely as he weighed it in his palm. Indeed, a fine blade, he mused, smiling as he sliced the air with it. The girls instinctively recoiled from Wei Huangqing, wary of the potential danger posed by his weapon. What is the matter? Do I appear that terrifying? Wei Huangqing approached one of the girls, brandishing the knife before her. The girl, startled, burst into tears. What are you doing? I shouted, stepping in front of her. What do you want, you brat? Wei Huangqing retorted, pressing the knife against my neck, our eyes locked in a tense standoff. Eventually, he sheathed the knife with a huff and opened his phone. Buzz. Now, number 16, Wei Huangqing. Among all the girls, find one whose body conceals a key. No matter the method, if you do not uncover this key before midnight, your punishment will be death. Death. Wei Huangqing stared at his phone, inhaling deeply, his icy gaze sweeping over the girls. They huddled in the corners, paralyzed by fear, their eyes reflecting trepidation as they regarded him. What does it mean to be within a body? Wei Huangqing pondered, glancing at the knife once more. He began to comprehend the implication. Was he to kill one of the girls, or merely sever a certain part? Wei Huangqing was perplexed. The phrase within a girl's body could refer to various parts, the brain, hands, feet, or even RF, among others. The most distressing realization was his inability to ascertain which girl housed the key, a predicament that could prove fatal for him. He scanned the girls once more. Suddenly, the classroom door slammed shut, trapping everyone inside. Wei Huangqing surveyed the terrified girls, then leaped onto the table, knife in hand, as he approached his chosen target. Lin Ziyue. Lin Ziyue huddled in the corner, her eyes wide as she gazed at Wei Huangqing. Wei Huangqing seized Lin Ziyue's wrist, yanking her up from the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Ziyue grimaced and exclaimed. In an instant, I became aware of the situation concerning Lin Ziyue. What are you doing? I rushed forward, prying Wei Huangqing's hand away and positioning myself protectively in front of Lin Ziyue, locking eyes with him. This matter has nothing to do with you, Lin. Mind your own business, or don't blame me for being rude. Wei Huangqing brandished the knife before me. What do you want? I stared wide-eyed at Wei Huangqing. I want nothing, but I suspect that something lies within this woman's body. I merely wish to confirm it. Wei Huangqing licked his lips, startling Lin Ziyue, who whimpered and hid behind me. On what grounds do you presume that? I glared at Wei Huangqing, poised to strike. She is the only one chosen as a target by the king twice. Do you not find that peculiar? Liang Jia emerged from behind. His head bowed as he sat on the table, gazing out the window. Indeed. Therefore, I must thoroughly examine her body, Wei Huangqing declared, lunging a knife towards me. In a flash, I grasped his wrist while delivering a punch with my other hand. The impact was resounding. He crumpled to the ground. With a clatter, the knife flew from his grasp, landing at Lin Jing's feet. Damn it! Wei Huangqing rose from the ground, cursing as he charged at me. And we engaged in a fierce struggle. Although Lin Ziyue was not my girlfriend, she had once sacrificed for our lives. Thus, she was at least my friend. And I could not stand idly by regarding her safety. Stop fighting. No, not on me. Lin Ziyue weakly protested from behind. Did you hear that? I shouted, prompting Wei Huangqing to grunt and break away from me. In terms of physique, I was no weaker than a thug like Wei Huangqing. I maintained my fitness regimen. And although I did not possess the body of a bodybuilder, I had the requisite muscle definition and strength, and I was certainly not afraid of him. Yet, inexplicably, Liang Jia's slender form managed to deliver a kick to my body, and I felt as though I had been struck with immense force, rendering me unable to rise. I truly could not fathom how he had acquired such strength. How do you know? Wei Huangqing, eyes wide and panting, continued to interrogate Lin Ziyue. I can feel it. My body has no keys, Lin Ziyue replied earnestly while clutching my arm. Upon hearing her words, Wei Huangqing merely stared at her in silence. Is that so? Then that woman must know that there is a key within her body, right? Wei Huangqing glanced at the other girls, falling into a contemplative silence. He stood alone, brandishing a knife and threatening them, observing their expressions with a fury that left him breathless. Wei Wanking bit his lip in silence. As time ticked away, reaching 11 o'clock, desperation began to consume him. The sight of the girls, all seemingly identical in their refusal to speak, ignited his anger. With only half an hour remaining, the thought of exterminating them all crossed his mind. Tell me now, who is it? If you refuse to speak, I will slaughter every last one of you. Wei Wanking's rage was nearly uncontrollable, his eyes bloodshot and menacing as he glared at them all. Only 10 minutes left. Speak up. Is it you? If you don't, I will mar your face, leave you disfigured. He seized one girl's hand, his gaze twisted with malice, causing her to weep. In his fury, he released her and advanced towards Lin Jing. What are you doing? I rushed towards Wei Wanking. Don't come any closer. Lin Jing trembled, her eyes fixed on him. Ignoring me completely, Wei Wanking lunged at Lin Jing, delivering a brutal slap that echoed through the room. The blow sent her knife flying, and he seized it once more. Buzz. It seems you still cannot find it. Allow me to provide a hint. The key lies within the body of Zhou Lu, number 21, a message from the king read. In an instant, Wei Wanking's gaze fixed on Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu, a rebellious girl, sensed that she had become a target. Deep down, she felt the key within her. Yet fear paralyzed her from speaking, for she knew the dire consequences of revealing it. Adorned in heavy makeup and cowering in a corner, she pressed her wrist tightly, blood oozing from a gash. We all understood where the key was hidden now. No, don't come near me, Zhou Lu screamed, bolting towards the window. Get away. All of you get away. Wei Wanking shouted as he charged at her with the knife. Get back. Don't you dare come closer, Zhou Lu shrieked. With 5 minutes remaining, Wei Wanking's eyes turned crimson. He grasped the sinister dagger and seized Zhou Lu's wrist. Blood flowed from the gash that marred her skin, droplets cascading down. Wei Wanking, his eyes ablaze, struck down on Zhou Lu's wrist with the blade. Don't. Zhou Lu cried out desperately, but no one came to her aid. We all understand that aiding Zhou Lu is tantamount to opposing the king, and the consequence of such opposition is my own demise. Regardless of Zhou Lu's actions, her fate of losing her arm remains unaltered. In a swift motion, her wrist was severed, and with it, her entire hand was brutally cleaved by Wei Huangqing. A cacophony of screams erupted from countless girls as the classroom transformed into a pool of blood, Zhou Lu's life essence gushing forth. Amidst the crimson chaos, a key fell to the ground. Trembling, Wei Huangqing bent down, his other arm still clutching the dagger, and retrieved the key. Blood stained his face as he gazed at the object of his fixation. Zhou Lu, sprawled on the floor, clutched her severed hand, wailing in agony. Blood splattered across Wei Huangqing's visage, yet he felt nothing, his eyes fixated solely on the key. Suddenly, my phone vibrated, signaling that the king had sent another message, a task completion notification. Simultaneously, Wei Huangqing, trembling, extracted his phone from his pocket. There remained 3 minutes until midnight, which meant Wei Huangqing was teetering on the brink of death, with only a fleeting moment left. However, the king's subsequent words would dictate Wei Huangqing's fate. Next, let Zhou Lu of number 21 become the king and issue a command. This command shall be regarded as my own and acted upon. The king had spoken. This new decree undeniably placed Wei Huangqing's life in Zhou Lu's hands. If Zhou Lu were to lose her sanity and command all the boys to perish, it would spell doom for them all. With a maniacal laugh, Zhou Lu brandished her phone, reading the words that conferred upon her the power to dictate life and death. She could even render a person's existence a living hell. Very well. You shall die immediately. Wei Huangqing of number 16. You shall be dismembered and perish. Do it at once. Hurry and die. Zhou Lu, with her remaining arm, pointed resolutely at Wei Huangqing. He stared back at her, a grotesque expression twisting his features, fully aware that he was preparing for his end. Wei Huangqing of number 16, be dismembered and die. The king commanded. You wretched woman. I will kill you. I will kill you. Wei Huangqing glared at Zhou Lu, his face contorted with rage, trembling as he harbored the desire to end her life before his own demise. He lunged at Zhou Lu with a dagger, as if driven by madness. In his palm lay the sinister knife, which he suddenly slashed towards Zhou Lu's face. With a swift motion, a gash appeared on her cheek, prompting a scream from her as she attempted to flee. Yet, just as Wei Huangqing aimed to strike again, his hand froze in midair. Gurgling sounds emanated as his arm grotesquely swelled, writhing as if something within were wreaking havoc. The arm continued to enlarge, teetering on the brink of explosion, until, boom, it ruptured at the shoulder. Another boom echoed as his other arm met the same fate. In a similar fashion, one leg burst forth with a resounding pop, followed by the other. The classroom was soon drenched in blood, while Zhou Lu lay on the ground, cackling maniacally. Her visage twisted in a grotesque expression as she gazed at Wei Huangqing. He collapsed, his neck swelling grotesquely, gurgling ominously, until his eyeballs bulged, as if something within his skull were about to explode. With a final boom, the classroom was stained crimson. Countless screams filled the air, mingled with Zhou Lu's manic laughter, echoing hauntingly in our minds. How could things have devolved to such chaos? Liang Jia stepped forward, approaching the epicenter of the crimson pool, treading upon the bloodied ground before crouching down. He extended his long, pale fingers, delicately grasping the eerie dagger, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, he dislodged the blood clinging to its surface. Rather than shedding, it seemed the blade repelled the blood, which dripped slowly from the tip, each droplet glistening with crystalline clarity. Once the blood had ceased its flow, he gripped the hilt, regarding the knife with an unsettling gaze. With a resounding bang, the door swung open. Liang Jia, dagger in hand, returned home. Later, he sent me a message, inviting me to meet him at a nearby cafe. Upon my arrival, the cafe was nearly empty, exuding an eerie tranquility. The dim lighting was disconcerting. In a corner, Liang Jia had removed the hood of his coat, revealing a slender youth with jet black hair who looked up at me. You've come, he remarked, producing a file from his pocket, followed by the ominous dagger. Why did you bring that ghastly dagger? I asked, staring in disbelief at the weapon he held. Its mere presence unsettled me. I have always harbored a sense of foreboding regarding that dagger. It is indeed a fine blade. One might even label it a cursed weapon. Should its master fail to exert control, peril awaits, for it may well turn upon its wielder. Caution is imperative. Liang Jia delicately employed the dagger to slice open the envelope, preserving the emblem intact. It truly hinges on one's ability to master such a demonic blade. However, I sense a latent thirst for blood within it. As Liang Jia gazed upon the silvery blade, an enigmatic smile graced his lips. He sheathed the peculiar dagger and exhaled deeply. Casting a glance in my direction, I nodded, and he gradually extracted the documents from within the envelope. The stack was substantial, each file brimming with information about the students of that cohort. Page after page, he perused the documents, eventually passing one to me. I examined the sheets of information in silence. Student ID: 1, Su 1, male, age, 18, enjoys sports, possesses a cheerful disposition. Cause unknown, on November 21st, 2007. Mental health deteriorated abruptly, resulting in a fall, deceased. Student ID: 2, Su Tji, female, age, 17, enjoys reading, introverted in nature. Cause unknown, on December 1st, 2007. Found lifeless in her dormitory, deceased. Student ID: 3, deceased. Page after page, I scrutinized the files of Class 14 from that year, absorbing the tragic fates of those individuals. Each page concluded with the same 2 words, deceased. How could this be? I clutched a strand of my hair tightly. Is this to be our ultimate fate? Will we meet the same grim end as those who came before us? No, this cannot be allowed. I refused to accept such a conclusion. Liang Jia remained unnaturally composed, continuing his quiet examination until he reached the final page. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded that last sheet. a smile emerging on his face. "See," he said, chuckling as he handed me the final document. On the last page was affixed a photograph of a young man. Student ID, 18, Ross E. male, age, 18, enjoys watching films, characterized by a sullen and detached demeanor. Cause unknown. On the last day of 2007, December 25th. Found quietly standing in classroom 14 of the teaching building. When discovered, he merely uttered a single phrase, "The king is." Eventually, he was committed to the psychiatric hospital in Zone X, room 306. He had only recently been discharged 2 years prior. Contact number, XXXXXXXXXX. I gazed at the number, silently committing it to memory. Liang Jia retrieved the final sheet of the document, inquiring about my thoughts. I remained uncertain, realizing I needed to locate Ross E. to ascertain the answers. I casually remarked, "Well, let us seek him together. Perhaps we might uncover some clues." Liang Jia smiled at me, methodically folding the paper before placing it back inside. He then extracted some glue from his pocket and affixed it securely. As night fell, we returned the document pouch to its original position, gently closing the door behind us, silently slipping away unnoticed. "Shall we go tomorrow?" Liang Jia asked, turning to don his hoodie as he proceeded forward. "What is your true intention?" I questioned him. "What do you mean?" Liang Jia glanced back at me. "What do you mean by that?" His face retained its cheerful demeanor. "Why did you choose me to accompany you?" I pressed on. "Do you wish to hear the truth?" Liang Jia met my gaze and then turned away. "Of course," I nodded. "Because I believe you are the chosen one," he declared before walking away. The next day, many students did not attend school. Nearly everyone remained at home, engaged in their own pursuits. I had intended to visit Lin Jing's residence. However, at that moment, Lin Ziyue called me. Upon answering, she expressed her gratitude and invited me to her home. After a moment's contemplation, I felt there was no harm in accepting. I called Lin Jing to check on her. "Not much," Lin Jing replied, her voice sounding quite feeble. "Are you still troubled by yesterday's events?" I inquired. "Don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes me feel nauseous. I can hardly sleep. When will you come over? Will you keep me company?" Lin Jing pleaded. "Wait a moment. Lin Ziyue has asked me to visit her first. Can you hold on for a bit? I'll head to Lin Ziyue's house and then come to find you," I assured Lin Jing. She fell silent for a moment before responding. "All right. Can you come over to my place first?" "What's wrong?" I asked, perplexed. "Oh, it's nothing. If you insist, go ahead and visit me first." Lin Jing's tone quickly returned to normal, which intrigued me. I agreed and hung up, making my way to her residence. Upon arriving at Lin Jing's home, I found her lying on the bed, beckoning me over. "What's the matter?" I asked, furrowing my brow as I embraced her from behind. "It's nothing. I just feel hesitant about going to Lin Ziyue's place," Lin Jing replied quietly. "Why?" I asked, taken aback. Chapter 19. The Survivor Because I Fear. "I fear that you might be taken away from me by her," Lin Jing suddenly confessed, holding me tightly. "Why would you say such a thing so abruptly?" I questioned, surprised, as I straightened my posture to look at Lin Jing. After all, she usually carried an aloof demeanor. However, my apprehension about the uncertainties of tomorrow compelled me to return early. I nodded in understanding. Lin Jing was evidently frightened, for it is the fear of the unknown that truly terrifies. Observing her trepidation, a warmth blossomed within me, a feeling most delightful. In ordinary circumstances, Lin Jing would never candidly divulge her thoughts, yet now, with unforeseen events occurring almost daily, an enigmatic game loomed, and one could be next. Nevertheless, if one does not express their innermost feelings, they may very well face dire consequences tomorrow. I embraced Lin Jing tightly, feeling her warmth and inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered in her soft hair, gradually calming my heart. Humanity is indeed a wondrous species, though we may seem feeble alone. When united, we can unleash tremendous strength. I cannot ascertain if this is love, but at this moment, I fervently wish to be with Lin Jing. And that is all that matters. "May I call you Jing from now on?" I gently held her, whispering tenderly in her ear. She nodded, replying, "Then I shall call you Huoming." "Jing, could you tell me how you navigated the king's game that day?" I softly inquired, holding her close. "Stop asking." Lin Jing blushed unexpectedly, playfully swatting at me with her small fists. "Why?" I feigned curiosity, deliberately grasping her tiny fist to press further. She leaned in close, whispering something in my ear. Upon hearing it, my eyes widened in astonishment. "No way. Is that even possible?" I felt as though my eyes might pop out, utterly surprised by Lin Jing's unexpected revelation. Yet, I had no desire to be entangled with unfamiliar men, so I had to accept the situation. Lin Jing pouted, wrapping her arms around my neck from behind. "Well, that makes sense. It's a necessary compromise." I sighed and nodded silently. After conversing with Lin Jing for a while longer, I realized I had forgotten something. I have a matter to attend to, I said, my lips pressed together, a hint of reluctance in my gaze. All right, you may go. But remember, do not get too close to her. Lin Jing pointed a slender finger at my nose, and I nodded vigorously like an obedient pup. Very well. I shall take my leave. I nodded, donned my coat, and departed. Lin Jing closed the door, returning to her room, where she focused intently on 2 items. The weather had turned slightly cooler, and I tightened my coat as I made my way to Lin Ziyue's home. I rang the doorbell, and Lin Ziyue hurried down the stairs, opening the door with a warm smile. Welcome, she exclaimed. I apologize for the delay. Something came up on the way. I offered a casual lie, to which Lin Ziyue responded with a reassuring smile, indicating it was no trouble at all. Upon entering her room, I found myself searching for a stool. Oh, I'm sorry. The stool is temporarily out as I'm using it to hold some things, Lin Ziyue said. Her expression tinged with embarrassment. Oh, that's all right. I can sit on the floor, I nodded, preparing to do just that. No, you can sit on the bed. Lin Ziyue blushed and insisted, addressing me as classmate Huoming with a hint of urgency. Is something the matter? Why the sudden call for me? I asked. Settling onto the bed, my curiosity piqued. Although it is typically inappropriate for a girl's bed to be casually occupied, the nature of my relationship with Lin Ziyue was somewhat ambiguous, and I was determined to clarify it. Actually, it's not anything serious. I just wanted to thank you for your help last night. I baked a cake, and I'll go get it now, Lin Ziyue said, dashing downstairs before I could respond. Moments later, she returned with the cake in hand. After enjoying the cake, Lin Ziyue began tidying up. As I watched her, a sense of inner turmoil began to stir within me. I hesitated, gazing at Lin Ziyue. She tilted her head, looking at me curiously. You really don't have to be so nice to me. I already have someone I like, I murmured, my eyes cast downwards. A silence enveloped us. Neither of us speaking nor moving. Lin Ziyue sat on the bed, her small hands tightly clenched. Is that so? Her voice carried a peculiar tremor. Yes, I nodded. No longer fabricating lies. Lin Jing is already your girlfriend, isn't she? Lin Ziyue managed to force a smile, albeit strained. I pursed my lips, uncertain of how to respond. After that, I left Lin Ziyue's home, walking alone on my way back. Suddenly, from behind, someone reached out and pulled me into the neighboring street. What are you doing? I recognized the figure as Liang Jia, nearly scaring me to death. Nothing much. We need to hurry and find that survivor. Perhaps we can uncover some clues, or even a way to end the King's game, Liang Jia said, his hands tucked into his jacket pockets as he strode ahead. Where are you going? Have you called? I inquired. That number was fake. It doesn't exist. Stop wasting time. We must hurry, or if the king issues a command, we won't make it back and we'll all perish. Liang Jia's tone was icy and indifferent. He walked ahead while I followed, and soon we found ourselves in a taxi heading to the renowned psychiatric hospital. Having located the doctor and nurse, I inquired about the patient's previous condition. Who are you to him? Has his illness recurred? The doctor, while rummaging through the files on the shelf behind him, addressed me without turning. Just as I was about to respond, Liang Jia extended his hand, signaling for me to defer to him. Oh, we are his company's managers. We are aware that he has previously suffered from a mental illness. However, given his capabilities, we are concerned about the possibility of another episode, which is why we are here to inquire about his current state, Liang Jia replied with a smile to the doctor. Such a young manager, truly impressive, the doctor remarked as he retrieved the file of the survivor from years past. Here is the file you requested. However, judging by his appearance, I suspect he should have been discharged by now and is likely in no grave condition, the doctor continued. Liang Jia listened attentively, nodding with a smile as he perused the documents. After a moment, Liang Jia closed the file and returned it to the doctor. Thank you. We now know what to do, Liang Jia stated, before leading me away. Once outside, Liang Jia hailed a taxi, and we climbed in. By then, I had a fair idea of our destination. Throughout the ride, Liang Jia remained silent, gazing out the window. Upon arriving at the address provided by the doctor, we searched around, only to discover that Ross E had moved. After some inquiries, we spent another half hour before arriving at a modest bungalow. We knocked on the door, but no one answered. What should we do? I glanced at Liang Jia. He cast a brief, indifferent look my way and uttered a single word. Wait. Thus, we waited until the afternoon when a figure finally appeared in our line of sight. That must be Rossi. He paused momentarily upon spotting us, his body tensing. Liang Jia and I exchanged a glance. After a moment's contemplation, Rossi approached us. Who are you? Rossi appeared somewhat wary as he questioned us. We are from class 14, Liang Jia replied, hesitating slightly while regarding Rossi. Suddenly, Rossi fell silent, observing us. Let us not say anything, he interrupted. exhaling deeply as he turned to walk ahead. Forget it. Come along. He sighed again, gesturing for us to follow him, looking as though he had aged a few years. Liang Jia and I trailed behind, accompanying Ross E to a tranquil bar where he ordered numerous beers. Do you have any cigarettes? Ross E asked Liang Jia. Liang Jia glanced at me, then nodded towards me with a tilt of his chin. I sighed and quietly left my seat to step outside for cigarettes. By the time I returned, Ross E and Liang Jia were already engaged in drinking. Two individuals exchanged words, and I handed a cigarette to Rossi. He appeared somewhat disheveled, slightly inebriated. As he accepted the cigarette, he inhaled deeply, enveloping himself in a haze of smoke. His fingers tangled in his hair as he leaned over the table. What do you wish to know? Rossi inquired, resting his head upon the surface. Chapter 20. The New Classmate. What truly transpired back then? Liang Jia gazed at Rossi, seeking answers. Silence. Rossi suddenly bellowed, sending his beer crashing to the floor. A nearby waiter promptly approached, but Liang Jia waved him off, indicating he would settle the matter. Everyone is dead. Dead. Do not inquire further, Rossi lamented, shaking his head and emitting a series of sighs. Then how did you survive? Liang Jia extended his hand, grasping Rossi's hair to elevate his face, peering at him with an unsettling gaze. I did nothing. Nothing at all, Rossi slurred, intoxicated. What does nothing mean? How do we endure? Liang Jia pressed on, unwilling to relent. Yet, Rossi had already shut his eyes, rendering him mute to any further questions. With a thud, Liang Jia released his grip on Rossi's hair, who then slumped onto the table, breathing steadily. Thus, the following day, Rossi awoke, and we had remained by his side throughout. Why are you still here? Rossi inquired, eyeing us. Who is the king? Who is it truly? Liang Jia refrained from answering Rossi's question, instead posing one of his own. I do not know. Rossi averted his gaze, covering his face with a hand, a sound of regret escaping him. What on earth happened? Speak. Damn it. Liang Jia nearly succumbed to frustration, clenching his fists as he seized Rossi's collar. Then you must first tell me what transpired, Rossi replied, looking intently at Liang Jia. Together, Liang Jia and I recounted the events, albeit in fragmented snippets, to Rossi. Upon hearing our narrative, Rossi nodded silently, acknowledging his comprehension of the circumstances. I, too, was once like you, ensnared in those twisted games, the commands emanating from the king, yet I was powerless to act, Rossi recounted. His head bowed as he spoke of the past. The number of classmates dwindled until only 2 remained, while Rossi remained inactive throughout. Indeed, he had done nothing but follow the king's orders, merely surviving until the end. They are all dead, our class. During that final year, on the last day, 14 perished in a single night, amidst blood and flames, whether by accident or murder. I was fortunate to survive, Rossi stated, sipping his drink. You have remained oblivious to the identity of the king all this time. Liang Jia gazed at Rossi in disbelief. Indeed, I am uncertain. However, I have come to learn another matter, though I cannot ascertain its relevance to you. Rossi took a deep breath and lifted his eyelids. What is it? I immediately inquired of Rossi. I can share it with you, but you must promise me one thing. Do not seek me out regarding this matter again, for I truly wish to extricate myself from this king's game. After consuming his drink, Rossi divulged the information to us. Upon returning home, both Liang Jia and I felt that the situation had grown ever more perplexing. What does this signify? What value does this information hold? Rossi's words lingered in my mind. So, did our journey amount to nothing? It was not in vain. I had begun to clarify certain thoughts, albeit still vaguely. Yet, I sensed that the true nature of the king would soon be unveiled. Liang Jia sent me a message. The true nature of the king? I replied. Rossi had revealed nothing to us, or perhaps he had imparted an exceedingly useful piece of information. You are not the first class to partake in the king's game. Nor was our class the inaugural one. The game shall persist indefinitely, even if all of you perish. As Rossi, slightly inebriated, suddenly straightened his posture. A grotesque grin spread across his face. It was a horrifying expression that remains etched in my memory. Even Liang Jia was taken aback by Rossi's countenance at that moment. His eyes widened, revealing the pinkish gums above his teeth, and his pupils appeared unnaturally large. He seemed to transform into a malevolent specter. You cannot escape. You cannot escape. He cackled inexplicably. Liang Jia, startled, inadvertently shoved the table, causing both it and his chair to topple backward. With a loud crash, Liang Jia trembled as he stared at Rossi. Suddenly, Rossi screamed, clutching his head tightly. No, no. He shook his head vehemently, his face contorted in a grotesque mask of anguish. This is not me. This is not me. He shouted, reaching out towards us, his features oscillating between his original visage and a monstrous grimace. He became a figure of sheer terror, rendering us both momentarily paralyzed with fear. His head wobbled incessantly, and we felt the hair on our bodies stand on end, our pupils constricting. For we beheld two faces upon one countenance. He continued to shake his head, the two faces shifting erratically, his hands gripping his head tightly as he cried out, "This is not me. This is not me." Time seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously. Those 2 minutes are indelibly etched in our memories. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the table. His body sprawled across it, motionless, his breathing steadying, and his cries ceased. Breathless, Liang Jia stood on the ground, staring blankly at Rossi. After a considerable pause, he rose and brushed the dust from his clothes. "Let us go," he said, pushing open the bar door. "What about him?" I frowned, glancing at Ross, seated at the table. "He is of no use to me. No, he is of no value to us any longer. And he no longer wishes to be entangled in this game. Let us depart." Liang Jia's expression and tone were decidedly frigid. Outside, I inquired, what was that all about? It was my first time hearing of such matters. It seemed he had indeed been possessed by something unclean. Liang Jia gazed into the inky night sky. The darkness had fallen, and unbeknownst to us, 2 days had slipped by. "What shall we do now?" I asked Liang Jia upon returning home. "Wait for my news. Do not act on your own without my message. Otherwise, if the king takes any action, it may become irreparable. If he has indeed done something, that would be one thing. But in the worst-case scenario, akin to the fate of Ross and his companions, who among us do you think would survive?" Liang Jia sent a message. I understood this as a warning directed at me. It cautioned me against reckless actions, and I had already resolved to refrain from undertaking any improper endeavors since that moment. Thus, we quietly arrived at the 3rd day. Our homeroom teacher, observing our despondent demeanor, could not help but sigh. "What has happened to you all? Just a few unfortunate incidents, and you appear so anxious. Today, I would like to introduce a new transfer student who has just joined our school. His name is Chunbo Lin, and his student number is 51. Let us welcome him with applause," the teacher cheerfully announced. A profound silence ensued. No one clapped, nor would they. Everyone lowered their heads, engrossed in their own affairs. One among them thought, "Coming to this class, it seems you can only blame your misfortune." The atmosphere in the classroom was evidently dismal. Chunbo Lin mused, while the teacher awkwardly smiled and explained to him that some students had recently passed away due to unfortunate events, which accounted for everyone's somber mood. "It's all right." Chunbo Lin nodded and took a seat in the empty spot designated by Teacher Li. After class, Chunbo Lin sought someone to converse with, but an eerie silence enveloped the room, leaving him feeling isolated. Eventually, he could bear it no longer and approached a fellow student, inquiring about the restroom's location. The classmate, head bowed, pointed in a direction. Chunbo Lin expressed his thanks and proceeded to the restroom. Upon entering, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He opened it to find a message waiting for him. "Do you wish to play the King-S game? The King invites you to join Class 14 group. Confirm or decline?" Chunbo Lin furrowed his brows as he gazed at the message, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Although this group of individuals seldom spoke, their unique way of welcoming new classmates was rather intriguing. With a chuckle, Chunbo Lin clicked the confirm button. "Student 51, Chunbo Lin, has joined the Class 14 group. Welcome, new classmate. By King. Please arrive at the classroom promptly at 9 p.m. tonight. Attendance is mandatory, or there will be consequences." The King sent another message. "Oh, all right." Chunbo Lin responded to the King, yet he found it peculiar that no one acknowledged him. There was not a single word uttered in the group. Upon returning to the classroom, he encountered the same familiar faces, observing them with a hint of curiosity as he raised an eyebrow. "Hey, classmates, is it mandatory to attend what the King mentioned today? I have prior engagements this evening. Can I skip it?" Chunbo Lin inquired of one of the girls. "No, you cannot. If you don't go, you might die." A girl named by Lioli trembled as she spoke to Chunbo Lin. "Oh, in that case, I suppose I shall attend. No need to worry," he thought, realizing he had nothing planned for the evening and might as well partake in the activities. Thus, at 9 o'clock that evening, Chunbo Lin stood before the classroom door, finding all the students gathered there. Chapter 21, The Blind. With a resounding bang, the door swung open. I gazed at the open door and the newly arrived Chunbo Lin, utterly bewildered by what the King intended for the night. We entered the classroom. The room was shrouded in darkness, and for some unknown reason, we could not turn on the lights. No matter how we pressed the switches, the bulbs remained unlit. Reluctantly, we acclimated ourselves to the darkness for a few moments. After several minutes, we began to adjust to the dim light within. Then we noticed 8 chairs arranged in a circle, each adorned with a student number and name affixed to its back. I began to comprehend what was about to unfold. In the center of the 8 chairs stood a table, upon which rested a box. Buzz. Now, please take a seat in the chairs if your student number is called. The king sent a message. Number 3 Wang Mingfang, female. Number 4 Wang Ziming, male. Number 22 in email. Number 33 Bai Liuli, female, no. 2 Li Mingyang, male. Number 5 Qin Pingyang, male. Number 14 Yan Rongjia, male. Number 1 Xiao Baya, male. Why must it be me? Number 22, Bai Liuli, covered her mouth and began to cry, appearing utterly helpless. However, if I were to approach her, it was likely the king would take action against me. I forcibly suppressed the impulse within me, coldly observing as Bai Liuli sobbed while seated in her chair. Damn it! On the 14th, Yan Rongjia uttered a curse, then silently settled into his chair. Damn it! If you're going to cry, keep your distance. I have no interest in comforting someone as useless as you. Yan Rongjia exclaimed beside Bai Liuli, who, stifling a sniffle, began to sob despondently. The 8 individuals took their seats in succession. What is this game? Chen Bolin observed the 8 people sitting tensely on their chairs and couldn't help but smile. Buzz. A phone vibrated amidst the crowd. It was Chen Bolin's phone. He glanced at a message from the king and smiled. Chen Bolin, open the box. Reading the message, he approached the table and lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay 8 black cloth strips, and Chen Bolin scratched his head as he regarded them. Help each of the 8 people bind their eyes with the cloth strips. Then let 14th Yan Rongjia act as the blind man. Chen Bolin, number 51, will traverse the area and randomly extend his finger. When he points to someone, he will ask the blindfolded person if they are acceptable. If the blindfolded person declines, he will continue to the next. Once the blind man agrees to the selection, that individual will be chosen for the game. Each person may only be pointed at once, meaning they can only be selected a single time. The person chosen will face a penalty. Once bound, the timer will commence, with a limit of 3 minutes. Now, the game begins. Oh, so that is how it is. It seems rather entertaining. Chen Bolin chuckled as he began to take a black cloth strip to blindfold each participant. I quietly observed him. Despite being new, he exuded an air of preference for females over males. He swiftly bound the 6 boys, securing each with a tight knot that made me wince at the sound of the swift pull. However, he treated the 2 girls with remarkable gentleness, first binding number 3, Wang Mingfang. Finally, it was the turn of the girl numbered 33, Bai Liuli. Her skin was truly fair, as her name suggested, under the radiant moonlight. Her alabaster complexion resembled that of exquisite glass. She appeared somewhat nervous, her delicate hands anxiously clutching her pure white dress. Are you a bit frightened? Don't worry. I will be gentle, Chen Bolin softly whispered in Bai Liuli's ear, then gently wrapped the cloth around her beautiful eyes. Following the smooth curve of her forehead and through her sleek black strands, he encircled her eyes tenderly, then again, as Bai Liuli breathed a soft sigh. Her unease palpable in the darkness. What will happen? Will I be the first one chosen? I still do not wish to perish. Oh dear. It is far too early for me to meet my end. Bai Liuli softly wept, her delicate lips trembling. Chen Bolin, with a gentle smile, tightened the pure black fabric around her eyes just a little more, ensuring no glimpse of light would escape, and deftly fashioned a bow to complete the binding. Would I be chosen, oh dear? Bai Liuli's alabaster skin contrasted starkly with the obsidian fabric, creating a striking visual dichotomy in the enveloping darkness. For a fleeting moment, Chen Bolin found himself adrift, oblivious to his intended actions. Hurry, there are only 2 minutes left. What are you staring at? A nearby boy's words snapped Chen Bolin back to reality, reminding him of the urgency of the game. Though he remained unaware of the unfolding situation, clarity would soon be his companion. We all observed the scene with cold detachment, powerless to intervene, at least for now. Strangely, in that shrouded darkness, Lin Jing and I felt an inexplicable connection, our hands clasped tightly together, refusing to let go. Lin Ziwe stole a glance in our direction, noting our intertwined fingers, her silence betraying her uncertainty in how to respond. Perhaps, in this silence, there lay a certain peace. Chen Bolin circled around as the king began the countdown. His footsteps, neither loud nor soft, resonated sharply in the eerily silent classroom, each step a jarring echo. Step by step, thud, thud, thud. He approached Yan Rongjia, number 14, and slowly extended his hand towards Bai Liuli, who seemed to sense the impending dread in the darkness. Under the intense pressure of her instincts, Bai Liuli felt every hair on her body stand on end, her back slick with cold sweat. Her body quivered, as if gripped by an electric surge, a visceral response akin to the sensation of a gun pressed against the nape of her neck. though her eyes could not discern the threat before her. An acute awareness prickled at her forehead, a primal instinct alerting her to the peril she faced. In that moment, Bailioli amplified her awareness of danger. Her senses heightened to their utmost limit amidst the deprivation of sight and the looming specter of death. She yearned to voice her fear, yet knew that to do so would seal her fate. Thus, she endured, summoning every ounce of strength to remain silent. Especially for girls. They often find it unbearable to withstand intense, terrifying stimuli, leading them to emit piercing screams. At this moment, Bailioli's breathing quickened, yet she dared not express her fear, apprehensive that Yin Rongjia might detect her anxiety and impose punishment upon her. What about this? Chen Balan inquired of Yin Rongjia. After a brief silence, Yin Rongjia slowly shook his head and uttered two words, not acceptable. Is that so? Chen Balan chuckled softly and took a few more steps. Suddenly, in that fleeting instant, Bailioli, standing beside Yin Rongjia, exhaled a deep breath from the depths of her throat. She wept silently, crystalline tears streaming from beneath her blindfold, only to be swiftly absorbed by the pure black fabric. The tension that had gripped her body dissipated in an instant. She gasped for air, her chest rising and falling rhythmically as that peculiar sensation vanished. The feeling of having narrowly escaped danger coaxed a smile to her lips. Next, Chen Balan pointed his finger at another individual, who was Wang Mingfang, number 3. How about this one? He asked Yin Rongjia. Not acceptable, came Yin Rongjia's measured response as he shook his head once more. Is that so? This one too? Chen Balan nodded thoughtfully and pressed on, his finger now directed toward a bald boy, Wang Ziming, number 4. Since the first day of the King's game, he had been rendered hairless and had since worn a hat to conceal his baldness. Not acceptable, Yin Rongjia declared without a moment's hesitation. Next, then came number 22. A boy whose long black hair obscured his face, rendering his features unrecognizable and giving him an air of tranquility. He maintained a lowered gaze, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Rather than being blindfolded, he appeared to embody a dejected demeanor, resting his arms on his knees, resembling the famous sculpture, The Thinker. Without uttering a single sound, Ani remained silent, his head bowed. What about this one? Chen Balan queried Yin Rongjia once more. This time, Yin Rongjia fell into silence, uncertain of his choice. The footsteps had receded slightly, and he grappled with whether to select this individual. No sounds of footsteps, no breaths, only silence surrounded him. Ultimately, Yin Rongjia refrained from making this choice. A sigh of relief washed over him, a sensation of having narrowly escaped calamity. Though unseen, Ani too felt this inner release. Who remains now? Yin Rongjia pondered. It seemed that 5 had already been chosen, leaving 3 individuals. Surely, he must have been selected by now. Chen Balan must have chosen him long ago, and perhaps he would be safe. The game continued, with 3 players still in the fray. Chapter 22, Endless Cycle. Yin Rongjia quietly pondered as Chun Bolin pointed at Li Mingyang, one of the final 3. Is it this one? Chen Bolin inquired. No, Yin Rongjia shook his head. There are 2 remaining, he thought to himself. Chen Bolin approached Qiu Baya, paused, and extended his finger. No, Yin Rongjia still did not make a selection. The moment was nearing its climax. Just 2 individuals left. Tap, tap, tap. Chen Bolin circled back to the starting point, then took 2 steps to the left. Standing before Bailioli, Bailioli seemed to sense something. She heard the footsteps. Could it be that she had not pointed at me just moments ago? A surge of excitement coursed through Bailioli, her body trembling as cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Drip, drip. Bailioli's perspiration fell to the ground, for she felt something amiss. Yin Rongjia fell silent. Only 1 minute remained, and time was running short. Yes, this is it, he nodded. Yin Rongjia had long anticipated that he would be the last one standing. He had an instinct about it, having experienced this game before. Indeed, he had. Last time, during the 8th round, he had pulled down the blindfold, and he was chosen, accepting the punishment. But this time, he would not allow it. He was the 7th. The 7th. It could not possibly be him. Bailioli gently extended her hand, delicately pulling apart the tiny bow. When she untied the bow, the originally black fabric felt remarkably smooth. She lowered her head slightly, grasping the black strip with her slender fingers, pulling it down gently. Whoosh. The black strip glided down Bailioli's exquisite cheek, trailing to the ground, coiling like a serpent. Whoosh. The 6 individuals simultaneously removed their blindfolds. In that instant, their gazes all followed Chen Bolin's finger. Yin Rongjia stared in disbelief at the direction indicated by Chen Bolin's finger, his eyes widening in shock. How could this be? Chen Bolin looked at Yin Rongjia's finger. He had distinctly heard the sound of footsteps nearby, never expecting that Qin Bolin would ultimately point at him. Precisely as he removed the blindfold, the outcome was revealed. Lin Jing buried her head in my shoulder, leaning quietly against me. I pursed my lips, gazing at Yin Rongjie, a sense of foreboding stirring within me, uncertain of what the king's punishment would entail. Buzz. Our phones chimed simultaneously, and we all turned them on. The game concluded. Yin Rongjie, number 14, was to face the punishment. The penalty was endless reincarnation. The king issued this message. As Yin Rongjie gazed upon those four characters, a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he was not dead. The punishment was not death. Simultaneously, we all sighed in relief for Yin Rongjie. Thud. At that very moment, Yin Rongjie opened his eyes. It turned out to be merely a dream. He tossed aside the covers, surveyed the disheveled bed, and glanced at the time. It was October 27th. Son, it's time to eat. His mother was knocking on his door downstairs. He rose from his bed, unlocked his phone, and discovered that the king's message remained in its original place. A gathering at 9 o'clock in the classroom tonight. Yin Rongjie opened his bedroom door and stepped out to eat. Thus, the hours passed until evening, when he arrived at the classroom. As he observed the people around him, an uncanny sense of familiarity enveloped him. Bang! The classroom door swung open from the inside. 8 chairs. This thought flashed through Yin Rongjie's mind. Indeed, there were precisely 8 chairs. He then took a seat. The 7th person, when I unwrapped the bandage, that person was me. Yin Rongjie contemplated. Very well. I shall be the first to unwrap it. As he pondered, Qin Bolin was the first to inquire. Is this permissible? Qin Bolin approached Yin Rongjie and pointed at one of the 8 individuals. Yes, Yin Rongjie nodded, a smile gracing his face, and extended his hand to pull down the black cloth that had shrouded his face. Whoosh. He was aware that previously, he had been the 7th. This time, he would not err. The moment the blindfold was lifted, he saw Qin Bolin pointing at him. Buzz. His phone vibrated once more. The instant he unlocked his phone, he beheld the king's message. Game over. Yin Rongjie number 14 faces punishment. The punishment is endless reincarnation. He had long known that this was indeed his 3rd encounter with this game. No, he screamed as he ripped the sheets away. A wave of cold sweat streamed down his brow as he glanced at his phone, which unmistakably displayed 10:27. Cold sweat trickled down his neck drop by drop. Tick-tock. Son, it's time to eat. His mother was still knocking at the door. No, he cried out, bursting from his room. Later that afternoon, as the sun set, he returned home. The moment he opened the door, he was taken aback. The room had transformed into a classroom. He instinctively attempted to retreat. But as he stepped backward, he flung open the front door, rushing outside. Yet upon opening the door, he was once again startled by the scene before him. An identical classroom awaited him. You have arrived? We have been waiting for you for a long time. He struggled and shouted, but was firmly pressed into his seat and blindfolded. The first guess was incorrect. The second guess was wrong. The third guess was right. The fourth guess was indeed him. The fifth guess, once again, was him. The sixth guess, regardless of his efforts or the choice he made, always led back to him. At night, no matter which door he opened, he found himself in the classroom. He felt utterly defeated, and Yin Rongjie shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he was still in that same bed. Ultimately, he opened his eyes to find himself atop a tall building, and with a mere closure of his eyes, he leapt off. Thud. He opened his eyes once more. Son, dinner is ready. His mother was knocking on his door downstairs. Hello? Hello? What is wrong with you? Are you okay? Qin Bolin looked at Yin Rongjie, who sat on the chair. In that moment, he simply closed his eyes, forever shutting them. The doctor diagnosed him not as dead, but as being in a state of perpetual sleep, akin to a vegetative state, with no one knowing when he might awaken. What dreams had he experienced within? I clutched Lin Jing's hand tightly, feeling the warmth of her palm. What had happened to him? Was it my fault? Could this game be real? Suddenly, Qin Bolin grasped Bai Liuli's shoulders, shaking her vigorously, demanding answers. It hurts, let go. Bai Liuli frowned at Qin Bolin. What are you doing? A boy stepped forward, prying Qin Bolin's hand away and shielding Bai Liuli. Who are you? Why didn't I see you yesterday? Qin Bolin glared at the boy, gripping his shirt. What does it have to do with you? The boy met Qin Bolin's gaze, and as tensions rose, Bai Liuli hurriedly positioned herself between them. Please, don't fight. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes as she feared a confrontation. You, come out with me after school. Liang Jia left me with those words before stepping outside. I understood his intent, so I sought an excuse to divert Lin Jing. And after school, I headed outside. Where are you going? Lin Jing emerged behind me with a scowl. Huh, didn't I mention I had something to do? Why are you following me? I glanced at Lin Jing, feeling a bit awkward. Do you think you can deceive me like this? Lin Jing placed her hands behind her, leaning her face closer, squinting at me. Didn't we agree not to hide things, and to be clear about it? Lin Jing pinched my arm, reminding me. Let us just go together. I scratched the back of my head. And the two of us made our way to Liang Jia's cafe. Upon seeing Lin Jing, Liang Jia let out a silent sigh and gently covered his forehead. What's wrong? Are you displeased to see me? Lin Jing sat down with a frown. What's the matter? I asked Liang Jia as I took a seat. What happened that night wasn't good? Liang Jia's expression darkened. What do you mean? I inquired, looking at him. That night, I had intended to discreetly return the file to its original position, but it seemed that someone had noticed me. Liang Jia's expression appeared rather troubled. Did you see what that person looked like? I inquired. Liang Jia closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly. However, it seems our clandestine actions may have been discovered. He remarked. What shall we do? I asked him. I don't know. We shall take it one step at a time. All leads have been severed. And it will not be easy. I suspect that individual may know something, Liang Jia replied, enveloped in silence. Who? The principal? I probed. Perhaps, or perhaps not. Liang Jia left his sentence unfinished, likely hindered by Lin Jing's presence nearby. What are you two discussing? I can't comprehend, Lin Jing observed, her gaze fixed curiously upon us. I refrained from saying anything in front of Liang Jia, merely suggesting that I would patiently explain it to Lin Jing later that evening, urging her not to be anxious for the time being. You brought me here just to tell me this? Is there any other discovery? I questioned. No. I actually came to find you to discuss other matters. Liang Jia shifted his gaze towards Lin Jing. Liang, what do you mean by that? Lin Jing pouted. On the verge of erupting, Liang Jia remained silent, paid for his drink, and exited the cafe. Chapter 23. The staircase, hey? What exactly did he mean by that? Lin Jing pressed, a scowl on her face as she pinched my arm. It's merely some matters between men, I chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. However, Lin Jing was unconvinced and began to throw a tantrum, threatening to harm me. Ultimately, I divulged the situation to her. Really? What did that senior tell you? She asked, gripping my arm anxiously. It wasn't much. It felt as if he said nothing at all. Yet, during our conversation, something peculiar occurred. He seemed as if possessed by some entity, akin to what is commonly referred to as a ghostly possession. Quite terrifying. I intentionally sought to frighten Lin Jing, who retaliated with a playful punch. Well, I might as well accompany Liang Jia tonight. Perhaps there will be some revelations. I do not wish for another tragedy to befall our class. I sighed, expressing my thoughts to Lin Jing. Hua Ming, you are truly considerate of everyone. You are such a good person. Lin Jing smiled. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? I retorted, somewhat exasperated as I stood up to settle the bill with the cafe owner. Of course, I am praising you. You useless backup. Lin Jing linked her arm with mine, and we exited together. As night fell, I glanced at my phone and saw a message from Liang Jia, instructing me to meet her at our usual spot. Since Lin Jing insisted on coming along, I had no alternative, especially with her watching me closely. I simply promised Liang Jia that I would arrive at school later that evening. True to our arrangement, I arrived at the school that night, finding Liang Jia leaning against a wall, fiddling with his phone while donning a hoodie. Let's go, he said. Liang Jia waved at me, but I was taken aback. Lin Jing had once again appeared at my side. Liang Jia's gaze shifted, becoming notably profound. He slowly shook his head, uttering no further words, and walked toward the stairs. I helplessly glanced at Lin Jing, who shrugged, her lips pursed as she followed me closely. The principal's office was located on the 5th floor, and we ascended the staircase together. Clop, clop, clop. I raised my head. Was it only the 4th floor? The human sensory perception can sometimes falter, occasionally mistaking one floor for another, or miscounting altogether. Upon reaching the 5th floor, I started to walk to the left, only to find myself in the women's restroom. Speechless, I turned back, glancing up at the floor sign. Liang Jia was descending from the upper staircase, looking at the sign for this level. Clop, clop, clop. This was troubling. Something felt amiss. Wasn't our teaching building only 5 stories high? Liang Jia curiously peered into the middle of the staircase. What on earth was happening? He gazed blankly at the handrail. Lin Jing and I looked down. There were countless levels. Indeed, I was not mistaken. There were truly innumerable floors. However, to be precise, we were trapped here. I not only saw infinite flights of stairs, but also glimpsed my own head from above as I looked down. It felt akin to an endless decimal cycle. We were ensnared within the layers. What is this? What is going on? I do not know. Could it be a ghostly wall? I asked Liang Jia. It's possible. Lin Jing nodded in agreement. Have you ever encountered a spatial distortion like a ghostly wall? Typically, such phenomena manifest in squares or circles, yet it was evident that we were ensnared in this arrangement. Liang Jia pressed his forehead. At this moment, The three of us sat side by side at the staircase entrance, simply sitting there. Why has it come to this? Liang Jia lowered his head, appearing quite despondent. Surely, we cannot remain trapped here for eternity? Lin Jing's face bore a hint of worry. Perhaps it's your fault for following us. Humph, now look, all three of us are stuck here. Liang Jia continued to mock us. Had I known, I would never have brought you along. I too harbored deep reluctance. If we were truly to remain trapped forever, it would be a grave disservice to Lin Jing. It was all my fault. I bowed my head, burying it deeply in my knees. Plop, plop, plop. I could not discern when it began, but footsteps echoed both above and below the staircase. Liang Jia and I exchanged a glance, rousing Lin Jing, and the three of us stood up. A playful giggle emerged. A sweet and endearing voice belonging to a young girl. No, how could there possibly be an ordinary little girl here? Liang Jia's gaze sharpened, his entire body tensing into a defensive posture. The footsteps drew nearer, heightening the sensitivity of our nerves, as if we were poised to confront an impending calamity. Come play with me. That sweet voice and the approaching footsteps grew ever closer, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the foreheads of both Liang Jia and myself. The more ordinary things appeared in this bizarre space, the more they seemed to exude an eerie quality. The abnormality was a harbinger of the supernatural. Run, run. Liang Jia suddenly clutched my hand tightly and took off. Something felt amiss. We needed to move quickly. The gravity of the situation dawned on Liang Jia. Leaving was imperative. Why? Lin Jing and I were still processing the urgency. Stop overthinking it. Just run. Hurry. Liang Jia scolded me, and without further deliberation, we sprinted away. As we raced, the distance between us and the footsteps grew, yet the confines of the building, merely 5 stories high, rendered escape futile. In our frantic dash, we sensed a disquieting anomaly. Wherever the little girl had passed, it seemed blood continuously dripped onto the stairs. The path we traversed was once tread by her. This meant, you can't escape. Come play with me. Just as we reached the top floor, a little girl appeared above us. Ah! Lin Jing shrieked upon seeing the girl, and I too was struck dumb by the sight. It felt as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from my body. The air was frigid, and each breath sent shivers coursing through me. A girl of 6 or 7 stood before us, clad in a dress as red as blood. Her face adorned with lipstick and vivid crimson eyeshadow, reminiscent of a woman in her 20s. Most chillingly, we recognized her, the daughter of the shopkeeper from the nearby store. She was known for her penchant for rolling a ball about, but in that moment, we finally comprehended the source of the incessant blood dripping in her wake. In one hand, she held 2 bloodied, severed heads, the heads of her own parents. The shopkeeper and his wife's eyes were wide open, filled with an abyss of despair and indescribable terror. They must have never imagined that their once innocent daughter could commit such an atrocity. In her other hand, she wielded a half-meter scythe. The sheer horror of the scene rendered both Liang Jia and me utterly speechless. Quick, let's go. Liang Jia was pushing us from behind, urging us, still in a daze. Come play with me, come play? Suddenly, the little girl opened her mouth wide, her visage grotesque and unrecognizable as human. She descended the 9-tiered staircase, one hand wielding a scythe and the other holding a severed head. With a resounding thud, Liang Jia firmly grasped her slender wrist, the scythe poised against her neck. Run. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Liang Jia turned back, her face a mask of horror as she shouted at us. It seemed that some unclean entity had possessed the little girl's body, and her physical capabilities reached a limit, allowing Liang Jia to hold her off for but a moment. Lin Jing and I began our frantic ascent to the upper floors. Seconds later, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. It was Liang Jia's anguished cry. I grasped the situation with growing clarity. Lin Jing and I raced upwards with all our might, until we beheld the little girl, her hand triumphantly bearing Liang Jia's head. Run, run. I swiftly scooped up Lin Jing and hurled us both through the classroom window. In that instant, with a crash, we leapt from the 5th-floor window. Then, with a sharp thud, I felt a numbing, bone-chilling pain. Above us, a crimson figure loomed in the window, raising her scythe, her mouth stretched into a wide grin. She leapt through the air towards us, fiercely swinging her scythe, aiming for our necks. Come play with me, come play? She shrieked, brandishing her scythe as she soared towards us. Chapter 24, Escape. Thud. It sounded as if something had fallen to the ground. I jolted awake. How do you feel? At some point, we found ourselves seated in the principal's office. Liang Jia swayed her head, struggling to open her eyes, while I felt a dizzying haze, unable to clearly discern my surroundings. The source of the voice was none other than the principal, who poured us a cup of tea from a nearby kettle. What have you done to us? Liang Jia, feeling lightheaded, squinted at the principal. Now, Don't be hasty. This is Longjing tea from Westlake. Drink a cup, and then I shall explain everything, he said, pushing the teacup towards us. There's nothing sinister in this, is there? I frowned, recalling the harrowing events that had just transpired. If I had intended to harm you, I would have acted while you were unconscious on the stairs, the principal replied, his reading glasses giving him an amiable appearance. Indeed, I savored a cup of Longjing tea, feeling a sweet sensation rise within my throat. So, how do you feel now after having the tea? The principal inquired with a smile. Is that thing you're doing? Liang Jia's expression darkened considerably. What thing? The principal furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Liang Jia. The matter from the stairs earlier, Liang Jia's eyes were somewhat frosty. I am unaware of what you are referring to, but it was indeed I who assisted the three of you, who had fainted at the stairway, the principal stated. Did something happen just now? He asked us. I glanced at Liang Jia, who subtly shook his head, signaling me to remain silent. Nothing happened. Liang Jia lied with his eyes wide open. Well, since you do not wish to share, I shall not press you further, the principal remarked, appearing to be in his 40s as he quietly sipped his tea. You are aware of this matter, are you not? Liang Jia produced a file. Yes. You are also informed, the principal nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Then you must also be aware of the contents within that file, the principal continued. Indeed, I nodded. Thus, you know what we wish to inquire about, do you not? Liang Jia looked at the principal. The principal slowly lifted a cup of Longjing from the table, drank it, and then stood up, resting both hands on the balcony. In truth, I am not well acquainted with the affairs concerning that game. The principal remained silent for a long while, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and smoking alone in contemplation. Impossible. Liang Jia abruptly lifted his head, his eyes fixed intently on the principal. I know that even if I tell you, you may not believe me. The principal did not turn back, merely gazing out the window, exhaling clouds of smoke into the night. However, this is how it is. The principal began to recount to us the knowledge he possessed. Initially, I did not believe in any supernatural phenomena. I thought those tales were merely figments of imagination meant to frighten children. However, everything changed after I arrived at this school. The principal continued. In 2002, when I first came to this institution as the director, I had just transferred from another school, merely performing routine duties, overseeing students, dealing with troublemakers, and monitoring attendance. It was all rather straightforward. One day, however, the former principal sought me out. That day, he summoned me to his office, the principal recounted. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, his hair already graying. He said to me, Xiaozhong, you have been here for a few years now, and I am preparing to pass on the principal's position to you. I hope you manage this school well. However, I must first share some of its history with you. Tell me, what do you think of Class 14? How so? I find them to be average. There are a few unruly students, yet overall, their academic performance is commendable. At that time, I was unaware of the events that were about to unfold. Xiaozhong, I implore you to remember my words. At that time, the principal's health was already in decline, yet I did not pay sufficient heed. Our school boasts a history spanning several centuries, having been established long before the Republic era. It initially functioned as a private academy, where my father also served as an educator. The principal often spoke of trivial matters, but as time progressed, his words grew increasingly peculiar. Curiously, every few years or decades, a class would inevitably encounter some horrific event. Hence, you must pay particular attention to this once you assume the role of principal. The principal coughed as he emphasized this point. What kind of horrific events? I inquired. Students will inevitably perish due to a game, and this secret must never escape to the outside world. Otherwise, no one will dare to enroll in our school, which has been upheld through the arduous efforts of our ancestors, the principal cautioned, his cough punctuating his solemnity. Could we not change the class name or disband that particular class? I asked. There is no remedy, regardless of the attempts made, be it through sorcerers or monks. They have all declared themselves powerless. If only it were that simple, the principal lamented before he departed from this world shortly thereafter. Years later, I found myself in the principal's position, and indeed, calamity struck Class 14. Despite this, I chose to suppress the incident, unwilling to exacerbate the situation, as I wished to preserve the integrity of our school. Subsequently, I took it upon myself to meticulously organize their records and concealed them in a hidden compartment, checking back periodically. To my astonishment, it was ultimately discovered by the three of you. The principal gazed at Lin Jing, his expression inscrutable. So, you separated our class's students merely to prevent the truth from emerging, holding our lives in such low regard? I exclaimed in disbelief. No, you are mistaken on one point. The principal replied, exhaling smoke as he turned to face me. What is it? Liang Jia raised his head to look at the principal. That classroom has always existed independently, remaining unchanged since the Republic era for over a decade, the principal informed us. What about that classroom? Lin Jing furrowed her brow, instinctively covering her mouth as memories of that day flooded back. It was the very classroom where Ross E was situated. He was the last survivor. To prevent the cleaning staff from discovering it, I took it upon myself to seal the room with chains. I commend your ability to locate it, the principal said, falling silent as he continued to smoke. I have one more thing. I clenched my fists, fixing my gaze upon him. What is it? Speak, he replied, his voice cold, tinged with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. What compels you to forsake our lives? I glared at him, teeth clenched. I have not abandoned your lives. I am seeking solutions, he replied. He extinguished his cigarette and produced a folded note from his pocket, handing it to us. What is this? Liang Jia inquired, examining the address. Do you understand why some individuals, in their youth, toil endlessly for a mere meal, often going hungry? Yet, in their old age, when they possess sufficient wealth to last several lifetimes, they still find themselves laboring harder than before. The principal asked me, taking a drag from his cigarette. In truth, you bear a striking resemblance to my younger self, he remarked with an enigmatic smile. I remained silent, merely listening to his elucidation. It is because, as we grow older, more people depend on us for sustenance. If the company were to collapse, those who rely on us, subordinates, their families, children, and parents, would face starvation and exposure. Homelessness. Once you occupy my position, you will comprehend. The principal fell silent, turning away from us, retrieving another cigarette to smoke. This was left to me by the previous principal. It is said that there are wise individuals in that village. If fortune smiles upon you, perhaps you will uncover what is needed to resolve this crisis. The principal gazed at the dimly lit school building and ushered us outside. Once outside, Liang Jia asked if I sensed anything unusual. Tonight's events were rather extraordinary. Lin Jing remarked from the side. Do you think that man was lying? Liang Jia pondered in silence before uttering a single phrase. What do you mean? I queried. Was it merely a coincidence that we encountered him on the stairs? If it truly was him, that would be fortunate. But if the one who trapped us in an infinite loop desires our demise, we might not be so fortunate tonight. Liang Jia gripped the note given by the principal tightly in his hand. In the next moment, he retrieved a lighter from his pocket and set the paper ablaze. After it was reduced to ashes, he knelt down slowly, gazing at the small figure formed by the remnants, lost in profound silence. Ah, what a cautious fellow. What say you? Shall we proceed? I asked Liang Jia. Do you have a better plan? Liang Jia inquired, lips pursed. Do you not find the principal rather peculiar? I have a feeling he is concealing something from us, Lin Jing timidly suggested. Could it be that your woman's intuition is acting up again? I chuckled, eliciting an eye roll and a mild curse from Lin Jing. Chapter 25, Blood Inyang. After escorting Lin Jing home, I returned to my own abode. I lay on my bed, reflecting on the events of the evening. The five-tiered spiral staircase, the little girl in red, the messages left by the old principal, the unending game, the note given by the principal, and the small figure that emerged from the ashes. Ultimately, if it was not the principal's doing, then who was it that ensnared us within the staircase? I feel as though my mind is a muddled mess, utterly perplexed. With only 2 days remaining, should we venture to that location and fail to return in time to indulge in our games, it would be disastrous. Without further ado, the following afternoon, Liang Jia and I set forth. This time, you have wised up. As we settled into a taxi, Liang Jia spoke to me. I certainly did not wish for any further mishaps. I smiled faintly, gazing out the window as darkness enveloped the sky. Why depart in the afternoon? I inquired of Liang Jia. Because that is what is written, Liang Jia replied, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Where to? The driver queried, turning to face us. To this place, Liang Jia handed a note to the driver. I'm not familiar with this location, my apologies. You might want to find another taxi. The driver wore an apologetic expression. Left with no choice, Liang Jia and I exited the vehicle. The twilight gradually faded, and the southern sky only deepened at 8 o'clock. We hailed another taxi. The driver, appearing seasoned, likely had decades of experience, his hair showing hints of gray, suggesting he might know the area. Upon presenting the address, the driver's eyes widened in alarm. I won't go there. No way. He vehemently shook his head. Why not? I pressed him. That village is quite sinister. Drivers in our line of work say that every time they go there, strange occurrences unfold. I implore you, get out quickly to avoid bringing misfortune upon my vehicle. The driver insisted, urging us to exit. Damn it. What a stroke of bad luck. I'll have to cleanse my car with pomelo leaves tonight. He muttered as he closed the door behind us. After several failed attempts to secure a ride, either drivers were unfamiliar with the village or refused to go. What were we to do? Night had fallen, and I sat by the roadside, resting my chin on my hand, exhaling a weary sigh. Liang Jia waved at a passing taxi. Driver, I wonder if this cigarette and a bit of cash can persuade you to take us to this location? Liang Jia pulled several bills from his pocket, waving them enticingly. Well, all right then. The driver pondered, eventually nodding in agreement. Truly, Liang Jia's approach was commendable, indeed. Money can move mountains, and I mused that, at times, people are no different. Why do you think the principal wants us to go to that place? Is there truly a formidable master or Taoist there? I asked Liang Jia. I don't know. Perhaps we could counter poison with poison. Liang Jia, for reasons unknown, wore an unexplainable smile throughout the evening. By the time we arrived at the village, which was farther than the outskirts, it was already 10:30. The village lacked streetlights, and the driver navigated the darkness with only the taxi's headlights. Reluctantly, Liang Jia retrieved his wallet and handed the driver several hundred yuan. As we alighted from the vehicle, having scarcely taken a few steps, the driver suddenly threw open the door and rushed towards us, drenched in sweat, exclaiming loudly, "Hey!" His face appeared somewhat pallid, and his lips seemed completely drained of color. "Wasn't he that little girl in the red dress with you when you got out?" he said, his voice laced with anxiety. Cold sweat trickled down my back, as well as Liang Jia's. "What do you mean?" I replied, forcing a smile. "This isn't funny at all." In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the three of us. Click. We turned our gazes towards the sound. The car door swung open by itself. In the uneven puddles before the tires, it felt as though invisible feet were treading upon them, sending ripples across the surface. Drip, drip. It seemed that something was approaching us. Those feet stepped away from the puddle, walking on the damp earth, drawing closer to us. "What do you think that is?" I slowly turned to Liang Jia. "I don't know." It was hard to fathom how Liang Jia maintained such composure at that moment. "Aren't you afraid? That thing seems to be coming our way." The driver trembled, his legs shaking as he spoke to us in a quavering voice. "Let us go. It probably won't harm us, if it intended to. It would have done so by now. Let us move." Liang Jia's voice quivered slightly. After all, we had no means to exorcise spirits, and we could only take one step at a time. "Are you really going to go in there?" "I am not going with you. I'm leaving. I truly am." The driver appeared thoroughly frightened. "It won't harm us. If you don't follow us, your fate may be uncertain," Liang Jia said quietly. "Ah." The driver's eyes widened, petrified by Liang Jia's words. "Hee, brothers. Play with me." At that moment, a voice echoed behind us, chilling us to the core. I dared not look back, nor did I wish to hear that dreadful sound. I could only press forward, resolutely moving ahead. Suddenly, I felt a weight upon me, a chill creeping up my neck. "What's wrong?" Liang Jia asked, noticing my pause. "And nothing," I stammered, swallowing hard, suppressing my fear as I followed closely beside Liang Jia. He had already taken out a flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. As we reached the edge of the village, an odd old man came into our view. He held a pipe in one hand while propping himself against a crooked stone tablet embedded in the ground. The two characters inscribed Redstone Village. He puffed on his pipe, seemingly oblivious to our presence. He tilted his head, exuding a certain nonchalance, appearing to be an ordinary man. Liang Jia raised his chin, gesturing for me to inquire about the directions. "Why don't you go?" I shot Liang Jia a glare. I was terrified, with something ominous around my neck. And he actually wanted me to approach? I couldn't shake the feeling that Liang Jia was retreating into silence. "What?" I asked. "It would be better if you went." Liang Jia replied, exasperated. "What do you mean? What do you mean it would be better if I went?" I glared at Liang Jia. It was evident he was too frightened to go himself and wanted me to act as a sacrificial lamb. "Enough of the chatter. In short, just go," Liang Jia urged, pushing me forward. I had no choice but to muster my courage and run over to ask for directions. "Excuse me, sir," I began, but as I caught sight of the old man's face turning towards me, words failed me, and a chill ran down my spine. At that moment, inexplicably, I felt a weight pressing down on my back. It was not fear, merely an unsettling sensation. Upon seeing the old man, the driver gasped sharply. The old man's face and body appeared entirely normal, yet his eyes told a different story. The left eye was quite ordinary, but the right eye was a shocking crimson. The sclera a vivid red, with the pupil and iris a deep scarlet. "What is it?" His voice sounded peculiar, yet there was little to be done. After all, the elderly often bore such oddities. Steeling myself, I approached him to ask for directions. The old man pointed in a specific direction, leading into the village. I thanked him hurriedly and scurried back to join Liang Jia and the driver. After a while, Liang Jia turned back to look. The old man had vanished. "Damn, that eye could have been Bloody Nyang," the driver suddenly uttered. "What is Bloody Nyang?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued about the old man's mysterious nature. In short, it's not something benign. It's a particularly malevolent curse, a dark art of sorts, the driver explained. I'm not entirely sure, but I once overheard someone mention it. He seemed to possess some understanding of the matter. It is said this curse is exceedingly vicious, requiring a pair of fraternal twins under the age of 5. One of the twins must have an eye, either left or right, along with its nerve extracted, while the other is buried alive. The extracted eyes are then ground into a potion, mixed with various ingredients, and sealed. Ultimately, the surviving twin will, due to the resentment of the deceased sibling and the innate connection of their shared birth, awaken a single eye, what is known as a man-made yin-yang eye. However, this method is exceedingly cruel. In ancient times, the techniques for staunching blood and preventing infection were rather rudimentary. If mishandled, 2 brothers could perish from bleeding or infection. Even if they survived, they might suffer from strokes or paralysis. Thus, the success rate of this blood yin-yang technique is exceedingly low, necessitating a vast amount of human resources and material support to compensate. Once accomplished, the individual would be haunted for life by resentment and negative energies, often perceiving sights that should remain unseen. The driver spoke to us with his head bowed. So, how did that elderly man come to be here? I curiously touched my body, feeling an unsettling chill envelop me. Chapter 26. The guide I have researched and found another perspective. It is said that those possessing this blood yin-yang trait often engage in a unique profession. Liang Jia stated, glancing at his phone. What profession? I inquired. A guide. Liang Jia replied, locking eyes with me as he uttered those 3 words. What is the profession of a guide? I asked Liang Jia. Due to the ability to perceive what ordinary people cannot, such individuals are typically summoned to navigate graveyards or other forbidden places, essentially acting as intermediaries between the living and the spiritual realm. As we conversed, we approached the village, soon catching sight of the first house. Lanterns adorned its exterior, and for reasons unknown, the dim yellow light instilled a sense of unease within me. Nevertheless, we steeled ourselves and approached the dwelling. Suddenly, a woman's blood-curdling scream erupted from within. The piercing shriek felt as though it had shattered our eardrums, causing us pain. The 3 of us clamped our hands over our ears. With a sudden clap, a vivid red handprint appeared on the window. A disheveled woman emerged from within, pressing against the glass, her mouth an abyss of darkness as she screamed, her pitch-black pupils fixated on us. Help me, the woman wailed, her hands pounding against the window, each strike resonating painfully in our ears. Bang, bang, save me, save me. Accompanied by her incessant cries, the woman's hands gradually lowered, as if something unseen was pulling her backward, dragging her away. Her desperate knocks weakened until, ultimately, she vanished. We stood frozen in place, uncertain of how to proceed. What are you doing? Liang Jia grasped my hand. She called for help. She must be a person, I reasoned. We should approach that house. Are you foolish? Did you not see what just transpired? If you go now, you may encounter something unclean. Liang Jia clutched my clothing and shook her head slowly. After a moment of contemplation, I retracted my outstretched leg. Let us not dwell here. We should first seek out the person indicated by the address on the paper. Liang Jia led the way. As we walked along, we encountered an individual. Goodness! After such a long journey, we finally came across a living person. The driver wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing into the distance. There, a figure was approaching us. I was taken aback upon seeing him. At the moment we laid eyes on this living being, our bodies froze in unison. The person walked in a peculiar manner. He was moving backward, indeed, step by step, retreating toward us. The most bizarre aspect was that his neck was twisted at an unnatural angle, completely turned 180 degrees, fixing his gaze upon us with an intense stare. My heart raced, and I couldn't help but curse internally. Yet, having witnessed so many terrifying sights, my body seemed to have grown somewhat accustomed to such horrors. His face was smeared with blood as he inched closer, step by step. I was paralyzed with fear. The driver beside me trembled, and suddenly I caught a whiff of a pungent, foul odor. Looking down, I noticed a yellow puddle at the driver's feet. He had soiled himself. His legs shook uncontrollably as he gripped my shirt tightly. Don't move, Liang Jia commanded, standing resolutely still. The figure continued to inch closer, step by step, and then, with an eerie slowness, his head turned to face us. None of us dared to move, standing silently in place. Suddenly, he halted, casting a glance in my direction. His gaze fixated on me for what felt like an eternity. After what seemed like 3 seconds, which felt akin to half a century, he shifted his attention to the driver. In less than half a second, he lunged toward Liang Jia, extending his sharp hand. Liang Jia was prepared. He swiftly drew a knife and struck at the figure's hand. With a swift motion, he severed the hand cleanly in two. The individual let out a horrifying scream. As if provoked, and charged at Liang Jia with ferocity. "Run!" Liang Jia shouted, and without hesitation, we fled. I followed closely behind him, sprinting without pause. As we ran, we seemed to shake off the figure, panting heavily as we took a moment to catch our breath before continuing our journey. What on earth was happening tonight? Liang Jia cursed under his breath. His face darkened as he pressed on. "Enough talk. We must find the person the principal mentioned." I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, realizing tonight had profoundly altered my perspective on life. Just because one has never seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It was akin to a child who has never seen a rocket. Can they claim rockets do not exist? This thought struck me suddenly. It was only on this night that I recognized some things are perhaps better left unseen. The deeper we ventured into the village, the colder the air became, and a weight settled heavily upon my back. Uncertain of the cause, we gradually found ourselves upon a broad avenue, flanked by vibrant red lanterns that hung like ominous sentinels, evoking a shiver down my spine. An unsettling feeling crept over me. Liang Jia halted abruptly, glancing back over his shoulder. He stood still, gazing intently behind us. I turned to look at the village we had just come from. At that moment, where was the village? The lanterns on either side appeared to stretch infinitely into the darkness, and the village had long since vanished beyond our sight. Where had it gone? The driver surveyed the road behind us, where the endless lanterns had obliterated any trace of the village. "Well, this is splendid. We can only advance, with no option to retreat. Are we to fight a desperate battle? Yet, the truth is, we lack the means to engage in any confrontation." Liang Jia smacked his lips, forging ahead. Given the circumstances, we had no choice but to proceed. The three of us continued forward, and after a few minutes, we arrived at a mansion. It bore the architectural style reminiscent of the Republic of China era, with its grand entrance firmly shut. Liang Jia and I approached the mansion, and after a moment of contemplation, he circled it, examining it closely. "This must be the place," he nodded towards me. "Is this truly it?" I walked around the mansion, feeling increasingly uneasy. "Are you certain this is the right location?" I could not help but ask him again. "It does seem so," Liang Jia nodded, albeit with uncertainty. "If that is the case, let us proceed." I regarded the mansion, a chill running through me, wondering if the so-called Taoist masters truly resided in such a foreboding place. "Wait, I think I will remain outside while you explore," the driver suggested, his voice trembling slightly. "Very well, you may wait for us out here," Liang Jia replied, illuminating the area with his flashlight before nodding in agreement. The warm yellow light emanating from within suggested the interior was well lit, which reassured us that we should be safe. With a creak, Liang Jia and I simultaneously pushed open the grand door, revealing a courtyard. Dim moonlight illuminated the center, surrounded by the haunting glow of red lanterns. The moment we stepped inside, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. "Taoist priest? Holy monk? Master, are you there? Is anyone present?" I called out into the silence. "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" The courtyard echoed back my own voice, devoid of any response. Liang Jia's flashlight flickered erratically, as if it were losing power. "Is your flashlight out of batteries?" I raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "Strange, it was fully charged when we set out." "It should last 6 or 7 hours, Liang Jia replied, switching off the light. I moved forward, my eyes gradually adjusting to the darkness as the minutes slipped by. The crimson light seeped through the door, casting an eerie ambience. "Are you certain that the master resides within?" I cast a doubtful glance at Liang Jia, whose eyes mirrored a similar skepticism, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns. Before us stood another door. Exchanging a knowing look with Liang Jia, we cautiously pushed it open. With a creak, I beheld a figure clad in black, their back turned towards us. Before them lay a table adorned with 2 wooden spirit tablets, flanked by 6 incense sticks, which wafted upwards in a gentle spiral. Strangely, upon inhaling the fragrance of the incense, both Liang Jia and I were struck by an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Hastily, we covered our noses, waving our hands to disperse the acrid stench that assaulted our senses. "Ah, you have finally arrived." The Taoist's voice was peculiar, reminiscent of a frail, dying elder. "Indeed, the principal sent us. We are here to seek your assistance in resolving the supernatural occurrences plaguing our campus," I addressed the Taoist earnestly. A sudden cackle erupted from him, a sound so jarring it felt otherworldly. "Very well, then. I shall assist you," the Taoist responded, still turned away from us. Chapter 27. All right, payment first. At this juncture, Liang Jia abruptly turned aside, stealthily casting a glance at the 2 spirit tablets. Buzz. My phone vibrated suddenly. "Run," was the message from Liang Jia. I glanced at him, and he gestured with his eyes. 3, 2, 1. In unison, we bolted backward, yet strangely, the figure did not pursue us. What is happening? I inquired of Liang Jia. Did you not notice that the names inscribed on those tablets are not his parents' names, but ours? Our names, he exclaimed. This individual clearly intends to harm us. We must flee. Liang Jia and I hastily retreated. Thinking of escaping? He sneered, still facing away from us. At that moment, with a resounding bang, the large door before us slammed shut, and we collided against it. Ah! Simultaneously, an agonizing scream erupted from the driver outside. Without needing to ponder, Liang Jia and I understood the horror unfolding beyond. What do you intend to do? I asked the figure, who remained turned away. Lifting a small wine cup from the table, the glaring crimson light intensified, illuminating the moment as he tipped the cup, and with a clatter, what appeared to be mere drops of wine transformed into a pool of blood upon hitting the ground. The crimson liquid seemed to flow endlessly, relentlessly spreading until it reached our feet. Gazing at the pool of blood, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped my heart. A pungent odor wafted from the blood, and Liang Jia and I found ourselves unable to evade it, ultimately coming into contact with the sinister fluid. In that fleeting moment of contact, a multitude of blood-red hands emerged, seizing our shoes and crawling upwards. Those ghastly hands clutched our thighs, tugging with an intensity that felt as though they sought to pull us into their depths. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. What should I do? Panic surged through me as the figure before us remained turned away, having ensnared us without even a gesture. The bloodied hands gradually ascended, creeping up to my neck. Suddenly, a lightness enveloped my back, as if something had detached from my being. Before Liang Jia and me, a nebulous black mist began to materialize. This dark vapor slowly coalesced into the form of a little girl clad in red, the very same apparition we had encountered in our dreams that fateful night. With a mere wave of her hand, the girl summoned a force that immediately subdued the bloodied hands that clung to us. Just then, the figure in black turned around. His face, marred by corpse-like splotches, bore an unnerving pallor that left me questioning whether he was human or something far more sinister. I have long been aware of you. Possessing this boy will not aid you. It would be wise to leave him be, lest you disrupt my plans, he rasped toward the girl in red. You are the one who has hindered my intentions. I advise you against meddling. I warn you, should you continue to interfere, I shall not show mercy, the girl retorted, her gaze burning with a fierce crimson light. What is happening? It seems they are not allies, I whispered to Liang Jia. How would I know? Let's proceed cautiously. If the opportunity arises, we must escape this village, Liang Jia replied softly. Agreed, I nodded, remaining vigilant to their ominous exchange. I shall say this only once. Release him, the girl in red commanded with a chilling tone. Humph, as if a mere specter like you could compel me to comply. Attack. Show her our might. The figure in black uttered, and suddenly, a torrent of black mist surged forth from all directions, roaring towards the girl in red. To my astonishment, the girl in red erupted into laughter. Tears of blood streamed down her cheeks as she opened her mouth wide, unleashing a bone-chilling scream that reverberated through the courtyard. Ah! Buzz. In that instant, I felt as if my mind had crashed like a computer experiencing a blue screen. Momentarily incapacitated, black blood oozed from my nose, mouth, and ears. The distant spirits within the room emitted piercing screams and fled in terror, while those closer were utterly annihilated by the wails of the woman in red. A figure clad in black trembled as he extended a finger towards the female specter. One hand braced against the table, clearly suffering from her malevolent influence. Today you must perish. The ghostly woman reached out with her 5 sharp fingers towards the man in black. Just then, the courtyard door creaked open, and a man in a suit entered, wielding a sword that gleamed with opulence. Yet, his face bore an unsettling smile as he pushed open the door with a creak. Now, my dear children, this place is perilous. Why not let me escort you to safety? He proposed, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Thank you, esteemed one. I nodded eagerly in response. Wait, my assistance comes at a price. He interjected. Each of you must pay me 10,000. Considering the value of your lives, this is a fair bargain. Wouldn't you agree? He regarded us with a sinister smile, entirely disregarding the other 2 spirits. Liang Jia's eyes widened in disbelief at the man in the suit. Sir, please cease your jesting. We are in dire straits. You must save us. I managed a feeble smile at the suited man, feeling as if we were being robbed amidst a conflagration, teetering on the precipice, while someone above inquired if we desired a parachute. Huh, am I jesting? Do you doubt my sincerity, or are you unwilling to part with your money? If you refuse, I shall take my leave immediately, for this matter does not concern me. He replied with a treacherous grin. I suspected he was not here to exorcise spirits, but rather to ensnare us like Jiang Taigong fishing for his catch. Oh wait, Jiang Taigong didn't fish for fish, but for King Wen of Zhou. This man, too, seemed intent on ensnaring souls. Have you made up your minds? He inquired, pulling a cigarette from his suit pocket and lighting it with a flick of his finger. Impudent Taoist, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, the man in black retorted, already engaged in a struggle with the ghostly woman, during which he taunted, or what? Will you strike me? The man in the suit wore a rogue's expression, a similar cunning smile adorning his face. Very well. We accept your terms. Liang Jia nodded, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Excellent. A swift decision. The man in the suit placed his hands on our shoulders, muttering incantations at an astonishing speed, his words intricate and incomprehensible to both Liang Jia and me. In merely 4 seconds, both Liang Jia and I found our bodies capable of movement once more. Well, what are we lingering here for? Shouldn't we hasten to follow me? The man in the suit strode ahead. I glanced back at the two apparitions trailing behind us. Was it truly safe for them to saunter about with such nonchalance? Liang Jia regarded the suited man with an odd expression, yet after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply followed suit. Given this, I too trailed behind the man in the suit. Wait, do you think this place is one you can enter and exit at your whims? The figure clad in black abruptly broke away from the red-clad female specter and darted toward us. The man in the suit turned, his slender fingers deftly gripping a cigarette as he swiftly recited an incantation. As if by magic, the smoke from his cigarette entwined with a golden talisman. He inhaled sharply, and with a flick of his wrist, the cigarette shot directly toward the forehead of the man in black. Clang! A burst of golden light erupted from his forehead. The man in black let out a wretched scream as his form swiftly dissipated like wisps of smoke, a cloud of dark energy floating silently from his body. Humph, still wish to flee? Collect. The man in the suit pointed his sword at the dark energy. A small vortex emerged from the sword's sheath, emitting a powerful pull that drew the dark essence inward. No. The dark energy screamed in anguish, only to be absorbed into the sword. The man in the suit regarded the red-clad specter quietly. The ghost glared at him, snorted disdainfully, and with a flick of her sleeve, vanished into thin air. I stood dumbfounded before this man in the suit, my mouth forming an astonished "Oh, enough staring, let us depart." The suited man, after observing the spot where the female ghost had disappeared, turned and led us out of the crimson abode. When do I get paid? The first words out of the suited man's mouth upon exiting the house were these, as he casually lit another cigarette. Tomorrow, but first. You must answer a few questions, Liang Jia replied to the man. Certainly. As long as there's money involved, I could even warm your bed. The man in the suit uttered a rather unrefined remark. Are you a Taoist? I furrowed my brow, scrutinizing this man who was smoking, clad in a suit, and wielding a sword. Half of one. He glanced at me and continued to smoke. Chapter 28. Such a Taoist. Are you truly a Taoist? I circled around the man, asking once more. What now? What on earth do you little ghosties wish to inquire? He asked, squinting his eyes as he smoked. In my understanding, aren't Taoists typically clad in robes, wielding peach-wood swords, and engaging in the exorcism of spirits? Pure of heart, they subsist solely on plain rice porridge. How come you demand payment? I stared at the man, utterly speechless. Goodness, what century are we in now? It's the 21st century, my good sir. Even a Taoist must eat, and I am but a half-hearted one. Do you understand? Half-hearted. I still wish to indulge in smoking, drinking, and courting lovely ladies. Are you expecting us to be self-sufficient on the mountain, hauling firewood and fetching water, while also capturing spirits for you? Moreover, since the founding of the nation, animals are not allowed to attain sentience. Should we, in our Taoist robes, descend, we might be mistaken for a cult and apprehended. The man in the suit gazed at me in silence. Furthermore, I too require sustenance and accommodation. Without financial support from you, we would perish from hunger long before we could capture any spirits. The man in the suit interjected. Oh, and what is your name? Liang Jia inquired. I am called Lao Sheng. Simply refer to me as Sheng Gu, the man in the suit replied. I then asked Sheng Gu what had transpired earlier. By the way, there was someone outside. I wonder if you noticed them? I asked. What sort of person? I saw nothing. Merely sensed the energy of a female ghost, and came this way, Sheng Gu responded. Have you finished asking your questions? Now it's my turn. Why have you two come to such a place? Sheng Gu extinguished his cigarette and glanced around the village. We are here in search of someone. Having heard of a formidable Taoist, could it be you? I queried. Stop right there. First of all, I have never heard of anyone seeking me, and I charge for spirit capturing. Secondly, there are no living souls here. So you two should take note. As he spoke, Shungu pressed his 2 fingers together, muttering incantations, and swiftly brushed across our eyes. With a resonant hum, Liang Jia and I felt a darkness envelop us, followed by a ringing in our ears. And soon we could see again. However, everything had transformed. Only cawing crows remained on the branches, the moon obscured by thick clouds. Surrounding us were gravestones. And the large courtyard behind us had decayed to mere framework, enveloped by tombstones. The village was now a considerable distance away, and we were bewildered as to how we had arrived here. Who sent you to this place? Shungu asked us. Can you assist us? I implored. We recounted our predicament to Shungu. It sounds rather peculiar. Typically, ordinary ghosts do not behave in such a manner. Even if they did, what benefit would it provide you? What gain would it afford them? To go through such elaborate efforts for a game. There may be unspoken elements involved that I cannot manage with my abilities. If intervention is necessary, it would require someone of my master's or uncle's caliber. Very well. I shall accompany you to investigate, Shungu affirmed. This matter does not seem straightforward. However, one thing is certain. As Shungu puffed on his cigarette, he listened to our account. What is it? I inquired. Those 2 spirit tablets you mentioned earlier bear both of your names and birth dates, likely a scheme orchestrated by your principal. However, a medium is required to activate a certain ritual, Shungu explained. What medium? I asked. The medium of the body, such as hair or blood, is not difficult for the principal to obtain during a physical examination, as Shungu remarked. However, the question remains, what purpose does the ritual serve? Liang Jia responded in silence. I too am uncertain. That is a question for your principal. Furthermore, the curse that afflicts you may very well be linked to you through some form of medium, Shungu explained. Is there a way to sever this connection? I inquired. There is, or at least there should be, but it is quite challenging. After all, it requires considerable effort to procure such items, Shungu replied thoughtfully. Allow me to escort you out. Should you need anything, contact me at this number. Shungu produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to us. It read, Laozhan Taoist Company, specializing in ghost catching and demon exorcism. Phone XXXXXXXX. Is this the state of Taoists these days? I'm used. Laozhan. Are there truly Taoists there? Or is that merely the stuff of myth? I stared at the card. Moreover, if the Taoists there were to break their vows, their spells would lose efficacy. You wouldn't be leading us astray, would you? I gazed at the card in disbelief. Nonsense. If we weren't making money, would we resort to robbing with those armed officers? That would surely land us in trouble. Besides, our master is concerned about state affairs and keeps abreast of the news. Shungu retorted. Oh, I acknowledged. Additionally, once you return, you must continue playing the game. Not only that, but you must adhere to the rules as stipulated by the king. It is advisable not to transgress the regulations until I uncover the medium and the methods by which the king controls you. After all, your lives are in his hands. Shungu cautioned. Are you suggesting we must sacrifice our most cherished possessions? I asked Shungu. At times, one must relinquish certain things. Otherwise, one risks losing something far more significant, such as one's own life. Shungu replied, poking my heart with his finger. Do you understand, boys? Now follow me. Shungu led the way, one hand wielding a sword and the other holding a cigarette. Is this fellow truly a Taoist? After walking for a while, Shungu gestured for us to halt. Do not come to places like this without reason. With that, he withdrew a palm-sized bagua compass from his robe and continued onward. Follow me. Let's strive to exit before dawn, he instructed. As Shungu moved ahead, I trailed behind, continuing to pose questions. Shungu, do Taoists not prefer to use gourds for collecting items? Why do you wield a sword? I queried. In truth, the gourd is merely a form. The source of the power is of utmost importance. Moreover, in ancient times, people enjoyed drinking, and having it on hand made encounters with spirits and demons more convenient. In this day and age, if you preferred to use a machine gun to capture demons, no one would criticize you, Shungu explained. Oh, are you done yet? Why do you have so much to say? Shungu shot me a glare, and I silently lowered my head, choosing to remain silent. Just now, what was the origin of that woman in red? Why did you not eliminate her? Moreover, why does she keep following him? At this moment, Liang Jia spoke up. That woman in red is not to be trifled with. Even I can merely keep her at bay. If I were to forcefully subdue her, it could lead to mutual destruction. Since she has not harmed anyone, I decided to let her be. Generally, those who die with great resentment, like the woman in red, have a higher likelihood of becoming vengeful spirits. However, there are exceptions. In certain sacred places, this malevolent energy can often be suppressed, such as in a solemn Buddhist hall or a tranquil Taoist sanctuary, Shungu explained to Liang Jia. As for why that woman in red is following you, you would need to ask her, or perhaps you possess something that attracts female spirits, he added with a mischievous laugh. I gazed at him in silence as we continued our journey. After several hours of walking, dawn began to break, and we realized we had traversed the night, finally arriving at the edge of the village. By the way, Shingu, have you heard of Blood Inyang? I inquired. Blood Inyang. Where did you hear about that? It is a sinister and malevolent spell. Shingu halted in his tracks and glanced back at me. It seems the driver spoke the truth. Both Liang Jia and I thought simultaneously. Passing by the village's stone tablet once more. The characters, Stone Village, were still inscribed in a crooked manner. However, there was one noticeable difference. Not far from that stone tablet, another one had appeared. Liang Jia and I exchanged a glance and approached it together. Upon seeing the name inscribed, a chill of dread washed over us, causing our backs to break out in a cold sweat. Wang Ziyuan's grave was inscribed below, accompanied by a black and white photograph of the driver. Let us go. What are we waiting for? If you aren't leaving, I will, Shingu yawned from the front. Thus, we departed from Stone Village. True to his word, Shingu collected the agreed sum of 20,000 without hesitation. Of course, I could not afford such an amount, and in the end, Liang Jia generously covered my share. All I wished for was to return home, lie comfortably on my own bed, and enjoy a good night's sleep. As I reached my doorstep, I saw a woman standing there. Indeed, it was Lin Jing. She rushed towards me, arms outstretched. I instinctively thought she intended to embrace me and open my arms as well. However, to my astonishment, she delivered a sharp kick to my abdomen. Go to hell, you shameless wretch. Lin Jing cursed at me. Chapter 29, Important. What's wrong? I merely went out to buy breakfast, I said, lifting the baozi and soy milk in my hands. Nonsense. You think you can deceive me? I had been waiting outside for quite some time, attempting to reach you by phone, but to no avail. Where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how concerning this is? Lin Jing glared at me. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Fortunately, I was unharmed. Otherwise, she might have lost her temper. All right, come inside. I see you haven't had breakfast yet. Let's eat together, I said, gently pulling Lin Jing's hand as we entered my home. She remained silent, obediently allowing me to guide her. Where are your parents? Lin Jing inquired, surveying the room. They are probably still asleep. Shoo, let us keep our voices down so we don't wake them, I replied with a mischievous smile. Don't even think about it. I know exactly what you're implying with those lewd jokes, Lin Jing retorted, delivering a playful smack to the back of my head. Come on, let's hurry to my room. I led her into my tidy sanctuary. Why is your room so clean? Lin Jing remarked, taken aback by the neatness. Isn't it expected? Boys' rooms are supposed to be this tidy, I responded with a hint of pride. But I always thought boys' rooms were a chaotic mess, with underwear strewn about and tissues everywhere. Why is yours so immaculate? Lin Jing questioned, curiously inspecting my bed and floor. What are you looking for? There's nothing else to find. I sighed, slightly exasperated. Lin Jing, with a huff, kicked off her shoes and perched herself on my bed in her black stockings, her cheeks puffed up in defiance. What's the matter? I asked, as I opened a bag on the table and retrieved a bun, carefully peeling away the paper before sitting beside her. Lin Jing tilted her head, looking as if she wanted to devour me. Did you know? Poverty breeds greed. The more one has, the more one can hold. Here, open wide, I joked, swiftly shoving the white bun into her mouth just as she was about to scold me. MMPH. Lin Jing's eyes widened in surprise as she grasped my shoulders tightly, her small fists ready to retaliate. It's so hot. You jerk. You absolute jerk. Flustered, Lin Jing hurriedly extricated the bun from her mouth, sticking out her tongue and playfully swatting at me. Shall I cool it down for you? I gently blew on her pink tongue, which seemed to relax her, and she gradually ceased her movements. How are you feeling now? Better? I asked, taking a bite of my bun. Lin Jing retracted her tongue and fell silent. Are you still hungry? I queried. Yes, she nodded. Open wide. I blew on the bun once more and extended it towards her mouth. Just as Lin Jing opened wide, I mischievously pulled the bun back into my own mouth at the last moment. Lin Jing squinted at me, and we shared a moment of silence. The next instant, she let out a fierce shout and grasped my neck tightly. You scoundrel! I'll kill you. Lin Jing grasped my neck while we lay on the bed. She suddenly withdrew her hand. Your neck? What happened? Lin Jing pulled back and then tugged at my collar to inspect it, her brows furrowing deeply. What's wrong? I asked, frowning at her. Take a look for yourself. Lin Jing extended her hand and reached directly for my abs. What are you doing? I seized her wrist. Ouch. Let go. Just let go. Lin Jing clung to my hand as I struggled to free myself. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. And in the next moment, my mother swung it open. At that instant, she found Lin Jing unbuttoning my shirt, and she froze for 2 seconds. You two, my mother stared at us, and Lin Jing's face turned crimson in an instant. You may continue. You may continue, but do remember to take precautions. My mother said, winking at us before closing the door with a smile. Once the door was shut, Lin Jing was entirely flushed, reminiscent of a ripe red apple. Yet somehow still adorably charming. It's all your fault. Hurry and take off my clothes. Lin Jing tore at my shirt with sudden ferocity. With a rip, I noticed 2 marks on my neck, 2 small hands imprinted on either side. Where did you go last night? Lin Jing asked me silently. I didn't go anywhere. I just went to school to chat with Liang Jia. Nothing much, I replied, gazing out the window. Lin Jing lowered her head, then unexpectedly reached out, enveloping me tightly in her arms. Why? Why do you always have to be like this? Am I really such a burden? Can't I even worry about you? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lifted her gaze to meet mine. Seeing Lin Jing in this moment softened my heart, igniting an impulse to voice my thoughts. But even if I spoke those words, what would change? It would merely serve to burden her with more worry, wouldn't it? Lin Jing bore a look of disappointment as she regarded me, and then stood up. Yes, I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to worry. But there's no need to fear. Everything is fine now. I reached out and embraced her tightly. Lin Jing seemed to have more to say. But I didn't let her. I held her close and fell back onto the bed. I'm so tired. I was up all night. Just stay with me for a while. And once I wake up, I'll tell you everything else. There was a hint of stubbornness in my tone as I reached out to turn off the lights in the room, pulling the covers over us. Lin Jing pouted, casting a resentful glare at me for a moment before ultimately closing her eyes, surrendering to my whims. I awoke from a delightful slumber, having slept soundly until 4 in the afternoon. As I turned over, I felt something soft against my face. Upon opening my eyes, I found Lin Jing gazing at me with a frown. Have you had enough sleep? She inquired, her expression darkening as she pinched my drooling cheek, then suddenly kicked me off the bed. I fell to the floor and glanced at the time, realizing I would likely be forced to endure that dreadful game again tonight. Hey, explain what happened. Why is there a handprint on your neck? Lin Jing demanded. In truth, that night, we had ventured to the place the principal mentioned, Shurtsuan. Within Shurtsuan, there was a little girl in a red dress and an elder, but we left without doing anything, and somehow, this mark appeared on my neck. I recounted the events leading up to our visit to Shurtsuan, omitting any mention of the incidents involving Sheng Gu in the courtyard, lest Lin Jing learn more than she ought to. Is that so? Is it really just as you say? If you tell me more, perhaps I might reward you. Lin Jing said, shedding one of her shoulder straps and casting a flirtatious glance my way. I licked my lips, suppressing a surge of masculine desire, and nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed, that is the truth. I am not deceiving you. I extended my hand, but with a swift motion, Lin Jing slapped it down, insisting I roll away as far as possible. No, but a kiss is permissible, she said, glancing at me sideways, her voice softening. All right, I exclaimed, joyfully lunging towards Lin Jing. Later that evening, both our phones buzzed. This time, I received 2 messages. I've heard that you girls place great importance on your bodily virtue, but in your lives, which is ultimately more significant, the king had sent. The other message read, everyone must gather in the classroom at 1800 hours tonight, or face punishment. We all arrived at the classroom punctually. The door opened, and we entered to find it impeccably clean, devoid of any props, just our own desks and chairs. I sensed that some girls might be in for trouble. The second message was from Liang Jia, who had cleverly timed it to coincide with the king's message, ensuring Lin Jing would be unaware of its true origin. Liang Jia's tactic was astute. Lin Jing had no inkling it was he who had sent the message. At midnight tonight, we will confront someone, Liang Jia's message read, and my heart sank as I began to grasp our plans for the evening. Just as we pondered the king's intentions for the night, another message arrived, clarifying what was to transpire. The girl in white number 33 must engage with number 40, Zhou Yongliang, and number 41, Su Zilong, before 2400 tonight, or face punishment. The king's message declared. Chapter 30, The Definition of Kindness Buzz. Upon receiving the message from the king, Bai Liuli's face instantly turned ashen. No, I don't want to. She collapsed against a boy's chest, softly weeping. It's all right. No matter what, I will help you, the boy gently reassured her from beside Bai Liuli. We all stood in silence. Powerless as we were unable to resist the king's command, defiance would only lead to death. Moreover, like me, we would be mere puppets in the king's hands. What should I do? What should I do? Bai Liuli cried incessantly, while 2 other boys stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. After all, even if they chose not to act, the consequences would not fall upon them. The power of decision lay solely in Bai Liuli's hands. After a prolonged bout of tears, Bai Liuli finally lifted her head. Still sobbing, she clung tightly to the boy, torn over what course of action to take. He said nothing. but suddenly grasped her shoulders firmly and whispered softly in her ear, "It's all right. No matter what, I will always care for you." With profound seriousness. He spoke those words before walking towards Zhou Yongliang and Su Zilong. The two boys, Zhou Yongliang and Su Zilong, eyed him warily, uncertain of his intentions. The boy exchanged a few words with Zhou and Su, then quietly observed them. What would they ultimately decide? What was the king's true intention? Was this merely a game to him, amusing and entertaining? What could possibly be more than his grotesque amusement? Quite intriguing, Liang Jia suddenly remarked from the side. "What do you mean?" I inquired, looking at Liang Jia. "Don't you see? To obtain something, one must first relinquish something, just as Lao Xing stated." "That is the nature of this world," Liang Jia explained. I fell into silence, unsure of what to say. "But don't you think it is too cruel for a girl?" I replied, gazing at Liang Jia. "Survival has already been granted to you by the king. The choice of action, whether to act or not, lies solely with you. Everyone possesses the right to choose. Much like lovers eloping, they can choose not to flee, yet for the sake of love, some will choose to do so. If they are not driven to the brink, how can it be proven that their love is genuine? Should they elope only to have their relationship shatter? It merely reveals that their flight was a laughable and fragile fairy tale. Do you not think so? The king resembles the parents who forced these individuals to the edge." Liang Jia observed the three of them before rising to his feet. As Lin Jing gazed upon the three individuals, Liang Jia and I stealthily slipped away, vanishing into the shadows of the classroom. In the end, the boy inside conversed with Zhou Yongliang and Su Zilong, who nodded in agreement before departing with him. The boy gently embraced by Liu Li, and together, the four of them exited. Once they had left, we had a vague understanding of what would transpire. Yet we felt utterly powerless to assist them. How pitiable. Lin Jing's eyes glistened with tears as she turned, only to realize I had already disappeared. At that moment, Liang Jia and I were making our way towards the principal's teaching building. Despite this, the notion of 2 girls and 1 boy stirred a certain amusement in Liang Jia, who smiled slyly. "Imagine if such a scenario befell your girlfriend. Would you still be able to smile?" I shot Liang Jia a glare and whispered a reprimand. "Well, I don't have a girlfriend anyway," he chuckled, leaving me with a sense of futility. As we continued onward, I sensed a shift in Liang Jia's demeanor. Ascending the stairs, he gestured for me to let him proceed alone, promising to call me if all was well. He climbed the stairs, peering out at me with each floor he ascended. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he nodded, and I followed suit. This time, we encountered no more of that peculiar cyclical space. Arriving at the principal's office door, Liang Jia mysteriously produced an eerie dagger from somewhere. The door was ajar, and he boldly kicked it open. A chair faced away from us, occupied by an individual. Liang Jia approached and swiftly ensnared the principal's neck from behind, pressing the dagger beneath his chin. "You're still alive?" The principal gulped, staring at Liang Jia. "Thanks to you, we haven't perished yet, but your time is up," Liang Jia retorted ominously. "What do you intend to do?" The principal sensed the gravity of Liang Jia's tone. "I have no particular intentions, merely a desire for you to take a stroll through that village. If fortune smiles upon you, perhaps you may survive, just as we did," Liang Jia replied with a smile, producing a length of rope and handing it to me. Understanding his intent, I bound the principal. "What has become of him?" The principal inquired from his seat. "Thanks to you, he is quite well. Dead," Liang Jia answered. "Is that so?" The principal nodded thoughtfully. "What ritual did he perform?" "Are you the king?" Liang Jia pressed, the dagger menacingly poised against the principal. "I say I am not. Do you believe me? Regardless of how things have unfolded, feel free to deal with us as you wish," the principal sighed, suddenly extending his hand from beneath the rope. "What are you doing?" Liang Jiabing's voice was frigid as he plunged a dagger into the principal's palm. "Ah!" The principal let out a chilling scream. And I stood there dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that Liang Jiabing had indeed resorted to violence. After all, he was the principal. All I wanted was a cup of tea. Blood trickled from the principal's hand, while Liang's gaze remained icily resolute. "Do not attempt any tricks. Reveal what you know," he said to the principal in a voice devoid of warmth. All right, the principal stammered, blood flowing from his hand and sweat beading on his forehead. "When I first became principal, someone came to see me," he continued, his words fragmented. "Who is it?" Liang Jiabing inquired coldly, the dagger still poised against the principal's throat. I do not know," the principal replied, cold sweat gradually forming on his brow. "He claimed to possess a method to assist me. However, this method would not end the game. It would merely delay its onset for a few years, but there was a condition." "What condition? Speak quickly. I have no time for your hesitations." Liang pressed the dagger harder against the principal's neck, causing tiny beads of blood to emerge. As long as I could deliver the birth dates, along with hair or blood, of 2 individuals to him, and subsequently lead those 2 to him, then our school would have peace for 2 years after the game. That was the price. The principal regarded Liang with an unusual expression. In other words, you are wagering our lives for the safety of the next cohort of students at this school, correct? Liang's icy gaze bore into the principal. Did the previous 2 students meet the same fate? After they went to that stone village, could they ever return? The principal shook his head slowly. Indeed, that is the case. Since this game cannot be terminated and all students are destined to perish, whether sooner or later, it is preferable to sacrifice 2 lives to preserve the majority. He looked into Liang's eyes, his expression indifferent. Kill me. After all, I am a scoundrel who trades the lives of students for others. The principal gazed into Liang's eyes as he uttered these words. No, you are a good principal, Lin Huoming. Release him, Liang said, retracting the dagger from the principal's throat and revealing a smile. I nodded, bewildered, wondering when Liang had become so accommodating. I recalled how he had once beaten me for thwarting his plans to save someone, allowing the game to continue. Yet now, after the principal had nearly cost him his life, he remained so amenable? Just as I was about to loosen the principal's bonds, Liang suddenly turned, coldly plunging the dagger into the principal's thigh. You may be a good principal, but I am no good student. I do not care for your games with others' lives. Yet you dare to scheme against me. Liang Jia made a call for an ambulance, and then sat down. The principal collapsed on the floor, letting out a wretched cry. He clutched his thigh tightly, gazing at Liang Jia with a look of sheer terror. Is that person the same as the one in the village? Liang Jia crouched down, coldly inquiring about the principal. I won't say anything, the principal stammered. Liang Jia gently flicked the dagger embedded in the principal's thigh, eliciting a series of anguished cries from him. I don't know. But it shouldn't be the same person. The principal's cold sweat increased, and I felt that Liang Jia was indeed a very cruel individual. Is that so? Well, I have understood now. Be careful not to pull out the knife. Otherwise, the bleeding won't stop, and he might die, Liang Jia stated, waving his hand, signaling for me to follow him outside. With a resounding bang, Liang Jia closed the door of the principal's office. Isn't this a bit too cruel? After all, he is trying to save the students' lives. He could be considered a good person, I remarked to Liang Jia. If someone were to pursue your girlfriend, he might be a good person too. After all, he is doing it for your girlfriend's sake, Liang Jia replied, turning back and unexpectedly smiling at me. I fell silent, realizing that I could not refute Liang Jia's words. Chapter 31. The Incomplete Method of Usurpation. Not long after leaving the principal's office, both Liang Jia's and my phones vibrated simultaneously. We exchanged glances and opened our screens. The time was already 1:01 a.m. Presumably, Bai Liuli had completed her task. Upon checking my phone, I saw the message stating that the king had completed his task. There were no surprises there. Have you figured it out? I pondered, then unlocked my phone. Once everyone learns of the king's prowess, they will likely surrender, I mused. The screen displayed, no. 33 Bai Liuli did not complete the task within the stipulated time. The punishment is disfigurement. Liang Jia's gaze turned icy as he read the message from the king. He stared at it coldly for a second before shutting off his phone and returning it to his pocket. I remained silent, contemplating the punishment displayed on my screen. Did she resist? Did the girl named Bai Liuli dare to defy the king? Beep, beep, beep. Liang Jia's phone rang. I glanced at him as he answered a call. He instructed us to find him. After speaking, he shoved his phone into the pocket of his black hoodie and walked away, wearing his hood. Aren't you going to wait for me? I followed him, speechless. Whether you go or not, I will be going. Your choice is of no concern to me. Liang Jia's response was as cold as ever, demonstrating an unassailable level of indifference. Suddenly, a question struck me. What would you do if the king commanded you to act against the girls in our class? Then you must advise your girlfriend to be cautious. Liang Jia suddenly revealed a cold smile. Thus, Liang Jia and I arrived at a high-end roadside eatery. There, a man in a suit was seated by the road, indulging in barbecued delicacies, and he gestured for us to join him. What brings you here? Liang Jia furrowed his brow, gazing at Shenggu. What brings us here? Naturally, I wish to discuss the matter concerning you two. Is it not my concern? Shenggu remarked, savoring oysters and sipping beer. Goodness, are you even a Taoist? Consuming meat and drinking alcohol, I gazed at Shenggu in disbelief. None of this falls under the realm of abstinence. To put it bluntly, even seeking companionship is permissible, provided one does not overindulge. But enough of that. Our master is listening, Shenggu chuckled, wiping his mouth. May I have a glass of water first? I'm a bit parched, Liang Jia requested, taking a couple of sips, for we had rushed over promptly. I can pay you. Will you teach me some spells? Liang Jia suddenly posed the question to Shenggu. What did you say? Shungu inquired. I said, I can pay you. Will you teach me some spells? Liang Jia reiterated. No. Backtrack to the previous statement. Shungu shook his head. May I have a glass of water first? I'm a bit parched. Liang Jia reiterated in exasperation. Certainly, Shungu nodded. Goodness, is this fellow truly a Taoist? After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Shungu patted his belly, prodding at his teeth with 2 toothpicks while sizing up Liang Jia. You wish to learn spells? Shungu inquired. So do I. I hastily declared to Shungu. To teach you is impossible. Have you heard the tale of the Laojiao Taoists? Shungu surveyed us. Does that truly pertain to you? I raised an eyebrow. To a degree. If we do not adhere to the precepts, our spells will lose their efficacy. The Buddhist sect is similar. Have you heard the phrase attributed to Qigong? It is often repeated. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, yet remain in the Buddha's heart. That is the essence. Shungu elucidated. I have heard of it. What of it? I inquired. That is because he is the reincarnation of an Arhat, yet for others like us. He also stated the latter half of the phrase. If the world were to emulate my ways, they would tread the path of demons. Thus, becoming a Taoist is no simple matter. I spent quite some time before descending the mountain. Moreover, Qigong was engaged in liberating souls. We, on the other hand, do not hold such standing. Shungu explained earnestly. Therefore, even if we abide by the precepts, it would be impossible to learn spells in a short span, correct? I propped my head up, speechless. Not necessarily. Shungu suddenly flashed a smile. What do you mean? I asked. If you were to offer me a bit more money, I might consider accepting you as my disciple, Shungu replied with a grin. Regarding the matter you previously asked me to investigate concerning a medium, I did not uncover anything, yet I stumbled upon other information, Shungu informed us. The last time you visited Shurtsuan, you encountered a rather peculiar ritual. One whose significance is equally extraordinary. It took me a considerable amount of time to gather information before Brother Xing shared this with us. What is its purpose? Liang Jia inquired. It is quite unique. Are you familiar with the concept of soul possession? Brother Sheng posed the question. I nodded, understanding it to mean the resurrection of spirits utilizing the bodies of the living. This notion is specific to our Taoist beliefs. To be precise, soul possession refers to a method whereby a freshly deceased body, not yet fully exhibiting post-mortem lividity, becomes a vessel for a ghost possessing all 3 souls and 7 spirits, thereby achieving a form of resurrection. However, due to the ethical transgressions associated with this practice and its historical misuse, it has gradually fallen into obscurity. Yet, for reasons unknown, that individual seems to still possess the ability to perform it, perhaps inherited or taught by another. Even my master uncle may not fully comprehend this method. Fortunately, you encountered me that day. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated far beyond a mere monetary resolution. Brother Xing chuckled. Money, money, money. Does this fellow think of nothing else? I silently critiqued Brother Sheng. Did you notice that day? Brother Sheng continued. On either side of that courtyard, there were 2 coffins, and if I am not mistaken, there were 2 small yellow paper figures atop them. Had I arrived a moment later, you might have been dragged in there and suffocated, directly becoming vessels for the ghosts prepared for soul possession. What happens to our souls after being possessed? I asked. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Upon death, these naturally disperse. However, in your case, it would mean complete disintegration of your essence. Brother Sheng scoffed, and I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. After being possessed, can our souls return to our own bodies? Liang Jia queried Brother Sheng. Brother Sheng glanced at Liang Jia, seemingly impressed by the depth of his question. Do you think your body is akin to a mere cup? Even if there were a way to return, it would bring no benefits, only myriad detriments. Forcibly reversing the cycle of yin and yang is fraught with peril. Brother Sheng elucidated. Thank you for that. Why didn't you also capture the other hidden ghosts at that moment? I asked, somewhat exasperated. It's not that simple. Those 2 ghosts seemed to be well prepared, especially upon witnessing my intervention. They vanished into the shadows long before I could react. If I had pursued them, it would have required considerable effort, and such an endeavor could consume much time. Moreover, if things went awry, I might attract even more formidable entities that I could not handle, particularly at midnight. When the atmosphere is saturated with yin energy, the capabilities of ghosts are greatly enhanced, Brother Sheng explained. What purpose does their possession of us serve? I inquired. Ding ding. Wait, I haven't finished speaking, Brother Sheng interrupted, tapping a dish with his chopsticks. The last ritual they conducted seemed to possess certain flaws. As Shungu observed us with an inexplicable smile, it appeared to be an incomplete soul possession ceremony, incapable of permanent possession. After a period, the soul would naturally depart from the body, putting your physical forms in jeopardy when that time arrives, Shungu informed us. Goodness. How could he perform such a rudimentary soul possession ritual? Thankfully, he did not succeed in taking our souls. Otherwise, when the time comes, and we have yet to return to our bodies, we would find ourselves in a truly lamentable situation, with nowhere to weep. By the way, do you truly aspire to learn sorcery and become Taoist priests? Shungu inquired, fixing his gaze upon the two of us. I nodded in affirmation. Would you care for a cigarette? Shungu offered me a smoke. I slowly shook my head, prompting him to retract the cigarette. How about a drink? He then proffered a bottle of liquor. Again, I gently declined. Do you hire escorts? Shungu regarded me with a peculiar expression. I shook my head once more. Good grief. You neither smoke nor drink. What kind of Taoist are you? Perhaps a monk would suit you better? If you like, I can direct you to a place where you can renounce the world. Shungu exclaimed in exasperation. Finally, unable to contain myself, I let out an expletive. Is it impossible to be a Taoist without smoking, drinking, or hiring escorts? What sort of nonsense is that? I retorted, gazing at Shungu. I ask you, if you were to become a Taoist priest and encountered someone in need, would you assist them? Shungu queried, his expression darkening. Of course. Otherwise, why would I become a Taoist? I replied emphatically. Damn it, you are still better suited to be a monk. Shungu pointed at Liang Jia. Not at all. Liang Jia replied, shaking his head. Why not? I arched an eyebrow at him. It might be a trap, Liang Jia suggested cautiously. Exactly. Someone like you would undoubtedly perish within 2 episodes of a television drama, saving every random soul. Are you out of your mind? Fool. Shungu exclaimed, his exasperation palpable. Look, you do possess some potential. Come, learn to cook with me. Or rather, learn sorcery. Shungu placed his hand on Liang Jia's shoulder. Liang Jia shuddered slightly. Clearly uncomfortable with such proximity, he restrained some impulse, allowing Shungu to rest his hand there in silence. And what about me? I pointed to myself. You? Off to the temple to become a monk, Shungu declared as he stood up. By the way, a few days ago, we sought out the principal to inquire about certain matters. Liang Jia spoke, remaining seated, his lips moving while his body remained still, projecting an air of authority. Shungu sighed in resignation, turned back, and sat down to listen as Liang Jia continued his discourse. Upon reflection, I deduced that it must be a certain method capable of temporarily severing ties with the king, thus allowing for a 2-year hiatus from the game. My thoughts were quite scattered, and I needed to return and organize them. Shungu rose to his feet. Wait, there is something else. Liang Jia remained seated. What more is there? Shungu, frowning, resumed his seat. Could you not convey everything at once? I'm eager to play with the female ghost, he remarked, exasperated. Last time, at the entrance of Stone Village, we encountered Blood Yin Yang, Liang Jia informed Shungu. His expression instantly turned grave. Why are you only telling me this now? Sheng Ji's demeanor became exceedingly serious. Chapter 32, Numbers. I wasn't very familiar with you before, Liang Jia remarked, casting a glance at Shungu. Goodness, you're only informing me now. Where did you see him? Shungu pressed for details once more. Liang Jia recounted the events of that day from the beginning. Strange, Shungu mused, if what you're saying is true. Could it be that this individual is not human? If he were merely human, it would be manageable. However, if he is not, that complicates matters. Why is that? I inquired. If he is human, it's possible someone is compelling him to act. But if the one bearing Blood Yin Yang perished long ago, he may have transformed into a vengeful spirit, retaining the traits he had in life. This kind of spirit, akin to a triple vengeful spirit, is quite formidable. Even I may find it challenging to confront him. Shungu rarely exhibited such solemnity. What if he genuinely intends to harm us? What then? I asked. What do you mean, what then? He isn't targeting you. If he wished you harm, it would have already transpired, Shungu replied dismissively, a smirk playing on his lips. Very well, I shall seek further information and see what I can uncover. As for your game, continue playing. Should you meet your demise, do not hold me accountable. I have done my utmost to assist you. If you cannot endure, remember my words. Sometimes in life, one must relinquish certain things. With that, Shungu stood and departed. Relinquish something? Could I truly abandon something? A sudden thought struck me, and I shook my head. Such an event must never occur, for if it did, it would cause me more anguish than death itself. On the second day, I visited Lin Jing's home, where Lin Ziyu was also present. What brings you here? I queried, observing Lin Ziyu with curiosity. What is the matter? Am I interrupting your delightful moments? Are friends not permitted to visit friends' homes? Lin Ziyu chuckled, covering her mouth with a smile. In that instant, I sensed that Lin Ziyu had become a bit more cheerful. Of course not. Your presence is most welcome, Lin Jing replied, nibbling on a biscuit. I took a seat and engaged in conversation with both of them, relishing the joyous atmosphere. Humanity, indeed, is a most peculiar creature. When individuals are unaware of their impending demise, they tend to live with a certain nonchalance. However, the awareness of impending departure from this world, or the loss of something dear, instills a profound appreciation for time. In the past, we squandered our days without a care. Now, we have learned to cherish every fleeting moment, largely thanks to the king's influence. I cannot quite comprehend why, despite engaging in conversation with Lin Jing and Lin Ziyue, I sensed something peculiar about Lin Ziyue. A couple of days later, it was once again time for the king to indulge in his strange games. Buzz. A message from the king arrived. It was only 6 o'clock, yet an unsettling premonition gripped my heart. Why this early? Such anomalies often herald the uncanny. Tonight is destined to be extraordinary. Playing one by one is rather dull. How about we gather more people tonight? The king proposed. Everyone must assemble on the playground before 7. Latecomers shall face dire consequences. He accompanied his message with a sinister smirk. I gazed silently at the king's words before shutting off my phone screen. What should I do? Lin Jing's eyes appeared slightly reddened. Ever since we became close, she has often displayed a vulnerability, perhaps a sign of newfound reliance. Hua Ming, may I ask you something? Lin Ziyue inquired with a sly smile. What is it? I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. If, hypothetically, the king demanded that you choose between Lin Jing and me to perish, and the decision lay in your hands, whom would you select? Lin Ziyue asked with a sudden grin. My heart raced with an unsettling jolt, an eerie sensation enveloping me. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? I exclaimed, grasping Lin Ziyue's shoulders. Have you lost your senses to pose such a question? I shook her gently, urging her not to entertain such thoughts. I was merely speculating. If you choose not to answer, that is perfectly fine, Lin Ziyue replied with a chuckle, shaking her head as she walked away. Thus, we proceeded to school. By 7 o'clock, the remaining students arrived at the playground. All eyes glued to their screens, 15 minutes remaining. I spotted Bai Liuli, and collectively, our gazes converged upon her visage. She donned a white mask, the dark voids of her eyes peering through its openings. How pitiable she seemed. Lin Jing clutched my arm, an indistinct sound escaping her throat. Fool. That was her own choice. I see nothing to pity, I remarked. Since it was her decision, there is no reason for sympathy. I observed Bai Liuli from a distance. She appeared unchanged, the boy still by her side. Do you promise that you will stay by my side, even if I become disfigured? Lin Jing inquired, her eyes searching mine. Of course not. I replied, my expression devoid of emotion. Is that truly what you mean? Lin Jing's countenance darkened. Do not overthink it. Regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure your survival. I tightened my embrace around her shoulders and spoke earnestly. Fool, I would never perish. Lin Jing reciprocated my embrace. This evening, we shall indulge in an array of entertaining games. I have chosen a number in my mind, and you all must guess it, starting from the beginning. You may select a range, but as we progress, the range will diminish. Those who correctly guess the number will face a consequence. Let us commence from 1 to 100. Now, let the first player begin. The duration of the game is 1 hour, announced the king, followed by a countdown. Player 1, Qiu Baiya, gazed intently at his phone screen, contemplating. Let us start anew. 1100. He sent his message. Player 2, Li Mingyang, observed the screen in silence, acutely aware that each of his choices would determine the fate of the next player. Well, I shall join in. 299. Player 2, Li Mingyang, submitted his number. Player 3, Wang Mingfang, stared at the screen, lost in thought, uncertain of her next move. Since she was at a loss, she decided to follow the crowd. 398. Player 3, Wang Mingfang, sent her digits. Player 4, Wang Zimying, scrutinized the screen, aware that it was now his turn. A smile crept upon his lips. 350. He transmitted his number. What? The king exclaimed with a sharp disapproval. Incorrect. This revelation significantly narrowed the possibilities. It indicated that the number resided within the other half. The remaining players were now in peril. Player 5, Qin Pingyang, cast a glance at Wang Zimying and quietly announced his number. 5198. He observed the screen, relieved that it did not vibrate, confirming it was neither 51 nor 98. What a relief. Qin Pingyang exhaled inwardly. Players 6 and 7, Li Tianwen and Lin Huoming, awaited their turns. It was my turn now. My gaze shifted to the numbers and the dwindling time on my screen. Each choice was a test for both myself and the others. 5498. I sent my selection. No vibration from the phone. Thank goodness, I was not among those numbers. Players 18 and 19, Zhou Guanming and Liang Jia, took their turns. As it came to Liang Jia, he remained stoic, revealing a cold smile, uttering nothing and taking no action. 6898. Liang Jia dispatched his number. On the 20th, Zhang Tiantian. On the 21st, Zhou Lu. On the 22nd, an E. Only 20 digits remained. The others held their breath, scarcely daring to exhale. On the 27th, Lin Ziyue. Trembling hands revealed a sequence of numbers, 7,898. Fortunately, all was well. Lin Ziyue wiped the perspiration from her smooth forehead and exhaled slowly. At this moment, relieved, I too felt a weight lift from my heart. Thank goodness Lin Ziyue was unharmed. Now it was the turn of Bai Liuli on the 33rd. 8,598. Bai Liuli announced her numbers. Chapter 33, The Feeling. Number 33. Bai Liuli selected 2 digits. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone's gaze was fixed on their phone screens. Nothing happened. There was no reaction. Yet, Bai Liuli remained silent. Her expression and emotions concealed beneath her white mask. Next up was number 34, Lei Jiayang, who cast a glance at Bai Liuli before quietly stating 2 digits, 86. At that moment, our phones chimed simultaneously. We all stared at the message on our screens. Congratulations. You have won. The number is 86. Number 34. Lei Jiayang must witness his beloved woman engage with 2 men simultaneously, or face punishment. The deadline is before midnight tonight. Lei Jiayang suddenly laughed upon reading the message. Suddenly, Bai Liuli turned sharply, fixing her gaze on him, gripping his arm tightly. No, I don't want this. I don't want this. Bai Liuli shook her head vehemently. Looking at Lei Jiayang. It's all right, trust me. He insisted, shaking his head. But what if you die? What will I do then? Bai Liuli seemed on the verge of tears. Beneath her mask, her beauty faded, yet her affection for Lei Jiayang remained unwavering. Enough. If I have to watch you with another man, you might as well kill me. Lei Jiayang shrugged off Bai Liuli's grasp and strode out. Jiayang, wait for me. Bai Liuli called, chasing after him. Lin Jing and I leaned against the window, gazing out at the night scenery in silence. We could faintly hear their conversation outside. Why won't you listen to me? But even if that's the case, you still want me to. Bai Liuli's voice trailed off. That's entirely different. If you make me watch you, you might as well kill me. Lei Jiayang retorted. But Bai Liuli seemed to have more to say. However, we could no longer hear. Stop talking. If it's death, then let it be. Lei Jiayang said nothing more and walked away. That guy has some backbone, Liang Jia remarked, reveling in the drama. What do you mean? I inquired, looking at Liang Jia. It is devoid of meaning, to speak frankly. Do not take offense. After all, one must sometimes relinquish certain things for the sake of others. Liang Jia turned over and sat directly on the railing, closing his eyes to relish the gentle breeze wafting in through the window. If I were to encounter such a situation, what would you do? Lin Jing, unable to suppress her thoughts, began to ponder. I pressed my forehead, aware that women tend to be particularly sensitive at such times. One misstep could lead to disaster. What do you think? How do you believe I would respond? I retorted to Lin Jing. She fell silent, and I surmised that she had already arrived at her own conclusions. Are all boys fools? Lin Jing smiled faintly, bemused. Many are not. Especially those who are no longer alive, I remarked casually. Since the selection process had concluded for the evening, the remaining individuals present here held no significance. One by one, they began to exit the classroom. Are you not returning? I inquired of Lin Ziyue. She slowly shook her head. Time passed steadily, and before long, the appointed hour had arrived. At this juncture, perhaps Lei Jiayang had no avenue for retreat. For reasons unknown, I found myself concerned about Lei Jiayang, eager to witness the nature of his punishment. Buzz. We simultaneously unlocked our phones, gazing at the notification regarding the penalty. Time's up. Mission failed. Lei Jiayang must face punishment. The punishment is the loss of hearing. The message from the king left us in silence. The king is surprisingly merciful this time. I chuckled. But Lin Jing did not share in my amusement. To be unable to see the face of one you cherish, nor to hear their voice, can this truly be considered mercy? Lin Jing observed me, her chin resting in contemplation. I fell into silence. Such an outcome is indeed more painful than ending Lei Jiayang's life. After a while, Lei Jiayang returned. Bai Liuli was weeping beneath her mask, her tears having soaked the ground. We silently bore witness to it all. Lei Jiayang could no longer hear. He could not even see Bai Liuli's face. The only small solace might be that the king had not deprived him of his sight. At least he could still see what Bai Liuli was scribbling on paper. Thus, the king's game for the night came to a close. Buzz. I opened my eyes to the message on my phone. Before 4 o'clock, come to my house. The address was sent by Xingu. I rubbed my eyes, sighed helplessly, and rose from my bed. The next day, at 4 o'clock, Xingu summoned both Liang Jia and me. Let us go, Liang Jia said, leading the way. I nodded and followed behind. We arrived at a certain apartment, and Liang Jia and I knocked on the door. Come in. A sound echoed from within, a sharp crack. Liang Jia and I closed the door. And there sat Sheng Gu, cross-legged on the floor. Did you bring the items? He inquired, his eyes finally opening. Yes, Liang Jia replied darkly. Tossing a bank card toward Sheng Gu, he caught it deftly and placed it on the table. Now, don these 2 garments, he instructed, throwing us 2 white robes. What are these? I stared at the garments, feeling somewhat perplexed. Taoist robes. What else could they be? Sheng Gu glared at me fiercely. Wasn't it said that we needn't adhere to such rituals? Smoking and drinking are permitted. Surely, we can forego this? I retorted, rolling my eyes, wondering if we would soon be required to kneel and bow. You need not wear them if you choose not to. I would never force you, Sheng Gu remarked, glancing at Liang Jia, who was already changing. With a sigh, I relented. Fine, I shall wear it. Cleansing and changing is not without reason. It enhances our clarity of mind and spirit, allowing us to better perceive our surroundings, Sheng Gu declared, closing his eyes once more. Where are you going? He asked, turning his back to me as I prepared to enter the restroom. To change my clothes. I replied matter-of-factly. Here we are, 3 grown men. Are you a woman? Sheng Gu exclaimed, his voice tinged with incredulity. All right. I unbuckled my belt in front of him. With a swift motion, my pants fell, and I noticed a twitch at the corner of Sheng Ji's mouth, though he managed to suppress it. Once donned in the Taoist robe, Sheng Gu reopened his eyes. For some reason, I felt he possessed a greater intensity this time, though it might have been merely an illusion. Come in, he beckoned, rising from the cushion and opening the door to the inner room. I had expected to find a bed or something similar inside, but instead, there were red lamps, each adorned with a sign. Only the topmost lamp was illuminated, the others were extinguished. What are these? I inquired. Haha, I'll tell you after you pay your respects. Sheng Gu replied with a mischievous grin before making a phone call. Oh right, master, it's me. Yes, just as I mentioned before. I wish to accept 2 apprentices. Yes, I understand. I will be cautious. All right, goodbye. Sheng Gu turned back, tucking his phone into his pocket. You too. Sit cross-legged in the bathtub now, he commanded, gesturing toward it. Liang Jia and I complied obediently. Suddenly, cold water cascaded down upon us, chilling our bodies instantly. Now, close your eyes and feel your body, Sheng Gu instructed, and as he added something to the water, he pressed on certain parts of our bodies. Is this the legendary acupoint ceiling? As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but the cultivation rests upon the individual. My master did the same back in the day. Whether one possesses talent is up to you all to discern. Listen closely, if you have not emerged by noon, I shall not refund your money, indicating that you too are perhaps ill-suited to become Taoists. Above all, remember to keep your mind free of distractions. Hee. Brother Sheng chuckled mysteriously and closed the door. At that moment, I tightly shut my eyes, attuning myself to every part of my body. Coldness enveloped me, frigid, icy. Refreshing, nothing else remained. I could feel you, you scoundrel. I couldn't help but berate Brother Sheng in my heart. From 5 to 7, the Taoist practice reaches its zenith. If they fail to sense anything during this period, it is likely not meant to be. Lao Shen closed his eyes, continuing to meditate on the mat. An hour and a half passed in silence when suddenly, Liang Jia beside me stood up with a rustle. I opened my eyes. He appeared unchanged, merely glancing at me before exiting. Hey, what did you feel? I inquired. Liang Jia remained silent, casting a quick glance before shutting the door behind him. Oh, you're quite quick. It seems you truly possess talent and ideas. Come, learn some spells from me. Brother Sheng remarked, observing Liang Jia. Time stretched on, and I kept my eyes tightly closed. It was nearly noon. What to do? I still felt nothing. Could it be that I truly lacked talent? I shook my head, striving to empty my mind, immersing myself in the icy clarity of the water. Lao Sheng glanced at the clock on the wall, raising an eyebrow. At that moment, I sensed a peculiar sensation emanating from within. No, it was a feeling of merging with the pool of water, a refreshing sensation rising from the depths. Gradually, I began to perceive the coolness spreading throughout my body, the sensation gradually expanding. Time seemed to slow. Eventually, that feeling enveloped my entire being. In that instant, I opened my eyes. Chapter 34, Realm. Not bad. Indeed, at the second layer of Yushu. Truly impressive. Brother Sheng smiled, pulling me from the pool. Splash. For some reason, I now felt invigorated, as if I could sense the vibrant life force of the birds outside the window. How does it feel to become a Taoist? Brother Sheng wore a peculiar expression. Quite well, I nodded in response. Then quickly sit down. Brother Sheng urged, pressing me down. In Taoism, we emphasize essence, qi, and spirit, the so-called 3 treasures. There are also ranks among Taoists, classified into Yushu, Lingshu, Zishu, Jinshu, Qingshu, Chengxiu, Taishu, and finally, the highest tier, Xinxiu. The initial 3 layers are divided into 10 levels, while the latter 4 layers are further categorized into 5 realms: the front, middle, back, complete, and grand completion. Brother Sheng explained this to us. Isn't it impressive if I start off at 2 layers of the Jade Void? I inquired. Ordinary individuals typically awaken at the 3 layers of the Jade Void. What you possess is commonly referred to as trash. Brother Liang, with considerable talent, awakened to the 6 layers of the Jade Void. Brother Sheng regarded me with a look of disappointment. So, I'm just a worthless one, huh? I exclaimed. What level did you awaken to, Brother Sheng? I asked. Ahem, the 10 layers of the Jade Void. And call me master. Brother Sheng waved his hand. And suddenly a sword appeared, striking down towards my head. Ouch! I yelped, hastily shielding my head. I am currently at the peak of the Purple Void, just a bit away from breaking through to the Golden Void, while both my master and my uncle are merely at the Clear Void. As for the final layer, the Divine Void, apart from our ancestor, the primordial heavenly sovereign, no one has ever reached it. Even if someone did, they would have certainly transcended. Brother Xing elucidated to us. How do you know? Liang raised an eyebrow and asked. Shut up. I've only heard about it. Now you too, get up quickly. I shall illuminate a perpetual lamp for you. Brother Xing opened the door, and we returned to the row of spirit tablets. Wow, there really is a perpetual lamp? What fuels it? I gazed at Brother Sheng with excitement. Electricity, he retorted, casting a disapproving glance at me, shattering my illusion. Even in ancient times, it was people who kept adding oil. Did you really think there was an everlasting lamp? Brother Sheng looked at me incredulously. Fine. I shrugged. You too, extend your fingers. Brother Sheng instructed. Liang and I obediently extended our palms. Suddenly, Brother Sheng reached from behind, swiftly using a silver needle to prick our index fingers. Blood splattered into the air as he took out 2 pieces of yellow paper, pressing down on our fingers with both hands, hastily writing something with our blood. Done. Brother Sheng exhaled, collecting the yellow papers and retrieving 2 plaques to place atop them, before pressing a switch at the back. With a snap, our 2 perpetual lamps illuminated. As I gazed at the dimming lamps, a realization dawned upon me. Indeed, all those who had been my disciples are, in fact, all deceased. Suddenly, Brother Sheng displayed a terrifying expression. Damn, I cursed. Can we exit now? I asked. Hee, now it's too late. It's like you've entered a dark underworld and gotten tattooed. Can you just leave after speaking of it? Once you become a Taoist, those spirits will instantly recognize you as such. At that point, even if you do not seek them out, they will come for you. Brother Sheng revealed with a sly grin. You've got to be kidding. This is a trap for disciples. Had I known, I would never have joined. In truth, there is no need for undue anxiety. Not all have perished. Look over there, as Shenggu pointed. However, there exists one exception, that individual. Shenggu indicated the first spirit tablet, upon which a name was inscribed, accompanied by a flickering light that still shone brightly. The others had succumbed, likely at the hands of malevolent spirits. One cannot place blame on anyone for lacking skill, can they? Yet she remains the singular exception. She was my first disciple and the one I invested the most effort in, Yuan Jun. Should you encounter her in the future, you may speak of my affairs. Shenggu smiled faintly, caressing the now dim tablets of the others. Why? I inquired. Because, in those days, there were no mobile phones and communication ceased. Perhaps she has now surpassed me in cultivation, Shenggu mused, rubbing his nose. My heavens, how utterly unreliable is my master, having imparted so much knowledge. Have you all truly absorbed it? Shenggu scrutinized us. I see you have not. Come, select a magical artifact. Every Taoist Yuan Jun possesses a unique tool. Some wield dusters, other sleeves, some carry wine gourds, while most resemble my own. Choose one for yourselves. Only one may be selected. Remember, once chosen, it is an irrevocable commitment for life. Shenggu declared solemnly. Liang Jia bowed his head in contemplation. After a brief interval, he produced an unusual dagger. Such heavy malevolent energy. Are you certain you wish to wield this? Though the warning was clear, Shenggu swiftly seized the dagger, fearing Liang Jia might reconsider. He then drew a few drops of blood from Liang Jia's hand, murmuring incantations, as golden runes immediately adhered to the peculiar dagger. Suddenly, the dagger erupted in a crimson glow, seemingly launching a counterattack. How intriguing, it dares to rebuff. Shenggu observed, hastily reciting incomprehensible spells. The golden runes blazed forth, gradually suppressing the red radiance until it eventually faded away. All done, he remarked, tossing the enigmatic dagger back to Liang Jia. Liang Jia received it, scrutinizing the dagger with narrowed eyes for a moment before stowing it away. And you? Have you made your choice? Shingu turned his gaze towards me. Is this permissible? I inquired, presenting the talisman I bore. This, alas, is quite inadequate. When confronting spirits, such a fragile object proves ineffective. How about I gift you a peachwood sword instead? Only 998. It comes with my spell to empower it, capable of saving you thrice. Shingu produced a peachwood sword adorned with 3 red and white talismans. Are you serious? I gazed at Shingu in disbelief. The one who collects the payment is, he nodded. Thus, I dripped my blood onto the peachwood sword, and it was thereby bound to me. At the moment I connected with the peachwood sword, an extraordinary sensation enveloped me. I felt as if I were the sword itself, and that the sword was merely an illusion of my own. Exercise caution, for if you perish, your talismans shall shatter. Those are your life talismans. Ordinary talismans cannot fully unleash their master's prowess. Thus, in the pursuit of cultivation, the essence lies in oneself and one's own strength. Additionally, remember that a cautious vessel sails for 1,000 years. When venturing outside, be wary of what you see. Do not trust too easily, especially when it seems beneficial. Much like when Shingu cast a glance at me. For instance, consider how you generously offered to let us become Taoist priests. I couldn't suppress the urge to retort to Shingu, nearly provoking him to strike me with the peachwood sword. I must impart 3 crucial lessons to you. First, do not contradict your master. Shingu glared fiercely at me. Second, the art of spells. Come, within this compendium of spells. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to inquire. Shingu tossed us 2 tomes. Third, the technique of exorcising spirits and capturing demons, which entails how to battle with ghosts. This is rather profound for you too and should only be grasped once you reach the 10th level of Yushu. Shingu addressed us. Then what about that matter? I inquired. Rest assured, I cannot simply watch you perish. However, after assisting you in resolving this issue, I shall likely take my leave, and thereafter, you must rely on yourselves. Do you understand? Shingu looked at us. Liang Jia and I nodded in unison. Following this, Shingu shared with us the methods of cultivation. Yet, observing your current state, I reckon you may only achieve the status of Zishi or Jinshu in this lifetime. Perhaps even less. Shingu sighed, shaking his head as he patted my shoulder. In that moment, I yearned to strike him down, but I restrained myself. Furthermore, the 3 talismans you possess are as follows. The Divine Movement Talisman, which enables instantaneous travel. The Extermination of a Mortal's Spell, which must be employed only in dire situations against formidable spirits. Do not use it lightly, as it inflicts mutual destruction. Should you sustain grievous injuries, do not blame your master. Lastly, the Revitalization Talisman, capable of restoring life to the deceased. Each talisman is singularly potent, capable of preserving your lives thrice. Remember this, and do not use them frivolously. Shingu solemnly stated. Master, what shall we do if we encounter spirits? I asked. Spirits, you see, are somewhat enigmatic. They are essentially manifestations of the grievances formed after death. The greater the resentment, the more formidable the vengeful souls. The heavier the malice, the greater their power. However, delineating their ranks would serve no purpose. Return and devote yourself to diligent cultivation. Shingu urged us out. Chapter 35, Severed Heads. Having become Taoist priests, are we not immune to that peculiar game? I could not resist asking once more. No, of course not. It is akin to your family being in another's grasp. What relevance does your status as a Taoist priest have when your life is at stake? They would still strike you down without hesitation. This is an entirely different matter, Shingu replied from behind us. Alas, there is nothing to be done. We can only take it one step at a time. I recall that Brother Shang, with his finger pointed at me, urged us, remember, in the game, do not perish. My disciples. By the time Brother Shang had imparted his teachings to Liang Jia and me, night had already descended. We ventured out under the cover of darkness. Glancing at a tree nearby, an inexplicable sensation washed over me, as if something lurked there. Do you feel it? I inquired of Liang Jia, who nodded in agreement. However, as we turned our gaze towards the spot, the presence seemed to vanish. For reasons unknown, I felt an unsettling dissonance with my current identity as a Taoist. I brushed against my cool skin and promptly parted ways with Liang Jia to return home. Upon arriving home early, I had already informed Lin Jing that there was nothing amiss. She stood at my doorstep, engrossed in her phone, a bag of groceries in hand. Did you return with groceries? I asked, smiling at Lin Jing. Since I'm alone at home, I'll cook. Why not join me for a meal? I suggested, glancing at the vegetables she carried. I opened the door, and Lin Jing stepped inside, donning an apron to begin her culinary endeavors in the kitchen. After a short while, feeling somewhat aimless, I decided to experiment with the dubious cultivation method Brother Shang had taught me. I sat cross-legged on the floor, striving for tranquility, allowing my body to relax while focusing my mind. The vital energy circulating within me began to form a complete cycle, an essence of what is referred to in Taoism as qi. Initially, I felt somewhat awkward, but as I continued, a warm sensation enveloped me, accompanied by a refreshing coolness swirling around my body. Is this what they call qi in Taoism? Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from the door, and Lin Jing's voice broke my concentration. I straightened my posture and emerged from the peculiar state I had just entered. Upon opening the door, Lin Jing paused for a moment, gazing at me with a look of surprise. What is it? I asked, waving my hand in front of her. You seem a bit different, she remarked. What has changed? I wondered if Lin Jing had discerned my transformation into a Taoist. I don't know, but you seem more spirited, she replied, shaking her head. Could it truly be that noticeable? It reminded me of the first time I encountered Brother Sheng. There was something distinctly different about him compared to ordinary people. Is that a bad thing? I queried. It's not bad, just a bit strange, she said, her eyes narrowing as she brought the dishes to the table, urging me to try them. Observing the food, it appeared rather unremarkable, and I mused whether it might be one of those cursed dishes from the dark arts that could spell disaster with a single bite. However, it didn't look particularly unappetizing, so I decided to give it a taste. I closed my eyes and took a bite. How is it? Lin Jing widened her eyes, nervously gazing at me. I set down my chopsticks and quietly regarded her for a moment. You prepared the meal, yet you haven't even tasted it yourself? I inquired, observing Lin Jing. However, she unabashedly replied, of course, the first bite should be given to someone I cherish. In a fit of frustration, I exclaimed, are you hoping for my demise? If you can't cook, then don't. This is absolutely dreadful. What do you mean by that? Lin Huoming, are you seeking trouble? Lin Jing retorted, her face flushed with anger. I put so much effort into this meal. You will eat it, whether you like it or not. She firmly pressed my head down, insisting that I consume the food. By the time I finally finished, I lay on the bed, utterly spent. How about we visit the amusement park tomorrow? Lin Jing asked, clutching my arm. Her tone lacked any hint of inquiry. It was more of a declaration. What is with that tone? Are you forcing me to go? I replied, exasperated. I don't care. We are going tomorrow, and I've already bought the tickets. With that, Lin Jing triumphantly revealed 2 amusement park tickets. Wow, you've already purchased them? I said in disbelief, staring at her beaming face. The next day, we ventured to the amusement park, indulging in endless fun until the sky darkened and night fell. Suddenly, I received a phone call. Who is it? I wondered aloud. But before I could check, Lin Jing snatched the phone from my hand. Of course, I have it saved under a note. I protested. The note, however, was not something mundane like Master or Lao Sheng, but rather, who is the oyster? Lin Jing questioned, tossing the phone back to me. Hello? I answered, recognizing it was Brother Sheng on the line. Disciple? Where are you? Have you been diligently practicing as I instructed? His voice was drowned out by a cacophony, reminiscent of a disco or bar atmosphere. Of course. And where are you? I asked. Oh, I'm currently catching a demon. This blonde monster is quite formidable. I'm battling it while talking to you. So handle things on your own for now. Gotta go, bye. With that, he abruptly hung up. I hung up in silence and continued to enjoy the amusement park with Lin Jing. Suddenly, amidst the night at the drop tower, I spotted a head eerily staring at me. I rubbed my eyes to ensure I wasn't mistaken. Indeed, I was not. The head was suspended, hair entangled in the machinery, the body absent, and it continued to turn, fixated on me. A chill ran down my spine, and goosebumps erupted across my skin. In the darkness, the others remained unperturbed. Jing, do you see anything over there on the drop tower? I asked Lin Jing, my voice trembling. Huh, what? There is nothing. She replied slowly, shaking her head. Indeed, was I the only one able to see it? Oh, I recalled the legend that spoke of an accident at this amusement park a few years ago, where a girl with long hair got caught, and her head was torn apart. Suddenly, Lin Jing startled me by spreading her hands outward in front of me. In an instant, I covered her mouth and urged her forward. For I noticed the ghost in the middle of the drop tower becoming increasingly agitated, its eyes wide and blood-red, fixed intently on Lin Jing. Fearing for her safety, I hurriedly pushed her ahead, unwilling to glance back. Suppressing the horrific feeling welling within me, I continued forward. Behind a tree ahead, I caught sight of something peculiar, dark and indistinct. As the shadow realized I was watching, it gradually retreated and vanished. Perhaps we should head back, I suggested, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. No way. I haven't had enough fun. Come on, let us go to the haunted house. Lin Jing tugged at my arm, pulling me towards the haunted attraction. At that moment, I spotted a familiar figure, someone clad in a suit, his right arm around a voluptuous blonde. I squinted in disbelief and called a certain acquaintance. Hello? Disciple, what is it? Shingu answered my call. Is this the blonde you mentioned? Quite impressive indeed, I said, approaching him and relaying my thoughts. Who are you? The blonde foreign girl exclaimed, her eyes widening. What? A monster? She uttered in a language I could not comprehend. Then, with a resounding slap, Shingu was struck. You rascal. He glared at me, clenching his fists. Is this what you call exorcising demons? This monster seems rather charming, doesn't he? I raised an eyebrow at him. Do you have any idea how much time I spent wooing that blonde? And you let this ungrateful disciple ruin it. I'll kill you, Shingu declared, suddenly producing his sword and swinging it towards my head. Huaming, who is he? Lin Jing asked, clinging to my arm. He's just a charlatan. Ignore him, I replied. If I'm a charlatan, then you're my apprentice, humph. Well, I won't deal with you tonight. I'll settle the score after I finish my business. You lied to me about being at home, didn't you? Shingu said, before wandering off with his sword, leaving Lin Jing and me alone amidst the chaos. Chapter 36. The Art of Summoning Spirits. Standing still, Lin Jing inquired once more about the identity of that individual, expressing an unsettling feeling that he was not of good character. Naturally, he was no good. He had deceived me in the past. How absurd. Now, I inexplicably found myself able to perceive strange entities. I silently lamented within. Lin Jing, undeterred, grasped my arm and led me into the haunted house. After purchasing our tickets, as we entered, she clutched my arm tightly. Inside the haunted house, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the room, an inexplicable terror lingering in the air. Haven't you seen the dead before? After so many encounters with death, what is there to fear? I couldn't help but exclaim. It's different, all right. Girls are inherently more susceptible to such fears. Lin Jing, for reasons unknown, appeared to soften. Could this be what they call an opportunity? After taking a few steps, suddenly, a female corpse plummeted from above, her face smeared with blood, her tongue grotesquely protruding, and her skin deathly pale, clad in a white garment. Ah! Lin Jing let out a piercing scream, clinging to me tightly, then pressed herself against my back. I gazed at the corpse, her eyes eerily fixed on me, and silently guided Lin Jing away. After we distanced ourselves, around the corner, an individual donned in peculiar attire and a mask suddenly lunged towards Lin Jing. Wow! Another scream escaped Lin Jing's lips, and I hurriedly led her away. As we turned another corner, we found ourselves in an elevator. Is the 12th floor actually the 18th? This elevator is exceedingly rudimentary. I decisively pressed the button for the 18th floor. Let us seek the most exhilarating experience and finish early. As the elevator reached the 3rd floor, it emitted a low hum. With a thunderous clatter, it began to tremble violently before plummeting rapidly. Ah! Lin Jing suddenly cried out. The numbers above the elevator ascended swiftly. 1, 2, 3, 18. Finally, the elevator came to a gentle halt, its doors trembling as they opened. I observed the intricate patterns on the elevator doors, which were quite exquisite. Despite the terrifying descent mechanism, it appeared to be rather safe. Upon opening the doors, we were greeted by a long corridor adorned with fiery red lanterns. After a prolonged walk, I began to sense something amiss as I gazed at the lanterns. Had we stumbled into a phenomenon akin to ghost hitting a wall? Indeed, yesterday, Shingu had gifted me a book that detailed various matters, including methods to counteract such phenomena. However, this must surely be a jest of the haunted house, right? Nevertheless, just to be cautious, I decided to give it a try. I pricked the tip of my index finger, allowing a few drops of blood to gently smear across my eyelids. Huaming, what are you doing? Why have you stopped? Lin Jing queried beside me. I remained silent for a few moments before finally opening my eyes. The phenomenon known as ghostly obstruction, often referred to as ghostly wall, suggests that the essence of our craft has permeated our blood, granting us a modicum of exorcistic power. Applying it to my eyelids equates to the effect of cow tears. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with a gruesome sight. 8 corpses suspended in the air, each bound by a blood-red cord around their necks. One wore a white dress, while another donned a mask. Their appearance indicated they had long since departed from this world, yet mysteriously, they seemed to be manipulated even in death. For bodies hung on each side, what we had initially perceived as lanterns were, in truth, lifeless forms. The bloodied corpses hung above us, their feet stretched straight, with blood incessantly dripping to the ground. Drip, drip. Huaming, Huaming, what has happened to you? Lin Jing repeatedly shook my arm, her voice filled with concern. I shook my head, gazing into the distance, realizing that despite our long journey, we had traversed but a short distance. I smeared the still wet blood on her eyelids, and after a few moments, she let out a piercing scream. What has happened to Huaming? Lin Jing furrowed her brow, leaning against my shoulder. Not far from us stood a shadowy figure with its back turned. Last time, I let you escape, but this time, I shall not. No one will come to your aid. The figure suddenly turned, revealing a coffin behind it. Lin Jing, upon seeing its face, screamed in terror. The visage was gruesome, with decaying flesh and bulging eyes. As it lunged toward me, its claws reaching for my head. A resonant hum filled the air, and a flash of white light appeared. Suddenly, a peachwood sword materialized in my hand, swiftly blocking the impending grasp. The impact sent me hurtling backward. Pooh! I spat out blood, feeling as if my very insides had been shattered. Hua Ming! Hua Ming! Lin Jing rushed toward me. I noticed 3 talismans on the peachwood sword and decisively grasped Lin Jing's hand, tearing off a Godspeed talismans. In an instant, she vanished from my sight with a swift whoosh. Sacrificing oneself for righteousness. Commendable, little Taoist. But alas, you shall meet your end here, the figure cackled, stepping upon my body. Its nails elongated into sharp spikes, slowly lifting toward my eyes. With a sudden whoosh, a golden talisman appeared between my eyes and its fingertips. A brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping me in a protective shield beneath its grasp. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. I must admit, this place is rather elusive. The voice of Sheng Gu resonated from behind that entity. With one hand gripping his sword, he approached it, directing the sword sheath towards the creature. Humph! Are you seeking your own demise? Time and again, you thwart my endeavors, you foul Taoist. Do not presume I am easy to bully. Should you dare to meddle once more, do not blame me for being ungracious. The entity looked at Sheng Gu as he spoke. At the very least, refrain from engaging in such trivial games, will you? Let your true form speak with me. Rest assured, even if you do not seek me out, I shall come for you. Upon finishing his words, Sheng Gu swung the sword sheath towards the entity. Whoosh! The creature attempted to defend itself with both hands. But it was futile. Sheng Ji's long sword pierced through its body in an instant, cleaving it in two. Collect! Sheng Gu uttered a single word as he formed a seal with one hand, causing a vortex to materialize upon his sword sheath, drawing in the entity along with its remains from the ground. How are you? Is everything all right? After completing this, Sheng Gu lit a cigarette and inquired as he sat beside me. I won't die, just a bit of pain in my body, I replied, touching my chest. Where is your life-protecting talisman? It should have emerged to safeguard you by now, Sheng Gu mused, stroking his chin as he regarded me. I relayed the events to Sheng Gu in fragmented sentences. I never imagined you to be such a person of deep loyalty, Sheng Gu remarked, patting my shoulder and regarding me with a meaningful expression. Master, do you still have that spirit movement talisman? I asked. It's gone. You still have 2 on your sword. Use them as you see fit, Sheng Gu replied nonchalantly. How can it be like this? Being a Taoist is so perilous. What if you end up like those disciples on your wall? I retorted, somewhat exasperated. Do you think being a Taoist is so easy? If it were, everyone would be one. We send you out to hone your skills, not to waste your days. Besides, isn't there still one alive? Sheng Gu laughed heartily, striding ahead without regard for my injuries. Can I opt out? I suddenly halted and addressed Sheng Gu. He stopped as well. Of course. I won't concern myself with your affairs any longer. It's that simple, he replied before continuing on his way. Oh, and one more thing. I have discovered the hiding place of that fellow from earlier. In a few days, let us summon Liang Jia and venture there together to see what he is truly up to. Sheng Gu glanced back at me. Rest assured, I have pondered over the matter regarding the king, and I have some inklings. Yet one crucial aspect eludes me. What exactly is the king's medium? Sheng Gu queried, stroking his chin. Master, I noticed that those individuals in the haunted house seemed to possess some semblance of life. Yet for some reason, they perished upon arriving here. I recalled something and quickly asked Sheng Gu. The soul summoning technique, are you familiar with it? That fellow was preparing to employ that method, Sheng Gu inquired. Soul summoning technique? I raised an eyebrow, indicating my confusion. The 3 souls and 7 spirits. As a person approaches death, the 7 corporeal souls disperse, followed by the departure of the 3 ethereal souls. The 3 souls are categorized into the celestial soul, the terrestrial soul, and the vital soul. The 7 corporeal souls consist of the heavenly charge, the spiritual wisdom, the vital energy, the strength, the central essence, and the heroic spirit. Are you aware of this? Brother Sheng inquired. I nodded. It was briefly mentioned in the book he had given me. The souls represent the yin, while the corporeal souls embody the yang. Among these 3 souls and 7 corporeal souls, there exists a further division of yin and yang. Within the 3 souls, the celestial soul is yang, the terrestrial soul is yin, and the vital soul is again yang. However, at times, the yin and yang may reverse. Brother Sheng explained to me. The individuals we saw moments ago appeared lifeless, yet they were not entirely dead. Their souls had initially been extracted, but subsequently, they were forcibly returned through a specialized method of soul summoning, controlled by soul manipulation techniques. This is why you witnessed their semi-lifeless state. Naturally, once they had served their purpose in leading you here, they lost their value and perished. After all, they were merely forcefully reinserted. Brother Sheng elucidated. Now I understood. I nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Do you comprehend? You still have much to learn, you rascal. Brother Sheng led the way, beginning to hold me accountable for frightening away that golden-haired beauty, ultimately punishing me as a stern teacher would. Chapter 37. The Card of Ultimate Death Explosion. Bruised and battered, I returned home, where I found Lin Jing squatting on the ground, clutching a peachwood sword. Upon seeing my return, she dashed towards me in a frenzy, crashing into my embrace. Whoa, I thought you were dead, you scoundrel. She threw down the peachwood sword and relentlessly struck me, pummeling me mercilessly. Stop hitting me. Quickly help me bandage my wounds, I said, exasperated, as I steadied Lin Jing's shoulders. You jerk, I hate you. You left me all alone. Lin Jing cried, continuing to strike me. With no other option, I endured the pain from my wounds and pulled Lin Jing into the house. Now tell me, what on earth happened? Why are you like this? Who were those people? Why did I suddenly disappear? What did you do? Lin Jing, wiping her tears, bombarded me with questions. All right, don't rush. I will explain everything to you slowly. I sighed. What was inevitable had finally come. I recounted the events to Lin Jing, who transitioned from astonishment to concern and ultimately to deep anxiety. Why? Are you going to agree to him? If you don't become that so-called Taoist, you wouldn't be in so much danger, Lin Jing said, her eyes fixed on me with worry. In truth, whether I agreed or not, we could not escape the grasp of the king. At this moment, our only reliance may lie with our master, I told Lin Jing. Having perused that book, I began to grasp some understanding of contracts or curses of that nature. The king appears to have cast a curse upon us, binding us to his will. Engage in the game or perish, such is the simplicity of our plight. Presently, it seems that only Sheng can lift this curse. I find it curious that the king has scheduled these games every 3 days, whereas previously, the games commenced haphazardly, devoid of any pattern. As I lie in bed, I ponder the king's intentions, yet I remain perplexed by his motives. It has been several days. How is your wound faring? Lin Jing inquired, prodding at my injury. Oddly enough, I remarked, the king typically issues tasks every 3 days. However, nearly a week has passed. Do you think he is concocting something? I asked Lin Jing. What could he possibly be scheming? Lin Jing retorted. I am uncertain, but I have a nagging feeling that the king is planning something significant this time. I confessed quietly to Lin Jing. It would be prudent to prepare some items that might prove useful, I suggested. Lin Jing nodded in agreement, gathering a few trinkets to carry with her. I believe the king's actions are deliberate. Suddenly, I do not wish to leave any regrets behind. Lin Jing blushed and lowered her gaze. Observing her endearing demeanor, I gently pressed my lips to hers. In the final days of life, one must indulge in their passions. As we engage in this game, we must possess the resolve, for we have witnessed our classmates perish before our eyes. Their horrific demise haunts my nightmares nightly. The Murphy's Law, what must happen will inevitably occur. Buzz. At 8 o'clock one fateful evening, the king roused me from my slumber. In this game, even sleep has become a precious commodity. Cursed be it. I struck the mattress with a forceful blow and mustered all my strength to rise. Glancing at Lin Jing, who slept beside me, I recalled the previous night's shared slumber, which induced a headache. Of course, we merely slept side by side, without engaging in any peculiar activities. We sought warmth, a simple affirmation of our existence. After splashing water on my face and examining my reflection, Lin Jing and I made our way to school. The king's message resounded. All must gather in class before 9. Those who fail to arrive shall meet their demise. What choice do we have? In the dim light of night, I spotted Liang Jia. His skin appeared unnaturally pale, more so than usual, an unsettling sight. What troubles you? I inquired of Liang Jia. Do you know why the king has not sent us any messages these past few days? Liang Jia suddenly smiled, a smile that was quite terrifying. I slowly shook my head. On the first and second days, the tasks he assigned were exceedingly simple. Kissing, licking feet, actions that were easily accomplished. However, as time progressed, the challenges grew increasingly arduous, and the penalties became more severe. Yet now, after a full fortnight, I felt an ominous premonition. This game might not be as straightforward as before. The enigmatic smile lingered on Liang Jia's lips. Gradually, one by one, others arrived at the classroom door, which was tightly locked. As I gazed at that door, my foreboding feelings intensified inexplicably. I am somewhat afraid, Huoming murmured beside me. It's all right. I was about to respond when Lin Ziyue suddenly smiled at Lin Jing and said something. I looked at Lin Ziyue, wondering when this person had acquired such a talent for consolation. Was she not supposed to be a delicate, soft-spoken girl? With a loud bang, the door swung open from within. Inside the classroom, there was nothing but 2 tables. On those tables rested 2 boxes, silently awaiting attention. None dared to touch them without the king's command. After a few minutes, I finally understood why the king had not played the game on time. It was because he wanted us to savor the final days of our lives. In those last precious moments, whatever we did would appear particularly valuable. Buzz. The command arrived. Student number 1, Qiu Baiya, open the box on the left. Student number 2, Li Mingyang, open the box on the right. The 2 who had long grown accustomed to the king's orders stepped cautiously towards the boxes. Qiu Baiya and Li Mingyang suppressed their fears as they approached the table. Each time they opened the boxes, they contained instruments of violence. Yet this time, what would transpire remained uncertain. Fear was futile. The game had progressed for too long, and lives had been lost. No matter the circumstances, I must survive. Qiu Baiya pressed his lips together and opened the box. Li Mingyang shared a similar resolve, and they both reached out simultaneously, delicately lifting the lids. Buzz. Red and green lights emanated from the 2 boxes, casting a bizarre glow upon their faces. What is this? Qiu Baiya gazed at the dazzling red card, hesitating momentarily. Buzz. Students with odd numbers, please draw from the left red card. Those with even numbers, draw from the right green card. Once you have drawn, I will explain the rules of tonight's game. Tonight, the game we are engaging in is the Extreme Death Explosion card game. The king has sent a smiley face. Extreme Death Explosion card game? Upon hearing this name, my heart suddenly raced, for it was evident that the penalty for losing this game was explosive in nature. Lin Jing and I approached, drawing numbers one after another, and soon everyone held their red and green cards. Now, I implore everyone to scatter and conceal yourselves. The designated area is within the school premises. Should you venture outside, your body will explode, and remember this crucial point. Additionally, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not hide together if you possess red and green cards. The time limit is 10 minutes. After this duration, I shall announce the final rule of the game. The king relayed this message to us, and the countdown swiftly appeared on the screen. 1959. Observing the information above, due to the odd numbers, Lin Jing and I held numbers 7 and 49, respectively. I grasped Lin Jing's hand and swiftly sought a corner to hide within the campus. Would you like to join us? I noticed Lin Ziyue hesitating, and my heart ached. I spoke to her gently. No, it's too troublesome. I can manage on my own. Lin Ziyue shook her head softly. All right then, be careful, I cautioned her, and she nodded lightly as she watched us depart. After we left, Lin Ziyue slowly lowered her eyelids, a flicker of coldness crossing her gaze before she turned away. Liang Jia perched on the railing of the rooftop. Observing the individuals hiding below, he had already discerned the general direction. Red and green. Had they already delineated the enemy and ally by color? Were they a collective? Were the red ones adversaries? Liang Jia gazed at the radiant number on his red card, which glowed ominously in the night. The large number 11 appeared blood red against the darkness. Thus, it follows that I need only be wary of the green individuals, correct? Liang Jia narrowed his eyes, surveying the shifting crowd below. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed when the time arrived, and the king announced the final rule of the game. Ah, so it is. Upon reading the rules displayed above, Liang Jia could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes widened as he clutched his phone tightly. This was about to become entertaining. Liang Jia silently returned his phone to his pocket. I gazed at the rules on the screen. This game could be aptly described as cruel. In our class, this evening, at least 2/3 of us would be eliminated, meaning only 1/3 would survive. The cards still lay in our hands. But there were 2 additional slips of paper tucked within our sleeves and close to our hearts. The number on the cards of those of us who drew red glimmered with a green luminescence. What you must do now is locate the individual who holds the card with the number you drew earlier. They bear the same number on their chest and shoulder. Once you tear that paper away, you will end the game, and the marked number on your body will vanish. The king sent a message to everyone. However, be warned, when you tear off that card, the person will explode and perish 10 seconds later. Furthermore, I must remind you that 2 individuals share one number. The king sent a smiling face. The game lasts for 2 hours. If within that time you fail to find your counterpart or tear off their number, all remaining individuals will face a gruesome demise. Bang! Sharing a number implies that if we are even a moment too late and one of us tears off their number, we will simultaneously forfeit our chance. Among the three of us, only one can survive. Thus, the game commences. Chapter 38, Deception. I finally comprehend the meaning of the term extreme. It is a race against time, a race against another person. Lin Jing stood frozen, staring at the rules, which amounted to a death sentence for her. Don't think too much. I will not let you die, no matter what. I held Lin Jing tightly, embracing her firmly. Despite my words, the notion of taking a life was utterly incomprehensible to Lin Jing. It is not about killing. It is merely about tearing off the card. I whispered softly to her with a smile. But if we do that, they will die? Lin Jing clutched my shirt, anxiously gazing at me. Yes, regardless. I will not permit you to perish. I stood up and glanced outside the window. A red glow flickered in the darkness. Perhaps the king wished to keep the game from becoming tedious. We were both enveloped in a brilliant green light, with numbers glowing on our shoulders and chests. 2 numbers. 2 individuals. Both our targets lay upon me. This situation is untenable. I must first ascertain the whereabouts of the person who has drawn the number 41. To discover their location, I must move to detect others' positions. Yet aimless movement only exposes oneself to the enemy's gaze. What should I do? I surmised that most individuals would simply wait, for the shared number rendered collaboration impossible. We could only rely on ourselves. If everyone adopts this mindset, by the end, they might all surge forth in unison. I need to locate that individual while safeguarding my own security. This dual necessity complicates matters significantly. What should I do? At that moment, Liang Jia sent me a text message. Which number are you searching for? Liang Jia inquired. I was momentarily taken aback. Liang Jia and I both possessed singular identities. What if we were in pursuit of the same student ID? Do not fret, if it comes to that. We can simply tear down a number simultaneously. Liang Jia dispelled our concerns with a single message, 41. I sent back a number. After a few minutes, Liang Jia responded with, 3rd floor, 4th classroom on the right. It should be there. He provided me with a coordinate. And what about 33? I inquired. After a brief pause, Liang Jia sent me another coordinate. How do you know? I asked him. That's none of your concern. You have an hour and a half left. You should hurry. With that, Liang Jia fell silent. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a girl echoed through the campus, followed by what sounded like an explosion. Instantly, the campus fell into an eerie silence. From a higher floor, I could still faintly see a flickering of red and green lights. Will you wait for me here? I whispered to Lin Jing. She shook her head. I want to go with you, Lin Jing said earnestly, gazing into my eyes. But it's dangerous to take you there. Stay here, hold this knife, be careful, and wait for me. I will return shortly. I placed a small knife in Lin Jing's hand, gently kissed her smooth forehead, and turned to leave. Wait. Lin Jing reached out, attempting to call me back. However, she realized that her presence would be futile, so she reluctantly returned to her previous spot, curling up alone with her knees hugged to her chest. I hurried to the location Liang Jia had mentioned, the 3rd floor, 4th classroom on the right. I slowed my pace, illuminating the classroom with my phone. Just as I pushed open the door, a sharp blade pressed against my throat. A boy's eyes locked onto mine. He held the knife, his body trembling with evident fear. What are you doing? I recognized him as Wang Ziyuan from class 30. Get lost. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to rip off my badge and see me dead, right? Wang Ziyuan pressed the knife against my chin. No, don't be tense. I'm just passing through. See for yourself. I extended my card towards him. He glanced at the card with a sidelong look, then gradually lowered the knife. Humph. He sheathed the knife, closed the door, and distanced himself from me in the darkness. I noticed he had put away his weapon, yet his vigilance remained, his gaze fixated on me with a peculiar intensity. What do you want? He asked, squinting as I approached him. I don't want anything. I merely wish to collaborate with you in our search. I managed a wry smile. In such moments, exhibiting a normal smile would be quite abnormal. It is precisely this kind of smile that can further lower one's guard and instill a sense of ease in others. What is there to negotiate? What could we possibly collaborate on? Wang Ziyuan still harbored doubts about me, his tone slightly frosty. At this juncture, he trusted nothing but himself. Of course, we can cooperate, provided we capture someone simultaneously. I will assist you, and you shall assist me. That will suffice, I earnestly conveyed to Wang Ziyuan. He fell into a prolonged silence. If it is just you alone, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate that individual. Even if you find him, it may not be so simple to tear down his insignia. Let us work together. This at least increases our odds of success. I pressed further. Very well. But the issue is, you must first help me lower my guard, Wang Ziyuan replied. We could proceed this way. I leaned closer to him, whispering softly into his ear. In that fleeting moment, I seized the insignia from his shoulder. With a swift motion, I tore off the number 41 insignia from him. You. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at me. In truth, I was number 41, but that insignia did not belong to me. It was Lin Jing's. I watched Wang Ziyuan as my body slowly retreated. 10, 9, 8, 7, 4, 3, 2. I silently counted down in my mind. 10 seconds had elapsed, and Wang Ziyuan's body began to writhe and swell. What are you doing? His eyes remained wide open, then rapidly expanded. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, blood and entrails splattered across the ground. The crimson spray stained the pristine white walls, as well as my clothes and face. Gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, I could not suppress the urge to cover my mouth. Though I had witnessed death countless times before, this occasion was more intense than any prior experience, for this time I was the one who had caused it. There was no alternative. I had to protect Lin Jing, and I could not afford to perish. For her sake, I must engage in this game, and I must emerge victorious. Victory was imperative. Moreover, I had no obligation to show mercy to someone wielding a knife against me. The insignia on my body, along with the glowing green digits, vanished, signifying that two individuals would no longer possess their numbers. Their lives were reduced to a mere 2 hours. What could they accomplish in such a limited time frame? Furthermore, Wang Ziyuan's demise would result in another person being unable to find their number, sealing that individual's fate as well. While the numbers on our bodies could not be exchanged, the digits on our cards could. I cleverly swapped the number I held with the one Lin Jing possessed, successfully deceiving Wang Ziyuan and causing him to lower his guard, ultimately allowing me to tear away his insignia. As I exited the classroom, my body inexplicably began to weaken, and I found myself unable to resist the urge to retch. Struggling against the nausea, I leaned against the wall for a moment. For reasons I could not fathom, I felt an overwhelming concern for Lin Jing, who remained behind. Slowly, I retraced my steps back to her. Upon opening the door, I was relieved to find that my worst fears had not yet materialized. Lin Jing was trembling in the corner, and upon seeing me, she could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, you're back. This is such great news," she exclaimed, rushing into my embrace. Yet I knew, this game had only just begun. Chapter 39, Torn Asunder. "You're covered in blood," Lin Jing remarked, her brow furrowing as she observed my bloodied form. "It's nothing," I reassured her. "For a man, a minor injury is hardly an issue, and besides, most of this blood isn't even mine. Come on, stop pretending to be tough. You should clean yourself up," she chuckled lightly. Seeing that I was unharmed seemed to ease her worry, and she produced a cloth from somewhere to wipe the blood from my clothes and face. Watching her delicately tend to my wounds stirred a warmth within me. "That's enough, it won't help. We need to locate your target quickly," I told her. Suddenly, her hands froze on my body before she let them drop. "All right," she nodded. We both stood and outside. The ominous sounds of explosions resonated, thuds and blasts that sent chills down the spine. Lin Jing's complexion was pale, resembling someone who had witnessed something horrific. "Are you all right? You look unwell," I observed, noting how tightly she clung to my clothing, a rare display of fear for her. "I'm fine. But just thinking about what we have to do next makes me feel uneasy," she confessed, her face falling. A silence ensued. I understood her pain, for I had recently endured a similar ordeal. Yet, there was no alternative. The anguish of her potential departure outweighed my own discomfort, an affliction more agonizing than death itself. I had to choose between two forms of suffering. Time was slipping away. Lingering here might lead to Lin Jing losing sight of her target. Just as I thought this, a flash of green light appeared around the corner, and a figure dashed past us. 33. The number on his back read 33. This was troubling. The man provided us no opportunity to approach. Upon seeing anyone not bearing the same card color, he would flee. He was swift, and if this continued, Lin Jing might take 2 hours to find him. There was no time to waste. I urged Lin Jing to be cautious and took off in pursuit of the fleeing figure. In the past, during physical education classes, I had never exerted myself to the utmost in a race against others, as such endeavors seemed utterly devoid of meaning. Even if I were to triumph over my opponent, what would it ultimately signify? Winning would yield no monetary reward, merely a hollow honor devoid of substance. Despite this, I possessed the advantages of height and long legs, enabling me to run swiftly. Yet, never before had I sprinted with such fervor as I did today. My motivation transcended personal ambition. It was for the sake of others. This sensation compelled me to run with relentless determination, racing forward with unbridled speed. My hair was in disarray, my eyes reddened, and the veins in my neck throbbed, mirrored by another individual in a similar state. Under the pressure of impending doom, his pace exceeded even mine. Should he falter, he would meet his demise. Thus, he could not afford to stop, propelled only by the instinct to survive. A race against death. Explosive cards. A choice between two. A mere quarter chance. This game proved exceptionally brutal for every participant. I recognized him. He was the reticent classmate, number 36, Ku Jingjie. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared before him, regarding him with an expression that was both intriguing and indifferent. Ku Jingjie remained oblivious to this person, for the figure, shrouded in darkness, bore no identifying numbers. Focused solely on his escape, Ku Jingjie sped past, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. Abruptly, a pale hand emerged from the shadows, seizing Ku Jingjie's clothing and yanking him backward. With a thud, he fell. In an instant, a dagger plunged mercilessly into his neck. He had yet to comprehend the situation before his eyes widened in death. Swift and decisive, I observed Liang Jia's cold demeanor, perplexed by his thoughts. I knew he would hesitate to release his prey. Was it necessary for me to assist him? Did he take me for his caretaker? Liang Jia leaned against the wall, and I glanced at the absence of numbers on his chest. He had likely completed his task long ago. Thank you, I said, directing my words towards Liang Jia. I had expected him to suggest that I show mercy and merely remove the tag from his neck. Liang Jia retorted with sarcasm. I detected a tinge of mockery in his tone. Even if I were to remove the tag, it would hardly equate to mercy, for the consequence would be an explosive demise. Alas, I resolved to speak no further. The paramount concern was to summon Lin Jing to swiftly remove his tag. I paused to catch my breath, having just sprinted with all my might for quite a distance. A moment's respite was indeed warranted. As I began my return, the school was not far, and Lin Jing should also be making her way toward this direction. Just as I was nearing her, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. Ah! My heart raced, and I dashed toward the source of the sound. Don't come any closer. Lin Jing was cornered, trembling as she brandished a knife at someone. It's all right. It will be over quickly. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all. The man bore a grotesque expression, and without warning, he lunged at Lin Jing. Stop! My eyes burned with fury as I charged at him. He glanced back at me, and in the darkness, recognition dawned upon us simultaneously. It was Chun Jiling, number 47. He had completely lost his composure, his eyes wild with madness. For a fleeting moment, he looked at me, disregarding my presence entirely, and reached out to tear the number tag from Lin Jing's shoulder. Stop it! I rushed forward and landed a punch on Chun Jiling's head. Thud! He crumpled to the ground, and I mounted him, unleashing a flurry of blows. Bam! My fists rained down upon him, and he seemed dazed, blood spilling from his mouth, staining his teeth, transforming him into a creature of bloodlust. Ha ha ha, just kill me. I won't survive anyway. You'd better do it tonight, or your woman will be the one to die. He laughed maniacally, oblivious to the punches being thrown. Madness enveloped us all, in this game of survival. We had no choice left. I lost track of time as I continued to strike, my fists drenched in Chun Jiling's blood, the skin on my hands raw and torn. Enough, Huaming, we must leave. Lin Jing clutched my arm, her tear-streaked face reflecting her unbearable distress. I stood up from Chun Jiling's body, realizing how close Lin Jing had come to death at his hands. Thankfully, she was unharmed, and I couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief within. As Lin Jing and I made our way toward Ku Jingjie's body, exhaustion weighed heavily upon me. After the intense sprint and the brutal confrontation, I found no energy left for anything else. I wiped the sweat from my brow. Finally, we arrived. The vicinity of Ku Jingjie's remains in sight, and I felt a profound sense of relief wash over me. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Lin Jing, rushing toward her with alarming speed. After becoming a Taoist priest, my senses have sharpened considerably. I suddenly turned around and saw a shadowy figure swiftly approaching us in the darkness of the night. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the space behind both Lin Jing and me. No, I could hardly believe my eyes and instinctively let out a shout. Although I sensed the danger, I had let my guard down upon witnessing Ku Jingjie's lifeless body. My muscles had relaxed, much like an NBA star who maintains their body temperature in heavy clothing before stepping onto the court to prevent a decline in performance. I was completely at ease, and even as I saw the figure, it was too late to intervene. At that moment, Lin Jing also turned around nonchalantly. With a tearing sound, the number on Lin Jing's shoulder was ripped away. Buzz. In an instant, my mind went blank. How could this happen? Chapter 40. The King's Game. In that fleeting moment of tearing off the card, a tempest of emotions, rage, fear, ecstasy, and despair flashed across the faces of the three of us. I gasped for breath, clenching my fists tightly. My eyes were bloodshot. Wait, it's not over. There is still a chance. 10, 9, 8 seconds left. 8 seconds. But, at this distance, is it possible? Can I do it? I questioned myself. I didn't know, but I had little time left to ponder. Without hesitation, I scooped Lin Jing into my arms. Ha 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 ha, I've finally survived. Ha ha. The maniacal laughter of that figure echoed behind us, but I had no time to be concerned. I ran with all my might. If in the past I had only exerted the absolute limit of my physical capabilities, this time I was giving it 150% without holding anything back. Lin Jing had no idea what I intended to do, yet she trusted me completely. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Time slipped away second by second. Each step taken with immense effort as I rapidly approached Ku Jingjia's corpse. But with only 3 seconds remaining, I felt a part of Lin Jing's body beginning to swell. There's not enough time. What to do? There's no other choice. I must gamble everything. I grasped Lin Jing tightly, using all my strength to leap forward. Lin Jing's body arced through the air toward Ku Jingjia's corpse. There was no other option. This was all I could do. Tear it off, I shouted to Lin Jing. 3, 2. With a ripping sound accompanying Lin Jing's thigh scraping against the concrete, she extended her hand in the final second, ripping the glowing green number card from Ku Jingjia's chest. Buzz. The green glow emanating from Lin Jing's body pulsated, and in the final moment, it ultimately faded away. Sighing, I felt a profound sense of relief wash over me. I tilted my head back and lay down weakly, firmly closing my eyes, determined to think of nothing, to escape my thoughts entirely. Tap, tap. Liang Jia approached me, regarding me with an inscrutable gaze. Well done, he remarked. But you let your guard down in the last second, otherwise, you wouldn't be so injured. Lin Jing looked at me lying on the ground and walked away with her head bowed. I closed my eyes helplessly. As long as Lin Jing was alive, everything would be all right. Thankfully, Lin Jing was still alive. Ouch, it hurts. Lin Jing cried out beside me. I weakly turned my head to glance at her. The skin on one of her thighs was completely scraped off, and she was alone, bleeding and tending to her wound. Are you all right? I asked softly as I stood up, having rested enough, and walked over to her. You big jerk. Do you think I'm fine? It hurts so much. Who told you to be so rough? Hurry up and carry me. Lin Jing feigned a fierce demeanor, but seeing me like this, she could hardly muster any real anger. All she truly wanted was for me to carry her. I gently helped Lin Jing to her feet. She furrowed her brow and bit her lip tightly. I carefully lifted her onto my back and took slow, measured steps towards the classroom. As for the other person, I knew him, but there was little I could say. As long as everyone was safe and alive, that was what mattered, for this was not his intention. Nevertheless, it would be wise to remain cautious around such individuals in the future. One slip, and like today, he could take advantage of the situation and stab one in the back. Having learned this lesson once was enough. I cast him a cold glance over my shoulder. He silently regarded us before turning away. On the way, a cool breeze met us, and Lin Jing clutched my back tightly with her small hands. Why are you holding on so tightly? Are you all right? I couldn't help but frown as I glanced down. Blood was dripping steadily from her injured leg. It seems the north wind is a bit painful, Lin Jing said softly, gripping the fabric of my shirt tighter. Just hang in there. I gently set Lin Jing down, removed my jacket, and placed it over her thigh, then tied it securely. Is this better? I inquired softly. Lin Jing nodded, biting her lip. With an hour remaining, I escorted Lin Jing back to her home. Should we go to the hospital? I asked. It's just a minor injury. I'm fine, she replied with a muffled grunt, clearly pained by her foot's wound. I hurried back to the classroom, for there were others I cared about still present in the school. I wanted to see if they could survive. I made a phone call to Lin Ziyue. She did not answer, and my heart skipped a beat as I felt my pulse quicken. Although Lin Ziyue and I were merely friends, my first experience was intertwined with her. I could not simply stand by and watch this girl perish. I began to search for her throughout the campus, yet she was nowhere to be found. Gradually, a sense of unease regarding Lin Ziyue's safety began to envelop me. Could something have happened? Surely not. I repeatedly reassured myself. But the more I attempted to convince myself, the more my trepidation intensified. I was acutely aware that my fears might indeed be manifesting. I spotted by Liuli and Lei Jiayang, both devoid of numbers, and I could surmise the implications. They approached me, and I inquired if they had seen Lin Ziyue. Lei Jiayang shook her head, and Lin Ziyue expressed ignorance. After a moment of uncertainty, they departed. I found myself alone, unsure of what to do. Was Lin Ziyue in danger? Where could she be? Aside from Lin Jing, the person I cared about most was Lin Ziyue, yet I had suppressed my feelings. Now, unable to locate her, I was bewildered to find my eyes reddening. I had run for what felt like an eternity, yet still found nothing. Damn it! Where could she possibly be? In moments of despair, boys often resort to expletives, just as girls may throw their stuffed animals or strike their pillows. I squatted down, hugging my knees, at a loss for what to do. The campus was steeped in an overwhelming scent of blood, with crimson staining the ground. Perhaps one of those patches was Lin Ziyue's. For reasons unknown, I felt a twinge of regret deep within. How could I have been so preoccupied with Lin Jing? Lin Ziyue, so fragile, how could she possibly be safe? I berated myself time and again. Yet no matter how harshly I scolded myself, it was futile. Time could not reverse, nor could I relive moments. Especially in this game, a misstep could lead to death. Death! I remained huddled on the ground, clutching my knees. Suddenly, a voice, cold and detached, pierced the air. I looked up to see a girl with beautiful, short black hair. Her gaze was indifferent, as if my demise would elicit no concern from her. However, the corners of her mouth curled playfully, exuding an air of recklessness. Her crimson lips contrasted with her pale skin, and in the darkness, she resembled a porcelain doll, her short hair dancing gracefully against the night sky. What do you wish to say? I recognized her as Yi Bei, a classmate of mine. Her icy lips curved slightly. If Liang Jia from our class is renowned for her low profile and indifference to class matters, then Yi Bei is notorious for her aloofness. At least Liang Jia would occasionally flatter the teacher, whereas Yi Bei seems to disregard even the instructor entirely. Had it not been for that day's encounter with the punishments of the King's game, she might not have even considered participating, potentially meeting her end before the game even commenced. Hey, what kind of gaze is that? Yi Bei raised an eyebrow, her silver earrings glinting coldly in the night, mirroring the frigidness of her expression. I averted my gaze, unwilling to engage with her. I knew that someone like Yi Bei would never lend a hand to an elderly woman crossing the street. I should be grateful that she wasn't actively seeking to harm me. Observing the bloodstains on her skirt and the numbers disappearing into her proud bosom, I understood she was no benevolent soul. Are you ignoring me? She inquired, her eyebrow arched in continued curiosity. Given your nature, it's impossible for you to assist me. If you have nothing to say, please do not trouble me further. I am quite vexed at the moment. I shook my hand dismissively and prepared to turn away. I have news about Lin Ziyue, Yi Bei called out just as I was about to take my leave. What do you mean? I turned back, my tone slightly elevated. The literal meaning, Yi Bei replied with a mysterious smile. I sensed a shadow about her, reminiscent of Liang Jia's playful demeanor when manipulating others, and Sheng Ji's peculiar, profit-seeking grin. Yet, she tilted her head slightly, adopting a coy expression as she gazed at me, her glistening eyes, gently biting her finger joint, and flushed cheeks made it seem as though I were about to do something to her. Please, just tell me quickly and stop toying with me. I urged Yi Bei, fully aware that such a woman would never engage in a losing bargain. I can divulge this information, but in return, I need you to assist me with a matter. You must promise me. Yi Bei's expression suddenly turned frosty, her lips curling into a faint smile. All right, as long as it falls within my capabilities. I nodded. Beside me, Yi Bei's beautiful eyes lowered, her objective achieved. After all, encountering useless information was less beneficial than leveraging it to gain a favor from me, thus securing a bit of advantage. In this game, having an additional ally increases the odds of success. She had already calculated the mechanics of the King's game. The game typically comprises two types, the first being pure luck, akin to Russian roulette, and the second involving direct combat between two participants. The final type, as it currently stands, blends luck with confrontation, testing intellect and physical prowess in every aspect. In short, for someone like Yi Bei, having another individual on her side augments her chances of victory. That's settled then. Lin Ziyue is currently in the last classroom on the rooftop, but you must hurry, Yi Bei said with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 41. The game is over. Why? I blurted out in disbelief. Oh, you seem quite concerned for her. Don't you already have a girlfriend? Yi Bei asked, squinting and smiling at me. It was then that I realized my concern for Lin Ziyue was no less than for Lin Jing. Just moments ago, I had noticed someone tailing her, likely with ill intentions. Yi Bei leaned slightly backward against the railing, gazing at the topmost level of the school, unable to suppress her narrowed eyes. Upon hearing her words, a wave of alarm surged within me, prompting a hasty sprint up the stairs, desperate to reach the school's uppermost floor. There must not be any harm. Lin Ziyue, you cannot be in danger. Just one more level to go. Wait for me. I am almost there. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from a girl, followed by a muffled thud emanating from a classroom. At last, I reached the top floor. This cannot be happening. My eyes trembled at the sight of scattered, dismembered remains. How despicable. Damn it. I clenched my fists, staring at the entrails that spilled from the classroom, collapsing to my knees. In that instant, my heart swelled with hatred. I loathed Yi Bei. I resented him for not informing me about Lin Ziyue sooner. I despised my own sluggishness and ineptitude. More than anything, I cursed this damned situation. If it weren't for him, Lin Ziyue would still be alive. How detestable. I couldn't help but strike my fist against the unforgiving ground, pain shooting through my bones. In that moment, blood and agony were my only stimuli. This pain urged me onward, offering a semblance of solace. Blood trickled from the corpse, slowly making its way to my knees. I reached down, feeling the warm liquid smear against my hand. Rising to my feet, I advanced step by step towards the final classroom. In truth, I yearned to distance myself from that room, perhaps never to return. Yet something compelled my legs to move closer. What was this force? Perhaps curiosity? Fear? Or maybe a flicker of hope? As I stepped through the blood-soaked threshold into the classroom, I was met with a horrific sight of dismembered flesh. I instinctively squinted, covering my mouth and nose. The pungent scent of blood was unbearable. I averted my gaze slightly, fearing that if I continued to look, I might retch once more. Death naturally evokes a repulsive reaction from the mind, and this visceral response often leads to nausea. Approaching the remains, I suddenly heard strange sounds amidst the carnage. Alongside the overwhelming stench of blood, peculiar odors assaulted my senses. I furrowed my brow. Was it the surviving man who caused this? What should I do? Should I kill him? He has become a king, compelled by the rules of the game to take lives. What significance would there be in my killing him? It would merely perpetuate further bloodshed. However, should he choose to strike at me, I would bear no blame. I stepped over the bodies, cautiously peering into the classroom, which lay enshrouded in darkness. At first glance, it appeared unoccupied, yet it was stained with blood. Had they already departed? I could not help but press my lips together. Was it truly devoid of life? If they had not left, I would at least catch a glimpse of him, to discern his visage. No, that is incorrect. There was indeed someone there. In the silvery moonlight, I discerned a pair of trembling legs curled up in the corner. Was it a girl? A figure suddenly materialized in my mind. But I shook my head slowly. It was impossible. A girl like Lin Ziyue would hardly possess the resolve to act. Such a timid and kind-hearted girl could never survive in this world. With that conviction, I found myself hastening my steps, eager to unveil the identity of the figure. As I approached, my first thought was one of disbelief. In that moment, the quivering silhouette in the corner was none other than Lin Ziyue. Beneath her skirt, a stain spread across the floor, trailing towards me. She clutched her knees, her body trembling as she wept. The markings on her shoulders and chest had vanished, leaving only the hue of her garments, marred by blood. This implied that the ground was quickly. I steadied my emotions and advanced toward Lin Ziyue, each step resonating as I drew closer. Hearing my footsteps, she could not help but lift her tear-streaked face toward me. I bit my lip tightly, gazing at her with a mixture of indescribable emotions. In that moment, I was unsure whether to feel joy or something else entirely. However, a profound curiosity enveloped me. I was intrigued. How could a girl like Lin Ziyue have acted with such ferocity? Yet, witnessing her in such a state rendered me speechless, unable to voice my inquiries. Clearing my throat, I crouched down and attempted to speak to her. Yet, as I opened my mouth, Lin Ziyue's cries intensified. Oh, how she wept. She buried her head deeply into her knees, rendering any questions futile. What on earth had transpired? I softly inquired of Lin Ziyue. She offered no response, only continued to sob endlessly. Please, do not cry any further. It will not be a pleasant sight. I endeavored to muster a smile, and Lin Ziyue glanced up at me. Gently, I reached out to wipe the tears from her delicate cheeks. Lin Ziyue sniffled, tears streaming down her cheeks. What should I do? Perhaps I should take Lin Ziyue home first? I am such a villain. I sobbed Lin Ziyue, lowering her head once more. It's all right. I know it was not intentional. Perhaps it was merely luck that allowed Lin Ziyue to escape calamity. I gently patted her head, offering soft words of comfort. However, Lin Ziyue slightly raised her head, her face flushed as she gazed at me. No more buts, let's go. I carefully lifted Lin Ziyue from the ground. In that moment, I realized my hands were warm. Looking at the dampness on the floor, I suddenly understood. At that instant, Lin Ziyue's ears turned beet red. She lowered her head and softly murmured an apology. Oh, it's nothing. After all, in such a terrifying situation, excessive fright can lead to bodily reactions. And such occurrences are entirely normal. Before I could finish my sentence, Lin Ziyue bit me sharply. Buzz. A message arrived from the king. Time's up, punishment begins. With the arrival of time, the lives of certain individuals approached their inevitable conclusion. Bang, bang, bang. Such sounds erupted throughout the campus, while in the principal's office. A man gritted his teeth, expressionless. After escorting Lin Ziyue back home, I prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Lin Ziyue reached out to me and unexpectedly embraced me from behind. What's wrong? I couldn't help but frown and asked her. It's nothing. It's just. Observing Lin Ziyue's fidgety demeanor, I furrowed my brows. I'm so scared, Lin Ziyue murmured, her hands nervously entwined, betraying her anxiety. Seeing her like this, I knew she was not pretending. She was genuinely frightened. I watched her in silence, my lips pressed tightly together in contemplation. Fine. Just for tonight. I will stay with you. I sighed and said to Lin Ziyue, thank you, she whispered, then took her clothes and went into the bathroom. I waited outside, quietly watching television, but after merely 2 seconds, I found I had no inclination to continue and turned it off. I was still reeling from the earlier carnage. Chapter 42. The truth? Should I call Lin Jing now? I pondered, then dialed her number. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Lin Jing's voice was soft and melodious. I couldn't quite grasp why she seemed particularly gentle today, leaving me at a loss for words. It's nothing. I want to be coming over tonight, I softly told Lin Jing. Why is that? Has something happened? The foremost concern for Lin Jing was my safety, which warmed my heart unexpectedly. It's nothing really. Just forget it. I won't come over. Just be careful and secure the doors and windows, I replied to Lin Jing. No way. If you don't clarify things for me tonight, don't even think about hanging up. Lin Jing's obstinate side reared its head again, and I found myself rubbing my forehead, feeling a headache coming on. I really don't want to come over. Is that all right? My tone inadvertently turned harsh, and I hope Lin Jing would be intimidated by it. Is this not a case of using force to counteract force? What kind of reasoning is that? Do you think you can just wipe your mouth and slip away after eating? Lin Huoming, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. What do you mean by that? Lin Jing scolded me vehemently, like a shrew. Everyone says that women change after marriage, and I never thought it to be true until now. Why are you acting like a shrew? I haven't done anything. We merely spent one night together. I did nothing to you, I muttered silently. Silence fell on the other end. Lin Huoming, you bastard. Lin Jing cursed vehemently, prompting me to hastily hang up the phone. At that moment, Lin Ziyue emerged from the bathroom, drying her hair. Lin Ziyue had taken quite a while in the shower. Those bloodstained clothes had probably been discarded by her long ago. As she dried her hair, her skin glowed with a soft pink hue, revealing large swathes of delicate flesh. She handed me a set of clothes. These are my father's. You can make do with them. I'm sorry for the inconvenience tonight, Lin Ziyue said to me. It's all right, I replied, accepting the clothes and stepping into the bathroom. As I turned on the hot water, the disgusting images of today flooded my mind. Supporting myself, I cranked the water to its maximum heat, using it to wash away the chill from my body. I lingered in the shower for quite some time before finally emerging, enveloped in steam. In the living room, Lin Ziyue produced a pillow. If you don't mind, you can sleep in the same bed as me, she suggested softly. Her cheeks flushed. Oh, no need for that. I'll just sleep in the living room, I replied. Lin Ziyue's parents were out, or she wouldn't have invited me over. That wouldn't be appropriate. You should sleep in the guest room, she insisted, bringing the pillow and blanket for me. I scratched my head awkwardly, feeling as though something was amiss. Had I really left my girlfriend behind tonight to sleep over at the home of a girl I barely knew, albeit one I was somewhat close to? Still, since I was already here, I might as well settle in for the night. Tomorrow would take care of itself. I could apologize to Lin Jing then. Even if she were to kill me, there would be nothing I could do about it. With this mindset, I lay down, uncertain whether it was the unfamiliar surroundings or the events of the night that led to my restless state. I found myself utterly devoid of sleep. It was not until 4 o'clock that I heard a soft click, and the door creaked open. Barefoot and clutching a pillow, Lin Ziyue gently closed the door behind her and approached me step by step. She lay down beside me, wrapping her arms around my back. What's the matter? I whispered, shifting slightly. Lin Ziyue shuddered, and I felt a dampness against my back. She was crying again. I'm so scared. Her voice trembled. I turned to face her, clad only in a nightgown, with nothing beneath. I could almost feel the softness of her skin and the inexplicable allure of her figure. Was she trying to tempt me? Was it intentional or merely accidental? Had I overthought the situation? In truth, I felt similarly conflicted. I sat up. No matter how I looked at it, here I was, abandoning my girlfriend to share a bed with another woman at 4 in the morning. This was becoming increasingly bizarre. Don't you think our current situation is rather strange? I said, touching my nose as I spoke to Lin Ziyue. Yet, I was hesitant to reject her. Her voice was soft and disarming. Is that so? Very well, I conceded, unable to harden my heart against her. Since I can't sleep, why don't you tell me what happened tonight? I asked gently. Lin Ziyue's gaze shifted suddenly, avoiding mine. Although she leaned against me, she seemed to shy away from the question. It's my fault, she began hesitantly, recounting the evening's events in fragments. While waiting in the classroom, a woman wielding a knife had burst in, intent on tearing down her sign. Trembling, she had sought to evade the woman's aggression. in a moment of unintentional collision. The woman fell, and inexplicably, Lin Ziyue found herself reaching to remove the sign from the woman's shoulder. I was left pondering whether to deem Lin Ziyue fortunate or the woman unfortunate. Perhaps it was Lin Ziyue's will to survive that had saved her. In this game, only those who lived could be deemed victors. Ah, I see, I nodded, acknowledging the truth. A girl like Lin Ziyue could never bring herself to harm another. After all, she had been so frightened upon seeing a corpse that she lost control. Anyone would find it impossible to doubt her account. Meanwhile, in another room, Lin Jing clutched her pillow tightly, her eyes red-rimmed as she cursed a certain scoundrel who had vanished after taking advantage. Scoundrel, may you meet a wretched end. Go die. Die. Don't come back tonight. Even if you return, I won't let you in. Get out, get out, get out. Lin Jing shouted irrationally at someone unseen. I couldn't help but sneeze, feeling a chill enveloping my body. Are you cold? Lin Ziyue suddenly leaned closer to me, our bodies uncomfortably close in that moment. Was this fellow attempting to tempt me? Lin Ziyue's body radiated warmth, likely due to her having buried herself under the covers for far too long. I turned my back to her, choosing to ignore her presence to avoid any irreparable actions. Gradually, I closed my eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. By the next day, I felt something soft encircling my abdomen. Upon investigation, I discovered it to be a gentle arm. Behind me, Lin Ziyue was mumbling something in a sleepy haze. My eyes flew open in alarm. What had transpired the night before? I had found myself asleep in the home of a stranger, a female classmate no less. I rose from the bed, but my movements were too loud. Or perhaps Lin Ziyue was merely an uneasy sleeper, as she too began to stir, rubbing her eyes. Hua Ming, are you leaving? She asked softly from behind me. I nodded in response. Would you like to stay for breakfast? I made it myself, Lin Ziyue continued. No, thank you, I replied, shaking my head as I dressed and prepared to depart. At least you should wash up, right? Lin Ziyue inquired from behind, without giving me a chance to protest. She had already prepared breakfast for me. That unsettling feeling resurfaced within me. No, I must quickly seek out Lin Jing. Thank you, I said, but after finishing my meal, I realized I could no longer remain there. Surely, trouble awaited if I lingered. I concocted an excuse and hurriedly stumbled out of Lin Ziyue's home. Upon arriving at Lin Jing's residence, I knocked on her door and then called her phone. Get out. Lin Jing glared at me. But get out, she reiterated. Listen to me. Lin Jing covered her ears, throwing a tantrum. Observing the bloodshot state of her eyes, it was evident she had not slept well all night, which tugged at my heartstrings. It was my fault. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I accept. Just please let me in, I pleaded, clasping my hands together before her. After much negotiation, including kneeling on a washboard and the remote control, I finally gained entry into Lin Jing's home. Lin Jing, still fuming, closed her eyes and reclined backward. Lying flat on her bed, I recognized that she must have had a restless night, likely filled with worry. Without further contemplation, I lay down beside her, and together we managed to sleep soundly. After a refreshing slumber, Lin Jing awoke, and the first thing she did was kick me, sending me tumbling off the bed with a thud. With a swift motion, she grabbed a pillow and hurled it in my direction. Please, enlighten me about the events of last night, Lin Jing demanded, gripping my shirt with an intense expression. I went with my master to capture a demon, I replied honestly. After a prolonged interrogation, Lin Jing finally released her hold on me. Suddenly, she leaned in and sniffed me. You carry the scent of Lin Ziyue's shampoo, Lin Jing remarked, squinting her eyes. After a moment of silence, she continued, What? How can you detect that? Are you a dog? It's merely the fragrance from the woman I encountered last night, I stated flatly. Is that so? Lin Jing bit her lip, regarding me with an uncanny gaze. It is said that a woman's intellect in investigating a man's infidelity rivals that of Einstein. Frankly, I believe it surpasses it. The clothes you wear are unfamiliar to me, and they are a size larger than yours, clearly suitable as sleepwear. It is highly likely that a woman lent you her husband's or father's clothes to wear temporarily. Perhaps you engaged in some indiscretion or soiled your own attire, necessitating a change. Given your disheveled appearance, it is evident you rushed back this morning. You fear I might misconstrue the situation, indicating you harbor something to hide, Lin Huoming. Lin Jing squinted her eyes and tugged at my ear. Ouch, that hurts. At this juncture, I found myself unable to refute her claims. Very well. I shall reveal the truth of last night's occurrences. I bowed my head, addressing Lin Jing. Humph. Punishing you by making you kneel on a washboard would be too lenient. Go to Lin Ziyue's home and do not return, Lin Jing asserted vehemently. I have always suspected that this woman has ulterior motives. Impossible, I exclaimed, recounting the events of last night to Lin Jing, which rendered her momentarily speechless. Regardless, You must exercise caution and refrain from visiting her again. Lin Jing cautioned, her brow furrowed. Chapter 43. The Coffin. What is there to fear? She won't eat me. I chuckled, shrugging my shoulders, but Lin Jing, with a dark expression, punched my shoulder. It appears you are entirely disinclined to heed my advice, Lin Jing said, gazing at me with a bemused smile. I merely speak the truth. Well, I shall step out for a moment and return in the evening. I felt as if I were a husband sneaking around in infidelity. It would be best if you never returned, Lin Jing fumed, stamping her foot. I received a message from Sheng Gu, informing me he had located the hideout of that individual, urging us to confront him directly. Liang Jia and I plan to rendezvous at a designated spot. Do you think that man has any connections to the king? I mused aloud. He might. Or he might not, Liang Jia replied, falling into silence. Upon arriving at the specified location, Sheng Gu awaited us, sword in hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. Have we arrived? He opened his eyes. Even from a distance, he sensed our presence. The location was the same village as last time. But this time we must exercise caution. Follow closely behind me and avoid alarming the serpents, Brother Sheng instructed us. Each time we set out to capture demons. He seemed to shed his casual demeanor. In his own words, one must be fully alert. A moment's carelessness could lead to the demise of all three of us. By the way, Master, how shall the three of us travel? With your wealth, surely you possess a vehicle. I smiled at Brother Sheng. Let us take a taxi. I don't have much money. A significant portion must be sent back to the old fellows in Laoshan. Brother Sheng replied, somewhat exasperated. Very well. The three of us did not dwell on it further. After hailing a few taxis, we finally arrived at Stone Village once more. Did you remember what I said in the car? Brother Sheng turned back to inquire of Liang Jia and me. We both nodded in unison. Good. Then let us set off while there is still light, Brother Sheng affirmed, leading the way. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, Brother Sheng retrieved a bagua compass from his pocket, which emanated a soft white glow. He murmured something under his breath as the compass needle whirled rapidly. Is it not ready yet? I could not help but approach Brother Sheng. His expression was grim, as if he had just tasted something bitter. Run. Brother Sheng suddenly dashed in a certain direction, prompting Liang Jia and me to hurriedly follow. What is happening? I asked Brother Sheng. I don't know why, but it feels as if we are being flanked, he said, his gaze fixed on the swiftly rotating needle. Grasping his sword tightly, he appeared anxious. What does that mean? What should we do? I pressed urgently. At this point, we must stick to the original plan. If it truly becomes untenable, I will have no choice but to leave you both behind, Brother Sheng said gravely, uttering those chilling words. What do you mean? Liang Jia could not restrain his frustration. Better for one to perish than for all three. Rest assured, if you fall, I shall certainly seek vengeance on your behalf. Brother Sheng consoled me with a pat on the shoulder. At a time like this, you still have the presence of mind to jest. Think of a solution quickly. I whispered urgently to Brother Sheng. Just then, a strange sensation began to rise around us. The bagua compass in Brother Sheng's hand pulsed rapidly, the needle's erratic movements seemingly foretelling the approach of unseen forces from both sides. Damn it, there's no time. You two, come with me. Brother Sheng beckoned us with a finger, and we promptly took shelter behind a tree. Such a waste on you two little rascals. This thing is precious. Brother Sheng grumbled as he rummaged through his pocket. He swiftly produced 2 gray talismans and tossed them to us. As I gazed at the gray talisman above, I immediately recognized it as the fabled invisibility talisman, known for its ability to conceal one's form. Typically, such talismans are distinguished by various colors, with yellow ones belonging to the category of magical spells. This gray talisman emanated a hazy white light that enveloped us. However, it is worth noting that such a talisman is effective only against certain entities. Attempting to use it to enter a women's restroom would surely result in dire consequences. After a brief wait, we beheld what we had come to witness. In the night, a rhythmic thumping echoed, thud, thud, thud. It seemed as though we heard the sound of a certain bronze instrument being struck. From the darkness emerged a procession of small figures clad in red garments, their youthful faces appearing no older than 5 or 6 years. An unsettling, chilling smile perpetually adorned their faces, reminiscent of the eerie grin we had witnessed from the previous generation's surviving senior in a cafe. Their smiles were unnaturally stretched, as if forcibly forced into existence. 8 little figures, each stationed at a corner, bore aloft 2 blood-red coffins, seemingly hovering in midair. Thud, thud, thud. In front, a small figure dressed in yellow struck a gong, the jarring sound incessantly jolting our senses. Master, what is this? I inquired of Xinggu. He squinted at the scene before him, remaining silent. Moments later, a figure emerged before the small spirits. clad in a suit and adorned with golden-framed spectacles. Both Liang Jia and I squinted, recognizing him simultaneously. It was the principal. Is this truly feasible? The principal hesitated, addressing an unseen direction. Rest assured, a muffled voice responded. Yet no figure was visible. Let us commence. Following this proclamation, a sharp crack resonated, and both Liang Jia and I perceived the sound akin to something being unsealed. The black coffin creaked open. Two swirling masses of dark energy suddenly appeared in the air. Master, is it time to take action? I asked Shingo. He narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed intently ahead, before uttering a few words. Wait a moment. With a steady voice, he observed the unfolding scene. Based on their level, they should be a tier or two beneath me. Engaging them directly should suffice, though there is a risk they might escape. The most prudent course would be to strike when their ritual is only partially complete, catching them off guard. Sheng Ji's tone took on a sinister edge. But what about the individuals inside? I questioned. Are you willing to risk your lives to save two others and obtain information? Or will you forsake their lives for your own sake? Sheng Gu regarded me with utmost seriousness. Though that may be the case, I cannot bear to witness their demise. I replied earnestly. Really? Sheng Ji's expression shifted as he regarded me. I nodded earnestly. Very well, you may proceed. We shall observe from behind. Brother Sheng acknowledged with a nod. Did he intend for me to face peril alone? What, are you afraid? A faint smile played at the corners of Brother Sheng's mouth. I fell silent, preparing to rise, but Brother Sheng hastily grasped my hand. Have you lost your senses? With your current strength, you would be torn to shreds in an instant. It would be wise to wait. He maintained an inexplicable smile. But rest assured, there is no sign of life emanating from those two coffins. It should be safe. His enigmatic smile soothed my heart, and I realized I must strive to grow stronger, to become more exceptional, and to better protect others. The black vortex twisted in the nocturnal sky, and amidst the darkness, two swirling masses drew closer to the black coffins. Tendrils of the black vortex extended from within, growing thinner and more delicate, akin to unraveling silk, gradually being drawn into the coffins. It resembled cotton candy in an odd way. For reasons unknown, Liang Jia suddenly uttered this phrase. Keep your voices down, they're coming. Brother Sheng waved his hand, fixated on the two coffins ahead. Creak, creak, creak. The jarring sounds emanated from the coffin lids as they began to inch open. Suddenly, two figures shot upright from the coffins. At the sight of them, my mouth fell agape in disbelief. Could it be? Chapter 44, Substitution. My astonishment stemmed from the fact that these two individuals were none other than students from our school, clad in our school uniforms. The two students, dressed in their uniforms, glanced our way. No, rather, they surveyed their surroundings before returning their gaze to their own bodies. Now, Brother Sheng exclaimed as he emerged from behind a tree. He drew his sword from its sheath. It was my first glimpse of Brother Sheng's weapon, completely unlike my peachwood sword. The entire blade shimmered in a jade hue, and as Brother Sheng recited an incantation, it transformed into a sinister crimson. The scarlet glow radiated with a crimson luminescence, waves of energy emanating from Brother Sheng's sword. Without uttering another word, he swung his sword towards the malevolent spirits. With a swift motion, the red light did not harm the coffin lid, but inflicted a fatal blow upon the specters clad in blood-red garments. The wretched spirits screeched and flailed in the air, exploding into a mist of blood. Buzz. The two students within the coffins clutched their heads tightly, extending their hands toward Brother Sheng. Stop! Stop! They cried out, leaping down from the coffins. With a grunt, Brother Sheng produced a talisman he had long prepared and affixed it to his sword, executing a sweeping motion. A crimson halo passed over our bodies, yet no reaction ensued. However, amidst the darkness, a muffled thud echoed as a shadowy figure collapsed to the ground, clutching its abdomen and glaring venomously at Brother Sheng. If you have anything to say, speak it from within your coffin, he coldly declared, striking the figure with his sword, absorbing it into the blade. The two students stared at Brother Sheng in bewilderment, their lips pressed tightly together. What do you intend to do with these corpses? Brother Sheng inquired, lighting a cigarette as he regarded them. Please, do not harm us. We merely seek vengeance. The two students pleaded, kneeling before him. In that moment, they had forgotten their own identities as spirits, realizing they were no longer human. Dignity held no value for them. I care not for your intentions, but is it not wrong to utilize another's body, and to exact revenge with it? Do you not fear the parents of this corpse will come seeking justice? Brother Sheng continued. We did not intend for this, but revenge demands it. We must use this very body. One student implored. Why? Explain your reasoning. And I shall consider it, Brother Sheng replied, stroking his chin. They exchanged glances, and with a resolute bite of the lip, one finally spoke. Very well. For the sake of vengeance, we shall reveal our truth. One student declared to the other. All right, sir, the truth is this. We were once students of this very school. But due to a game, we lost our lives. To this day, we remain unaware of who dealt the fatal blow. We heard that the game has begun anew, and we wish to seize this opportunity to uncover the true mastermind and exact our retribution. A bitter expression crossed one student's face. But even if you kill him, you cannot resurrect yourselves. What purpose does that serve? Brother Sheng mused. Wait, you just said you perished because of a game. Both Liang Jia and I suddenly perked up, looking at them intently. Yes, it was indeed that cursed king's game. Otherwise, we would not have lost our precious lives so unjustly. The student clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, cursed be it. He continued to curse vehemently. Even if you achieve your vengeance, you cannot return to life. What significance does that hold? Brother Shin countered. Wait, did you say you lost your lives due to the king's game? I exclaimed, my eyes widening in realization. Yes. Years ago, for reasons unknown, we were drawn into that game, and not long after, we met our demise due to its punitive consequences. I harbor an intense loathing for that wretched king. If I were to capture him, I would ensure he experiences a fate worse than death, declared one of the students. You claim to be the souls of those who perished in the previous game. Pray tell, what were your names? I inquired. They fell silent for a brief moment before revealing their names from their former lives. So, you were female in your past existence? I directed my gaze towards one of the students. She grew animated, her pallid visage devoid of color, yet she instinctively bit her lip and nodded. Were it not for the king, I would not have become this wretched being, neither alive nor dead, the student continued. So, what you previously told the headmaster was merely a ruse. I could not suppress the frown that creased my forehead. Not exactly a deception. We do possess a means. If only we were granted another chance. One of the students responded earnestly. Master, may we have a moment to converse? I addressed Shenggu, who pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement without protest, gesturing for us to follow him. We arrived at a secluded and tranquil spot, where Liang Jia and I could not resist probing them further about the events of their ill-fated game. What transpired back then? How could one survive? Why did that Roy's manage to endure until the end? I blurted out my questions in a rush. We are equally in the dark. We only know what we experienced. The two students replied. However, you must assist us, avenge us, so we may find peace in our departure, they implored, refusing to relent. Humph. You must realize that you possess no leverage for deception or negotiation. Shenggu retorted disdainfully, his cigarette dangling from his lips. With a single strike, I could end your existence. He added. Then, you would remain oblivious to the truth you seek. One of the former female students protested. Are you attempting to coerce me? Do you not believe I could employ soul-binding techniques to make your existence a living hell? Shenggu abruptly turned his head, narrowing his eyes and delivering a chilling warning. Suddenly, the two students shuddered, silenced by fear. I understood Shenggu's disdain for these spirits. After all, in his abode, the eternal lamps had dwindled to a mere 3, with the majority of his disciples having fallen victim to these very souls. Thus, his aversion was entirely justified, and I could not compel him to treat them as I did. After all, a balance of carrot and stick is the most effective pedagogical approach, particularly with these specters. We contemplated that if you sincerely divulge the truth, we may indeed cooperate, perhaps even unmask the nefarious king and assist you in your quest for vengeance. However, that depends on your earnest efforts, Liang Jia professed, feigning sincerity as he addressed them. I remained skeptical of the veracity of his words. Nevertheless, they exchanged glances and recounted the events in fragments. Years ago, we were inexplicably coerced into joining a group where we commenced a game. Initially, the challenges were trivial, kissing, touching hair, caressing thighs, but as time progressed, the tasks escalated to absurd extremes. Gradually, some could no longer endure the pressure and opted out, leading to punishments. Ultimately, we were compelled to turn against one another, and I perished amidst that brutality. As for him, let him narrate his own tale. One of the students spoke intermittently to me, while I listened attentively. I, however, did not succumb to the violence. Instead, I met my end through the roll of dice, a stroke of misfortune that led to my demise. Though I felt a profound sense of injustice, I yearned to seek revenge against the king. Another student interjected. So what is your plan? I inquired. You intend to infiltrate our class to continue that game, correct? Your ultimate objective is to identify the king and exact your vengeance. Is it that simple? Liang Jia interjected at this moment. They both nodded in agreement. It is not so straightforward. The king is far more formidable than we anticipate and is unlikely to reveal any vulnerabilities for us to exploit. We can only take one step at a time, I advised them. Upon hearing this, they fell into a contemplative silence. Yet, there exists a potential solution. At this point, Shenggu, who had been smoking beside us, suddenly spoke up. What solution? Liang Jia's gaze flickered towards him, questioning. Young man, how many people remain in your class? Shenggu asked me. Approximately 16 or 17, I responded. Why do you ask? Among these individuals, it is highly probable that each one, including you and Liang Jia, possesses some connection to the king. Thus, your method of infiltration may not be entirely feasible. However, Shenggu suddenly smiled, hinting at something more. Oh master, at such a juncture, you still keep us in suspense. Please, enlighten us. What is this method? I could not help but exclaim to Shenggu. We could potentially substitute the connection to the king with an alternative method, he proposed. Yet, wouldn't this pose a danger? What if the king discovers our scheme? I questioned. Indeed, that risk exists. Should we be discovered, the consequences could be dire. Utter dismemberment could ensue. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution, and success is not guaranteed. It hinges upon fortune. Ultimately, the decision to gamble rests with you, Shenggu remarked, continuing to smoke. Very well. We accept the wager. The two students responded without hesitation. Enough. Who said you could wager? I was not referring to you, but to them. You two lack any physical presence. And the medium is not within your grasp. Why fret over the commotion? Truly absurd. Shenggu could not help but chastise. We must ponder carefully. I am unable to arrive at a definitive decision at this moment. If, by a stroke of misfortune, I were to lose my life, it would leave me with no place to weep. However, it is not necessarily you, as long as there are those who wish to live or remain. Utilizing them for experimentation would suffice. Brother Sheng displayed a smile. Why do I sense that Brother Sheng, when discussing such matters, appears entirely devoid of any sense of guilt? Chapter 45, The New Count. Goodness, do you truly believe such words pose no issue? I couldn't help but furrow my brow at Brother Sheng. Is this man truly my mentor? Ah, my disciple. The reason I do this is to sacrifice one or two individuals in order to save many more lives. Wouldn't you agree? Brother Sheng asserted with righteous fervor, patting me on the shoulder. I see you intend to use them for experimentation. Liang Jia interjected with a grin towards Brother Sheng. A true understanding exists between them. Brother Sheng clapped Liang Jia on the shoulder, and the two of them began to bond in a most disconcerting manner. You two are quite enough, I stated, exasperated as I rubbed my forehead. Now you two. Consume these. Brother Sheng pulled 2 fiery red pills from his pocket and presented them to his students. The two exchanged glances, contemplated briefly, and eventually tilted their heads back, swallowing the crimson capsules. Master, what is this? I couldn't resist asking. These are soul control pills. If they can swallow them, they will obey. Should they defy us? With merely a thought, they shall be scattered to the winds. Brother Sheng revealed with a sinister smile, while the expressions of the two students turned grim. Enough talk. You two follow me. You may return home, and simply report your results to me later. Brother Sheng waved us off, urging us to depart swiftly. Very well. We shall take our leave. I nodded in agreement, and Liang Jia and I exited. Once home, utterly exhausted, I collapsed onto my bed and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, I rose early to attend to my affairs. In the evening, my parents returned from their trip, blissfully unaware of the King's game. Had they known, it would surely drive them to madness. After sharing dinner with them, I, being a naturally reticent person, did not draw their attention. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, dining with them that evening felt especially bitter. A once mundane meal, devoid of significance, was now laden with a weight I had never known. Since participating in that accursed King's game, I approach every task with an intensity reminiscent of facing my final moments. It feels as though my previous existence was lived in vain, as if I were merely existing like a dog, participating in the game every few days. Surviving each time brings forth an overwhelming sense of relief. The king did not inform us that we could share the matters of the game with others. However, he cautioned us against disclosing anything to our parents. He feared that for some reason, their parents might hinder his pursuits in the game. No one took the king's warning lightly. For those who did met with dire consequences. There was no need to court danger by provoking the king's displeasure. So we all maintained our silence. Mother, your cooking is truly delightful. I dryly took a few bites of rice, pondering what would happen if, by some misstep, I were to meet my end tomorrow. I felt compelled to leave something behind. You've changed today, my mother remarked, her hand brushing over the goosebumps on her skin, regarding me with a peculiar expression. After all, in their eyes, I was the one who quietly pursued my own affairs. Akin to a mute suddenly speaking to declare his love, a jarring sensation that often leaves one unsettled. What's wrong? My mother asked, frowning. No, it's nothing. I was just hungry for 2 days and realized how delicious your cooking truly is, I replied. Ah, so you finally appreciate your mother-esque culinary skills. If it's good, eat up, she chuckled, serving me a bowl of rice. I gazed at the bowl and voraciously dug in. Yet, as I continued eating, I found myself unable to take another bite. I pursed my lips and retreated to my room, feeling a profound discomfort. That sensation was truly distressing. A weight pressing down within, but it was all right. Soon, this game would come to an end, provided we were not all dead before that. Buzz. My phone vibrated. Upon checking, I saw a message from Liang Jia. He inquired about my current level. I replied that I was still at the same point, and he did not message me again. I closed my phone and attempted the meditation techniques Brother Shang had taught me, sitting cross-legged to practice. Days passed. 1 week, 2 weeks, yet after much effort, it seemed I had made no progress. I ceased my attempts, realizing that perhaps this was not my calling. I would leave such matters to Liang Jia and the others. I opened the door, purchased a few items, and made my way to Lin Jing's building. When she opened the door, her brow furrowed at the sight of the bag in my hand. What is that? Lin Jing asked, pointing at the contents of the bag. Sanitary pads, I replied succinctly. In response, she threw a pack at my head. I entered Lin Jing's room, where she sat on the bed, hugging her knees and gazing at me. What's the matter? I retrieved a peeled apple from the bag and handed it to her. Surviving feels good, Lin Jing said, eyeing the apple before taking a hearty bite. I noticed a fresh scar on her thigh where the skin had been scraped, and a heavy silence enveloped us. Don't dwell on it too much. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as we survive, soon, everything will be all right. Soon, we'll be able to conclude this game. I reassured her. But have you considered what would happen if we cannot end this game? Suddenly, Lin Jing lifted her gaze, leaned toward me, and locked eyes with mine. In that fleeting moment, we fell into silence. What would transpire if the game could not conclude and continued indefinitely? I was uncertain, given this ambiguity. Perhaps it would be wise to engage in actions that I would not later regret. Lin Jing suddenly flashed a smile at me. I nodded and reached out toward her, only for Lin Jing to promptly stomp on my head. Get lost. What do you think you're doing? She exclaimed, clutching her chest. Did you not say you wanted me to do things I wouldn't regret? I shouted at Lin Jing, holding my nose as blood trickled out. That is not what I meant, Lin Jing retorted, hurling a pillow at me in a fit of anger. In truth, I often find women to be exceedingly enigmatic creatures. Yes and no, not or is, when told to leave, do you actually depart or not? Conflicted and pondering Lin Jing's words, I reflected, yet remained perplexed. Buzz. Our phones chimed simultaneously, signaling a message from the king. Damn, that matter will have to wait until our return, I informed Lin Jing. After a moment's thought, she nodded in agreement. Classmates, I presume there are merely a dozen of you left. Therefore, let us make this year memorable. By 8 tonight, I shall introduce some new participants into this game. I trust you will find tonight most enjoyable. The King's message read. Buzz. Gather in the classroom at 10 this evening. Those who fail to arrive on time shall face dire consequences. Another message followed. Lin Jing and I made our way to the classroom, where students from the adjacent class, numbering around 20 to 30, awaited. Their presence struck me as peculiar. Yet, among them, 2 figures instantly caught my eye. They were those 2 students, victims from the previous round. They glanced at me, then silently nodded in acknowledgement. This was going to be intriguing. Liang Jia remarked upon seeing the 2 students. Among the group, both boys and girls appeared to be brimming with excitement. Reminiscent of our inaugural experience with the King's game. Do you think they will still be able to smile after tonight? Liang Jia inquired with a grin. I fell into silence, uncertain of the games that awaited us this evening. However, I was acutely aware that those games would undoubtedly pertain to matters of life and death. Why is there blood here? One of the attendees noticed a smear of blood on the railing outside. After the last incident, where so many lives were lost, it seemed the following morning had been cleansed, likely by the principal's orders to ensure a thorough cleanup. Yet, certain areas remained neglected, bearing remnants of blood. They discovered traces of blood, and after a brief commotion, their interest waned. In contrast, those of us who survived harbored a deep disdain for indifference and apathy. To my surprise, the majority of the survivors were girls. Could it be for some peculiar reason? Or perhaps that peculiar reason lies in the fact that beneath their soft exteriors, they harbor a certain cruelty within? As time passed, the door creaked open. Bang! It was flung open by an inexplicable force, and Liang Jia stepped inside. At that moment, a shadowy figure obstructed Liang Jia's path. The boy paid no heed to Liang Jia and did not even glance back. Instead, he was the first to enter the classroom. I stole a glance at Liang Jia. A peculiar smile adorned his face as he gazed at the boy. That frigid smile sent an inexplicable chill through me. reminiscent of the expression Liang Jia wore at the moment the gun was fired. One by one, everyone filtered into the classroom. Inside, there was but a single table. All other chairs and desks had been removed. On the table lay 2 black boxes. Buzz. Our phones vibrated in unison. All of you are to form a circle in the order of the names below. Lin Ziyue, Liang Jia, XXX. One by one, we complied, encircling ourselves as commanded by the king, and the game commenced. Chapter 46. The Ultimate Death Bomb. We stood in a circle as per the king's command when one of the black boxes opened with a chime. From within emerged a black sphere, adorned with a fuse. Even a blind person could discern that this was no ordinary object. It was a bomb. Wow, such a realistic bomb. Some from other classes chuckled, observing the explosive. Buzz. Tonight's game is called the Ultimate Death Bomb. Starting from the front, once you pick up the bomb, the game begins. You must pass the bomb to the next person within 30 seconds, or it will explode, the king's message declared. Furthermore, if the bomb accidentally falls to the ground, it will detonate instantly. If the next person fails to catch it, they too shall face a punishment. Now, let the game begin. The countdown had begun. The first participant concealed their terror and hurried towards the bomb. With both hands, they grasped the bowling ball-sized explosive and swiftly returned. In midair, the bomb's fuse inexplicably ignited, catching fire without any apparent source. Hiss! The fuse burned in the darkness, continuously emitting golden sparks. Fortunately, the burning rate of the fuse was not rapid. Otherwise, it might have exploded by the time he brought it back. The group from the neighboring class believed this to be an amusing game. Yet we did not inform them that it was, in fact, a deadly contest. What a fascinating game. Suddenly, a charming voice interjected. I turned towards the sound, and the girl, seemingly named by Shijing, appeared petite and adorably cute, resembling a delightful little loli. Regrettably, she possessed the physique of a washboard. While her cuteness was undeniable, her flat-chested appearance was somewhat disappointing, and she seemed a bit dim-witted. It remained uncertain whether she would survive the ordeal ahead. As I continued to observe the girl named by Shijing, the game commenced. Surrounded by significant individuals, and with 30 seconds remaining, everyone hurriedly passed the bomb. Before long, the cold device found its way into my hands. Huang Ming's gentle voice reached my ears. It feels a bit heavy. Noticing Lin Jing's gaze upon me, I snapped back to reality. Without uttering a word, I swiftly grasped the bomb and, glancing at Liang Jia to my right, I passed it to him. His expression remained impassive as he received it, quickly relaying it to another person. The fuse visibly dwindled, likely burning for no more than 10 minutes. Yet, during this time, no one dared to let their guard down, continually receiving and passing the bomb. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. 7 minutes passed. At that moment, for reasons unknown, the chatter dwindled to near silence. Almost everyone had their eyes wide open in terror. My breath quickened, my gaze fixated on the swiftly moving bomb. The fuse grew shorter and shorter, and the once diminutive sparks seemed magnified in everyone's eyes. My heart raced violently. Thump, thump, thump. The bomb rapidly transitioned from Lin Jing's hands to mine, then to Liang Jia's, and continued its perilous journey. Judging by the fuse's condition, it seemed unlikely to last the full 10 minutes. Perhaps only 30 seconds remained before it would detonate. 30 seconds. As the bomb, nearly depleted, approached its explosive end, the individual's movements became increasingly frantic, their hands and bodies rotating with urgency. In the blink of an eye, the bomb was back in my hands. Huang Ming, Lin Jing called out to me. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly transferred the bomb from my grasp to Liang Jia's. I gazed at the sparks of the fuse above, which had noticeably dimmed, signaling that it was on the verge of collapse and likely to explode. Liang Jia, unfazed, swiftly transferred the bomb into the hands of the next individual. 1, 2, 3 bombs were passed until it reached the 7th person on my left. That individual, fixated on the fuse, felt cold sweat trickle down his neck. Catch it. For heaven's sake, catch it. The man cursed at the next girl, who trembled as she stared at the bomb. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sparks of the fuse extinguished. Tick-tock. In the next moment, a resounding boom erupted as the boy's head and the bomb detonated simultaneously. Screams and wails echoed throughout the classroom. Lin Jing had long grown accustomed to such chaos. Yet she still could not reconcile with it. She buried her face in her chest, forcing herself not to witness the horror on the ground, nor the decapitated corpse. Buzz. Contestant number 36, Huang Pei, has met with failure and death. Contestant number 37, Zhong Se, having failed to accept the bomb, must also face punishment. The consequence is suicide. After the king sent this message, everyone turned to look at the girl who had not received Huang Pei's bomb. Zhong Se's eyes widened in bewilderment as she slowly approached the window. No. Suddenly, a girl snapped back to reality, shouting at Zhong Se while reaching out to grab her. However, it was too late. For some inexplicable reason, I too felt an urge to intervene, yet my body was unresponsive, no matter how desperately I willed it. I could not move, not even a single finger. Thus, I could only watch helplessly as that girl climbed onto the railing and slowly leaned forward, descending into the abyss. Finally, a heavy thud resonated. I realized that our bodies were now capable of movement, yet that girl had ultimately failed to grasp Zhong Se's hand. It was clear to me what fate awaited her upon jumping. Even with the slightest thought, I could foresee the outcome. Lin Jing gradually covered her mouth, her hands tightly clutching my clothing, motionless. The onlookers stared in disbelief at their phones, then rushed to the window to witness Zhong Se's suicide. It was then that they comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was not a game. Minutes passed before everyone snapped back to reality, stirred by a certain sound. Buzz. It was a message from the king. Liang Jia remained silent, his cold expression betraying no hint of his thoughts. Well, since everyone has completed a round of the game, you should all be familiar with the rules and penalties now. Let us proceed to the next round. If you choose to exit now, the consequences will be the same. The king's message chimed. I gazed at those words, pondering what the next round entailed. No, I refuse. I no longer wish to play. I want to go home. I want to go home. Suddenly, a girl broke down, crying out in desperation, yearning to escape the confines of the classroom. Have you lost your mind? The king can resort to such measures, and you think you can simply flee? Think carefully. Our only course of action now is to persist. There is no alternative but to continue this game. A boy abruptly seized the girl's hand and spoke loudly to her, for reasons unknown. Witnessing the girl's distress and the boy's words evoked a sense of familiarity among us. They resembled our former selves, coerced into participating in this game, ultimately yielding to the king, thus embarking on an irrevocable path. Bang! At that moment, another black box on the table opened itself automatically. Inside lay a time bomb. Not of the antiquated variety, but a modern device equipped with precise timing and a countdown. The first individual extracted the bomb from the box. Buzz. The instant his fingertips brushed against the device, a message from the king arrived. The rules for the second round are as follows. This time, there is no 30-second rule for passing, nor is there any prescribed order. What does the absence of the 30-second rule imply? Does it mean one could hold on to it indefinitely? However, the moment the first person clutched the bomb, the countdown commenced. 1,959, 958, seeing the timer activate. The first individual displayed no hesitation. He passed the time bomb to the next person, much like in the previous round. Despite the absence of the rule, no one was foolish enough to hold onto the bomb carelessly. Thus, it was passed on seamlessly, one after another. I received the bomb from Lin Jing and instinctively handed it to Liang Jia. At that moment, I noticed a slight smirk at the corners of Liang Jia's mouth. It was a chilling smile, masked beneath a dark hoodie, which inexplicably unsettled me, filling me with unease and dread. He took the bomb, scrutinizing it closely, examining it from every angle, showing no concern that it might detonate in his grasp. Hey, aren't you going to pass the bomb along? Aren't you afraid it might explode? I couldn't help but voice my concern to Liang Jia. No need to worry. Besides, the 30-second rule is gone, which means anyone can hold on to it for as long as they wish, even 10 minutes if they choose, Liang Jia replied with a smile, glancing at the bomb in his hand and then toward the classroom door. At that moment, for reasons unknown, the door was locked from the outside, leaving those within utterly unable to escape. Chapter 47. Because I find him displeasing. In theory, as long as I desire it, I could hold on to this for a lifetime. Could I not? Liang Jia gazed at me, performing a peculiar gesture. After pondering for a moment, I realized that indeed, it might be so. Yet even so, was it necessary for you to hold that bomb? I looked at Liang Jia, my brow furrowed in silent dismay. So, what do you intend to do? Although I asked Liang Jia this, my thoughts were consumed with the question of why he would consider such an action. What could possibly motivate this choice? Who knows? Perhaps it is merely for amusement. Liang Jia chuckled while holding the bomb, observing the digits that danced incessantly, for reasons unknown. Witnessing Liang Jia's demeanor filled me with an ominous premonition. What are you doing? Do you truly wish to perish? I suddenly exclaimed in a state of urgency. How long do you believe a life lasts? Liang Jia looked at the bomb, which had 5 minutes remaining on the countdown. Every second felt so precious. In just 5 minutes, that individual would breathe their last, and one among us would depart from this world. There was a hint of sorrow in Liang Jia's tone. An unsettling silence ensued, and suddenly, an epiphany struck me. I abruptly lifted my head and fixed Liang Jia with a serious gaze. Liang Jia, you wouldn't be contemplating something, would you? I refrained from voicing my thoughts, as I lacked the courage to confirm them. Humming. What on earth is Liang Jia planning? Lin Jing, beside me, grasped my hand tightly, her brow creased in concern. I don't know. Perhaps Liang Jia simply does not wish to entrust the bomb to anyone else, I whispered hesitantly. Surely not. Lin Jing's eyes began to glisten with tears as she covered her mouth, gazing at Liang Jia, and I fell silent as well. Liang Jia, do you truly intend to hold on to this bomb forever? You mustn't regret handing it to me later, I remarked, speechless. Regret? What foolishness are you uttering? Am I the sort to harbor regrets? Liang Jia's face remained adorned with that enigmatic smile, a disquieting sensation unfurling within me. What could Liang Jia possibly be planning? I knew not, but in 2 minutes, the answer would be revealed. Liang Jia glanced at the bomb from the windowsill, observing the time, and then slowly set it down. What is the other rule that the king mentioned? Do you know? Liang Jia suddenly inquired with a smile. I suddenly recalled that in this round of the game, the king had introduced an additional rule. This rule stated that anyone, once designated, could freely pass the bomb to the next person. This implies that I could transfer the bomb to anyone, at any time or place, does it not? You understand my meaning, do you not? Standing over there, Lin Jiedong. Liang Jia's face broke into a dark, sinister smile. That smile upon my gaze sent chills down my spine, for that individual was none other than the one who had just obstructed Liang Jia's path. You, Liang Jia, could it be that you intend? An unsettling thought began to surface in my mind. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? Liang Jia, glancing at the remaining minute and a half, smiled. Suddenly, it dawned on me. This fellow, Liang Jia, was not contemplating self-sacrifice for the sake of others. In truth, his objective was to ensnare someone completely. Over there. Lin Jiedong turned around in bewilderment, trembling as he looked at Liang Jia. It was a manifestation of fear. Fear of Liang Jia, fear of death. He approached Liang Jia, who wore a slight smirk. I bear no grudge against you. Why do you wish to bring about my demise? Lin Jiedong questioned Liang Jia loudly as he drew nearer. It's merely that I find you displeasing, Liang Jia replied with a faint smile. Because you obstructed my path just now, you now face 2 choices. I have designated you as my next target, which means you must either defy the king's orders and face punishment, or, in the final second, catch this bomb and use the remaining 0.01 seconds to toss it away to others. Liang Jia spoke slowly, leaving no time for Lin Jiedong to react. Very well. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I kneel and beseech you. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. Lin Jiedong suddenly knelt, clutching Liang Jia's thigh tightly. Alas, I'm afraid that apologies cannot purchase your wretched life. Liang Jia's expression darkened, as if something sinister had emerged from within him. Then what do you desire? I can offer you money, a great deal of money, if only you refrain from throwing the bomb at me and direct it towards others instead. Lin Jiedong persisted, continuing to plead with Liang Jia. However, I do not perceive Liang Jia as a benevolent soul. Ever since I grasped his intentions, I have permanently severed any association of kindness with the name Liang Jia in my mind. Regrettably, I have little interest in your money. What intrigues me is your life. Time is running short. Make your choice swiftly. Liang Jia chuckled as he pressed his palm against Lin Jiedong's head, effortlessly pushing him aside. Aren't you afraid of blowing yourself up? Lin Jiedong screamed in a frenzy, desperately attempting one last struggle against Liang Jia. I'm sorry, but I am completely unafraid of death, Liang Jia replied, and with that, he gently tossed the bomb towards Lin Jiedong's head from a distance. Lin Jiedong stared blankly at the bomb, tracing a strange arc through the air, reaching out his hand to touch the ticking device. Simultaneously, buzz, beep, a piercing mechanical sound echoed, signaling the final cries of time and life reaching their inevitable conclusion. With a thunderous bang, Lin Jiedong's wrist and a portion of his head vanished. A bizarre circular shape seemed to have appeared, siphoning away Lin Jiedong's flesh and blood, leaving behind his semi-corporeal torso standing silently. Yet, merely 2 seconds later, the unbalanced torso could no longer maintain its stance and collapsed with a soft thud. The shrill screams of countless girls and the retching of boys filled the air. However, for those of us who had long been treading the precarious tightrope of death, human life appeared to lose its significance, its preciousness. The boundary between life and death had grown exceedingly blurred in our eyes. I opened my phone. Silently gazing at the message from the king, Number 9 Lin Jiedong refused to accept the bomb. The time is up. Punishment is death by explosion. I turned off the screen. Was it truly so? With a sharp click, the classroom door swung open. Liang Jia left with an impassive expression. I followed closely behind, exiting the school. Why did you do this? I could not help but ask Liang Jia. Why do you think the king would act this way? You often ask me. Have you ever considered the underlying purpose behind the king's games? Liang Jia retorted. Purpose? To be honest, I had contemplated it, yet the answer eluded me. You can't figure it out, can you? Liang Jia regarded me with an expression that seemed to say he already knew. Today's game is divided into 2 rounds. The first round's objective for the king is to instill fear and make the newcomers understand that this is no mere game, thus compelling them into the second round. Liang Jia explained. And the second round? I inquired. The second round introduces 2 additional rules, which may appear simple but are, in fact, far more complex. Do you recall the incident involving class leader Wu Yuejin? The king's objective today likely mirrors that of that day. A faint smile crept upon Liang Jia's lips at this thought. In essence, both then and now, the king aims to incite division among us. It is as simple as that. The rules for the following day are designed to compel us to commit murder, turning against our own. Liang Jia gazed at me earnestly. Then why did you still kill him? I asked, puzzled, as Liang Jia did not strike me as someone who would resort to violence over trivial disputes. First, I did not kill him. I gave him a chance, Liang Jia stated, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I regarded him in silence, non-committal. Secondly, had I not acted, others, or that group of newcomers, would certainly have done so, to entertain the worst-case scenario, even if no one else would act. In the final moments, chaos would surely ensue, and in the last 5 seconds, who knows what could happen. However, if I hold the bomb, that possibility is reduced to half. The probability of 1 in 2 is certainly preferable to having no chance at all. Should we truly reach that juncture, chaos would likely ensue, and ultimately, the psyche of those individuals would shatter, much like yours once did, leading to fragmentation and despair. Liang Jia still wore that enigmatic smile. After all that has been said, why did you choose that person? At last, a glimmer of understanding dawned upon me, yet I remained perplexed by one particular aspect. Why? Indeed, did Liang Jia select Lin Jidong? It was simply because I found him insufferable. Liang Jia turned back to me with a smile, and then walked away. Chapter 48. Through the wall. I could hardly contain my incredulity. You mean to say, because of a mere dislike, you condemned him to such a fate? No, rather, you led him to his demise. How can you maintain such a calm facade? It's evident you are indeed a disciple of Brother Sheng, aren't you? Have you not learned anything from him? Do you not feel a shred of guilt? I could not help but call Liang Jia to inquire. At that moment, Liang Jia reclined in a bathtub, her feet resting atop its edge as she listened to my call. I killed him, and I felt even better. What guilt could there possibly be? Liang Jia replied, exasperated, before hanging up. Indeed, not everyone possesses my sense of compassion. After a brief conversation with Liang Jia, I returned to school and escorted Lin Jing back to her home. I simply could not fathom how someone like Lin Ziyue was still alive. I could hardly guarantee my own survival during our last encounter. What could possibly explain this? Lin Jing remained preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Ziyue as we journeyed. All right, let us head home. You can lie in bed and ponder it all, I suggested, gently ruffling Lin Jing's hair. Upon returning Lin Jing to her home, she reached out and clutched my shirt. What is it? I asked, furrowing my brow. My parents aren't home tonight, Lin Jing said. Her face flushed as she looked down. So what do you mean by that? I raised an eyebrow. Well, what I mean is, are you suggesting that I can stay over? I stared at Lin Jing in disbelief. Get lost, she exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to my rear. I covered my backside and hurriedly scampered away, returning home in a flurry. Once inside, I opened my room to find an unexpected guest. Brother Sheng sat cross-legged on my bed, a sword resting beside him, slowly opening his eyes. Oh, you're back? Brother Sheng raised an eyebrow at me. For some inexplicable reason, I felt as though he was the true master of my home, while I, the actual owner, was merely an intruder. What the hell? Why are you here? And where are my parents? I could not help but exclaim to Brother Sheng. Calm down, take it easy. Don't you know about the art of wall passing? This is something unique to our Laoshan. As Sheng Gu spoke, he mumbled something, closed his eyes, and gently walked through the wall, passing right through it. All right, I suppose I have gained some understanding, master. I couldn't help but press my forehead and addressed Sheng Gu. Well, it's good that you understand. Sheng Gu re-emerged from the wall without a moment's pause. Would you like me to teach you this spell? He suddenly inquired. Such kindness. Could there be a hidden agenda? Nevertheless, having an additional spell at my disposal could hardly be detrimental, so I agreed to learn. First, it must be done this way, but the most crucial point is to have a mind free of distractions. That is of utmost importance. Now, close your eyes and give it a try, Sheng Gu instructed, gesturing toward the thick wall. Are you serious? I asked, incredulously reaching out to grasp the incantation and the intricacies he had taught me. Come on, I am your master. Would I deceive you? Sheng Gu smirked. It certainly seemed like a setup, but I resigned myself to the moment and closed my eyes, placing my trust in Shungu. I then lunged toward the wall. Bang! Damn it! I clutched my head, feeling as if a lump had formed. A reddened bump pressed against my skull. This rascal Shungu. Haha, I told you. You must be devoid of distractions. Even the slightest deviation in thought will render the spell ineffective. Relax your body, think of nothing, and do not perceive the wall as an obstacle, but merely as air, nothing more. Now give it another attempt, Shungu advised. Grumbling. I stood up and followed his instructions once more. With my eyes shut, I envisioned the space ahead as nothing but air, clearing my mind entirely. I took a few steps, then opened my eyes, astonished to find that I had indeed arrived outside the corridor. All right, let's head back for now. The reason I came to see you today is to discuss something important. In a few days, I will visit your school, Shungu said, pulling me back from beyond the wall. Visit my school? What do you intend to do there? I asked him. I already know about today's events. I have gathered information from those two little rascals, Shungu replied. Is that so? So your intention in going there is to confront the king directly? I couldn't help but furrow my brow tightly as I gazed at Shungu. No. I merely wish to assess the situation because there are many uncertainties from what those two said today. I need to see for myself to grasp the full picture. He clarified. Is there anything you need my assistance with? I inquired. Yes, there is something very important, Shungu said, his demeanor suddenly serious. I sensed the gravity of the matter, realizing it might involve significant peril. What is it? I asked, my anxiety palpable. Act as if you haven't seen me. Shungu uttered a few words to me. What? I seemed not to have heard clearly as I gazed at him. Yes, indeed, just pretend you have never encountered me, not even recognizing me. That will suffice, Shungu instructed. What do you mean? I inquired. That is precisely what I mean. Merely act as though you do not know me, and all will be well, he reiterated. If I go there, something might occur, and at that moment, I will lack the time to ensure your safety. You must take care of yourselves. Simply pretend not to know me, and it is unlikely anything harmful will befall you. Even if, by chance, something unfortunate happens. Shungu paused, casting a peculiar glance my way. Then it would merely be your bad luck, he concluded. Are you truly my master? I muttered in disbelief. Very well, I have come here to clarify this matter with you, he stated before turning to leave. Shungu stretched lazily and descended from my bed. Also, your level is rather low, isn't it? He remarked, regarding me with a look that conveyed utter weakness. All right, you are capable. It is quite regrettable that you have not ascended to Yusu in a couple of days, I lamented, but by then, Shungu had vanished from sight, having seemingly melded into the wall, passing right through it. I pondered. Is such an ability truly without consequence? After a while, I considered that perhaps I should attempt to cultivate after all. Sitting cross-legged upon my bed, I pressed my tongue to the roof of my mouth and followed the cultivation method Shungu had taught me, circulating my energy through my body once, twice, 3 times. Crack! I felt what seemed to be a breaking sound. It appeared I had ascended to the 3rd level of Yusu. After so many days, I had only reached the 3rd level. It seemed I lacked any innate talent for cultivation. I paused to sense the changes within my body, feeling a newfound vitality. As if I could perceive things from a greater distance, with clarity. This miraculous sensation lingered pleasantly in my mind, seemingly quite delightful. I licked my parched lips, closed my eyes, and continued to cultivate. I had heard that at a certain realm one could abstain from food. I wondered if that were true. However, Shungu had not mentioned it. Perhaps I shall ask him next time. Lost in thought, I had unknowingly completed another internal cycle, and another week had passed. After experiencing this invigorating sensation, I found I could not stop. I might as well regard my cultivation as sleep, especially since I felt no fatigue. In the morning, I paused to eat a little, realizing I was at a loss for what to do. Since I had nothing else to occupy me, I settled back down, cross-legged, and resumed my cultivation. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of something tapping outside caught my attention. I realized it was raining. Half a day passed, and the doorbell of my home rang. I hurried downstairs to open the door. It must be that rascal Lin Jing. If it weren't for her, I doubted anyone would come looking for me on a weekend. After all, I didn't want to be like Liang Jia, and besides, that fellow probably wouldn't come to find me anyway. Ding dong, ding dong. Here it comes. I walked over to open the door and discovered it was Lin Ziyue. She was drenched from the rain outside. Seeing her in such a pitiful, soaked state, I quickly invited her in. How did you get so wet? I asked, while searching for a towel for her. I accidentally got caught in the rain when I was nearby, and I forgot to bring an umbrella. Sorry for the trouble, Lin Ziyue said, sticking out her tongue as she wiped her damp hair. Are you doing anything? She inquired, glancing at my empty bed and desk. I haven't done anything. I waved my hand dismissively. Did you just wake up? Lin Ziyue asked with a smile, then sneezed. Have you caught a cold? Here's what we can do. Take off your clothes. I found myself at a loss for words. Lin Huoming, what on earth are you saying? I coughed, attempting to clarify. I mean, go into the bathroom and take off your clothes. I'll help dry your wet clothes. It wouldn't be good for you to catch a chill, I said to Lin Ziyue. All right, I'll leave it to you then. Lin Ziyue's face turned crimson as she lowered her head and took the towel into the bathroom. There were rustling sounds from inside the bathroom as she removed her clothes, and a faint shadow appeared on the frosted glass window. Thank you, Lin Ziyue said once more, handing her clothes out to me through the bathroom door. I took the clothes, and she closed the door behind her. At that moment, I held in my hands the garments imbued with a youthful fragrance. Within those clothes, there seemed to be something particularly special. What is this? I couldn't help but tremble, my eyes drawn to a certain item. I noticed the water stains, likely from the rain. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to suppress those thoughts and brought the clothes into the room, retrieving a hairdryer to diligently dry Lin Ziyue's damp attire. The sound of her showering continued to echo from the bathroom as I expressionlessly finished drying the clothes, leaving only one piece of lingerie. I pondered for a moment. If I were to simply pick it up, others might deem me a pervert, right? However, since Lin Ziyue had asked me to take it, I suppose there was no helping it. Sighing, I cautiously picked up the lingerie and used the warm air from the dryer to dry it. For some inexplicable reason, I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to take a whiff, yet I ultimately suppressed that desire. As Shungo once said, those who cannot control themselves are no different from beasts. Since I began to meditate regularly, I have felt a profound sense of tranquility within me. My reactions to certain matters are no longer as impulsive as they once were. As I touched the warm, dry clothes, I realized they were ready to be returned to Lin Ziyue. After a moment, a voice emerged from the bathroom. Oh, all right. I hastily set down the hairdryer and picked up the pile of toasty garments, making my way towards Lin Ziyue. Are you ready? She called out weakly from the bathroom. Yes, I am, I replied, hesitating over how best to hand her the clothes. Although I had seen Lin Ziyue's body before, that encounter had been under peculiar circumstances. Compelled by the presence of the king. Just bring the clothes over. Lin Ziyue extended a flawlessly smooth arm from the bathroom, glistening with droplets of water that hadn't yet dried. I stood, momentarily captivated by the steam-kissed arm, unable to suppress a gulp. What are you doing? Lin Ziyue asked, her voice tinged with shyness as she gently waved her arm. Oh, my apologies. I stammered, realizing she might think I was trying to catch a glimpse of her. I hurriedly placed the clothes in her hand. Aren't you going to turn around? She said, biting her lip. I set the garments in her grasp and quickly exited. Only then did Lin Ziyue slightly crack the door to take the clothes inside, where she rustled around before emerging, looking adorably flushed. I couldn't discern if her rosy cheeks were due to just having bathed, or perhaps it was the aftermath of a recent rain. By the way, are you planning to buy something nearby? I inquired. Well, nothing of great significance, just a few small items and some food for my cat, Lin Ziyue replied. By the way, how far have you progressed with Lin Jing lately? Lin Ziyue suddenly flashed an ambiguous smile at me. Hey, wasn't she once a shy and endearing girl? Has the king's game altered her demeanor, or is there some other reason? I coughed to mask my embarrassment. I'm just curious, that's all. I'm not prying into your affairs. Lin Ziyue giggled, covering her mouth, her cuteness undeniable, gazing at her innocent smile. I thought she truly was a child devoid of malice. I found it perplexing that someone like Lin Jing would claim she wanted to keep her distance. Could it be that Lin Jing was indeed plotting something? That seemed utterly implausible. I completely disregarded Lin Jing's warning. As I engaged in conversation with Lin Ziyue, time seemed to fly by, and suddenly it felt as though evening had arrived. To my astonishment, it was indeed nightfall. Glancing at the clock, I noticed it was nearly 6 o'clock. Shall I escort you home? I inquired of Lin Ziyue. I haven't had dinner yet. How about I prepare a meal here? Lin Ziyue replied with a smile. That sounds delightful. After all, it's a meal prepared by a beautiful girl. It would be a shame not to indulge. I responded with a grin. Lin Ziyue's cheeks flushed, as girls often care deeply about their appearance. Blushing, she entered the kitchen, skillfully retrieving ingredients from my refrigerator and swiftly commencing her culinary endeavors. I assumed you were the pampered type. I chuckled, leaning against the wall with my arms crossed. Watching her. What did you say? Humph. Do I seem like that kind of girl? Lin Ziyue suddenly turned, brandishing a kitchen knife with a mischievous smile. Yes. My apologies, Your Highness, I exclaimed, clasping my hands together and hastily retreating. I frequently cook for myself at home. After a while, Lin Ziyue emerged from the kitchen with the prepared dishes. By the way, where are your parents? She asked. Oh, they rarely come home. Let us eat just the two of us, I replied, as I brought the food to my mouth. I felt a wave of unease as Lin Ziyue's gaze fixed intently upon me. Why are you staring at me? I asked, my expression one of alarm, fearing she might have poisoned the meal. No, I merely want to see if my cooking is palatable, Lin Ziyue stated earnestly. You could simply try it yourself to find out, I retorted, exasperated. It's not the same. She shook her head, still watching me closely as I took a bite. As I swallowed, I sensed her tension rising. Her eyes widened, silently inquiring about the quality of her cooking. It's quite good, I said with a smile. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried it wouldn't suit your taste and would turn out poorly. Lin Ziyue laughed, wiping the sweat from her brow. Was it really that exaggerated? I chuckled in disbelief. After all, a girl never forgets her first attempt at cooking, Lin Ziyue quipped with a double entendre. It seemed Lin Ziyue had truly changed. One might say she had become more cheerful, or perhaps even more peculiar, veering towards the eccentric. Ding dong. Just as we were halfway through our meal, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. That must be my parents, I surmised, as they were likely the only ones returning at this hour. I would explain Lin Ziyue's presence in my home later. Even if they misunderstood the situation, it wouldn't be a significant issue. After all, it wasn't Lin Jing. I set down my chopsticks and dashed to open the door. To my surprise, Lin Jing stood outside, expressionless, holding an umbrella in one hand and something else in the other. As I brought the meal over, I couldn't help but notice that you, my dear friend, must have stayed indoors and been too lazy to cook. Am I right? Are you happy? Lin Jing looked at me with a cheerful smile. I was momentarily taken aback, my mind racing to find a way to explain the presence of Lin Ziyue inside. Just passing by? And perhaps joining for dinner. Should I also suggest sharing a bed? I could already sense Lin Jing's impending outburst. What's wrong? You seem a bit down, Lin Jing remarked, furrowing her brows as she scrutinized me. Not happy? How could I possibly be unhappy? I was delighted. I chuckled, tightly gripping the doorknob. Then opened the door. Lin Jing's expression soured slightly. With a trembling hand, I finally managed to open the door for Lin Jing. That's more like it, she said, her smile returning as she stepped inside. The moment Lin Ziyue spotted Lin Jing, a delightful sound escaped her lips. Her mouth full of food. Lin Jing's smile froze as she observed Lin Ziyue, seated on the stool. She then turned her head with a stiff demeanor, her expression reflecting disbelief. Could you explain why she is here? Explain? Why bother with an explanation? I noticed Lin Jing's food container was dangerously close to being thrown at me, prompting me to hastily intervene. Actually, she was just passing by. No sooner had I spoken than Lin Jing delivered a swift slap to my head. Chapter 50. The king issues a command. Oh, well then. I apologize for interrupting, Lin Jing said to me with a smile. Not at all, I replied, grinning as I took the food container from her hands to prevent any mishaps. Jing, listen to my explanation. I gripped her shoulders firmly as I spoke. No need for explanations. I trust you. Lin Jing suddenly softened, leaning against my chest, her face adorned with a tender expression. What on earth? I found myself quite unaccustomed to this side of Lin Jing. You're not usually like this, I remarked, only to realize my error in saying so. At this moment, the cunning Lin Jing was pinching my chest with her slender fingers, and I noticed Lin Ziyue had lowered her head, eating her meal with little enthusiasm. Is that so? I suddenly grasped Lin Jing's intentions, yet I couldn't overtly push her away. Don't be silly, I said with a smile, gently urging her to sit down. I'm not being silly. I'm your girlfriend. Lin Jing pouted in dissatisfaction, gazing at me. Thank you, but I'm full. I'll take my leave now. Lin Ziyue abruptly stood up, wiped her mouth, grabbed her bag, and hurriedly exited. I watched her leave, uncertain of what to say or do next. Sigh. After Lin Ziyue departed, I couldn't help but let out a breath of exasperation. What does this mean? I am your girlfriend, after all. Does she hold more significance to you than I do? Lin Jing, unable to contain her indignation, seated herself on a stool, crossing her arms and turning her head away in displeasure. Even if she is my girlfriend, must you be so overly concerned? For some reason, my own mood began to sour. Lin Huoming, you must elucidate what this means. I braved the rain today to bring you lunch. Am I merely a fool in your eyes? Tears welled up in Lin Jing's eyes, and I felt a pang of sympathy. Yet even so, Lin Ziyue is still my friend. Must you treat her in such a manner? Could you not show a modicum of gentleness? Moreover, she has done nothing wrong. My voice softened as I could not help but speak to Lin Jing. Humph. Lin Jing remained silent, letting out a huff that suggested her anger had diminished slightly. My eyes darted around as I pondered what to say next. Could it be that you were feeling jealous? I leaned in closer and whispered in Lin Jing's ear. Humph. What did you say? I would be jealous of someone like you. Lin Jing shot me a look that was almost menacing. Oh no. I realize you are merely fearful and concerned about me, worried that I might engage in irreparable actions with Lin Ziyue, right? But rest assured, the first day has already passed, haha. I couldn't help but burst into laughter, at which point Lin Jing finally lost her composure. She seized me and unleashed a flurry of playful blows. After venting her frustrations, she embraced me, collapsing onto the bed. I recounted to Lin Jing what Liang Jia had mentioned last time, to which she acknowledged that Liang Jia had indeed considered many factors. He doesn't appear to be so fragile after all. Perhaps he is quite formidable. Lin Jing remarked beside me. That seems to be the case, I nodded in agreement. Recently, I have been engrossed in a book that I believe is quite beneficial for understanding the king's game. I retrieved it from the cabinet. What is its content? Lin Jing grabbed the book and began to read. When familiar individuals surpass us in wealth or power, it creates a psychological imbalance, which is only felt acutely when it concerns those we know. If a complete stranger acquires vast riches, the resulting imbalance can be even more terrifying, leading one to lose oneself in the pursuit of unattainable wealth and power. When such aspirations are unmet, they may resort to harm or slander. What exactly does this mean? Lin Jing flipped the book over, her brow furrowing at the words psychological experiment. Is reading such a book truly useful for the king? Lin Jing regarded me with an expression of utter disbelief. Regardless of its utility, reading this book can foster a clearer self-awareness, at the very least. When confronted with certain temptations, I can maintain my clarity. I smiled faintly, caressing Lin Jing's hair, unsure of the truth, pondering if perhaps some temptress might shed her garments. Leading you astray. Lin Jing inexplicably puffed up her cheeks. Yet, I felt certain that Lin Ziyue was not the type to inflict harm upon others, especially in matters of the heart. I believe that such a gentle girl would never act in such a manner, even if such an incident were to occur. I was confident I could maintain my composure. I chuckled and assured Lin Jing. Are you certain? She asked, still apprehensive. Absolutely, I nodded. Are you sure? Indeed. No regrets? No regrets. Enough already. Finally, I could not restrain myself from exclaiming. Just as we were preparing to lie down and rest, our phones vibrated simultaneously. Buzz. No, it couldn't be. Just a day had passed, and I sprang up from the bed, staring at the message on my phone. To number 27. Lin Ziyue. Issue a command to harm another, which shall be executed as the king's decree. Failure to comply will result in punishment for Lin Ziyue and all associated with her. Deadline. Before midnight, 2,400 hours tonight. The king had unexpectedly sent a command. Damn it. What kind of command is this? I gripped my phone tightly. It was already midnight. Why Lin Ziyue again? This was the third time. I furrowed my brow, staring intently at my phone. Lin Jing, too, gazed at the command, at a loss for words. I must find Lin Ziyue, I declared, sitting up and preparing to leave the bed. I want to go too. Lin Jing insisted, eager to dress. Why? It would be futile for you to go. Let me handle this. You stay here and rest. Everything will be fine by morning. Leave it to me. I pressed her shoulder gently. No. Who knows what you might do with that woman? Lin Jing clutched my shirt, preventing me from leaving. Please, I promise to return before dawn. I grasped Lin Jing's hand earnestly. No time left, I exclaimed, glancing at the time on my phone, which read 23:50. There was little time remaining. I wondered if Lin Ziyue had seen the message. I should call her immediately. Buzz. At that moment, both Lin Jing's and my phones chimed simultaneously. We exchanged glances and opened our phones together. Number 7, Lin Huoming, has broken up with number 49, Lin Jing, and is now dating number 27, Lin Ziyue. Lin Jing suddenly received a message. As she read the text, her face darkened, as if it could rain. I knew that woman was no good. See, her true colors are showing. Lin Jing suddenly threw off the covers and shouted at me. I remained silent, contemplating the message on my phone. Buzz. At that moment, our phone rang, and without a moment's hesitation, I knew it was that rascal, the king. A message arrived from him. Lin Jing, let us part ways. I sighed deeply and resolutely addressed Lin Jing. What? You? Lin Jing gazed at me in disbelief. I turned my head away, uttering not a word, and simply gathered my clothes before stepping outside. Buzz. Another message from the king confirmed. Lin Huoming and Lin Jing have officially separated. Is it truly for a woman? You would end our relationship for her. Lin Jing's expression was one of incredulity, tears sparkling at the corners of her eyes. Well then, since you are no longer my girlfriend, you may return home. I wish to visit my girlfriend now. I silently dressed swiftly and exited. As I walked along the street, my mood was equally somber, yet I felt no regret, for I understood that Lin Ziyue had not intended to send that command. It must have been an urgent situation. However, even in such circumstances, Lin Ziyue should not have issued such an order. Lin Jing must be heartbroken now. Yet, When the king sent that message, I had already resolved in my heart and made a decision. I would break up with Lin Jing. I was unaware of the punishment the king referred to, as he had not disclosed its nature, but no one doubted that his punishments were far from benign. Even the slightest harm was beyond my endurance, whether it be blindness or death. I did not wish for Lin Jing to suffer even a modicum of distress due to me. And thus, without hesitation, I ended our relationship. Stepping onto the cold street, I realized I had not donned much clothing. I was merely wearing a short-sleeved shirt. In the frigid winter, beneath the streetlights, only a few withered leaves remained. I had not even taken a coat when I left, fearing Lin Jing would face punishment. I dared not speak further with her. I felt the phones in my pockets, fumbling in the darkness as I traversed the night, eventually arriving at Lin Ziyue's residence. With an expressionless demeanor, I pressed the doorbell. In mere seconds, Lin Ziyue hurriedly opened the door with a series of knocks. Upon seeing me in merely a short sleeve, her expression remained stoic, betraying no sign of fragility. I had expected her to plead for forgiveness, but she did not. So you've come. Lin Ziyue's voice carried a hint of unease. I sensed her underlying apprehension. Yes, I have. I entered the room, arms crossed, as she closed the door behind me. She then retrieved a set of clothes from within and handed them to me. Thank you, I replied, taking the garments and donning the jacket, at a loss for words. I was uncertain how to initiate the conversation. I could sense your curiosity. There was no need for extensive explanation. I am simply the girl you see before you, and I do not wish to witness you with Lin Jing. It is as simple as that. Lin Ziyue flashed me a cryptic smile. Is this your true sentiment? I gazed at her serene, smiling visage, sensing that she was concealing something profound at that moment. Indeed, that is precisely who I am. You must harbor resentment towards me, don't you? Lin Ziyue replied with a smile, as if the crescent moon were about to envelop me. Chapter 51, Separation. Yes, that is indeed who I am. You must despise me, don't you? Her tone was laced with an inexplicable flavor as she turned her back to me, one hand inexplicably clenched tightly. I fell silent, unsure of how to respond. If the command issued by the king was to inflict harm upon others, does that not also include the wounding of their emotions? The king believes it does. We remain alive, and that serves as proof. If we did not proceed this way, all would be doomed to perish. 5 minutes remain. What could Lin Ziyue possibly contemplate in those fleeting moments? Ultimately, the king's desire is for Lin Ziyue to make a particular choice. Why her? Is it due to her kindness? Although this action has indeed harmed the bond between Lin Jing and me, it could preserve our lives. I find myself at a loss for words. Whether Lin Ziyue's actions are right or wrong eludes my understanding. With only 5 minutes left, must others be sacrificed? Surely, Lin Ziyue could not issue such a command. In truth, I am also uncertain. Hesitantly, I spoke to her. In matters of the heart, I am indeed indecisive. What does that mean? Lin Ziyue suddenly turned to face me, biting her lip. The last time, I intentionally caused the death of that girl and then hid in the shadows, waiting for you to arrive. Lin Ziyue murmured, her gaze lowered, her voice tinged with despair. Is that truly the case? I could not help but inquire, struggling to reconcile the image of her committing such an act. Why? Why would you deceive me? I asked. Because. Lin Ziyue's head hung low, leaving her at a loss for words. What did that command truly signify? I simply could not comprehend why you would issue such an order. I regarded Lin Ziyue with curiosity, questioning her. She averted my gaze, her face suddenly flushed. With a swift motion, Lin Ziyue's cheeks turned crimson, and she dashed back into the room. Suddenly, a cry of anguish erupted from within. As Lin Ziyue wept within, I found myself uncertain of her thoughts. Sitting outside her door, I gently knocked. After a brief moment, she emerged, her eyes reddened, clutching a pillow. What's wrong? I could not help but inquire. I'm sorry, I'm just like this, she sniffled, uttering a few words before succumbing to tears once more. At that moment, I was at a loss. My first instinct was simply this, and I realized I was running out of time. If I did not act then, Lin Ziyue choked on her words, unable to continue. In that instant, as she gazed at me with flushed cheeks, biting her lip in sorrow, I comprehended her feelings. I stared at Lin Ziyue, pondering deeply, before enveloping her in my embrace. From now on, you shall be my girlfriend. I pressed my lips together, suppressing the turmoil within, resting my head atop hers. In that fleeting moment, her eyes widened in surprise, and she stared at me, momentarily speechless. Is what you said true? She asked, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. I nodded, feeling the weight of my silence. That is wonderful. Are you serious? Lin Ziyue clasped her hands together, a radiant smile transforming her face into a crescent moon. Yes, it's true, I affirmed, my expression stoic. Yet, due to the king's decree, I was compelled to pursue a relationship with Lin Ziyue. To avert any harm that the king might inflict upon us, I resolved to temporarily part ways with her. Until the conclusion of the king's game, I must conceal my true feelings. Regrettably, I thought, I'm sorry, Lin Jing. For now, we cannot be together. I silently turned off my phone, pondering how heartbroken Lin Jing must be. Perhaps she was weeping beneath her covers? Reflecting on it, I felt like a scoundrel for abandoning her, but if it weren't for the king's orders, I would never have acted thus. Clutching my phone tightly, I lamented. If it weren't for the king, are you staying here tonight? Lin Ziyue asked softly, her cheeks flushed as she looked at me. No. I prefer to go back alone tonight, I replied. Really? But aren't lovers supposed to sleep together? She questioned, furrowing her brow. I silently regarded her, wondering if she was genuinely serious about wanting to be my partner. Observing her blushing face, I fell into contemplation. What would happen if I disregarded the king's commands? After a while, Lin Ziyue and I found ourselves lying on the same bed. Lin Ziyue nervously grasped the fabric of my shirt from behind. Although we had shared a bed on multiple occasions, this time we found ourselves intertwined as lovers. What does this signify? Are we being forcibly separated as a couple? What on earth does the king truly desire? May I embrace you? Lin Ziyue's timid voice emerged from behind me. Before I could even consider declining, her delicate fingers had already brushed against my waist. She inched closer, pressing her body against mine, while I remained silent, absorbing her warmth, enveloped in a prolonged stillness. Just moments ago, another girl had been sleeping beside me, yet now, the circumstances had shifted. What on earth transpired to create such chaos? The entire night, I remained wide awake, unable to close my eyes. Eventually, Lin Ziyue gently leaned in, and I remained silent, curious about her intentions. Are you asleep? Her voice reached me from behind. After a brief silence, I finally spoke. No, what is it? Sensing the chill in my tone, Lin Ziyue hesitated. Can I call you Huoming from now on? After pondering for a moment, she asked. We are merely pretending to be a couple. Do you not understand this? I thought to myself, yet I replied, sure, you can call me that. I pressed my lips together, feeling that my response did not genuinely reflect my inner thoughts. That's wonderful. Lin Ziyue cheered from behind me. I found it perplexing. What was it about me that she found appealing? Why did she feel this way towards me? Unable to contain my curiosity, I turned to Lin Ziyue and finally asked, why do you do this? I'm not entirely sure, but I know you are responsible, protective of others, and genuinely kind. You are a good person. Lin Ziyue gazed at me earnestly, her eyes radiating sincerity. A good person? Unbeknownst to me, it seemed I had unwittingly earned a good person card from Lin Ziyue. Have you ever encountered a good person who stands idly by in the face of danger? I chuckled softly, turning to face her. That's not how it is. Isn't there a song that goes like this? I want to say that you are actually quite wonderful, but you just don't realize it. I'm merely a bad girl. Lin Ziyue's voice faded as she lowered her head. For reasons I could not comprehend, I instinctively reached out, gently resting my hand on her head, caressing her soft hair. My feelings for Lin Ziyue, beyond that initial surge of unusual emotion, leaned more towards friendship, an affinity akin to that of siblings. Yet now, I truly found myself at a loss on how to confront Lin Ziyue. A night passed in silence, and thus I found myself lying in the same bed with a young man who had recently become my boyfriend. Chapter 52. How to Resolve the New Orders. As dawn approached the next morning, I finally succumbed to slumber. In the darkness, I sensed a presence beyond my consciousness, something thin and soft, akin to the tenderness of mochi, brushing against a part of my body, my lips, perhaps. I longed to open my eyes. Yet the drowsiness that accompanied my recent slumber made it difficult to lift my eyelids and discern the scene before me. However, it was merely a kiss. Nothing to be alarmed about. After all, having experienced the harrowing threat of the king's demise on the first day, I had done all that needed to be done. A kiss was trivial, and with that thought, I drifted back to sleep. The following afternoon, I awoke to find my shirt undone, and Lin Ziyue clinging to me like a koala perched on a tree, her adorably clad pajamas accentuating her charm. As I rose, it seemed my movement startled her, causing her to frown and rub her eyes before hastily attending to her morning routine. I had already donned my shoes and clothes, ready to return home. Dinner preparations awaited me. Surely it was customary for lovers to share a meal before parting ways, was it not? Lin Ziyue emitted a sweet, endearing sound. It appeared that she had reverted to her usual self, for, as she had confessed, her facade of strength was merely a guise. Lovers. Lovers. How vexing it was to be labeled thus. I took a deep breath, striving to soften my tone as I returned to the room and settled at the table. After a while, Lin Ziyue emerged with a table laden with delectable dishes. Today's meal was even more visually appealing and appetizing than yesterday's, embodying the essence of color, aroma, and flavor in perfect harmony. It is often said that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Lin Ziyue seemed to embody such wisdom. Having satisfied my hunger, I glanced at Lin Ziyue, preparing to rise and depart. "Wait, there's soup," she exclaimed, retrieving a bowl of soup from the kitchen and offering it to me. Observing the pure and eager hope in her gaze, I could not bring myself to decline her kind gesture. With a frown, I drank the soup, realizing that she had no intention of letting me leave just yet. Having finished the soup, I frowned again, ready to take my leave. It's not good to move around right after eating. You might risk appendicitis," she called after me. "Huh, it's fine," I replied, sensing that Lin Ziyue was reluctant to let me go. "Oh, very well then," she said, her brow furrowed, her eyes betraying a sense of reluctance. Though it was per the king's orders, Lin Ziyue had indeed torn us apart. In this moment, I find myself dining with the very person who has caused the rift between us as a couple, unable to resist, unable to roar in defiance, and most importantly, still expected to maintain a romantic relationship with her while being her friend. This is undoubtedly one of the most convoluted situations imaginable. I cannot oppose it. Perhaps the king will issue a new decree, leaving me no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, Lin Ziyue is my friend, and she has never coerced me in any way. As for today, I think it best to retreat home for some respite. I offer Lin Ziyue a wry smile, and she silently nods in agreement. Very well then. Lin Ziyue dons her socks, indicating her intention to see me off. I nod in acknowledgement, signaling that she need only accompany me this far. "You should head back," I say to her. "I would like to visit your home." Lin Ziyue responds with a gentle smile. I am at a loss for words, unsure how to dissuade her. What should I say? I had intended to return home to escape Lin Ziyue and enjoy some solitude, yet she insists on accompanying me, leaving me with no alternative. Am I unwelcome? Do you despise me? Lin Ziyue furrows her brow tightly. No, I utter 3 words, immediately regretting my response. Very well, let us go. Lin Ziyue links her arm with mine, flashing me a smile. In the car, Lin Ziyue clings to my arm, her soft warmth resting against me. I cannot help but frown. After all, it is my first experience being linked arm in arm with a girl, and we attract the piercing gazes of many. As if I had committed some heinous crime. Their stares feel like daggers, scrutinizing both me and Lin Ziyue. Upon returning home, I open the door to find my parents still absent, though a light glows in my room. As I enter, I hear the sound of the door opening, and a voice calls out, "You're back?" The tone diminishes as Lin Jing glances at Lin Ziyue behind me, her expression freezing in shock. She purses her lips and strides toward Lin Ziyue. "What are you doing?" Before I can finish my sentence, Lin Jing has already slapped Lin Ziyue across the face. A sharp sound echoes, leaving a vivid red mark on Lin Ziyue's cheek. She covers her face, crouching silently on the floor. "Wretched girl. Scoundrels." Lin Jing huffs, swiftly putting on her shoes and exiting through the front door. I stand there, staring at Lin Jing's departing figure, wrestling with a surge of emotion before kneeling down. I look at Lin Ziyue, who is still covering her face, and softly inquire if she is all right. "I'm fine. It's my fault," Lin Ziyue replies, lifting her head to offer me a sweet smile. Gazing at that charming smile, I am left speechless. Is it merely a facade? Is it all just an act? Please, stop smiling. I gently whispered to Lin Ziyue, then grasped her wrist, applying a slow but steady pressure. Initially, Lin Ziyue showed a hint of resistance. But before my masculine strength, she ultimately revealed her flushed cheeks. Lin Jing's temper was notoriously fiery. I might have been a tad too forceful, yet now. "Let me fetch some ice for you to soothe the swelling," I said, rushing to the refrigerator to retrieve a few ice cubes. "It's fine, I don't need it." Lin Ziyue managed a strained smile as she spoke to me. "But now, you are my girlfriend." I gazed into Lin Ziyue's eyes and declared. A moment of silence ensued. "All right," Lin Ziyue nodded. I wrapped the ice cubes in a towel, gently held it, and moved aside her delicate, fair hand before applying the compress. Suddenly, Lin Ziyue recoiled. "What's wrong?" I softly inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit cold," Lin Ziyue replied. As I pressed the ice against her skin, I was taken aback by how exquisite it felt, smoother and silkier than I had anticipated. The combination of her endearing demeanor stirred something within me. I found it increasingly difficult to contain my emotions. No, I must not let my thoughts wander. I shook my head, casting the distractions aside. "Are you planning to spend the night here?" I asked Lin Ziyue. "Huh, is that allowed?" She wore a perplexed expression. Goodness, what am I even saying? Judging by her reaction, it seemed she had no intention of staying over. "Oh, it's nothing. If you don't want to, then it's fine." I was merely suggesting, I hurriedly said, eager to escort her home. "Actually, I'd love to spend the night here." Lin Ziyue beamed at me. "Since you insist." Then so be it, I replied, feeling a mix of resignation and uncertainty. Yet, why did I sense that things were becoming increasingly peculiar? After all, we were merely pretending to be lovers. Why did it feel as though we were genuinely sharing an intimate bond? As I lay in the same bed as Lin Ziyue, my back turned to her, I struggled to suppress my feelings and avoid looking at her. Lin Ziyue, I feel like, even though we are lovers, perhaps we are progressing too quickly? I whispered softly. Lin Ziyue, embracing me from behind, inquired gently. I just wonder if we might be moving too fast? I frowned as I spoke. Not at all. I think this is just right, Lin Ziyue replied. Her cheeks flushed as she tightened her embrace. In truth, I was aware of the nuances of our relationship, yet regardless of the circumstances, I yearned to create a beautiful memory during this fleeting period, even if it meant indulging in a role that could be deemed improper. Lin Ziyue's voice quivered as she held me close. All right, I understand, I nodded, exhaling softly. The next day, Lin Ziyue and I arrived at school together. Lin Ziyue clung to my arm, and when Lin Jing saw us at school, she merely walked away with a cold expression, saying nothing. By noon, the phones of both Lin Ziyue and I suddenly buzzed. The sound reverberated, and upon glancing at the notifications, an inexplicable feeling stirred within us. It must be an edict from the king. However, we were oblivious to its content. I opened my phone to read the message, and two words echoed in the hearts of all the boys. What the hell? Cheng Weiji, number 29, and Peng Zhixin, number 30, are to socks. The deadline is before midnight at 2400. Failure to comply will result in the death of both. The king had sent a message. All of us stared at our phones, then turned our gaze towards the two individuals. The mere mention of punishment was one thing. Engaging in a task or game was another. At least it involved the opposite sex. But this time, it was two men. The king seemed to be pushing the limits further and further. Damn it, king! Cheng Weiji, number 29, shouted, slamming his fist onto the table. Meanwhile, Peng Zhixin, number 30, remained silent, his lips pursed and his expression grim as he stared at his phone, teeth clenched tightly. What is this? Peng Zhixin muttered under his breath, his eyes darting around the room with a venomous glare. Unfortunately, that gaze held no power over us. I imagined the king was likely hiding somewhere, stifling laughter. No matter how agitated we felt, without knowing the king's whereabouts or how to decipher the medium, our efforts would be futile. With a deadline of 2400 looming, and it being merely noon, they had 12 hours to contemplate their course of action. Why are you silent this time? I glanced at Liang Jia, who averted his gaze at my look. It's not particularly entertaining this time, Liang Jia quietly muttered from beneath his hoodie. In an instant, I understood. What the hell? Don't look at me. Liang Jia snapped at me, and I rolled my eyes, turning my attention back to Lin Ziyue. She was still pondering how the two men could escape the king's decree. How amusing. The girl named by Shijing continued to giggle. But upon receiving a scornful glance from the two boys, she promptly fell silent. Curiosity piqued among all the girls. They wondered how these two men would ultimately choose. Chapter 53, Dismissed. Why could I not fathom what was amusing about this situation? Cheng Weiji and Peng Zhixin gradually subdued their inner fury into silence. At this very moment, all the boys remaining with us are lost in contemplation, pondering what would transpire if the king were to impose such a command upon himself. An involuntary shiver courses through us, and a palpable tension arises, rendering us unable to entertain the thought any further. It is utterly terrifying. This latest decree from the king is indeed far too dreadful for us boys to bear. Thankfully, it is not our fate that hangs in the balance. We are merely relieved that the king's command does not descend upon us. This is our sole consolation. After the command was issued, since it did not pertain to us, we found ourselves powerless to assist those affected. As the saying goes, when it does not concern oneself, one may remain aloof. Shall we proceed to lunch? Lin Ziyue flashed me a smile. Given her invitation, what could I possibly say? I glanced at Lin Jing beside me. She sat in silence, her head bowed, seemingly oblivious to our conversation. I uttered nothing more, simply rose and accompanied Lin Ziyue to the dining hall. In the restaurant, Lin Ziyue cheerfully enjoyed her meal, while I wore a somber expression, which did not escape her notice. She remained silent, opting to order a portion for me as well. In comparison to Lin Jing, my greater concern lay with the lives of my classmates. What strange occurrences could possibly befall those two men? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I found my appetite waning. Ultimately, I settled the bill and turned to leave. I shall return first, I informed Lin Ziyue. She lowered her head, quietly consuming her own meal. After lunch, I returned to the classroom, only to discover that the two individuals seemed to have vanished. Lin Jing sat in her seat, head bowed. I placed my belongings down, contemplating whether the king might not be all that significant after all. Hearing the noise on her desk, Lin Jing lifted her head in confusion, her gaze falling upon the items I had set there. With a tight-lipped expression, she coldly swatted the contents away. The food spilled across the floor. "I have no need for your things." She shot me a frosty glance before striding out. As I bent down to clean up the mess, a sour sensation filled my heart. That feeling festered, settling heavily in my chest. I set aside the broom and chose silence. Eventually, when school was dismissed, Lin Ziyue approached me, inquiring whether I would accompany her home. "But our homes are not in the same direction," I replied. "Isn't it customary for boys to escort girls home?" Lin Ziyue said softly, her head bowed for reasons unknown. At this moment, Lin Jing, who had been seated in a rather casual manner, could no longer contain herself. Lin Jing slowly tightened her grip around her arms, letting her legs, which had been resting on the table, slide down. She huffed through her nose and stood up, walking away alone. Sigh. I helplessly gazed at Lin Ziyue. With her head bowed, I contemplated for a moment before uttering 2 words to her. "Let's go." Observing the dejected expression on Lin Ziyue's face, a moment of compassion welled up within me. "Yay, this is wonderful," Lin Ziyue exclaimed as she joyfully linked her arm with mine, and we exited the campus together. As we stepped outside, I felt the lingering gaze of someone, filled with melancholy. Buzz. After walking for a while, Lin Ziyue leaned against my shoulder when my phone rang. I opened it to find a message from Brother Sheng. I really have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must leave." I quickly fabricated an excuse to release Lin Ziyue's arm. "Humph." Lin Ziyue stomped her foot in frustration, pouting as she watched me depart with a look of resentment. Gasping for breath, I arrived at a nearby cafe, where Brother Sheng was sprawled on a soft leather sofa, having the 2 others assist him with a back massage. "Master, I can't help but feel you resemble a gang leader more than a Taoist priest, with those tattoos and having your underlings massage your back," I remarked, unable to contain my thoughts. "Mind your own business. You seem rather flustered. Has something happened lately?" Brother Sheng inquired. "Nothing much, just compelled to break up with the king." I began to relay the events to him in fragments. "Oh, I see. But why do I get the impression you've narrowly escaped something dreadful?" Brother Sheng looked at me, puzzled. "The issue is, that girl wants me to date her again, which complicates matters. After all, it's the king's decree. And I have no choice but to comply," I sighed, waving my hand in resignation. "You, with your protests, seem to be quite obedient in reality. Have you done something with that girl?" Brother Sheng raised an eyebrow, casting a suggestive glance in my direction. "Master, please stop joking. I'm being coerced into this relationship. Let's not discuss it any further, shall we?" I could not help but respond to Brother Sheng. "You cheeky rascal. Taking advantage while pretending to be innocent. Is that so?" Brother Sheng pressed. "Well, the king issued a new order," I began, but my words faltered. "What order?" Brother Sheng raised an eyebrow, perplexed by my demeanor. "It's just... I can't bring myself to say it." I covered my face, hesitant to speak. "What on earth could possibly render you speechless?" Brother Sheng frowned at me. "It's just... It involves 2 men, I finally managed to say. I buried my face in my hands, falling silent. A mysterious silence enveloped us as Brother Sheng pondered something deeply. "Wow, this is unbelievable. That king certainly knows how to play the game." Sheng Gu uttered an exclamation, finally grasping the nature of the command bestowed upon us by the king. However, something struck him as peculiar. "What is so strange?" I inquired. "Aren't the previous games always characterized by the same mode of play? It appears that for some unknown reason, you have not reverted to the original format. Why could this be? If that is the case, I shall have no means of gathering intelligence," Sheng Gu mused, stroking his chin in bewilderment. "How about I inform you during the next game?" I suggested to Sheng Gu. "That could work, but do jot down your school's address." "In 3 days. I shall be there, likely coinciding with the commencement of your king's game," Sheng Gu replied. "All right," I conceded, writing down an address on a piece of paper for him. Sheng Gu glanced at the address before tucking the note away. "Well then, we shall take our leave," he announced, patting the 2 students who had been assisting him. The 2 students, pale-faced, trailed behind him in a daze. Upon returning home, I encountered a girl standing at my doorstep, smiling and waving at me. In that moment, an impulsive desire to flee washed over me. I suddenly realized that excessive enthusiasm from a girl could indeed irk a man. "Ah, it's you," I forced a smile, attempting to sidestep her presence. "I know you're home alone, so I brought some groceries to cook for you," Lin Ziyue cheerfully remarked, lifting the bag in her hand. Silently, I moved to open the door for her. Lin Ziyue entered with a smile, proceeding to wash vegetables and prepare dinner, making her seem almost like a wife to me. Yet, I did not harbor any such notions about her. After finishing dinner, Lin Ziyue began to clear the chopsticks with a grin. "So, You're not planning to stay the night, are you? I questioned, noticing a twitch at the corner of my eye. Well, I brought my clothes with me, she replied, producing a set of garments from her bag. Is that so? I regarded her closely. Would it be acceptable for you to sleep in my parents' room? I asked with a smile. But aren't couples supposed to share the same room? And we did. Yet, I fear I might lose control and do something inappropriate. And I am, after all, a scoundrel. I do not wish to take responsibility, you understand? I finally admitted, unable to contain myself any longer. All right then. Lin Ziyue ultimately relented, her gaze downcast as she took her clothes into the bathroom. I let out a sigh of relief. Glad to have sent this young lady on her way. Chapter 54, Striking a Nerve. Lin Ziyue was in the bathroom. No matter how adorable, beautiful, or melodious her voice was, she could never replace Lin Jing's position in my heart. Perhaps that is simply who I am. Thus, no matter what Lin Ziyue did, my resolve remained unshaken. I gazed at my phone, endlessly scrolling through various things. After a while, Lin Ziyue emerged from the bathroom. Aren't you going to sleep? She inquired. Haha, no need. You should rest first, I replied. I recalled that the Lin Ziyue of yesteryears was not this kind of girl. Was it possible that, having had something significant taken from her by me, she had become somewhat dependent on me? Yet, I too had experienced that first time. Nevertheless, these thoughts remained unspoken, confined to the depths of my heart. Eventually, the dejected Lin Ziyue lowered her head and retreated to her room to sleep. Only then did I truly feel at ease. However, despite this sense of relief, deep within me, no, within all of us men, and perhaps some women as well, there lingered a silent concern for something. Such matters always evoke a particular curiosity. We were intrigued by what choices individuals might make in life and death moments, whether they cling to their own lives or pursue something entirely different. Our curiosity regarding this phenomenon kept us wide awake past 11 o'clock. Instead, we felt increasingly alert. Seated on the bed, I silently stared at my phone. A short while later, Lin Ziyue knocked on my door. Knock, knock, knock. I set my phone down and walked over to open the door. I watched as Lin Ziyue, clad in her pajamas and clutching a pillow, swiftly entered. Woo, I can't sleep in that room. I'm scared. May I come in here to sleep? Lin Ziyue placed her pillow before her head, gazing at me with timid eyes. How could I possibly bear to reject such an adorable Lin Ziyue? Indeed. I nodded in agreement. Sure, you can sleep here. I'll go to the next room. I offered a gentle smile. Wait, Woo, I'm scared. Please don't leave. Lin Ziyue pleaded from behind, clutching her pillow. Very well, once again, I succumbed to my compassion. But, just don't cause any trouble tonight, I cautioned her. Lin Ziyue smiled and nodded. All right then. Lin Ziyue and I shared the same bed. I turned off the light, facing away from her while looking at my phone. It was nearly midnight, just a few minutes to go. What would the two big men, Cheng Weiji and Peng Zhixin, do on the 29th and 30th? Could it be? Perhaps they. I can no longer bear to imagine it. After all, they are men, and there is nothing more to be done. If they were to perish, I would certainly remember to burn paper money for them and seek vengeance. I silently vowed within my heart. What are you gazing at? Suddenly, I felt a gentle whisper near my ear, accompanied by a faint fragrance of shampoo wafting from behind. I wanted to turn around, but the message from the king abruptly yanked me back to reality. As I glanced at the message, an involuntary shiver coursed through my body. What's wrong with you? Lin Ziyue, standing behind me, inquired. A gentle breeze brushed against my cheek, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down my back, rendering my body rigid. Mission accomplished by Cheng Weiji and Peng Zhixin. The king's message lingered in my mind. Oh, it's nothing. I quickly turned around, not daring to face Lin Ziyue, now standing directly in front of me. Oh, that's a relief. But why is your forehead dripping with cold sweat? Lin Ziyue couldn't help but reach out, using her pajama sleeve to dab at the sweat on my brow. Huh. I'm fine, really. I hastily shook my head, attempting to dispel the haunting thoughts and images from my mind. What exactly had they done? Yet, the fact that they had completed their mission only meant one thing. How tragic. I couldn't help but squint, shaking my head. To survive, one of them must have sacrificed their precious first time as a man. Wait, it seems the king sent another message. Lin Ziyue noticed something, retrieving her phone from her pocket to examine it closely. Let us forget about that. Just ignore it. Tonight, let us focus on getting a good night's sleep. I chuckled awkwardly, suddenly seizing Lin Ziyue's small hand and playfully pushing her down onto the bed, snatching the phone from her grasp and tossing it onto the nearby soft cushion. Huh, what? Lin Ziyue widened her eyes in astonishment as she looked at me. All right, no need to worry about it. Let us just go to sleep. I panted, relieved that Lin Ziyue had not seen the contents of that message, or else I might not have been able to sleep soundly tonight. Lin Ziyue still regarded me with an incredulous expression, as if she had yet to accept my sudden change in demeanor. I held her hand firmly, preventing her from retrieving the phone, urging her to settle down for the night. Let us sleep now. Hee, it's getting late, I said to Lin Ziyue, but I haven't read the king's message. Lin Ziyue replied, blinking her beautiful large eyes at me. No need to read it. Tonight's message is of little significance. I embraced Lin Ziyue tightly, whispering in her ear. Is that so? Lin Ziyue asked softly. Yes, indeed. I nodded, resting my head atop hers. Ah, how splendid that is. Were there any injuries or punishments inflicted? Lin Ziyue buried her head against my chest. Of course not. They are quite well. No punishments or deaths occurred, though perhaps a part of their bodies may have suffered indelible trauma. Perhaps, I suppose. Is that true? Lin Ziyue inquired. Yes, trust me. With tears welling in my eyes. I urged Lin Ziyue to sleep promptly. After all, such matters no longer concerned me. Once we learned the outcome, we naturally became less invested. After a while, I succumbed to a heavy slumber. I slept soundly until dawn, feeling no peculiar sensations upon awakening. Even if there were, it mattered little since it had already transpired. Suddenly, I thought no. I opened my eyes wide. Once such thoughts emerge, they become perilous. From piercing a single sheet of paper, layer upon layer, an entire stack could be punctured. I must not entertain such ideas. If I do, irreparable consequences may ensue. Upon the break of day, my first act was to rise from the bed and inspect myself. Thankfully, my clothes remained intact. I took a shower and washed my face, striving to awaken fully. Lin Huoming, what has become of you? From sharing meals and returning home together to sharing a bed, how did it come to such nonchalance? I began to meditate, entering a state of serene detachment. In that contemplative state, I felt my heart gradually return to tranquility. The feeling of serenity is truly exquisite. After a while, Lin Ziyue also arose, knocking gently at the door. Gradually, I emerged from my meditative state. I stood and made my way to the living room for breakfast. You needn't prepare meals for me anymore. I can manage on my own, I said to Lin Ziyue. Is that so? Very well, she replied, lowering her head in silence. Even if it were only for a few days, even if just 3 days, I wish to create as many memories as possible with you, Huoming. In the time that remains, Lin Ziyue offered me a gentle smile. Seeing her radiant expression, I couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance in my heart. I found myself pondering deeply, is what I am doing truly right? I began to doubt, as her demeanor appeared anything but feigned. Could such a girl genuinely be a villain? Is Lin Ziyue truly deceiving me? I, uncertain, felt a tremor of instability within. Could it be that Lin Jing was mistaken? I believe that Lin Ziyue is not a bad girl, while Lin Jing is my girlfriend, who insists that her sixth sense is infallible, suggesting that perhaps Lin Ziyue is not as wicked as she seems. Could it be that Lin Jing is mistaken? Very well, let us proceed to school, I said to Lin Ziyue. Subsequently, the two of us made our way to the school. At the entrance, we encountered Lin Jing. She observed us standing together, yet remained silent, hastily darting into the school without uttering a word. As I watched Lin Jing's swift departure, I felt an urge to speak, but alas, it was too late for words. Upon arriving at school, we spotted the two boys, Cheng Weiji and Peng Zhixin, seemingly attending school separately. Wait. It is quite normal for them to part ways. Why was I overthinking? Once we reached the classroom, they remained silent throughout the day, not uttering a single word. Our entire class was engulfed in silence, attempting to discern something from their expressions, yet we found nothing. Cheng Weiji and Peng Zhixin appeared to be acutely aware of the collective gaze upon them, maintaining their silence, which was eerily unsettling. The implication of the king was unmistakable, hinting at their involvement in something untoward, yet their demeanor suggested innocence, which only heightened our curiosity. Why was this so concerning? Finally, Cheng Weiji could no longer contain himself. He stood up and glared at one of the boys. What are you staring at? He shouted, his gaze fierce. Indeed. The boy who was scrutinized averted his eyes in silence, leading to an atmosphere thick with unbroken quietude. No one dared to disrupt this silence until a girl, named by Shijing, spoke up. Are you two involved in something? She innocently inquired of them. This question struck at the very heart of their vulnerability. What do you mean? Cheng Weiji glared at Bai Shijing. Due to prior incidents, our class had seen an influx of new faces. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Bai Shijing quickly realized her faux pas and, with a playful stick of her tongue, hurriedly fled the classroom. I silently watched her retreating figure, pondering what this girl was thinking. What is the matter? Lin Ziyue, unexpectedly seated beside me, inquired. I chose not to respond, instead fixating on the two boys, as nearly everyone else, save for Bai Shijing, remained silent. Those of us who survived the King's game had relinquished much in our quest for survival. Even for them, It was understandable that sacrifices had been made to endure. The three of us have invested significant aspects of ourselves, which may be deemed important or trivial, depending solely on one's perspective. I gazed at Lin Jing, yearning to utter a few words, yet she preempted me with her words. Do not say anything. We have already parted ways. Your words hold no meaning now. Leave. Lin Jing's demeanor was icy. I sighed, casting a glance at Lin Ziyue beside me. Had it not been for her peculiar command, it would have indeed hurt Lin Jing. Though I believe she comprehended that. Yet Lin Jing's current state was evidently one of stubbornness and indignation. Starting from tonight, am I not allowed to share a bed with Huaming? At that moment, Lin Ziyue suddenly clasped my arm and addressed me. Although her words were directed at me, I felt they were intended for Lin Jing beside me. Lin Jing shot a glare at me with her crimson eyes. No, we did nothing. I attempted to explain to Lin Jing, but she had already risen to leave. You did this on purpose, didn't you? I turned my head to look at Lin Ziyue and inquired. Well, since she has calmed down, let us have some fun with her. Lin Ziyue replied with a carefree smile. All right, since she is no longer angry, let us cease this charade. I helplessly ruffled Lin Ziyue's hair. Lin Ziyue pursed her lips, observing my hand as it approached her head, displaying clear displeasure. We are a couple now, right? Even if only for a few days. Can you treat me like a girlfriend? Lin Ziyue looked at me with utmost seriousness. I fell into silence. Treating Lin Ziyue as I did Lin Jing was beyond my capabilities. However, under the decree of the king, I had no choice but to comply. All right, I understand. Starting today, you will stay at my place, but as a couple, we must also maintain some privacy, all right? I said to Lin Ziyue. She nodded, and thus commenced our facade of a romantic relationship. I have never been one to navigate two boats, yet, like my past self, I never had the opportunity. The king not only guided me from an inexperienced youth to a state of debauchery, but even brought me back to Lin Ziyue's side. I ought to express my gratitude to the king for that. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, checking my phone, and sleeping. My existence revolved around these routines with Lin Ziyue, leaving little room for anything else. Activities like watching movies or strolling in the park were deftly avoided with various excuses. Lin Ziyue, too, found herself constrained. After all, we were merely a couple in appearance. Initially, I could converse with her more freely, yet since our relationship transformed, it seemed paradoxically, despite appearing closer, our exchanges dwindled significantly. Thus, 3 days passed. On the night of the third day, at midnight, nothing transpired. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was a call from Sheng Ge. Hello? I answered. I have arrived at your school. Where are you? Sheng Ji's voice crackled through the line. I am at home. For some reason. The king has not sent any messages today, I replied. It feels a bit strange here. Although I can't pinpoint anything unusual, there is an overall sense of oddity about your school. I will investigate for a couple of days and call you if anything arises, Sheng Ge concluded before hanging up. I stared silently at the number on my phone before closing it. Although I lay in the warmth of my bed, sleep eluded me, and I tossed and turned restlessly. I couldn't fathom what the king was up to this time. It seemed I would find it difficult to fall asleep tonight, since slumber was out of reach. I naturally turned to meditation. Having grown accustomed to it, I felt no pressure. However, gazing at myself, I realized I was not cut out for this path of cultivation, and thus, my motivation waned. For reasons unknown, I found myself sleepless that night. Rising early, I felt unusually invigorated. The king's peculiar behavior reminded me of the last card game, the one where only a quarter of the participants survived. Most had perished, and only a scant few remained. It had been a month since the last game. Could it be that the king was once again inclined to indulge in such activities? Buzz. It was Liang Jia calling. I answered, and he asked me to come to his house. Perfect, I have something to discuss with you as well. Liang Jia provided me with an address. And I was taken aback. It was in the city center. Upon arriving at a tranquil, upscale neighborhood, I rang Liang Jia's doorbell. He instructed the security guard to let me in. Standing before Liang Jia's door, slightly ajar, I heard his cool voice emanate from within. What are you waiting for outside? Come in. I pushed the door open and entered. In the living room, Liang Jia sat on a windowsill as pristine as jade, barefoot with his knees drawn to his chest. Clad in a white shirt, he absent-mindedly twirled a strand of his dark hair while gazing intently ahead, seemingly engrossed in a pure white chess set. What struck me as peculiar was that Liang Jia appeared to be alone, engaging in a game against the air, or perhaps against himself. There was no opponent before him, yet he pondered deeply. Is this made of ivory? I remarked, observing the chess set on the windowsill. Liang Jia replied without looking at me. I closed the door, approached him, picked up one of his pieces, made a move, and began to play with him. Oh, you can play too? Liang Jia spoke, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he slowly narrowed his eyes. Last night, The king did not summon us. I watched Liang Jia as he picked up a chess piece. Well, I understand, which is why I asked you to come and share your thoughts. Liang Jia did not meet my gaze. Instead, he moved another piece. I don't know. What about you? I glanced at Liang Jia, and it was then that I noticed a revolver, playing cards, and a black cloth strip laid upon the table in the living room. Well, not at the moment. But no matter what the king does, I am certain I shall prevail soon. Upon finishing his words, Liang Jia lifted his head, his short black hair appearing even darker and deeper under the sunlight, and the charming smile on his face revealed who held the upper hand at that moment. General. Liang Jia looked at me, moving the black queen piece with a decisive snap, placing it beside my king. Well played. I stood up helplessly, stretching my limbs. By evening, after a lengthy conversation with Liang Jia, I decided to retire to his guest room. Your family is quite affluent, I remarked to Liang Jia. Not just affluent. He nodded in agreement. I found myself at a loss for words in our interactions. Another 2 weeks passed, yet the king had still not sent any messages. This was quite peculiar. I called Xingu to inform him of the king's unusual silence. Master, could it be that the king has sensed something amiss? I inquired. By ordinary reasoning, that should not be the case, Xingu replied, stroking his chin. A month had swiftly passed since our last game, and one Sunday afternoon, our phones vibrated once more. Buzz. I unlocked my phone to find a message from the king. All students are required to gather at the school playground before nightfall, or face the punishment of death. The message read. I glanced at the time. It was already afternoon. How long until nightfall? No one knew. This meant we had to hurry. I called Lin Ziyue and urged Lin Jing to rush to the school. Humph. I'll go even without your prompting. Lin Jing's voice on the phone was as icy as ever. Shortly after, we made our way to the school, just as darkness began to envelop the sky. Lin Jing and the others were already waiting on the playground. The sky was almost dark. A strange crimson hue filled the heavens, reminiscent of fresh blood, casting an oppressive atmosphere. We were scattered across the playground, awaiting the king's command. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, and the streetlights within the school remained unlit. As more people gathered, our phones buzzed simultaneously. We glanced at the message from the king. Tonight, we shall play death chess. The rules are as follows. 2 individuals represent the king. Below the king is the white side, represented by the 49th Lin Jing. The black side is represented by the 43rd Yan Noxi. The game concludes when one side successfully eliminates the opposing king. Upon the king's pronouncement of this information, a crown of vivid crimson and white materialized atop Lin Jing's head. Simultaneously, a crown, composed of a blend of deep red and black, appeared on the head of the girl named Yan Noxi. Both crowns adorned the girls' heads, leaving us all in a state of bewilderment regarding the nature of the game. The losing side shall face punishment, declared the king in another message. White Queen, 19th Liang Jia. Black Queen, 42nd Yi Beishi. What could this mean? At that moment, crowns also emerged above Liang Jia and Yi Beishi, symbolizing their supreme authority. However, while they held the highest power, the most crucial figure in a nation remains the king. White Knights, 7th Lin Huoming and 49th Lu Cixi. Black Knight, 27th Zhang Ku. Another series of names followed, and simultaneously, swords materialized at our waists. A hint of amusement graced Liang Jia's face. Night level. What does this entail? What is the king truly scheming with this game? Chapter 56. The Chess Game. White Bishop, 13th Xiao Xiao. Black Bishops, 33rd Bai Liuli, 34th Lei Jiayong, and 12th Xiao Xueran. Concurrently, white capes appeared behind them, while the black side donned capes of darkness. White Castle, 31st Qianguqin. Black Castle, 23rd Tu Yongjia. They were adorned with white tiles, whereas the opposing side bore black ones. White Soldier, 3rd Guopangzi. Black Soldier, 4th Fu Lingxian. The soldiers were devoid of any adornments. There are now 10 minutes for both kings to conceal themselves. The game shall commence thereafter. Another message from the king stated. Liang Jia, what does this mean? I gazed at the message on my phone, anxiety beginning to swell within me. I do not know, but we shall soon find out. For now, you and Lin Jing will follow me. Liang Jia strode ahead with purpose. The white side, come with me, she gestured, and all belonging to the white side fell in line behind her. Liang Jia, what is the essence of this game? I could not refrain from inquiring once more. If my guesses are correct, it is akin to a real-life version of international chess, Liang Jia replied, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Look behind you. As she gestured with her chin, I turned to see Beishi leading her contingent from the black side, vanishing from view. It is likely that they have already commenced their actions. The mechanics of this game resemble those of chess. Do you understand? It implies that since the king has assigned us ranks, we should expect to receive something in return after a while. Liang Jia gazed at the crown adorning Lin Jing's head and inquired, "What kind of thing? This game now pertains to Lin Jing's life, and I can no longer afford to consider anything else. I am uncertain, but the classification indicates that there must be something distinctive about it." Liang Jia shook his head, expressing his own confusion. "However, what we must focus on now is the protection of our king. Therefore, should anything transpire, we must all, without exception, safeguard this individual. If she is harmed, it signifies that all of us remaining shall face the king's wrath. That punishment could be catastrophic, and based on my past experiences, it could very well lead to death. In essence, we are all in the same boat. Our lives are intertwined with that of this woman. Everyone, please remember this point and refrain from acting recklessly." Liang Jia cautioned those behind him. "Follow me." He took Lin Jing and my hand and led us to another location. "You must conceal yourself here, especially you. Do not allow anyone to find you, and be cautious. Remain silent. Do you understand?" Liang Jia instructed as he hid Lin Jing away in a certain spot. Lin Jing nodded, saying nothing. Yet it was evident that she comprehended her position and recognized what was required of her at this moment. "All right, I am going to eliminate the opposing king, and it is your duty to protect our king here," Liang Jia stated before closing the door. With a resounding thud, the door shut. Simultaneously, Yi Bei was issuing commands to the individuals of the Black faction. At that moment, Shenggu arrived near the school. "What is happening? Why is there such a potent demonic aura? Could it be of the level of a demon monarch?" Shenggu squinted toward a particular direction, where a blood-red glow enveloped a segment of the sky. How peculiar. It was not apparent yesterday, yet today it has transformed so dramatically. Shenggu pondered, furrowing his brow. Soon enough, within just a few minutes, Liang Jia and I stepped outside. "Buzz, are you prepared? This time, the venue for the event is this school, with a deadline set for tomorrow dawn. Let the game commence." The king sent a message. In that instant, for reasons unknown, Liang Jia was suddenly enveloped in a vivid crimson light that enveloped his entire being. My body too radiated a white-red glow. What could this possibly mean? For some inexplicable reason, I gazed at the red light emanating from my hands, feeling a wondrous force guiding my body. This power tightly enveloped me, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though I could unleash strength that I had never been able to access before. Beside me stood Liang Jia, exuding a formidable presence that was nothing short of terrifying. Even I could feel it intensely, and those nearby experienced a palpable sense of oppression. What was happening? This feeling was so peculiar, such immense power, yet it seemed ominous. Liang Jia furrowed his brow tightly, sensing a certain force within his body. At that moment, a piercing shriek echoed from the playground, reaching our ears. "Ah, what is this?" A cry of despair erupted from someone's lips. Liang Jia and I simultaneously leaned over the railing to witness the unfolding drama on the playground. A knight clad in black encountered a bishop in white. Suddenly, from the black-clad figure, a spectral horse and a dark, bloodied apparition emerged, lunging fiercely at the white figure. The knight, astride a massive steed, let out a resounding neigh, raising its hooves high, as his sword was aimed directly at the white student. In that fleeting moment, a shadow also appeared behind the white figure, a silhouette adorned with the bishop's crown, which was swiftly struck down by the knight. Blood gushed from the student's back. "What?" Simultaneously, everyone witnessing gasped in shock. What manner of game was this? I understood. This game was structured according to the hierarchy of chess. The higher the rank, the more formidable the fighter. I, as the queen, possessed the highest combat prowess among all. The ranks descended from there, with the king and the pawn holding similar strength. The knight surpassed the bishop, and the bishop was superior to the rook. Thus, when the black and white figures clashed, their spectral counterparts manifested like chess pieces in battle, and the injuries sustained were directly transferred to their masters. Liang Jia, panting and wide-eyed, leaned over the railing, captivated by the conflict below. So that was it. The black student, after a brief contemplation, instantly grasped the situation and charged towards the white student. Die! The knight's shadow pursued the white student relentlessly. The white bishop faced the black knight, amidst the thunderous pounding of hooves and the knight's fierce swordplay. With a crash, the entire white bishop apparition shattered. No, this cannot be. I watched in horror as the white studentess body seemed to be mercilessly cleaved apart, suddenly fragmented into several pieces. Is this a game? Is this truly a game? Fascinating. It felt akin to playing an actual game of chess. A strange smile crept across Liang Jia's face. He beckoned a few individuals, pointed in a direction, and then guided me toward another path. There were people over there. I suddenly pointed in a direction, for I had spotted a student over there. Behind him loomed a spectral white wall, reminiscent of a castle. Just as I was about to rush forward, Liang Jia abruptly raised his hand to halt me. Do not approach. That is a trap, he whispered sharply. Why? Though I am the queen, in the realm of chess, the queen merely possesses the greatest power. She is not invincible. This implies that if the opposing side has sufficient numbers, we could very well be overwhelmed and meet our demise. We must exercise caution and refrain from reckless actions. Liang Jia fixed his cold gaze upon that individual, then smiled and waved his hand, summoning several bishop-tier students to charge towards the student. Do not be hasty. If he turns, retreat immediately. Liang Jia instructed the students before swiftly vanishing with me around the corner. Some students mentioned they saw them heading to the small grove. One person informed Liang Jia. What shall we do? I inquired. If we follow them to the grove now, we risk falling into an ambush. This school is vast. It could take until morning to search, so we must do nothing, Liang Jia replied. Do nothing? Are we to wait until dawn? I questioned. Do not rush. Let me think, Liang Jia said, standing silently, contemplating the direction of the grove. We waited in silence for Liang Jia's command. Before long, we heard piercing screams emanating from the grove. Ah! The cries echoed, drawing all eyes towards the grove. There, several of our white soldiers and a castle were being pursued, surrounded by knights wielding their swords. The spectral forms behind them swung their blades, striking fiercely. Despite the castle's desperate defense, within mere minutes, they were vanquished. The castle upon them was shattered by the knights' swords. Their bodies were swiftly reduced to fragments, with trails of blood inexplicably appearing upon their faces and bodies, as if cleaved by razor-sharp blades. The mangled pieces of flesh lay scattered, yet curiously intact. What has happened to those individuals? Were they not merely instructed to observe the situation? Liang Jia gritted his teeth, staring intently in that direction. Should we not seize this moment to surround them? One person proposed to Liang Jia. Absolutely not. If we all rush over now, regardless of whether they are surrounded, if they discover our king, it would spell disaster. Liang Jia's words effectively restrained everyone. Then what shall we do? I pressed Liang Jia. At present, I find myself engulfed in anxiety, uncertain about how to proceed, for we have already lost several lives. If this continues, our king will soon be left with nothing but an empty command. No, we must retreat. We have likely become visible to the enemy. Liang Jia surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted a few glimmers of light, unmistakably the glow of mobile phones. Let us move, he urged, striding towards a nearby classroom building. For lives have been lost, what will you do now? Yi Bei inquired, perched on a tree with his phone in hand. Given our losses, facing the opposing dark forces head-on may not guarantee our victory. Should we attempt to encircle them, we could very well find ourselves encircled in turn. Capturing a single individual would be futile, they would undoubtedly retaliate. We must disperse and reassess before making further decisions. All right, everyone gather around. I shall speak but once. The course of action will depend on your choices, Liang Jia announced to the group, who nodded and then scattered. Can this truly succeed? I asked Liang Jia. I cannot say. At least I am not the one facing death. However, it may slightly enhance our chances of victory, he replied, glancing back at me. What? They are living, breathing individuals. How can you speak so nonchalantly about their lives? What if they perish? I retorted, my anger ignited by Liang Jia's words. Firstly, they fight for your woman. They must win for her sake. Secondly, they fight for themselves. Should we lose, it is likely that all will perish. Thirdly, if they die, they can only blame themselves. No one else can save them. Liang Jia's voice was unervingly calm, even frigid. We are already at a disadvantage. If we do not take this risk, I assure you we will lose, and your woman will die tonight, he said, casting a steely glance in my direction. He returned to the classroom, retrieving chess pieces from a drawer. He combined several tables, placed books upon them, and meticulously arranged the pieces. I gazed at the setup and instantly understood. The books represented the various classroom buildings, while the pieces symbolized our students. Have you all arrived? Liang Jia inquired via his phone. Yes, we are here, came the responses. Liang Jia observed the chess pieces, his expression grave. Meanwhile, on the other side, a student of soldier rank suddenly appeared. They're S1. The student pointed towards Yi Bei. How many? Yi Bei furrowed his beautifully shaped brows as if he had not heard correctly. One, the student reiterated. Only one. What is Liang Jia doing? Yi Bei murmured. Deep in thought. Humph. Regardless of their intentions, we hold the numerical advantage. We must stay together and avoid unnecessary movements, especially refraining from capturing isolated enemies. Yi Bei issued a command to the student, and suddenly, a night-level student appeared in the library. Another student addressed Yi Bei, and this time, Yi Bei could no longer remain composed. There were only a handful of night-level individuals, second only to her own prowess as a queen. Allowing such a significant opportunity to slip away would be regrettable. Leave 2 knights to protect the king, and the rest follow me, Yi Bei declared, striding confidently towards the knight. A throng of people was advancing towards our knight. Liang Jia glanced at the information on his phone. Who is it? He inquired. 1 queen and 3 knights, came the reply. All right, you may proceed, Liang Jia responded, his expression impassive as he moved the black pieces into position at the school library. What about the others? Liang Jia inquired, his tone somber. 1 knight is in the teaching building, and 3 bishops from the castle are in the grove, he was informed. Liang Jia then maneuvered a black knight piece onto a book and arranged the remaining black pieces accordingly. Where are the soldiers? Liang Jia silently questioned a few individuals. Not seen, not discovered, unable to locate. Invisible. Is there none? Liang Jia asked, his silence heavy as he gathered all the black soldiers tightly in his hand. After a moment, he relaxed his grip and placed the black soldiers outside the board. All right, this will suffice. Everyone is in position, now it depends on your moves. Liang Jia surveyed the pieces on the board. The 3 knights swiftly departed from their original positions, heading to the grove to eliminate the 3 bishop-level and castle-level students. Liang Jia coldly issued a command. By the time Yi Bei and her companions arrived, that knight had already departed. Meanwhile, Liang Jia's 3 knights were engaged in slaughtering those of lower ranks, bishops, and castles within the grove. All done, announced 1 knight, wielding a longsword. Once the 2 sides clashed, they would automatically engage in combat, requiring little effort, as they vanished without a trace. Thank you for your hard work. Quickly vacate that area and reposition, Liang Jia said, uttering polite words while turning off his phone and placing it on the table. He extended his finger to remove the bishop and castle pieces from the board. Noticing several pieces still on the table, Liang Jia raised an eyebrow. What? Those few have been eliminated. Meanwhile, Yi Bei bit her lip, standing frozen in place. Not only had they failed to capture anyone, but they had also lost several of their own. What on earth was he up to? Why was this happening? Yi Bei pressed her lips together and returned to a certain location. After 2 hours, Liang Jia had accomplished little, merely gazing at the scenery and contemplating, without issuing any significant commands, primarily instructing his team to change locations continuously. 2 knights have appeared over there, a student exclaimed, addressing Yi Bei, who sat by the bed. Ignore them, Yi Bei huffed, remaining seated by the window. Meanwhile, Liang Jia had succumbed to sleep. Not falling for it, huh? This fellow is rather astute. Liang Jia mused while reclining on the table, appearing quite nonchalant. At this moment, 6 hours remained until dawn. Chapter 58, Upgrade. With 6 hours left, what would you do? Liang Jia pondered the remaining pieces on the chessboard. On the other side, Yi Bei paid no heed to Liang Jia's several provocations. She was solely focused on keeping her group in position while also searching for the location of their king. Aren't we going to seek the position of the opposing king? It seems they are already on the hunt, I remarked to Liang Jia. No rush. We have plenty of time. It's not yet the right moment. Searching now would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. One misstep, and we could be wiped out by the opposition. Even if we locate it, the opposing king is likely well guarded. It would be imprudent to think we could discover their king so easily. By the time we do, it will probably coincide with the moment of decisive battle. Liang Jia replied, toying with a black king piece. But is it truly wise to act this way? I could not help but frown. Liang Jia's casual demeanor only heightened my anxiety. No need to rush. The more hasty you are, the easier it is to lose, Liang Jia said, casting an expressionless glance in my direction, then smiling. I sighed, remaining silent beside Liang Jia, resigned to trusting this individual. After half an hour, news arrived from Liang Jia's side. A castle-level student is approaching our castle-level students, a student informed Liang Jia. Withdraw immediately. Do not engage, just retreat. Liang Jia commanded the student. What is he up to? Liang Jia straightened, moving a black castle piece to the position of our castle. A knight has moved towards us from the opposing side, another student messaged Liang Jia. Withdraw, Liang Jia replied, his expression still impassive. What's going on? What is Yi Bei plotting? Liang Jia continued to move the pieces one by one. Gradually, his chessboard filled with a one-to-one matchup of students. So, this is the strategy of exchanging pieces? Liang Jia observed the arrangement of pieces on the board in silence. Exchanging pieces is a tactic employed when neither player can break through the stalemate. However, this strategy seems to offer her no advantage, Liang Jia thought, a smile creeping across his face. Since you wish to engage in a trade, I shall comply. Upon confirming that no ambush lay in wait near the bishop tier student, Liang Jia swiftly summoned another bishop-tier student to the vicinity. Go there and eliminate him, Liang Jia instructed through a message. Yet, it was only I who remained. The student hesitated, replying to Liang Jia, you may choose to go or not. Liang Jia merely responded with a single phrase, then disregarded the student. Are you sending him to his demise? I furrowed my brow at Liang Jia's actions. In such a match, refraining from trading pieces would make it difficult to progress, and tactically, we held the advantage. Thus, this exchange bore no loss for us. As for the student's survival, that rested solely upon him. Liang Jia, devoid of expression, moved his fingers over the keyboard, displacing 2 pieces from the board. In the grove, the 2 bishop-tier students found themselves confronted by 2 phantoms, which collided simultaneously. Amidst the skirmish of the phantoms, the 2 students engaged in combat as well, and moments later, both phantoms shattered with a resounding crash. Bang! Bang! Simultaneously, their bodies, along with the phantoms, erupted violently, scattering flesh and entrails across the ground. The 2 castle-tier students perished. One student sent a message. Liang Jia replied with a single word. You go here, to the library. You go here, to the playground. Liang Jia continued to issue commands with an impassive demeanor. I stood in stunned silence, observing the stream of orders. Do you realize what you are doing? I trembled as I gazed at Liang Jia. Yes, I am aware, he replied, casting a brief glance my way. You are sending them to their deaths. I rushed toward Liang Jia, eyes wide with disbelief. This is necessary, he stated, his expression as serene as ever. Unable to contain myself any longer, I raised my fist and struck him squarely in the face. Bang! With a crash, he sent me sprawling to the ground, scattering the pieces from the table. Have you lost your mind? You are condemning them to death. They are all precious lives. Do you have the heart to do this? Are you insane? I seized Liang Jia by the collar, roaring at him. Well, it is all for your woman. Or shall I turn her over to you? I could call them back, Liang Jia replied, a scornful smile gracing his lips. He regarded me coldly, his eyes reflecting disdain. Knowing I would relent. No, there are other ways. We need not resort to such exchanges. I released my grip on Liang Jia's collar, and he bent down to retrieve the scattered pieces one by one. After a while, someone rushed into the classroom, a ninth-tier student charging at Liang Jia. Have you lost your mind? He shouted, swinging a fist toward Liang Jia. Liang Jia's gaze grew fierce, and the radiant red and white light surrounding him intensified. The ethereal figure of the queen materialized behind him, grasping the knight's throat and lifting him off the ground, while the student, still approaching Liang Jia, was also hoisted into the air. You can either act or refrain from acting. Inaction will lead to your demise. Liang Jia coldly warned the knight. With a flick of his wrist, the queen's apparition hurled the student into the corner of the classroom. If we lose this game, I shall take my own life. If you can ensure victory, or, rather, triumph without any casualties, I shall follow your command. Liang Jia declared frostily to the student. Rising from the corner, the student found himself utterly powerless in the face of the queen-level Liang Jia. What? Has Liang Jia lost his mind? Yi Bei observed those attempting to negotiate pieces and hurriedly called everyone back. Initially, Yi Bei intended to trade a couple of worthless pieces, but she had not anticipated that Liang Jia would regard the lives of those individuals so lightly. Just mere pieces. If they perish, so be it. Yi Bei whispered to herself, her expression darkening as she realized she had encountered someone reckless. Yi Bei was no fool. Despite her usual composure, she understood that forcing a trade in such a disadvantageous situation could lead to her subordinates ignoring her commands, which is why she hastily beckoned them back. This is troublesome. Now they have noticed. Yi Bei recognized the consequences of her actions, yet felt powerless to change course, as Liang Jia's cold ruthlessness held sway in this scenario. They retreated into a classroom building. A student addressed Liang Jia. They have all withdrawn. Very well, await my command. Liang Jia replied, then signaled the others preparing to trade pieces to return as well. After Liang Jia and Yi Bei's intervention, only 3 hours remained. Almost there, Liang Jia remarked, gazing out at the stars, sensing that time was slipping away. Half an hour later, a large group lay in ambush near a particular classroom building. Yet, Liang Jia was keenly aware of their presence. How many are there? He inquired of the student. 4 knight level, 4 bishop level, and 5 castle level, the student replied. Did you not see the queen? Liang Jia pressed urgently. Not spotted, the student answered. That can't be right. Liang Jia fell silent, contemplating the intentions of their opponents. Suddenly, wait, there is a queen. Yi Bei is at the back, the student exclaimed. Understood, Liang Jia responded, rising to his feet. Wait, the queen has vanished again, the student urgently reported. Yes, I comprehend, Liang Jia acknowledged, and after a moment, Upon confirming the queen was indeed absent from the crowd, he issued a directive. The instruction was to summon everyone except for Liang Jia, myself, and Lin Jing, directing them to gather at a specific seat. Liang Jia addressed the group, instructing them to proceed, and then turned off his phone. What are we doing now? I inquired. Nothing at all, Liang Jia replied in silence. What? Everyone else has taken action, and you truly intend to do nothing? I asked, furrowing my brow. Trust me, doing nothing is the best course. Liang Jia affirmed with a nod. After a moment, he calculated the soldiers on both sides, anticipating their imminent encounter. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Liang Jia silently toyed with the strands of hair on his head, still curled up with his chin resting on his knees. With a swift motion, the door was kicked open. Yi Bei stood at the entrance, flanked by a group of followers. Observing their ranks, it was apparent they were soldiers, classified as foot soldiers. Have you arrived? Liang Jia lifted his gaze to the newcomers. I have triumphed, Yi Bei exclaimed, leading her entourage into the room. The moment the soldiers stepped into the classroom, their ranks transformed. The black phantoms behind them morphed into a regal queen adorned with a crown and wielding a scepter, elevating their status to queen level. How can this be? I gasped, eyes widening at the sight of the individuals behind Yi Bei. At that moment, 6 queen-level figures surrounded us. Indeed, just as I suspected, neither of you ever changed your positions, which means the king must be nearby, perhaps in the adjacent classroom? This is your boundary. Yi Bei's face radiated with an exhilarating smile. On the path to victory, she felt she had already won. With 6 queen-level students, no matter how you try to counter, you cannot prevail. There exists a rule in chess. When a foot soldier reaches the opponent's back row, it can be promoted to the most powerful piece, the queen. This rule is tantamount to declaring checkmate. Surrender. If you do not resist, I can eliminate the king, and we need not exchange lives. Yi Bei gazed at Liang Jia, a smile gracing her lips. What a joke, even if it costs me my life. I will not allow you to lay a finger on us, I exclaimed, my adrenaline surging as I charged towards them with all my might. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Liang Jia raised his head, a mocking glint in his eyes as he played with the jet-black strands of his hair. Chapter 59, Anonymous Orders. You believe you have already won? A mysterious smile appeared on Liang Jia's face. Stop pretending, what options do you have left? Even if you were to bring all your soldiers here, it would be too late to cross our threshold. Not to mention that you initially made us eliminate a few of your soldiers. Now, you simply do not have enough, do you? A confident smile adorned Yi Bei's face as he gazed at Liang Jia. Indeed, in terms of numbers, you hold the advantage, yet we all possess but one king. This implies that if I were to eliminate your king first, then this game would undoubtedly be deemed a victory for us, would it not? Liang Jia, stroking the strands of hair atop his head, addressed Yi Bei. I know where your king is it not in Building B, Classroom 402? Liang Jia lifted his head, his deep gaze reflecting the same confidence. Yi Bei's pupils constricted, and in an instant, he comprehended the situation. Quickly, head to the adjacent classroom. Eliminate that woman. Yi Bei dashed toward the door. It was already too late. Liang Jia smiled as he observed them. Bang! When they kicked open the door to the neighboring classroom, they were met with nothing but a student of castle level, commonly referred to as a pawn. How could this be? Is it not forbidden for the king to stray far from the threshold? Yi Bei stared at the student, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed. But you seem to have forgotten one crucial point. The ability to execute a king's gambit once per game. I believe your king has granted us this opportunity. Now, can you guess where our king resides? Liang Jia spread his hands wide, embodying a fearless demeanor. As the saying goes, those who fear neither life nor death are more formidable than those who fear losing their dignity. Liang Jia chose to surrender completely, showing no resistance, allowing them to strike him down, confident that his comrades had already located their king. All he could do was buy time. Eliminate them. A few queen-level students charged toward Liang Jia. Come on. However, this way you will have no time to seek our king, nor to safeguard your own. Liang Jia opened his arms, a victorious smile gracing his face. Stop. At that moment, Yi Bei suddenly called out from behind, his expression grim. We must leave. Do not waste time here. Yi Bei shot Liang Jia a disdainful look before ultimately turning to search for their king. Even with the king's gambit, one can only move a short distance. They would likely only have managed to vacate this building. Yi Bei gestured to the others, leading everyone in search of their king. After a while, they departed. How did you ascertain your king's location? I inquired. I do not know. It was merely a guess, at least with a hint of gamble involved. A group encircling a building, yet the one beside it remains unguarded. It is all a game of chance. I surmise she too took a risk, placing the king in the adjacent classroom to buy more time. After all, we possessed the numerical advantage. And it should be sufficient now. Liang Jia glanced at his phone. It was already 5:45, with approximately 15 minutes remaining until dawn. To conquer one's adversaries without engaging in battle is the pinnacle of strategic mastery, is it not? Liang Jia slowly closed his eyes. Gazing at the messages on his phone, his long-held anxiety finally dissipating. With a sudden click, Lin Jing emerged from the classroom cabinet. Have they left? She inquired softly. They should have, I replied, stepping outside. In an instant, from both sides of the corridor, that group of individuals returned once more. I had anticipated that Yi Bei would quietly circle back with her entourage. A clever maneuver, indeed. However, Liang Jia leapt down from the table with a smile. He gently shook his slender finger at his phone, on which the screen indicated that our white pieces had already captured the Black King. It was too late. The game was concluded. I approached Yi Bei and spoke to her. Her eyes were red, filled with an indescribable gaze fixed intently on Liang Jia. Wait, why is the phantom on us still present? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, looking at the specters behind us. A strange silence ensued. There were two possible explanations, the first being that the king's game had malfunctioned, as the king was indeed dead, yet the game had not concluded. The second, Liang Jia, are you deceiving me? Yi Bei suddenly charged towards Lin Jing behind us. Damn it, he has figured it out, I muttered, realizing that the message I had discreetly sent to Liang Jia had been uncovered by Yi Bei. There was no choice but to delay further. Wait, it may not be as it seems. I intercepted Yi Bei. Get out of the way, she shouted, and I was forcefully pushed aside by the phantom's large hand. Just as we were on the verge of conflict, our phones simultaneously buzzed. Buzz. The specters behind us vanished. We opened our phones to find a message. The Black King is dead. All black pieces must accept their punishment. The king had sent a notification. Upon reading it, Yi Bei nearly fainted from shock. Liang Jia, gritting his teeth, tightly clenched his fists. You deceived me? Yi Bei's expression soured, resembling someone who had just tasted bitter melon. Liang Jia averted his gaze, avoiding Yi Bei's eyes. A heavy silence fell as all the students returned to the classroom. After such a round of the game, whether victorious white or defeated black, no one bore a pleasant expression. After all, the punishment from the king was far from tolerable. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost. Now we're all doomed. Almost all the black pieces directed their accusations at Yi Bei. Exactly. It's your fault. What good are you? Go die, you worthless. Yi Bei accepted the barrage of blame with an impassive expression, remaining silent. Enough, I shouted, and everyone immediately fell silent. What do you wish to convey? Does your blame serve any purpose? Listening to such accusations, I could not restrain myself from speaking out loudly at them. What are you pretending to be? You hypocrite. If you truly were a person of virtue, you would have allowed us to prevail long ago. Go to hell. Under the punishment of the king, their sanity was nearly lost. They had all gone mad. It was then that I realized how fragile humanity is in the face of fear. I fell silent, for I knew that no matter what I said, they could no longer comprehend it. Bai Lioli, masked, leaned against the shoulder of a boy, tears trickling down to the ground beneath the mask. Buzz. It was the king's punishment. Severed hands, death, blindness, disfigurement. What more could there be? Each member of the black side must designate a punishment for a member of the white side, to be executed before midnight tonight. Failure to do so results in the death of the white side. The king sent a message. In an instant, the expressions of everyone changed. They became peculiar. For this command was both simple and complex, tinged with strangeness. Since it was a punishment, it could take on a benevolent or malevolent form. You, come here and let me flick your forehead, Liang Jia said to Yi Bei. Buzz. Number 42, Yi Bei, must allow number 19, Liang Jia, to flick his forehead, or face death as punishment, to be completed before midnight. The king sent such a message. I understood that Liang Jia's indirect punishment was not truly a punishment at all. I observed Yi Bei walk expressionlessly towards Liang Jia, allowing him to flick his forehead with considerable force. Yi Bei, wincing, covered his forehead, shooting Liang Jia a murderous glare as he walked away. Following this, as everyone was merely coerced by the king's orders, there was no overt resentment towards those on the black side. They simply flicked foreheads like Liang Jia, or, at most, some perverse boys would touch butts. However, suddenly, one boy spoke up with a different tone. Xiao Xueran, I demand you comply with me, or I will have you dead. A boy said savagely while looking at his phone. What did you say? The girl named Xiao Xueran immediately grew furious, slapping the boy with force. Xiao Xueran could undoubtedly be described as the belle of our school. Her unique charm and beautiful face were exceptional. Yet, because of this, many boys were enamored with her. However, Upon joining our class, such an incident unfolded. Whether it was for better or worse remains uncertain. Buzz. Number 12, Xiao Xueran, must engage in an act with number 24, Li Li, before midnight, or face death. The king suddenly sent this message. What a joke. Scoundrel. I would rather die than comply with you. Number 12, Xiao Xueran, gritted her teeth, glaring furiously at the boy named Li Li. It is of no consequence. You will surely do it. Li Li licked his parched lips, gazing at Xiao Xueran. Have you lost your mind? To issue such an order? I rushed towards Li Li and struck him with a punch. Bang! He sent me crashing to the ground. Lin Huoming, do not presume you are formidable. Were it not for us, do you truly believe you could prevail? I merely sought a trivial advantage. Do not obstruct me here. Li Li charged at me, and we began to fight. The type of person I cannot tolerate the most is one who takes advantage of others in times of vulnerability. I absolutely cannot abide it. For reasons unknown. I have become increasingly impulsive lately. Stop. Huoming, stop. Please stop. Lin Jing suddenly threw herself at me in a frenzy. Have you forgotten the consequences of your last attempt to thwart the king's game? Lin Jing clung tightly to me, pulling me back as she whispered urgently. Buzz. At 7:00 a.m. today, number 39 Li Lishu must eliminate number 24 Li Li or face the death penalty. At that moment, an anonymous message was sent within the group. Chapter 60. Who is it? Looking at the message, Li Li was momentarily stunned, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Li Lishu is the tallest boy in our class, a muscle-bound individual who frequently engages in physical training. He had just been on the opposing side. Who is it? Who issued this command? Li Li's eyes widened as he looked at everyone. No one responded, and silence enveloped the room. Save for Li Lishu's fluctuating expression as he stared at the message on his phone. He approached Li Li, who recognized the significance of the look in Li Lishu's eyes. What are you doing? This is murder. You'll end up in prison. Li Li began to retreat slowly, but as he turned, he bolted away. Li Lishu immediately pursued him. The realization dawned on Li Li that he would not be let go, under the threat of the king's punishment looming over him. Li Lishu understood that if he did not catch up now, it would be his demise. Ultimately, Li Lishu's well-honed muscles proved advantageous. He closed the distance, seized Li Li's shirt, and they became entangled in a struggle. Their bodies intertwined. Li Lishu lunged and pinned himself atop Li Li, his hands tightening around Li Li's neck. Li Li's face flushed crimson from the lack of oxygen, while Li Lishu remained silent, his eyes narrowed, fixated on Li Li as he exerted every ounce of strength to constrict Li Li's throat. Let go! Let go! Li Li's face shifted from red to a purplish hue, his eyes wide with terror, yet Li Lishu's grip did not relent. Li Li's legs flailed desperately, his hands, once thrashing wildly, now grasped at Li Lishu in a futile attempt to draw breath, but to no avail. Ultimately, Li Li's limbs went limp, and he lay still. However, Li Lishu still did not release his grip, fully aware that Li Li might be feigning unconsciousness. After exerting pressure for another half a minute, Li Lishu finally loosened his hold. At this point, Li Li's neck bore two distinct handprints. Simultaneously, a buzzing sound echoed as our phones vibrated to life. Task 39. Li Lishu has been completed, a message from the king informed us. We stood in silence, collectively absorbed in the notification, with no one daring to utter a word. Well, since the matter has been resolved, shall we take our leave, my boyfriend? At that moment, Lin Ziyue emerged from behind me, wrapping her arms around my neck with a gentle smile adorning her face. For some inexplicable reason, that smile sent a shiver down my spine. You are my boyfriend. You can't be seen with anyone else, Lin Ziyue softly insisted, intertwining her arm with mine. Oh, all right. I glanced back at Lin Jing, who pressed her lips tightly together, her fists clenched in silence as she walked away. With Lin Jing gone, it seemed only fitting for me to depart as well. I exchanged a brief farewell with Liang Jia before making my exit. Upon returning home with Lin Ziyue, I was aware of her familiarity with my surroundings, yet my curiosity was piqued by the identity of the person who had sent that message. Who could have issued the command directed to the king? Liang Jia? No, that didn't seem right. It could only be one individual. To clarify the matter, I inquired of Lin Ziyue, did you send that message? No, it wasn't me, Lin Ziyue replied, widening her eyes and blinking at me. Really? I must have overthought it. I responded. Lin Ziyue often visited my home since my family rarely came back, making her presence feel quite natural. You should go shower first. I'm a bit tired. Please hurry so I can join you afterward, I said to Lin Ziyue in a nonchalant tone, waving my hand dismissively. Why don't you go first? Lin Ziyue smiled and suggested. You go first. Stop being so verbose, or I might just join you for a romantic bath. I teased her playfully. You rascal. Lin Ziyue scolded me, her cheeks flushing, as she gathered her belongings and headed into the bathroom. Click. The bathroom door locked behind her. I watched as Lin Ziyue turned on the shower, and then, driven by curiosity, I began to surreptitiously rummage through her belongings. I searched and searched, but found nothing. This was odd. Given Lin Ziyue's somewhat naive nature, her phone should be in her bag. I quietly pulled up the zipper of her bag, hoping it would be all right. Could it be in the bathroom? I wished to take another look at her phone, just in case, but once she emerged, the opportunity would be lost. After a while, I observed Lin Ziyue's movements through the frosted glass of the bathroom, surmising that she was washing her hair. After a brief wait, I knocked on the door. At that moment, Lin Ziyue was likely busy lathering her hair and probably couldn't see me at all. What's wrong? Her melodious voice drifted through the bathroom door. Oh, it's nothing. I suddenly feel a pressing urgency, but I find myself unable to articulate it. Could you wait a few minutes? I'm currently washing my hair, and I'll be done shortly, Lin Ziyue replied, biting her lower lip, her voice tinged with shyness. Apologies. I truly can't hold it any longer. I might burst at any moment. To emphasize my urgency, I feigned a rather desperate tone. All right then, just don't peek, Lin Ziyue said, still biting her lip as she fumbled for the doorknob and opened the bathroom door. As soon as the door swung open, she hurriedly turned her body away, and I caught no glimpse of her ample figure, only her smooth back. Goodness, my eyes couldn't help but wander. Though I hadn't come for such a sight, I quickly diverted my attention, focusing instead on the pile of her clothes, where I surmised her phone might be nestled. As I rummaged through the garments, my fingers brushed against a rigid plastic object, which I suspected was indeed her phone. I retrieved it and neatly arranged her clothes. Isn't this what you wanted? Lin Ziyue asked, still biting her lip. Oh, my apologies. I suddenly changed my mind. You go ahead first. I wasn't that perverse. Merely seeking an excuse to sneak in and retrieve her phone. With a soft click, I gently locked the door behind me. Turning my back to the door, I powered on the phone. Instead of a patterned lock screen, it presented a numerical password. It appeared that a girl's mind was indeed quite meticulous. Pondering this, I entered Lin Ziyue's birthday. Buzz. Incorrect password. You have 2 attempts left. Well, I anticipated it wouldn't be that simple. If it were, it wouldn't be a password, would it? I mused, then entered another number that Lin Ziyue was fond of. Buzz. Incorrect password. You have 1 attempt left. Surely it couldn't be my birthday. Could it? I thought to myself as I entered the final password. If I were to fail this time, it would simply be my misfortune. Password correct. Phew. It turned out to be my birthday. It seemed Lin Ziyue indeed had a penchant for such details. As the screen unlocked with the confirmation, I opened QQ and tapped on the chat history, gazing at the messages in silence. At that moment, with a click, the door I had been leaning against swung open. Lin Ziyue emerged from behind me, wrapping her arms around my neck and pressing her lips to my ear. You naughty thief. Stealing is not the behavior of a good child, she whispered in a tone that sent shivers down my spine. I slowly shifted my gaze behind me. Lin Ziyue wrapped her lower body in a single scarf, reaching back to gently reclaim her phone. Are you trying to sneak a peek? Or have you already seen it? She inquired, narrowing her eyes and exhaling a fragrant breath. Oh, why would you do that? I asked. You fool. If I hadn't done this, you truly wouldn't know what might unfold. Have you forgotten what happened the first time you interrupted the King's game? If I hadn't intervened this time, separating you all and issuing that command, what would you have done? Lin Ziyue emerged from within, fully dressed. Even so, you cannot issue such commands. I suddenly pushed her away. She stood still, pursing her lips as she gazed at me. You seem even more naive than I was back then. But that won't be the case anymore. From this moment forward, and for all the days to come, I shall protect you. Lin Ziyue thought to herself. Yet her face remained adorned with a smile. I'm sorry, I won't do that again, she murmured softly, her head bowed. I took a deep breath, uncertain of how to proceed. I couldn't strike her or scold her. After all, she meant well. It was merely her approach that I could not accept. Forget it. Just let me be alone for a while. Today has been overwhelming. I'm struggling to cope. I gestured for Lin Ziyue to give me space. All right then. You should go wash up, Lin Ziyue replied as she exited the bathroom, allowing me entry. Okay, I understand. You should get some rest. So much had transpired. Yet I remained silent. I had grown accustomed to these bloody days. My priority was to maintain my inner peace, to hold on to that tranquility, lest I, once again, lose control and act out as I had today. Chapter 61. The sixth-level formation. After a while, I succumbed to slumber. However, it was not long before I was jolted awake from a dream. I had envisioned a blood-soaked figure, crawling from a vast pool of crimson, inching closer to me. Seizing my ankle, with its bloodied mouth agape, it uttered something to me. Upon awakening, I found I had forgotten the words spoken by that sanguine apparition. No matter how hard I tried to recall, the message eluded me. Whatever, I mused, scratching my head. After all, dreams are ephemeral, and their essence is often lost upon waking. Dreams are indeed peculiar. While one experiences them with acute clarity, they fade from memory almost instantaneously upon waking. Even if something triggers a recollection, it quickly dissipates again. Perhaps this is humanity's innate defense mechanism to prevent the confusion of dreams with reality. After some contemplation, I decided to call Sheng Ge to inquire about his well-being. The phone was unreachable, leaving me no choice but to continue meditating. After a few hours, it seemed that Lin Ziyue had risen. I truly could not comprehend why. Even if she harbored feelings for me, she would linger at my home day after day. During breakfast, Lin Ziyue gazed at me intently, her eyes seeming to devour me whole. What was it? Did I have something on my face? I inquired. No. I simply wish for you to promise me one thing, Lin Ziyue said, inexplicably inching closer to me. A playful smile gracing her lips as she pulled a chair beside mine. What is it? I asked. From now on, could you refrain from meddling in other people's affairs? Lin Ziyue said, pursing her lips. I fell silent, regarding her with a peculiar look. Is that agreeable? Please respond. Lin Ziyue frowned at me. I believe you have changed. You were not like this before, I replied, shaking my head. Have I changed? Lin Ziyue asked, her brow furrowing. You would not have uttered such words previously. Did you not enjoy seeing me help others? I remarked, observing her with unfamiliar eyes. But it's precisely because of this that you find yourself in peril. I cannot bear the thought of you being harmed, no matter the circumstance. Promise me, do not stand up for those people anymore. Just survive in this game. I implore you. Lin Ziyue's eyes reddened, tears welling as she looked at me. Faced with that expression, I fell silent, unsure of how to respond. I'm sorry. I cannot do that. Despite Lin Ziyue's heartfelt pleas, I ultimately made the painful decision to refuse. Why? Lin Ziyue bit her lip, gazing at me. Because then you would come to despise me. Did you not once express your fondness for my meddlesome nature? I chuckled, ruffling Lin Ziyue's hair. Lin Ziyue's cheeks flushed instantly. Suit yourself. I shall proceed in my own manner. Lin Ziyue said with a casual smile. I thought perhaps she had reconciled with the situation. For I am indeed that kind of person. By afternoon, I received a call from Brother Sheng, who invited Liang Jia and me to meet at our usual spot. The so-called usual spot was merely a bustling eatery frequently visited by Brother Sheng, though he preferred to use highbrow terminology. Upon my arrival, Brother Sheng and Liang Jia were already seated. Come, take a seat. Would you like to order something first? Order freely. Brother Sheng beamed at me. No. I didn't bring my wallet. I waved my hand dismissively. How did you figure that out? Brother Sheng looked at me in astonishment. During the time spent with Brother Sheng, I had long since learned of his habits. He would invariably urge me to order dishes, and by the end, he would concoct an excuse to slip away, leaving us to settle the bill, only to later call us to conclude the affair. Enough of your antics. This meal is on me, so hurry up and order. Liang Jia regarded Brother Sheng with exasperation. Good disciple. I anticipated you would say that. I have awaited this moment for quite some time. Now, I must speak. Listen closely, everyone. Brother Sheng adopted a serious demeanor, his transformation always perplexing. I visited that school once, and I must confess, I found nothing particularly remarkable there. Sheng cast a glance at me and exclaimed, How is that possible? I widened my eyes and questioned him. There was such a commotion that day, yet you think otherwise? However, during my second visit, I sensed a potent aura of malevolence. No, that is not quite right. It could be described as a lingering resentment, which was glaringly evident to our eyes. Did you not notice? Sheng looked at us with confusion. Indeed. It was no wonder that on that day, I observed the figures in black and white enveloped in a crimson glow, and that uncomfortable sensation still lingers in my memory. So it was resentment? Liang Jia nodded. Suddenly enlightened, I recounted the events of that day to Brother Sheng, who listened in silence and gravity, his demeanor darkening. Why toy with your bodies when I could easily extinguish your lives? The power wielded by that entity must be formidable. I doubt I could confront it alone. Sheng remarked after a thoughtful pause. Surely not, I replied, observing that he appeared unfazed. In life, one must first learn to relish existence. In our line of work, one could be gone in a matter of days. Fear not. I shall seek out my master to see if he can assist you. Now, I must take my leave. Brother Sheng patted his burgeoning belly, rising to depart, leaving us to ponder our next steps. Let us go, Liang Jia said flatly, standing up. What are we waiting for? This discussion is utterly meaningless. Why am I even here? I sighed, looking at Liang Jia. Do you have a plan? No, he admitted. Then why remain here? I found his reasoning compelling. leaving me at a loss for words. A few days later, upon returning home, Brother Sheng called me. "Hello? Are you dead yet?" His voice was lazily teasing. "You're the one who is dead," I retorted, unable to contain my irritation. "Calm down. I visited your school with my master uncle. Guess what I discovered?" Sheng spoke with an intriguing tone. "Master, please do not keep me in suspense. I am on the brink of despair, teetering between life and death." "While you jest, hold on. Do you know about formations? In Taoism, there are numerous formations, far beyond mere 8 trigrams. I believe a master once set up a formation at your school, and it is centered around a specific one," Sheng explained. "What does that mean?" I inquired. "I do not know. My master uncle did not disclose that. Perhaps even he is unaware. However, we do know that this formation is called the Six Ding, Six Jiao formation. It is a formation designed to suppress various malevolent spirits. The architect of this school must have been an extraordinary individual. The seamless integration of the Six Ding and Six Jiao formation into the very architecture is nothing short of miraculous, an uncanny display of skill. Moreover, the building you occupy is precisely situated at the heart of this formation." After a brief pause, Brother Sheng addressed me. "The Qian represents the head. The Kuan signifies the abdomen. The Zhen symbolizes the feet. The Sun corresponds to the thighs. The Kan stands for the ears. The Li denotes the eyes. The Jin embodies the hands, and the Dui illustrates the mouth. Are you aware of this? The 8 trigrams can be further divided into heaven trigrams and earth trigrams. Among others, and this particular one is the earth trigram. The earth trigram, Kuan, signifies the essence of earth, pure yin above and pure yin below. The Kuan trigram is gentle and nurturing, supporting all life. It bears the weight of myriad creations, perpetually in motion, advancing without bounds, embodying an image of fluidity. The 6 lines of Kuan are all empty, suggesting a potential for rupture, obscurity, entrapment, and stagnation. It predicts a journey that does not commence and a traveler who does not return. Hence, my master and I harbored suspicions, prompting Brother Sheng to pause his discourse. Could it be that beneath us lies a malevolent spirit of masculine essence? I inquired. Not necessarily. We cannot ascertain the intentions of that master from long ago. The risks associated with this hexagram are considerable. While it can severely suppress a pure yang spirit, it simultaneously gives rise to numerous pure yin spirits, Brother Sheng replied. Is that why the female ghost we encountered that day appeared? I queried. That is a possibility. However, there is one matter my master and I find perplexing. Brother Sheng stated, falling silent once more. What is it? I pressed. Logically, if that king were indeed a pure yang spirit, he should be rendered powerless under the suppression of this grand formation, especially given the magnitude of the disturbance. Theoretically, even if he could move, he would not be capable of such extreme carnage. Yet, curiously, that is precisely what transpired. What is more astonishing is that Brother Sheng ceased to speak. What? He causes harm without incurring any sin, Brother Sheng said quietly. What? Impossible. In an instant, I was taken aback, blurting out 3 words. Regardless of how powerful or weak a spirit may be, even among humans, the act of killing one another inevitably incurs sin. The greater the number of lives taken, the heavier the burden of guilt, which, although invisible to most, nonetheless manifests before our eyes. The deeper the sin, the more lives taken, which in turn amplifies the effectiveness of our talismans against them. There simply cannot exist a spirit that causes harm without bearing any sin. Even humans cannot escape this. I could not restrain myself from exclaiming to Brother Sheng, hold on, while he bears no sin, there lies a peculiar point. His resentment is extraordinarily profound, astonishingly heavy. There is not a trace of sin, yet the weight of his resentment is unfathomable, as if all the sins have been transmuted into a torrent of bitterness. Brother Sheng conveyed to me over the phone. Chapter 62, 2 choices. The greater the resentment, the more formidable the spirits become, the lesser the sin, the lesser our efficacy against them. These simple truths Brother Sheng had previously shared with us. Continuing down this path, an unsettling consequence looms in my thoughts. Indeed, should we persist, it seems we shall all be rendered powerless against him. Brother Sheng, in silence, addressed us all. Surely not, I murmured as I took a seat. Let us speak up first. The gravity in Brother Sheng's tone was unprecedented. Upon arriving at a cafe, I noticed seated beside Brother Sheng a man with a goatee. Appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in plain yet tidy attire, his eyes slightly closed as if in repose. Master Uncle, you don this sort of garb as well? I approached, looking at the man. In these times, those clad in Taoist robes are either beggars or charlatans. I assure you, I am not akin to them. The man, whose demeanor was rather antiquated, remarked with an air of condescension. You seem not so old, I chuckled, pouring a cup of tea for Master Uncle in the cafe, considering he might not partake in coffee. I am already 80 years of age. Master Uncle gently opened his eyes to regard me, his visage still resembling that of a man in his 40s. His hair was only partially gray, he hardly appeared octogenarian. Is it a secret to maintaining youth? I raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Master Uncle widened his eyes, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Such a method of bodily rejuvenation is attainable only upon reaching the pinnacle of Qingshu. Regardless, you wouldn't comprehend. Let us return to the matter at hand. Where is that fellow? Brother Xing inquired about Liang Jia's whereabouts. I do not know. He should be on his way. I replied, sharing my thoughts with Brother Sheng. After a while, Liang Jia arrived at the cafe. At this juncture, I find myself at a loss. Yet I possess two alternative methods for you, Brother Sheng said with a mysterious smile, retrieving two small straw dolls from his pocket. What methods? I observed Brother Sheng's expression, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The first involves forcibly severing your connection with the king, but this method can only be applied to you, and we possess but two. Once you use them, Brother Sheng's voice trailed off. Will there be side effects? I raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. One can refer to the spirit of a person as their soul. The souls are 3, the celestial soul, the terrestrial soul, and the life soul. The spirits are 7, the heavenly spirit, the spiritual wisdom, the vital spirit, the force spirit, the central spirit, the essence spirit, and the heroic spirit. Our action would forcibly extract 3 souls and 6 spirits, leaving 1 spirit and the remainder with the king. However, the consequences of such actions. Brother Sheng's gaze flitted away, revealing a hint of evasion. What will happen? Just tell us. We are prepared to make a choice. Liang Jia's eyes shone with unwavering determination. This young man exhibits a measure of courage. The master looked at Liang Jia, pondering the consequences of having one's soul extracted, which likely made it easy for a spirit to possess them. However, as practitioners of Taoism, they could compensate for this through cultivation. For attaining a high level of mastery naturally shields them from malevolent spirits. Yet, this is but one aspect. Sheng Ge spoke to us earnestly. There is more. My eyes widened in disbelief. Was it not enough that possession was so easily facilitated? Secondly, you may very well lose a portion of your memories, Sheng Ge continued, gazing at us intently. All right, I understand. Let us contemplate this. I nodded in acknowledgement. Hurry, time waits for no one. We cannot afford to linger, the master urged us. Are there only 2 opportunities? I inquired. What will happen to the others once we exit the game? They will still be subject to life and death choices at the hands of that ghost known as the king. But you will have the option to withdraw, Sheng Ge replied. Oh, I see, I said, my tone tinged with disappointment. What? Are you reluctant to part with your little girlfriend? Sheng Ge teased. May I then extend this opportunity to someone else? I asked him. After some thought, Sheng Ge nodded. And what of you? He glanced at Liang Jia, holding the small straw doll. Liang Jia tossed it back to Sheng Ge. I have no desire to be tormented by such things tonight, he replied coolly, his expression inscrutable. Is that so? Very well. Sheng Ge stroked his slightly stubbled chin and collected the 2 straw dolls. Wait, master, since you're not going to use that doll, why not sell it? I suggested, rubbing my palms in amusement. I thought you had no use for it. Sheng Ge raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I may not need it, but that does not mean others do not. Perhaps one day I shall require it. It is always wise to be prepared. I smiled at Sheng Ge. All right. You are quite the handful, Sheng Ge responded with mild annoyance, before imparting the method to me. He handed me the straw doll, a pair of scissors, red thread, and a needle with a talisman, which I carefully stowed away in my bag. Tonight, my master and I will visit the school. You need not accompany us. We shall inform you of the outcome tomorrow, Sheng Ge stated. Liang Jia and I nodded in agreement, preparing to turn away. Sheng Ge and the master exchanged glances before departing as well. Master, please take care, I said earnestly as they were leaving. Enough. Let us leave it at that. Sheng Ge waved his hand in mild exasperation. Later that evening, Liang Jia and I sat facing each other in the room. With nothing else to occupy my time, I devised an excuse to slip out and seek Liang Jia. What do you think master and the others are doing right now? I asked him. Meanwhile, Lao Sheng and his master arrived at the upper level of a building adjacent to the school. Master. The air of resentment seems to have intensified compared to a few days ago. Tonight does not appear to be an auspicious occasion. What is your perspective on this? Lao Sheng gazed at the man beside him, who kept his eyes closed and remained silent. Indeed, it seems to have grown heavier, yet why is it devoid of any sin? Unless we uncover this mystery, we should refrain from entering recklessly. The master settled into a cross-legged position, murmuring incantations as his eyes fluttered open slightly. There are several directions tinged with sin, but none of them bear great transgressions. Let us seek out those entities and inquire further. As he spoke, the master leaped from the 30th floor of the towering building. Master, there's an elevator over there. Laosheng observed the direction in which his master had leapt, shaking his head in resignation before following suit. The fierce wind rustled their garments as they descended, and halfway down, both Laosheng and the master landed gracefully on the branches of a nearby tree. Night had fallen, and their figures had ascended to a transcendent state. While they could not freely engage in combat during the morning, their current mastery allowed them to control their bodies with exquisite precision, moving as effortlessly as characters in a martial arts novel. Perched upon a branch of a tree at the school, they paused, extending their index and middle fingers in a gesture of incantation, murmuring arcane spells as their forms began to blend into the shadows of the night. Below, behind the tree, in the restroom, and in the corners of the building, they advanced with remarkable speed until they discovered a woman clad in blood-red garments. Her crimson lips appeared as if stained with blood, and her scarlet eyes fixated intently on Laosheng and his companion. "Where is the ghost known as the king?" Laosheng demanded sharply, addressing the female specter. The ghost remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the two Taoists, motionless, with his eyes half closed and hands interlaced. The master mirrored her stillness. "Do you think your silence suffices?" Laosheng utilized his agility, swiftly appearing beside the red-clad ghost, drawing forth a blood-colored sword and striking at her with fierce intent. The ghost evaded the blow, attempting to flee without uttering a word. However, in that instant, the master's figure flickered, positioning himself before the ghost, his palm poised to descend upon her head. Golden light and talismans coalesced from the master's palm, and without a trace of mercy, he unleashed his might, for this was a battle of life and death. "No!" The ghost emitted a piercing, sorrowful wail. Laosheng felt a jolt to his head, causing a brief moment of hesitation. Yet this fleeting second merely momentarily halted the master's hand. The ghost attempted to escape, but she was a fraction too late. The crimson mist erupted eerily, as the female specter hastily relinquished one of her arms, casting a venomous glance at the two before vanishing into the shadows with a mere flick of her sleeve. The elder remained silent, gently swiveling his head in a survey of the surroundings. After a brief kneel, a subtle smile graced his lips. Chapter 63. The Appearance of the King? Over there. The elder's figure darted forward, almost as if he were tiptoeing upon some unseen substance, swiftly reaching another corner of the campus. In that corner, something was gnawing at something else. Putrid flesh was being torn apart in their mouths. Pieces of human flesh stacked in a grotesque heap. Those were the malevolent spirits. Dark shadows feasted upon the remnants of the deceased. At that moment, two Taoist priests materialized before them. Great sin. The elder narrowed his eyes at the malevolent spirits, uttering those three words. These were entities visible only to those who had attained the state of Zixu. The beings, cloaked in darkness with only their blood-red eyes exposed, paused their consumption of the decaying corpses, content to satiate their hunger in such a manner. In this school, rife with the dead, it was indeed a paradise for those malevolent spirits. Such entities rarely revealed themselves, lurking only in the shadowy corners of forests, having once been wicked individuals in life, now transformed into these grotesque forms. They reveled in blinding the eyes of the living within the woods, leading them to wander aimlessly until they perished from hunger and thirst, only to feast upon their flesh thereafter. Hence, Laosheng held no fondness for these creatures. "Elder, let us refrain from attacking just yet. Allow me to inquire first." Laosheng approached the malevolent spirits, brandishing his blood-red longsword. The spirits turned their blood-red eyes toward him, fixating intently on Laosheng. "Ack!" They surged toward Laosheng in a frenzy. Incantations escaped his lips as golden light coalesced upon his blood-red sword, cleaving through the throng of malevolent spirits. The remaining spirits, witnessing the might of his strike, dared not linger, shrieking in terror as they scattered. Chanting softly, Laosheng beckoned with his hand, summoning a torrent of golden energy that ensnared the fleeing malevolent spirits. "Do you know where the ghost known as King resides?" Laosheng inquired, gripping the diminutive spirits in his grasp. "No, we do not know," they replied in fear, their gazes fixated on Laosheng. Laosheng regarded them expressionlessly, casting a frigid glare upon them. "However, we only know that someone summoned us here," the malevolent spirits stammered, their expressions betraying their anxiety under Laosheng's unyielding stare. "Who is it?" Laosheng queried coldly, his eyes piercing into theirs. "A female specter clad in crimson garments informed us of the presence of deceased flesh, an abundance of it. We approached, beseeching, Please, do not harm us. The malevolent entities regarded Lao Sheng with chilling eyes, an aura of murderous intent enveloping the air. The woman in red? Lao Sheng pondered, and with a swift motion, he crushed the malevolent spirit in his palm. His master observed in somber silence. Lao Sheng, your sins weigh heavily upon you. It would be wise to temper your actions, his master cautioned, unable to restrain himself from speaking. I understand, master, Lao Sheng replied. His countenance darkened as he led the way forward. His master sighed and shook his head, reflecting on the impetuousness of youth. What shall we do now, master? Lao Sheng inquired. This place is no longer safe, his master replied, sensing the mounting resentment in the air, which felt as though it were constricting his very essence. Very well. Let us depart. Lao Sheng nodded, and the two ascended lightly into the air, preparing to vanish from this ominous locale. Just as they soared midway, two crimson beams shot forth towards their backs. His master glanced back, waving his sleeve while chanting an intricate incantation. A barrier of golden script materialized before them, halting the two blood-red beams, which clashed violently against it before erupting in a resounding explosion. Turning to face the source of the crimson light, they beheld two figures, one on either side, flanking a pure black cat perched atop the teaching building. Its originally golden eyes had morphed into a strange, blood-red hue. Beneath those eerie orbs, a sinister smile stretched across its face, a curve identical to that of a human smile, yet utterly incongruous upon an animal. The black cat grinned malevolently, its unsettling smile and blood-red gaze revealing its true nature. You wretched beasts, are you the king? His master demanded, feeling the oppressive malice surrounding him tighten his resolve. You ought to leave this place at once. You too lack the merit to confront me. I am far from finished with my games. The black cat cackled ominously, flanked by two female specters dressed in red, as if in servitude. Humph. Lao Sheng grasped his blood-red sword, channeling golden light, prepared to strike the black cat. Wait. His master interjected, extending a hand to halt Lao Sheng. You do not see? It bears no sin. Should we strike at that cat, our own burdens will only multiply. Moreover, it is aged and on the brink of death. Another blow from us would extinguish an innocent life. His master raised his hand to prevent Lao Sheng's attack. However, master, should we merely stand by and watch him act with impunity? Lao Sheng's eyes widened. He could not bear the thought of such a wretch prancing about before him. Old Taoist, you guessed correctly. Were it not for me, this black cat would have long since met its demise. You should leave at once and not hinder my game. The black cat's mouth gaped wide, its blood-red maw stretching into a series of maniacal laughs. Damn, how did he manage this? Why does he bear no sins while the two female specters carry so little? Lao Shen scowled at the trio of two women and a cat atop the roof. After a while, amid the laughter, the two ghostly women and the black cat simply vanished. Lao Shen, observing their disappearance, also departed. Master, what transpired? I called Xinggu to inquire. He recounted what he had learned the previous night, which stirred a sense of unease within me. Could it be that even Master and Xinggu are unable to contend with the king? Last night, that fiend did not reveal his true form. He merely possessed a black cat. I pondered, conjecturing that his real essence was suppressed by the grand formation. Xinggu spoke to us over the phone. What shall we do? Should you not impose another grand formation to further suppress him? I asked. Do you think establishing a grand formation is a simple task? It is the culmination of countless wisdom from our predecessors. Even if we were to add another layer, it would be but a drop in the ocean, utterly futile. You know nothing. Refrain from giving misguided orders. Xinggu scolded me in annoyance before hanging up, indicating he would devise his own solution. I stared at the disconnected call, momentarily speechless. Buzz. At that moment, our phones chimed. Due to my discontent, we shall add an additional game at midnight tonight. Everyone must participate at 12 o'clock, or face the penalty of death. The king sent this message abruptly at noon. I fell silent. Could this be related to me? I exited my room, a grave expression upon my face. Lin Ziyue noticed my somber demeanor, and her mood shifted accordingly. What troubles you? She asked, frowning, evidently sensing my disquiet. Did you see the king's new message? I inquired of Lin Ziyue. What about it? She replied. This might be happening because of me, I confessed, unable to utter any falsehood. What has occurred? What is going on? Lin Ziyue's brow furrowed deeply, her concern palpable. I recounted the situation to her in brief. Then, the king does not intend to seek vengeance against you, does he? Lin Ziyue gazed at me anxiously. I doubt it, if that were the case. He would have retaliated long ago, I reassured her with a smile. Indeed, you have a point. Lin Ziyue suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, her warm and healing smile bringing a sense of comfort to my heart. Chapter 64, Plea. I shared a meal with Lin Ziyue. consisting of her exquisite dishes that were undeniably delicious. Although our friendship had grown somewhat distant since that incident, it did not diminish her adherence to the principle of preserving life for all. After savoring Lin Ziyue's culinary delights, I felt a fullness in my stomach that rendered me lethargic. Eat a bit slower. No one is going to snatch your food away, even if you're hungry. It shouldn't be to this extent, Lin Ziyue said, grinning at me. Given the uncertainty of what might transpire next, I decided to treat each meal as though it were my last. I smiled at Lin Ziyue and said, "What are you talking about? You have such a morbid sense of foreboding." Lin Ziyue pouted in discontent as she looked at me. I returned her gaze, noting her genuine affection for me. Had it not been for Lin Jing, perhaps things would have been different. At midnight, everyone gathered on the playground. Lin Jing had also arrived early, standing alone with her arms crossed, lost in thought. "Jing," I called out to Lin Jing, who turned to me with a humph and averted her gaze. "What is the matter?" I approached her. "Could you please wipe the rice grains off the corner of your mouth?" Lin Jing replied, her expression devoid of emotion. I sensed a hint of anger in her eyes as I hurriedly wiped my mouth clean and looked at her earnestly. With a huff, Lin Jing fell silent again. We exchanged some trivial conversation devoid of emotional depth, but Lin Jing merely exhaled through her nostrils, refusing to meet my gaze in annoyance. I sighed, accepting that this was the way things were. After a while, as the clock struck midnight, our phones vibrated simultaneously. We looked at the messages on our screens, enveloped in a heavy silence. "Tonight, we shall engage in a voting game. Please cast your votes between Lin Ziyue and Tang Xiaoxue on the 27th. The one with the fewer votes will face a punishment," the king had sent. Suddenly, I recalled a question I had posed to Lin Ziyue at the dinner table. "Lin Ziyue, are you afraid of death?" I asked her with utmost seriousness, for due to the king's game, we all lived in constant dread, fearing that one day we might face the ultimate punishment. Thus, in this fleeting time we had left, we cherished every moment. Perhaps we would soon meet our demise. Yet we endeavored to live fully and savor each remaining day. Hence, my question held significant weight. Am I afraid of death? What an intriguing question. But let me turn it back to you. Are you afraid of death? Lin Ziyue replied with a flirtatious smile, placing her finger on her glistening lips and gazing at me playfully. "Of course I am," I answered without hesitation. "Why?" Lin Ziyue asked, her smile widening. "Of course. It is because I still have many things left to accomplish. There are numerous aspirations I wish to pursue." As I uttered these words, my gaze drifted toward Lin Ziyue's ample bosom. Lin Ziyue, feeling my eyes upon her, blushed and playfully pinched my arm. "Well, I feel the same," she confessed, her head bowed in bashfulness. "Ah, do you also?" I exclaimed, my eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that beneath her pure and innocent exterior lay a girl with a secretly fervent heart? That is not what I meant. I was referring to the many endeavors I wished to undertake, my affection for this world. It is precisely because we hold attachments that we yearn to remain in this realm, and it is this very attachment that instills in us a fear of departing. Thus, I too harbor a fear of death. Lin Ziyue gazed at me gently and replied, "Indeed, I fear death as well. So I must do everything in my power to protect you." It was I indeed. Lin Ziyue glanced at her phone, a faint smile gracing her lips, and then she looked up at me with a sweet smile that sent my heart racing, leaving me momentarily at a loss. "Do not worry, I will safeguard you," I assured her, gripping her hand tightly. "Thank you, but what about them? What about her? What do you truly think? Deep down, you wish to save both, don't you?" Lin Ziyue inquired, her gentle gaze seeming to pierce through my very soul. I bit my lip, gazing earnestly at her. I cannot ignore you. It is because of you that I cannot disregard your plight," I replied, clenching my fist and looking down at Lin Ziyue. "Is that so?" "Thank you," she said, her smile accompanied by tears cascading down her delicate cheeks. Unable to restrain myself, I reached out and brushed away the tears that fell from her exquisite face. "Buzz. Within an hour, you are entitled to cast your votes. After 1 hour, those who have not voted shall face the punishment of death," came the king's message. Time was of the essence. I rose and approached a fellow classmate. "Please, I implore you, will you cast your vote for Lin Ziyue?" I earnestly beseeched the boy. He regarded me, then glanced at Lin Ziyue, and finally at Tang Xiaoxue, who remained frozen in place. He fell silent. "I'm sorry, let me think," he replied, hesitant to give a rash answer, for this was a test of his own future. To agree to this would mean condemning another life, an act not easily undertaken. The message from the king was intended to eradicate any thoughts of exclusion from this grim reality. Regardless, they were compelled to vote. Failure to do so would result in their demise, leaving them with no choice but to participate. "Very well. You must vote for Lin Ziyue. Please, I beg you," I implored, looking earnestly at the boy before turning to the next. The responses were rather similar. I'll help you vote, but what will you give me in return? A somewhat roguish young man gazed at me while smoking. What do you desire? I pursed my lips, observing him intently. Not much, just 20,000, he replied, extending 2 fingers towards me. That's quite a sum. I genuinely cannot manage that. I lowered my head, biting my lip as I turned away. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxue was exerting herself to garner votes for herself. No, I mean the young man's gaze drifted towards Lin Ziyue's ample chest, and he licked his lips. In that instant, I clenched my fists, suppressing my anger. I could only contain myself, desperately tightening my grip to restrain my emotions. Impossible, I uttered towards him, striving to quell the fury bubbling within. Is that so? In that case, since you lack the funds and are unwilling to proceed, I shall have to cast my vote for the other side, he remarked, a smirk curving his lips. I realized then that he sought to indirectly coerce me. I truly cannot provide 20,000, but I can offer 2,000. I absolutely cannot muster any more than that. Would that suffice? I attempted to negotiate with him. 2,000. Let me think that could work, but you must pay me first, he smiled and pulled out his phone. Wait, I'll offer 5,000. At that moment, the girl named Tang Xiaoxue suddenly approached and said to him, Oh, I'm sorry, but the other side has offered 5,000. The young man glanced at me from the wall and stated. I swallowed hard, suppressing the anger within. I'll raise it to 5,005. 6,000. Before I could finish, the girl immediately escalated the bid. I'll go with 6,005. 7,000. 8,000. 9,000. Ultimately, the girl announced a figure beyond my means, and with only 45 minutes left, even if I hurried to gather funds, it would be futile. I'll offer 10,000 for Lin Ziyue. Liang Jia suddenly emerged from the corner, addressing the young man. At this point, the girl fell silent. Just when we thought she was out of options, a voice rang out. With a swift motion, Tang Xiaoxue removed her coat, biting her lip as she gazed at the young man on the wall. I apologize, but I'm not particularly interested in money. After all, I have something far more intriguing at the moment. The young man laughed as he leapt down from the corner. 20,000. Liang Jia, without lifting his gaze, simply stared as he spoke. Do you not understand my words? The young man replied coldly, then took the girl named Tang Xiaoxue and walked away. There's no way out, unless you are willing to part with something of your own, Liang Jia remarked to Lin Ziyue. He sighed, and in the frigid night air, his breath formed a white mist that dissipated into the darkness. I understand, but it is of no consequence. Lin Ziyue lifted her head, gripping my arm tightly. At that moment, her palms subtly pressed against mine, our fingers interlocking. Suddenly, thoughts of Lin Jing filled my mind, prompting me to release Lin Ziyue's hold. However, her words anchored me in place. If I were to perish soon, would you truly turn your back on someone so close to death? Lin Ziyue's voice was tender, leaving me without the courage to let go of the hand that clung to mine. The ensuing events were largely repetitive, either strategizing or seizing opportunities amid chaos. After considerable effort, we managed to garner a few votes, while Lin Jing tirelessly supported us from her end. Yet, those whom we had once called classmates were far less amicable toward me. I approached Bai Liuli, who was adorned in a mask and dress, accompanied by a young man. Could you possibly cast a vote for Lin Ziyue? I implored earnestly. Do you recall? We once sought your favor, came a voice from beneath the mask, tinged with an unidentifiable emotion. Have you forgotten? Do you remember? Bai Liuli gazed at me thoughtfully, invoking memories of a time when everyone clamored to sacrifice the class leaders for their own survival. They had pleaded and wept, begging me not to side with them, imploring me to end the game. Yet, I could not bear to witness their demise, and ultimately, they perished. How could I ever forget? I offered a bitter smile, addressing Bai Liuli. And now you dare to plead with me? Bai Liuli's tone was light, yet it struck deep within my heart like a heavy blow. Clenching my fists, I realized what I must do. Chapter 65, The Final Vote. I'm sorry, I murmured, lowering my gaze and pursing my lips as I spoke to Bai Liuli. Is a mere apology sufficient? Although my current state is not solely your doing, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Had you not insisted on saving them, had the class leader chosen to leap instead, perhaps we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Bai Liuli's voice emerged from behind her mask. What do you wish to achieve? I seek nothing but to reclaim what is rightfully mine. She replied from beneath her white patterned mask. Very well, I understand. With that, I slowly knelt before Bai Liuli. Don't! Lin Ziyue exclaimed from behind, wrapping her arms around me. But I had already descended to my knees before Bai Liuli. She regarded me silently, her gaze unwavering. Then, she turned away, pulling a phone from her pocket and walking away quietly. Get up. A man should not kneel, Lin Ziyue scolded, lifting me from the ground. My arm brushed against her soft bosom, And to my surprise, my heart softened as well. What are you doing? I exclaimed. Are you planning to make everyone here kneel? Lin Ziyue gazed at me with concern, her biting her lip revealing her worry, while Lin Jing remained silent. I pondered whether everyone truly expected me to kneel. I forced a bitter smile at Lin Ziyue. Is it worth it for me to do this? Lin Ziyue looked at me with tears welling in her eyes. And as I gazed back at her, I found myself at a loss for words. Yet, I believed I still had something to convey. Yes, it is worth it. Absolutely worth it. Immensely worthwhile. Because you are mine. As I spoke, I glanced at Lin Jing and Lin Ziyue, and silence enveloped us. Referring to her as a girlfriend would surely affect Lin Jing, while calling her a friend might only deepen Lin Ziyue's sadness. I preferred not to evoke such emotions in her at this moment. What is it? Lin Ziyue's large eyes widened in anticipation of my next words. You are an important person, I declared to her. Is that so? Lin Ziyue's expression transformed into an enigmatic smile upon hearing this. Lin Jing seemed to sense the insincerity in my words and let out a hum, falling silent thereafter. Subsequently, Lin Ziyue and I approached our former classmates, pleading with them to cast their votes for her. Give it up. No matter what, I will not vote for someone like you. Nevertheless, some individuals remained unwilling to support Lin Ziyue. Never mind, it's all right. She gently shook her head, smiling at me. Yet, I couldn't muster a smile in response to her expression. Time ticked away, and before long, the moment when the king demanded our votes approached. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I reached into my pocket, and there lay the yellow straw man, quietly resting. In case of emergency, I instinctively took Lin Ziyue's hand and led her toward the restroom. Come with me, I said earnestly, gripping her hand tightly. Time was running short, for her sake, and for my own. I could not bear to witness Lin Ziyue perish before my eyes. Upon reaching the restroom, I contemplated and guided Lin Ziyue into the women's lavatory. Ah, are you really? Lin Ziyue's face flushed as she lowered her gaze. Although I understood that my time was limited, I sensed that for Lin Huoming's sake, I could still endure. Lin Ziyue, blushing, stammered her thoughts to me. I walked ahead, expressionless, bewildered by her sudden utterance. What are you saying? Hurry inside, I urged as I pushed Lin Ziyue into the restroom, quickly glancing around to ensure no one was present before slipping inside myself. In the restroom, it was my first encounter with Lin Ziyue. Her cheeks flushed as she tightly clutched my clothing. Are you all right? Extend your hand, I urged, reaching into my pants. Oh, am I acting strangely? Lin Ziyue covered her face with both hands, yet obediently extended her pinky. I retrieved a yellow straw doll from my pocket and instructed Lin Ziyue to sit upon the toilet lid, allowing her to extend her little finger. When is your birthday? I inquired while gently pulling her pinky, using an embroidery needle to pierce it lightly. March 7th. Lin Ziyue winced as I pricked her finger, furrowing her brows in pain. But her trust in me remained unwavering. She did not withdraw her hand. I grasped her pinky, letting the blood stain the yellow paper I had taken from my pocket, inscribing her birth date upon it. I then wrapped a red thread around the straw doll's hand, securing the other end to Lin Ziyue's pinky. After binding it, I recited an incantation taught by my master, affixing the small yellow paper to the back of the straw doll. On its body, I inscribed Lin Ziyue's name and retrieved the embroidery needle once more, piercing through the back of the doll's head along with the yellow talisman. In an instant, Lin Ziyue felt as though her head had been struck, a sudden buzzing echoing in her ears. Moments later, a slight sting radiated from the back of her head, prompting her to frown delicately and pout at me. All right, let's step outside, I said, hesitating to proceed with the final step, fearing potential regret. Let us wait a moment. If Lin Ziyue's votes are insufficient, I will carry out the last task then. With that thought, I opened the restroom door. Can you still walk? I asked, observing Lin Ziyue, who appeared somewhat dazed. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. Her head felt clouded, and after taking 2 steps, she nearly stumbled, supporting her slender waist. I concealed both my hand and the straw doll within hers to prevent it from being seen by others. I guided Lin Ziyue out of the restroom. Just as we exited, Lin Jing appeared outside. I saw you two sneaking around here. So this is what you were up to. A cold smile crept across Lin Jing's face before she turned away. Lin Jing, let me explain. I wanted to clarify, but what was there to explain? There was nothing of significance to say. Perhaps it would be best to wait until the game concluded to have a proper conversation. After a while, Lin Ziyue and I emerged from the restroom, settling ourselves on the playground. All that needed to be done was complete. Now, we could only watch and see what transpired. Deep down, I too felt uncertain of the outcome. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed slowly, and the clock on my phone struck 1. Buzz. Time's up, begin voting. You have 10 minutes. Failure to cast your vote within this time will result in a death penalty. A message from the king arrived. I took a deep breath, seated myself alongside Lin Ziyue, and retrieved from my pocket the hand that Lin Ziyue and I had been holding tightly, a straw doll resting quietly atop it. With one hand, I focused intently on my phone. All around us, people silently sent messages to the king from their devices. The messages were anonymous, one vote per person. The king displayed the names of Lin Ziyue and Tang Xiaoxue together, allowing us to witness the fluctuating vote count clearly. Lin Ziyue, 1 vote, 2 votes. Tang Xiaoxue, 1 vote, 2 votes. Watching the numbers rise, we still had 53 individuals present. This meant that a tie was utterly impossible. If there were a tie, one person's vote would undoubtedly determine the outcome. The vote count for Lin Ziyue continued to ascend, observing her numbers rise. I did not allow myself to relax, for I could see Tang Xiaoxue's count climbing as well. Lin Ziyue, 23. Tang Xiaoxue, 22. At that moment, Lin Ziyue's vote count stalled. My pupils constricted as I watched Tang Xiaoxue's total continue to rise. 23, tied with Lin Ziyue. 24, 25, 26. Could it be? Now, Tang Xiaoxue's count also ceased to rise, and it was Lin Ziyue's turn to climb. As I witnessed the numbers increase, I gradually exhaled in relief. 24, 25, 26. 1 vote remained, but whose hand held it? I scanned the room, anxious to discover to whom that last vote belonged. It was maddening. Chapter 66, the second game. Only 2 minutes remained when Lin Jing returned from the restroom. Have you voted? I inquired. Lin Jing hesitated, checking her phone before falling silent. Who should I vote for? She asked, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at me. At this moment, Lin Jing fell silent, regarding me with a peculiar look. Her gaze was unsettling, as she coldly scrutinized Lin Ziyue, her grip on her phone tightening. Tang Xiaoxue also approached, seizing Lin Jing's hand. Help me, please. Save me. I can give you money. Lots of money. Whatever you want. I can give it to you. Tang Xiaoxue clung desperately to Lin Jing's arm, but Lin Jing ignored her. Silently observing Lin Ziyue. Who do you want me to vote for? Who should I choose? Lin Jing questioned us both simultaneously. Did it even need to be said? I looked earnestly at Lin Jing and replied, I am likewise, in the presence of those dear to me. As psychologists often assert, individuals are frequently divided between their ego and their self-awareness. When witnessing the vulnerable being victimized, particularly those closely associated with oneself or cherished companions, one inevitably experiences a sense of compassion or empathy. However, this sentiment tends to dissipate when such misfortunes befall strangers or those with whom one shares no connection. Are you suggesting that I should be the instrument of her demise? Lin Jing's voice was flat, almost frigid, as she fixed her gaze upon me. Are you angry? Allow me to explain. It is not merely due to that incident, but rather my desire to hear your thoughts. Lin Jing interrupted, her penetrating stare feeling as though it might engulf me. Time is of the essence. I implore you to save Lin Ziyue. I spoke earnestly to Lin Jing. Is that true? Lin Jing regarded me, then picked up her phone, a chilling smile curling at the corners of her lips. What do you mean? Do you wish for my demise? You murderer. Tang Xiaoxue slapped my face with a fierce force, her eyes filled with venomous disdain. I remained silent, merely gazing at Lin Jing, desperately hoping for Lin Ziyue's survival. I would sacrifice a life if it meant saving hers. Save me. Save me. That man is a treacherous cad. Were it not for his affection for Lin Ziyue, how could the king issue such a decree? Moreover, this woman once lured your man into an affair. Why do you continue to support her? If you cast your vote for me, she could be banished forever, and that man would belong to you eternally. Tang Xiaoxue clutched Lin Jing's hand tightly, raising her voice in desperation. Lin Jing halted, her finger poised over the phone, then struck Tang Xiaoxue across the face. The sound echoed. Tang Xiaoxue fell to the ground, cradling her face. What relevance does my potential relationship with him have to you? Lin Jing remained silent and cast her final vote for Lin Ziyue. Lin Ziyue's tally surged from 26 to 27. Buzz. The king sent a message. Contestant 26, Tang Xiaoxue, has failed the game and must face the consequences. The king sent another message. Buzz. The punishment is to become insane. The king sent yet another message. Staring at the notification, I fell into silence. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoxue's expression shifted dramatically. Ha ha ha, you all voted for me. I want you all to perish. With a maniacal grin, she brandished a knife seemingly from nowhere, waving it wildly. Aha! The girl screamed in terror. She charged at Lin Jing with the blade. Lin Jing's eyes widened in horror at the frenzied Tang Xiaoxue. I yearned to rush to her aid, but it was too late. It is quite a distance. I am merely a few steps away from Lin Jing's position. Damn it. I could not help but curse inwardly. At that moment, Liang Jia reached out. seizing Tang Xiaoshua's wrist and twisting it backward, thus subduing her. Ha ha ha! I shall kill you all! I shall kill you all! It is you who have brought me to this state. Tang Xiaoshua shrieked, her hair disheveled, glaring at everyone with a grotesque expression, laughing maniacally, completely lost to madness. Liang Jia silently observed Tang Xiaoshua, then retrieved a rope from his pocket, binding her wrists. Is this truly wise? I watched Tang Xiaoshua as she continued to laugh and scream. It is a miracle she is still alive. Liang Jia cast a fleeting glance at Tang Xiaoshua, offering no response. By the way, at that moment, Lin Ziyue approached me, pointing at the small straw doll I had been tightly clutching. Is this a curse? Lin Jing inquired, eyeing the doll in my hand. No, this is a talisman from Laozhan. In truth, both curses and spiritual spells have their origins in China and are associated with Taoism. The so-called sorcery is a result of the misguided belief that one can attain immortality through erroneous practices. Within Taoism, there exist those with impure intentions, who believe that the greater the spell, the closer one is to becoming immortal. Thus, numerous wandering Taoists have exploited the profound principles of Taoist sorcery to concoct experiments that contradict Taoist philosophy, such as raising minor spirits, gradually straying into the realm of evil. I explained to Lin Jing. According to folklore, the art of curses from Nanyang is said to have originated from Hinduism, brought over when the Tang dynasty monk Xuanzang traveled to India to seek scriptures. Upon his return, while passing through the Tongtian River in Annam, he encountered a tortoise spirit that attempted to drown him. Although Xuanzang survived, the scriptures he sought sank to the riverbed. Fortunately, his disciples retrieved a part of the Mahayana scriptures, while another portion of the Hinayana texts flowed into Siam, eventually presented to the Siamese monks. It is said that these texts are the origins of the current curse techniques. Another account suggests that the original text found its way into the hands of Taoist priests, leading to the establishment of the Laozhan sect, thus giving rise to their spells and curse techniques, which are said to be quite formidable. Hence, some assert that the curse techniques of Siam were transmitted from the Taoist temples of China. Liang Jia elucidated. Is that truly the case? Lin Jing expressed her skepticism towards us. However, it is of no consequence now. With that, I removed the embroidered needle from the back of Lin Ziyue's straw doll. Suddenly, her mind became clear. She was unharmed, yet I was not so fortunate. I felt as though someone had struck me in the head, the sharp pain causing me to furrow my brows in discomfort. After all, this is still a form of sorcery, and any such magic is invariably accompanied by backlash, the most apparent of which is a headache. What is wrong? Lin Ziyue and Lin Jing simultaneously regarded me with furrowed brows. It's nothing. My head hurts a bit. A backlash from the sorcery. Please help me massage it, I said to Lin Jing. Lin Jing pondered for a moment before withdrawing her hand. Let me take care of it. Lin Ziyue gently extended her index finger, delicately massaging my temples. As I felt a throbbing sensation in my temples, it gradually transformed into a soothing warmth, and I sensed my head becoming clearer. Do you feel better? Lin Ziyue inquired softly from behind me. Yes, much better, I replied, nodding in her direction. Then allow me to massage you a bit more. Her voice was faint, almost ethereal, making it feel as if her words floated in the air. Her fragrance enveloped me, invigorating my spirit. Just then, our phones buzzed. I suddenly recalled the king stating that we were to engage in 2 games tonight. What could the other game be? Everyone, gather at the playground by 1:30, the king had sent in a message. I glanced at Liang Jia, who, without uttering a word, simply strode towards the playground. Observing Liang Jia's resolute demeanor heightened my apprehension about what was to come. It was always like this. Although the king frequently orchestrated such games, each was uniquely perilous. We could not afford to let our guard down, for a moment's negligence could cost us our lives. And I certainly did not wish to be that unfortunate soul. Having come this far, we could only proceed step by step. We all arrived at the playground. And at that moment, another message from the king arrived. Please, all of you, look up. This is the other game we will be playing tonight. We collectively gazed at the sky, which was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any visibility except for the clouds. No, wait. Look over there. Between the teaching building and the swimming pool, there is something. Liang Jia exclaimed, pointing upwards. I observed the narrow space between the 2 10-story buildings, where it appeared that 2 objects were suspended above wooden beams. Metal rods? Just then, the king sent another message. Above you lies a pathway. Your task tonight is simply to traverse it, moving from the teaching building to the swimming pool. Should you fail to cross within the allotted time, you will perish. No protective measures are permitted, and the time limit is 1 hour. The king announced in the group chat. The countdown had begun. I looked up at the pathway, which resembled a precarious tightrope. From below, it was difficult to discern its width, but it seemed barely the breadth of a single foot. What were we to do? From a height of 2 stories, a fall onto the concrete ground would yield the same dire consequences. On either side, their spans approximately 30 meters, a mere 30 meters, a distance I could traverse in mere seconds. Yet, from atop the 10-story teaching building, I swallowed hard. Unable to suppress my trepidation, even I would be thoroughly frightened. It was inconceivable. Suddenly, a girl crouched down, murmuring, "I will win." For reasons unknown. Lin Jing and Liang Jia simultaneously uttered those 3 words. I glanced at Lin Ziyue, whose face had turned pale, and I surmised she too had grasped the gravity of today's game. Her body trembled as she crouched down. This was unacceptable. Merely imagining walking at such a height was far too daunting for a girl like Lin Ziyue. What was to be done? Time was of the essence. Chapter 67. The Narrow Bridge. We had to traverse the narrow bridge within an hour. In any case, let us ascend and take a look, I said to them. They nodded and followed me. Upon reaching the teaching building, the fierce wind whipped against our cheeks. It was the dead of night, cold and blustery. One misstep on the narrow bridge could easily send us tumbling into the abyss below. The bridge connected the teaching building to the swimming pool, secured with screws, and its width barely accommodated a single foot. I glanced down from the teaching building at the concrete ground 10 stories below. I already knew all too well what a fall would entail. Oh, I was terrified. Lin Ziyue, after just a fleeting glance at the 10-story drop, immediately covered her face and crouched down. Liang Jia, with an impassive demeanor, stepped forward, one deliberate footfall after another onto the narrow bridge. His movements were steady, almost graceful, as he kept his arms at his sides, leaning forward to lower his center of gravity. However, after traversing 20 meters, his balance seemed to falter, swaying precariously to the left. With a resounding thud, he grasped the narrow bridge and quickly regained his footing, continuing on his way. In a mere minute, he had completed the crossing, not once looking back as he moved forward. Buzz, as Liang Jia was the first to finish crossing the bridge. A message arrived from the king. Liang Jia from Team 19 has passed the game. 51 participants remaining. The message from the king included a time stamp indicating that only 40 minutes remained. If we could not conclude this game within that time frame, all remaining participants would perish. Look, Liang Jia made it look effortless. We can do it too. I turned to Lin Ziyue and said earnestly, But I'm too heavy. I can't do it. Lin Ziyue shook her head, clutching her body. I longed to reassure her. I believe you are not heavy anywhere but your chest. However, considering Lin Jing's presence, I thought it wiser to keep such thoughts to myself. You're not at all overweight. There's nothing to worry about. Let us practice on level ground for now. I am certain we can manage it, I said to Lin Ziyue, grasping her hand and retrieving a piece of chalk to draw a straight line on the ground. I encouraged Lin Ziyue to walk along this line. She nodded and carefully attempted to follow it. Observing her cautious demeanor, I realized that practicing on flat terrain was insufficient, as the balance beam awaited us atop a 10-story building. This was no reality show. A moment's inattention could lead to disastrous consequences. Try walking along the railing, I instructed Lin Ziyue. She nodded, trembling slightly as she began to ascend. It's all right. I will support you and ensure you do not fall, I reassured her. You must hold on to me. Lin Ziyue appeared terrified upon reaching the top, her body quivering at the thought of the 10-story drop beside her. She looked at me with fear in her eyes. Do not be afraid. I am right here with you, I said soothingly. Okay, she nodded, attempting to take a step forward. I walked quietly beside her, watching as she made it halfway, her body starting to sway. I quickly reached out, steadying her waist. Do not look down. Focus on the center and concentrate, I advised. She nodded again, and her trembling seemed to lessen, though she could not help but glance downward. Each time she did, the shivering returned, making the experience all the more harrowing. Perhaps it's best if you come down for now, I sighed, observing Lin Ziyue's distress. Fearing that an incident was imminent, I glanced over to see Lin Jing leaning against the wall, arms crossed, watching me intently. How about you? Can you manage alone? I pondered, noting her expressionless demeanor, convinced she could handle it. Of course I can. You should go and keep your girlfriend company, Lin Jing remarked with a smile, casually brushing her hair back. What do you mean by that? I couldn't help but furrow my brow at her words. Do not worry. I will survive. Lin Jing replied with a smile before turning away and stepping onto the balance beam. Hey, be careful, I shouted to Lin Jing against the howling wind. Watching her slender figure, I felt a pang of anxiety that the wind might easily topple her. Humph, do you think I'm as weak as you? Lin Jing shot me a playful smile as she confidently walked onto the beam, arms outstretched, moving steadily toward the other end. I stood at the base of the balance beam, contemplating a step forward, only to realize how high it truly was. The height is truly daunting. From this vantage point, the sheer terror of the drop below paralyzes me. A single misstep, a gust of wind, and one could be reduced to mere fragments. Lin Jing proceeds slowly, taking deliberate steps ahead, which fills me with concern. Indeed, I fear death. Yet, what terrifies me even more is the thought of the person I cherish departing from my life. Realizing this, I muster the courage to move forward. It is not merely fear that propels me, but rather a profound dread of Lin Jing plummeting into the abyss. My body trembles, my heart races. Thump, thump, thump. An exhilarating rush of adrenaline floods my brain, rendering the world exceptionally vivid. The wind seems to howl louder, and my stance grows more resolute. Without hesitation, I take a step onto the narrow bridge, gazing at Lin Jing's silhouette as she purses her lips and advances deliberately. The wind begins to intensify, becoming overwhelming. My balance falters, and I prepare to halt, waiting for the breeze to subside before I continue. However, Lin Jing shows no inclination to turn back. She presses onward against the fierce wind, undeterred. Hey, wait up. Don't rush so. The wind is too strong. I call out to Lin Jing, my hands straining to maintain my equilibrium. All is well, Lin Jing replies calmly, her demeanor unperturbed as she continues her steady march. 30 meters, neither long nor short, at last. She reaches the swimming hall, and my heart relaxes. She turns back, offering me a gentle smile, and extends her hand to grasp mine. As she pulls me across, stepping into the swimming hall, I am enveloped by a surreal sensation, as though I am caught in a dream. I kneel, my limbs touching the ground. Never before have I felt such vividness. The phrase grounded resonates profoundly within my life. At that moment, both Lin Jing and I receive a text message simultaneously. Number 49 Lin Huoming and number 49 Lin Jing completed the game. 49 players remaining. I kneel, head bowed, perspiration dotting my forehead as I look at Lin Jing. She smiles gently at me before turning to head downstairs. I hasten to catch up. Are you just leaving? I inquire of Lin Jing. What else do you expect? Someone is waiting for you up there. Lin Jing, with an inexplicable joy today, playfully nudges me from behind, covering her mouth as she laughs. I'll wait for you below, but be careful not to fall. Lin Jing chuckles. I nod. There are still 30 minutes left in the game, and others are beginning to traverse the narrow bridge one by one. I dash into the adjacent teaching building, making my way to the top floor, where Lin Ziyue awaits me. I am filled with trepidation. You have completed the game, yet I find myself still entangled in its challenges. Lin Ziyue, her eyes wide and earnest, clutched me tightly and, with a quivering lip, reassured me. Do not worry. I will accompany you through this game. Come on. Time is of the essence. I grasped Lin Ziyue's hand firmly, hoping to impart a semblance of strength to her. Ahead of us, a few individuals had already embarked upon the precarious plank. Do not fear. I shall watch over you from behind. You may go first, I encouraged Lin Ziyue. She nodded in response. At that moment, a figure on the plank began to sway unsteadily, as if teetering on the brink of collapse. After a few moments of erratic movement, he let out a ghastly cry, akin to a bird struck by an arrow, plummeting downwards. Ah! The air was filled with the piercing screams of numerous girls, causing me to tremble involuntarily. Among them, a few boys, equally shaken, leaned over the railing to glimpse below. However, upon doing so, they immediately doubled over, retching. I stood silently, observing the chaos unfold. This was disastrous. Such a situation arising now was utterly catastrophic. Lin Ziyue was clearly frightened, and I was at a loss for how to comfort her. Chapter 68, The Fall. In moments like this, the occurrence was nothing short of a calamity. The anguished cry resonated, followed by the dull thud of a body striking the concrete below. Those still standing on the plank began to tremble and sway in response. Soon, they too lost their balance, their bodies plummeting like birds struck in flight. Ah! 2 more screams echoed through the air. Thud! Thud! The remaining individuals on the plank now stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. There were 2 planks, yet both were blocked by those in front, leaving no room for those behind to advance. Hurry up! Don't block the way! The individuals at the rear shouted at those ahead, but the latter trembled in place, too terrified to proceed. Move it, you idiots! The frustration of those behind boiled over, and, unable to contain themselves, they forcefully shoved the individuals in front. Startled, the frontmost person turned, losing their balance in the process, and inadvertently grasped the hand of the person behind them. Thus, the 2 were bound together, letting out a collective scream as they began to descend. Ah! Thud, thud! The heavy sounds echoed in our ears. Lin Ziyue buried her face in my chest, trembling. There was no time left. Only 15 minutes remained. I glanced at the clock and turned to Lin Ziyue. Let us go. Ascend the plank. I shall keep watch over you. It will be all right. I reassured her once more. She responded. Lin Ziyue mustered her courage and took a step forward. Gazing down at the lifeless bodies below and the concrete ground 10 stories beneath her, her body trembled. Do not be afraid. Do not look down. Just focus on the narrow plank. I shouted to her. Lin Ziyue snapped back from her terror, her body less shaky now, as she diligently advanced step by step. Seeing her determination, I couldn't help but exhale in relief and began to move forward myself. However, the moment I set foot on the narrow bridge, fear, the same dread I had just escaped, flooded my mind once more, an uncontrollable terror. It was akin to being interrogated. The first time may seem bearable, as you have been rescued, but the second time, your mind involuntarily recalls the fear of the initial interrogation. I swallowed hard, my gaze fixated on the corpses beneath me, and my thighs began to tremble. No, Lin Jing is waiting for me below. I cannot perish here. Taking a deep breath, I focused my eyes ahead. Lin Ziyue was steadily advancing, albeit slowly, her body swaying slightly now and then, which only heightened my concern for her. We traversed a third of the distance, 10 meters. A journey that would normally take mere seconds, but now each step was taken with utmost caution, careful not to overreach or lean too far and lose our balance. Step by step, Lin Ziyue and I moved forward. The others ahead were equally cautious, acutely aware that time was slipping away. They remained silent, striving to maintain their balance, their hands outstretched for stability. Suddenly, the wind picked up, a fierce gale battering our bodies and causing our clothes to flap wildly. I halted. Let us pause for a moment. The wind is too strong. Continuing could be perilous, I advised Lin Ziyue. She gradually came to a stop. We cannot completely halt. Otherwise, it will be difficult to maintain our balance. Move slowly, I urged softly, noticing she had completely ceased her movement. What did you say? Lin Ziyue struggled to turn her head, her delicate brows furrowing. Just then, the wind intensified. With a whoosh, Lin Ziyue's body swayed twice and began to topple to the right. Her wide eyes and open mouth stared at me in shock as I saw her lean precariously before falling. With a swift motion, I reached out and grasped her. In my effort to save her, I lost my own balance on the narrow bridge, toppling down, using my arm as a makeshift lever. One hand clinging to the bridge for support. Let go of me, she cried out. As Lin Ziyue observed my state, she commanded me, climb up, quickly. I furrowed my brow tightly and shouted back, this is too painful, too exhausting. I felt my arms enduring an indescribable strain. Noticing my torment, Lin Ziyue's brows knitted in concern. It is impossible for me to let you go. Hurry and ascend. Otherwise, we shall both perish. Quickly, I urged her anxiously. With her brows furrowed tightly, Lin Ziyue clung to the narrow bridge and summoned all her strength to climb. Watching her awkward efforts, I realized how much exertion it took her to ascend, yet in doing so, she alleviated some of my burden. I hooked my foot onto the bridge and managed to scramble up as well. However, this exertion drained both of us significantly by the time we began our descent. We were both gasping for breath, our heads spinning. I panted as I glanced at Lin Ziyue's flushed face, who was leading the way, step by step. The wind gradually diminished as we advanced to the 25-meter mark, with just 5 more meters remaining. I could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Lin Ziyue's body trembled violently. Whether from the thrill of nearing the end or some other sensation, I could not discern. Something felt amiss. Stay calm. Just a little further. Keep your composure. I am right behind you. Do not be afraid. If you are frightened, then I am even more so. I called out to her from the rear. Lin Ziyue nodded firmly, taking one step then another towards the swimming pool, where Lin Jing extended her hand towards her. Lin Jing gazed earnestly at Lin Ziyue, who placed her hand atop Lin Jing's, and with a quick pull, Lin Ziyue leaped, and they both tumbled to the ground. Seeing their state, I could not help but feel a sense of relief within. Merely 3 meters remained. Just a couple of steps left. I felt an overwhelming urge to leap forward. Just as I jumped, my foot slipped, and I fell downwards. Hua Ming. Both Lin Jing and Lin Ziyue shouted in unison. Could it be? Observing how far I was from the bridge, it seemed I was beyond reach. Was I destined to perish here? At that moment, a black arm seized my hand. You're quite clumsy, aren't you? Liang Jia remarked with an expressionless face as he slowly pulled me up. I lay on the ground, gazing up, sprawled on the pool's surface, staring at the dark sky. It was so close, merely a fraction away, and I was on the brink of death. Thankfully, Liang Jia had pulled me back at the last moment. Otherwise, I might have plummeted to the depths below, meeting a fate akin to those grotesque remnants, unrecognizable and devoid of a proper burial. Such is the nature of death. I breathed heavily, tightly closing my eyes as tears streamed down the corners of my eyes. Damn it. Surviving feels truly exhilarating. I covered my eyes, striving to conceal my expression from those around me in this moment. Is it really that wonderful? Liang Jia cast a glance at me while perched on the railing. You've never traversed the narrow bridge twice. Thus, you cannot fathom that sensation. I regarded Liang Jia with a stony face. If I were to walk it, I would surely push you off. As he said this, he began to approach the narrow bridge. Hey, no, I was merely jesting. I knew Liang Jia would indeed push me down, so I hastily pulled him back. Buzz. I unlocked my phone and glanced at the messages, releasing a sigh of relief. On the 27th, Lin Ziyue has survived. Only 4 remain. The king had sent a message. For some reason, I felt that today's game orchestrated by the king was the most terrifying of them all. While walking through the academic building, I never felt such dread, without any guardrails. It felt as though I were teetering on the precipice of life and death. After a brief respite, it was already 1 o'clock, and the remaining players had gathered. Though a few had unfortunately perished, the game had concluded, but merely for tonight. Lin Jing stood up and began her descent downstairs. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me. Lin Jing offered a faint smile as she addressed me. Unlike before, when she would assertively grab my hand and pull me along, her usual domineering demeanor, this unusual behavior piqued my curiosity. What is the matter? I followed Lin Jing down. Reaching a secluded area on the lower floor, she turned, pursing her lips as she gazed at me intently. After a long moment, she shook her head. Let us break up, she stated earnestly. What? What did you say? I struggled to comprehend Lin Jing's words. It's nothing. What I mean is, let us truly part ways. This isn't a command from the king, nor is it Lin Ziyue's intention. Let us break up. Even if the king's game concludes, we should not remain together. Lin Jing spoke to me with a gentle smile. Why? My disbelief resonated in my voice as I confronted Lin Jing. There is no reason, though you deny it. You have already developed feelings for Lin Ziyue. Lin Jing regarded me in silence before continuing. It's not like that. She and I merely. Enough. Regardless, I can no longer accept the person you've become. Let us break up, Lin Jing declared, not allowing me the chance to explain. With a swift motion, she turned and walked away, expressionless. What is happening? Chapter 69, the final game. Dejected, I returned home, with Lin Ziyue trailing behind me. What did Lin Jing say to you just now? She inquired from behind. Do not speak. I simply wish to be alone in silence. After uttering these words, I closed my door and leaned against it. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. What are you doing? Has the game concluded? Sheng's voice resonated through the device, causing a wave of irritation to wash over me. No, well, it has ended, I replied, feeling a sense of confusion enveloping my mind, as if I were lost and uncertain of my next steps. What is the matter? I inquired of Sheng. Have you not noticed? The malice and resentment at your school are growing increasingly palpable. It won't be long before that entity emerges, Sheng informed me through the phone. Oh, so we will all perish when that happens? I asked him. What is up with you? You seem rather indifferent, and there's this sense of despondency about you. Sheng remarked, sensing my unease. It's nothing. How much time do we have until the king emerges? I inquired. I cannot say. But we must devise a way to confront him before he appears, Sheng advised. I understand. So we must eliminate him while he is still suppressed, correct? I clarified. Precisely. I am returning to Laozhan now to summon my master. I may be unable to assist you for a few days, so if anything arises, you will need to handle it yourselves, Sheng stated. Understood, I nodded and then ended the call. Meanwhile, Sheng, holding his phone, squinted slightly, pondering what I was truly up to. I lay on my bed for a while before rising and entering the bathroom. I turned on the shower, and warm water cascaded over my body, banishing the chill that had enveloped me. Such days are nearing their end. What manner of being is the king? Why does he engage in such actions? All shall soon be revealed. After finishing my shower, I emerged from the bathroom, only to find Lin Ziyue approaching me with a hairdryer. I'll handle it myself, I asserted. Aren't you afraid of being electrocuted? She chuckled, plugging it in and beginning to dry my hair. I remained silent while Lin Ziyue tended to my hair, her fingers gently untangling my locks as the warm air enveloped me. You're still not dry, she remarked, setting down the dryer to fetch a towel from the bathroom, which she draped over my head, vigorously drying my hair. Halfway through, she removed the towel and resumed using the hairdryer. After a short while, I felt my hair warming, nearing dryness. Is it dry yet? It should be sufficient, right? I asked Lin Ziyue with my eyes tightly shut, secretly wishing to prolong the comforting sensation of her ministrations. Not yet. If you don't dry your hair properly, you'll get a headache when it ages, she chided me playfully, reminiscent of a caring mother. All right, fine. I nodded in silence, refraining from any rebuttal, as Lin Ziyue continued to dry my hair. After several minutes, my hair was completely dry, and only then did she set down the hairdryer. May I sleep beside you tonight? Lin Ziyue asked, her gaze lowered shyly for reasons unknown, a subtle smile curving her lips. I remained silent, observing her. No, we were merely speaking casually, and suddenly I recalled the king's decree. Huh. Lin Ziyue furrowed her brow, looking at me quizzically. All right. I nodded, realizing that in a few days, the king's game would reach its conclusion. Then, everything would come to an end. Lin Ziyue lay beside me, wrapping her arms around me from behind. In the darkness, as she held me close, I could almost hear the gentle sighs of a young girl whispering sweet nothings into my ear. Humming, hold me, Lin Ziyue murmured softly. At the sound of her voice, I involuntarily shivered, before regaining my composure. Stop it. I grasped her hand and addressed her. Hearing the girl's voice, I could not help but turn my head. I noticed glistening tears cascading down Lin Ziyue's cheeks, the warm droplets falling onto the bed. I gazed at her quietly. Why are you crying? I asked, perplexed by her demeanor. I'm so scared, Lin Ziyue whispered, clinging tightly to me, her lips pressed together. Could you let go for a moment? It's all right. I held her hand firmly, reassuring her. Okay, Lin Ziyue nodded, finally releasing her grip. In a few days, the king's game will conclude. Trust me. None of us will perish, and nothing as terrifying as today's game will ever happen again, I declared earnestly. So, please don't cry, all right? I gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. She nodded, indicating that she would no longer shed tears. I will protect you, even if you don't require such reassurances. So please, cease this, I said, stroking her head. I understand, Lin Ziyue replied, nodding. With that, the matter concerning Lin Ziyue was finally settled. I believe she had merely been overwhelmed by fear today. Thus, that night, nothing transpired between us, and we fell into a peaceful slumber. A few days later, the king sent a message. You have 1 month. After 1 month, gather in classroom 14 for the final king's game. Unbeknownst to me, an entire semester had passed. As the term drew to a close, the inevitable had arrived. The king's final message left me with an unsettling feeling, as if only one person would remain in the end. A profound sense of foreboding enveloped us, especially since Shenggu had warned me that the king was preparing to shatter the seal. I confided in Shenggu, who fell silent on the other end. A month had passed, and I was uncertain whether I could return, as we had lost track of my master. That fellow seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Shenggu let out a frustrated sigh. What shall we do? Panic surged within me, for if Shenggu's master was also at a loss, we would be left to await our demise. There's no need to fret. My master left us a clue, and we can use it to find him. Shenggu assured me from the other end of the line. Is there truly still time? The clock was ticking. I furrowed my brow as I spoke to Shenggu. Rest assured, we absolutely have time. Shenggu responded confidently. After exchanging a few more words, I hung up the phone. And that was that. I let out a quiet sigh. Could we truly make it in time? The time granted to us by the king was dwindling. This thought echoed in both our minds. Buzz. It was a call from Liang Jia. Hello? Did you see that clue? Liang Jia inquired. Yes, I nodded, sensing from his tone that he was already aware of what was to come. So, this implies that the king has granted us a final month to live, right? Liang Jia stated. One could interpret it that way. I scratched my head. It seemed there was no turning back now. There truly was no retreat. Liang Jia gazed up at the pitch-black sky, pressing his lips together. I think we have indeed reached a point of no return. I might very well meet my end. Liang Jia said over the phone. Are you overthinking it? I replied. It's just a feeling I have. They say one senses such things before death, don't they? Liang Jia remarked. You're imagining things. It won't happen. My master also said he would return with his mentor before the month's end. I reassured Liang Jia. Relying on oneself is better than depending on others. I think I have grasped the nature of the king's final game. Liang Jia chuckled over the phone. What is it? I asked. Guess. It will surely be intriguing, and many will perish. Liang Jia teased ominously before hanging up. Goodness, has he lost his mind? Yet. As we approached the end, I felt as fearless as Liang Jia. However, when I finally participated in that game, the most terrifying events unfolded. Chapter 70, Master Mentor. A month later, I stood before Lin Jing's front door. On this final day, are you still unwilling to forgive me? I smiled at Lin Jing, standing at her doorstep. I have never harbored any hatred towards you, Lin Jing replied with a smile, remaining silent. Shall we go? I took Lin Jing's hand, even if death awaited us. I accepted this moment. There was no choice. Surely the king wouldn't leave me in despair at the very end, would he? Lin Ziyue stood at a distance, her gaze forlorn, attempting to conceal something. In truth, I yearned for Lin Jing to whisper something in my ear, her cheeks flushed just before my demise. Foolishness. It matters not what happens next, as long as I survive. Such matters can be approached as one pleases, indulged in for as long as desired. A mischievous smile crept across my face, and Lin Jing sharply pinched me. Under the moonlight, we traversed the path, where the crowd had thinned significantly. As I gazed upon the school from afar, I noticed an eerie crimson glow. Could it be the very essence of resentment? It felt as though it were about to envelop me, an uncomfortable sensation permeating my being. What's wrong, Huaming? Lin Jing inquired, arching an eyebrow beside me. Nothing. Just feeling a bit strange, I replied, suppressing the thoughts swirling in my mind. Upon reaching our classroom building, the ghastly red hue seemed to saturate my vision, blindingly vivid, as if it threatened to consume me whole. The walls were stained with a substance reminiscent of blood. I knew Lin Jing and the others could not perceive it. Yet a sense of terror gripped my heart. Help me. Suddenly, a blood-red shadow lunged towards me. It moved with astonishing speed, nearly eluding my sight, and charged directly at me before I could react. Instinctively, I raised my hands in defense, yet nothing occurred. The crimson shadow passed through my body, leaving me drenched in cold sweat. Dazed, I turned around, and the shadow vanished, as though it had passed through me and dissolved into nothingness. I gasped for air, inhaling deeply. Huaming, what's the matter? Lin Jing asked, gripping my arm tightly, her concern evident. It's nothing, just a bit dizzy, I replied, pressing onward. Save me. Aya. This time, a female voice pierced the air. A blood-red shadow charged at me again, this time taking the form of a long-haired specter. Another shadow. Yet, this time, fear did not seize me as it had before. I swiftly dodged aside, allowing the shadow to rush past me. As it reached the staircase, the crimson apparition gradually dissipated. Gulp. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to suppress the terror and continue my ascent. What on earth were those things? I pondered. Perhaps they are remnants of the past, wandering souls or something akin to that, Liang Jia remarked, perched upon the railing, engrossed in her phone. It feels so strange. How could such entities exist? I mused, surveying the corridors on either side. When I leaned in to peer into one classroom, a buzzing sensation coursed through my head, as if it might explode. A young man was suspended by his neck from the classroom's ceiling fan. Slowly, he turned his body, revealing a sinister smile etched across his face. His skin was torn, exposing his intestines, which dangled grotesquely, falling in a gruesome cascade. I gasped in horror, feeling the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Huaming. Huaming. What happened to you? Huaming. Lin Jing, grasping my hand, inquired anxiously. It's nothing, I replied, shaking my head and forcing a smile. No, I mustn't let them know. This is merely an illusion. Yes, indeed, an illusion. Upon entering the classroom, I noticed the others outside, their expressions heavy with foreboding. They likely understood that tonight marked the final evening. Among them, some might not survive, and only a few would emerge unscathed. Shall we enter? One boy voiced hesitantly. The time has not yet come. Why the haste? True. What will transpire in a while? I do not know. We won't perish, will we? Woo-woo. It will be fine. Regardless, I must survive. Are you afraid? I asked Lin Ziyue, who stood behind me. Yes. Because I believe you will protect me, she replied with a smile. You think your ample bosom makes you special? Humph. At that moment, Lin Jing could no longer contain herself, huffing at Lin Ziyue. I am special, Lin Ziyue declared, puffing out her chest proudly, causing it to tremble in a manner that left me transfixed. You. Lin Jing stomped her foot in frustration, while Lin Ziyue stifled a giggle behind her hand. Their light-hearted demeanor seemed entirely at odds with the gravity of the game. Yet, it was the final game. What was there to fear? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed slowly, and a wall clock appeared in the classroom. We could hear the clock's relentless ticking, each second dragging on like an eternity. I had never felt time move so sluggishly. Each moment felt like a torment. This agony incessantly tormented us, so arduous, so terrifying. 11:57, 11:58, 11:59. Tick-tock. Midnight. Bong, bong, bong. The clock swung incessantly. Suddenly, with a crack, the classroom door swung open, revealing impenetrable darkness. We stepped inside. The lights flickered on, illuminating the room with the soft glow of candlelight. Each desk was adorned with a vibrant red candle. This crimson candle radiated a dazzling light amidst the shadows. Beside the fiery candle lay a black box, and within it, something awaited discovery. The king issued no command, yet each of us opened the box. With a resounding bang, we simultaneously lifted our heads as the classroom door slammed shut. Within the box lay a dagger, glinting ominously, resembling a mere knife rather than a weapon of lethal intent. No, it won't open. A boy inside the classroom attempted to force the door, but to no avail. I huddled with Lin Jing and Lin Ziyue, fearful of the intentions of the others, who appeared to be acutely aware of their predicament. What is happening? Yi Bei gazed at the black box on the desk, extending her hand to grasp the knife tightly. The king uttered not a word, nor did he specify how many must survive for the game to conclude. The door remained firmly shut, trapping everyone within. Come closer, I urged Lin Ziyue and Lin Jing. They nodded and inched nearer as we nestled in a corner, vigilantly observing the others. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. We turned to witness a pool of blood and a lifeless body collapsing to the ground. A boy expressionless as he withdrew a knife from his neck, his body drenched in crimson. I swallowed hard, pondering the king's intentions. It's almost there. Just a little more, they shrieked, engaging in a frenzy of violence against one another. Liang Jia and Yi Bei coldly observed the chaos. Aware that intervening would likely result in betrayal from behind, it was not yet the opportune moment. The walls of the classroom were stained red. As Lin Jing and Lin Ziyue trembled behind me, I struggled to suppress my terror and the nauseating sensation that enveloped me while witnessing the horror unfold. Gradually, it appeared that the initial aggressor had been slain, plunging the crowd into further disarray. One by one, they fell, the numbers dwindling, and it became evident that this could not continue. Even if only a few remained, escape seemed impossible, for the king's rules seemingly dictated that only one could survive. Yet, when that moment arrives, how shall I choose between myself, Lin Jing, Liang Jia, and Lin Ziyue? I was uncertain. My sole focus was to protect them. We could only pray for our mentors to arrive swiftly. Suddenly, a girl lunged at me with a knife. Instinctively, I attempted to evade, but two girls stood behind me. I extended my left hand, swiftly grasping her wrist while delivering a kick. Everyone, calm down. A voice shouted, but it fell on deaf ears, for it was utterly futile. They had succumbed to madness. At that moment, I noticed three figures outside the window, quietly observing. Master, will we arrive too late? Lao Xing stood aside, observing an elderly man clad in plain garments. The old man squinted at the school before him, and from his sleeve emerged a golden talisman, which soared into the air, radiating waves of light that swiftly expanded. With a resounding exclamation of break, emanating from the elder's lips, I felt an explosive sensation within my mind, as if something had detonated inside my head. The door, too, was forcefully flung open by the golden light waves, causing us all to tumble to the ground, clutching our heads tightly. The sensation was indescribable. It was neither discomforting nor painful, but rather akin to a mystical force compelling one from the depths of slumber into wakefulness. Gradually, we rose from the ground, gasping for breath as we gazed out the window. Above the teaching building, I seemed to hear Lao Sheng's voice urging me to exit the classroom. It's all right now, you may return, I told my classmates before stepping out. Where are you going? They protested, unwilling to let me go. Follow me. It could be perilous, I cautioned them. No worries, danger doesn't faze me. Lin Jing replied with a nod. Very well. Since you insist, I shall relent. We made our way to the playground, where our classmates were still pondering. Why did the door open? Is the game over? I stepped out of the classroom and approached the base of the teaching building, where between my master and his disciple stood a figure. His hair and beard were streaked with white, and he wore a long, white Taoist robe, exuding an aura of mystique that invigorated my senses. Why haven't you summoned the master yet? Lao Sheng glared at me. Master, I addressed the elder. Indeed. Is this your disciple? The aura of malevolence here is quite thick, especially at the focal point. That spirit known as King must be nearby, correct? The master merely glanced at me before gesturing with two fingers in the air. Chapter 71. The king appears. A hum resonated as golden light emanated from his fingertips. Golden inscriptions materialized before him, all pointing towards the very spot where we stood. What lies beneath us? I pondered, furrowing my brow at the sight of the golden talisman revealing itself beneath our feet. Let us excavate it, Sheng Gu declared as he prepared to fetch tools. No need for that. The master's robust voice resonated, surprising given his advanced age. He traced something in the air with golden light, and suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, creating a small pit in the ground. From this tiny crater, a crimson debris began to emerge. What is this? Liang Jia also approached, eyeing the contents of the pit with a frown. It seemed that Lao Xing was murmuring something, his gaze sweeping across a blood-red room. A room? I pondered, unable to suppress a frown. Could it be that beneath our teaching building lay another chamber? The appearance of the room suggested it had existed for quite some time. Lao Xing explained, who is there? Suddenly, our master bellowed, pointing his finger, and a golden light surged towards the ground behind me. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted as a large pit appeared on the ground. At the first glance of that entity, I recognized it as the king, clad in crimson. With long black hair, he lay on the ground. No, not lying, but rather his body was severed into 3 pieces, blood oozing from within. His eyes were filled with a vengeful malice, a terrifying gaze that seemed ready to engulf me. In his hand, he clutched a mobile phone, his feet kicking aimlessly in the air. "Old man, be cautious." The king in red glared at our master with a malevolent look, uttering, "Why are you doing this?" I shouted at the king. "I don't know. Perhaps it's just for the thrill." He replied from the ground, "They are innocent. Why would you do this?" Lin Jing also yelled at the king, "As if you have never stained your hands with blood. If it weren't for you, many would still be alive. And I did nothing, did I not?" The king chuckled, directing his gaze at our master. "Wretched beast, cease your bluster." Our master shot a beam of golden light into the king's body. The light penetrated without so much as a flutter of the king's eyelids. "I have already stated, I did nothing. Why do you persist in troubling me? The killers are you." He retorted, "I merely played a game. I initiated it, yet you participated. And you are the ones who killed. Did you not see? The sins lie upon you, while the grievances are all directed at me." The king's mouth twisted into a grin as he propped his chin with his hand. "Nonsense. At that time, it was you who executed the punishment." I shouted at the king. "The executioners were them. If you disagree, you may kill them." The king laughed, and 2 female specters in red appeared beside him. "Is that so?" Lao Sheng realized why he bore no sins. It was because, at the beginning of the game, the 2 female specters were responsible for the bloodshed. Ultimately, we had all tacitly accepted this game, and in the process of mutual slaughter, this entire affair had nothing to do with the king. I did nothing tonight. I simply closed the door and handed you a knife. The ones who killed were you. The king twisted his long black hair around his fingers, grinning eerily. "Though it is somewhat late now, I have finally emerged. For several centuries, I was sealed away by a wretched old Taoist. And I have endured this suppression for far too long." The king gazed at us with a smile. "Yet even so, why must you compel them to partake in such a game? Surely there are myriad ways to harbor resentment. What is the true purpose of this?" Lao Sheng inquired of the king. "It is because I was once forced to make others participate in this game as well." The king replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized us all. In that moment, we found ourselves at a loss for words. Could this be considered retribution? I looked at the king and asked, "Ah, you have guessed correctly. Many of the individuals here are descendants of those from that time. You are one of them. Lin Huoming, can you surmise whose descendant you are?" The king regarded me with keen interest. "Impossible, impossible, impossible." As I observed the king's expression, a chill ran down my spine. "Indeed, you are my descendant, Lin Huoming. Do you truly believe you possess such extraordinary fortune to escape death time and again? To be precise, it is others who have come to your aid. My other descendant, would you not agree?" The king smiled as he turned his gaze to us. Alas, I had hoped to play a while longer when my ancestor, Liangjia, emerged from behind the king. "Next time, be sure to discern the true nature of individuals." "Lao Sheng." The master spoke to Lao Sheng. Lao Sheng glared at Liangjia. "You are but an ordinary person. Why do you choose to assist him?" Lao Sheng questioned Liangjia. "If I do not help him, I shall perish. I have no desire to die, and besides, he is my ancestor. Those others are the true villains. Come quickly, Lin Huoming. They are the very ones who murdered our ancestors." Liangjia flashed me a smile. How infuriating. I should have anticipated this. Why is Liangjia exhibiting such an attitude? "Would you like to know what transpired back then?" The king inquired, looking at us. At this moment, I was utterly unsure how to face the king, who had revealed to me that he is my great-great-grandfather. How could this possibly be? I remember when I was merely a student, diligently striving in my pursuits. I have never been a villain nor engaged in wrongdoing. Why must such calamities befall me? Just look at my body. It is a result of the harm inflicted by those people. Suddenly, the king shouted, and I felt a piercing sound that threatened to rupture my eardrums. The sensation was truly terrifying. It was as if countless vengeful souls were simultaneously wailing in agony. I pressed my hands tightly against my ears. Those individuals, merely for the sake of a game, voted to end the life of a humble student like myself. Yet, that was not all. They discarded my body in the most horrific place imaginable. Simply because they were a cadre of bureaucratic offspring, my corpse was not spared even in death. Fortunately, someone emerged. He asked me if I wished for vengeance. The king chuckled, his laughter chilling to the bone. "I am willing, most certainly willing. However, he informed me that there was a price to pay, a price that entailed continuing the king's game here." The king spoke to us. "Who is that person?" I inquired. "I do not know. He merely transformed me into this state and then vanished," the king replied, resting his head in his hands. "What would happen if we did nothing?" I asked. "Nothing at all. but I can't help but feel that allowing that group to roam free is rather lenient. The king gazed at me and said, "What does this signify? Is it truly as simple as that?" I asked the king with wide eyes. "Indeed, it is merely that, futile, for no matter what you do, you cannot reach me, as I did not take the lives." The king looked at me with a gaze filled with resentment and loathing. "Yet even so, should you not have had enough? After all these years, with so many descendants and countless innocent lives, must you involve them as well?" Lin Ziyue could no longer contain herself and stood behind me addressing the king. "When playing the game, did you ever consider the feelings of others in your quest for self-preservation? When you cast your votes, did you ever think that the person you voted against also possesses a life? Lin Huoming, you are quite extraordinary, do you not realize?" The king regarded me, his eyes reflecting an unusual hue. "In truth, there is another way for you to end the game, which is to sacrifice yourselves. I have mentioned this before. Do you not understand? When you abstain from voting, that is the moment of true liberation." The king's crimson garments erupted in a scarlet glow, the blinding light casting reflections upon us. Chapter 72. The game ends. "Humph." The silver-haired master muttered something as a golden light descended upon us. Enveloped in the golden radiance, the king extended his claws toward the master. With a fierce shout, the master retrieved a talisman from within his robes, and a peachwood sword materialized in his grasp. The talisman ignited spontaneously, and the peachwood sword transformed into a fiery blade, striking directly towards the king. "I told you it is futile." The king made no attempt to evade. The flames merely caused him to pause before he continued to lunge toward the master's throat. The master retreated, leaping back a couple of steps, and with 2 fingers traced along the blade, he made intricate gestures. "Do you know why I assigned you those tasks? Beyond admonishing them, the primary purpose was to test you." The king assailed the master with his sharp claws. The master appeared wary of those talents, as I imagined that being caught would yield dire consequences. "It seems you will not let me go today?" The king gazed at the master, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. His body had already healed, glowing with a crimson hue. "Even if I were to kill you now, it would have no impact on me," the king declared to the master. "Demon, you shall not leave here today to wreak havoc upon others." The master opened his piercing eyes and stepped forward, wielding a peachwood sword as he engaged in a fierce duel with the king. The 2 combatants clashed, and it seemed that the master's agility surpassed even that of the youth present, deftly evading attacks and matching the king blow for blow. "I have not harmed anyone. Why do you refuse to let me go?" the king implored, gazing at the master. "Monstrous fiend, do you dare to argue? Do you truly think my sight is impaired?" The master offered no opportunity for explanation, swiftly striking at the king with his sword, while the king was unafraid of the master's magical assaults. The damage inflicted by the peachwood sword on spiritual entities was significant, compelling the king to avoid direct confrontation. "You Taoists align yourselves with the will of heaven. My actions merely reflect the cycle of cosmic justice. They deserve their retribution, and this is their reckoning," the king declared, gesturing as 3 female specters clad in red emerged beside him, one of whom was missing an arm. The 3 spirits lunged toward the master, prompting Laosheng and his uncle to intervene, both leaping to confront the apparitions. Laosheng ensnared one ghost with his crimson sword, while his uncle extended his palm to block another. At that moment, the one-armed specter charged toward the master. "Master, be careful," Laosheng shouted. "Humph." The master intoned an arcane incantation, golden light radiating from his lips. "Break." As the golden brilliance dispelled the red-clad specters, the king laughed. "A flaw has appeared," he sneered, lunging for the master's chest. The master staggered back, his face flushed. "Enough. You can no longer defeat me in your current state. I shall take my leave. I do not wish to kill," the king remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Monstrous fiend." The master attempted to rise, but the king merely glanced at him, slowly shaking his head. "I will continue this game. As long as there are living souls, I shall relish watching their struggles and choices." "Lin Huoming, you are quite special," the king reiterated. As he spoke, his figure gradually faded. Liang Jia stood beside him, squinting with an enigmatic expression directed at me, a look that was oddly peculiar, as if observing something strange. "Monstrous fiend, do not escape." The master tried to pursue, but by the time they reached the king's last position, he had vanished without a trace. "Master, what shall we do now?" Laosheng inquired of his mentor. The master slowly shook his head. "He has already departed. We shall also take our leave." With that, the master vanished from sight. "Brother Sheng, what about us?" I asked Laosheng. "Since the king's matter is resolved, I can sense that the ties between them and you have been severed, and I have discerned the medium," Laosheng replied, casting a glance at our school. "What is the medium?" I furrowed my brow, questioning Brother Sheng. What is the only thing that flows down from the school? It is nothing but wastewater and those unsightly substances, Shungu remarked, gazing up at the sky. Ah, so that can serve as a medium as well. I responded to Shungu. Indeed, not only hair and blood, but also bodily fluids. Anything from within the body, even small spells, can include nails and personal garments. Laosheng elucidated. And what of you, master? What are your plans? I inquired of Shungu. Now that your matters have concluded, I believe the king will not appear for a while. Perhaps I will inquire about his whereabouts. As he mentioned he would continue this game, Laosheng replied. Now that the game has concluded, you should feel at ease, correct? Naturally, I must return to our own pursuits, he added. Is this truly the end? Lin Ziyue placed her hand on her chest, exhaling slowly as if a weight had been lifted. Master, will you return? I questioned. Deep down, I still acknowledge the unreliability of this master. I don't know, but if something happens to you, I will likely return, Laosheng replied with rare seriousness. Then I must take my leave, Laosheng stated, looking at me. Very well, take care, I responded, and he nodded before turning away. Watching his departing figure, Lin Jing silently reached out her hand, intertwining her fingers with mine, binding us together. Is the game truly over? What transpired? Where's the king? What exactly happened? Please explain. Indeed. What occurred? Clarify this for us. My classmates approached, encircling me with eager curiosity. In summary, the king's game has concluded. It will never return, I sighed. Relief washing over me as I spoke to them. Is that true? Really? There will never be such a game again. Yes, it is true, I nodded, reassuring them. From that moment on, the king's game was irrevocably finished, and the principal had managed the remaining matters. It felt surreal. Lin Jing nestled her head on my shoulder, closing her eyes. Is it so? Do you believe the king did this merely for that reason? I asked Lin Jing. Was it for that breath, or something else? I continued. Lin Jing tightly shut her eyes, remaining silent, simply listening to my words. I do not know, but I understand that as long as we are alive, that is enough. Lin Jing sat up, gazing earnestly at me. Observing her expression, I slowly closed my eyes, leaning toward her, and we both sealed our eyes tightly. I pressed my lips against something soft and diminutive, with a peculiar firmness and the sensation of teeth. And there was hair, so much hair. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld a calico cat before me. A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over my heart. Meow. She unexpectedly embraced another cat from behind, placing it in front of me. This creature, it seems, will require some proper guidance in the future. Within a certain school, an individual clad in a crimson garment leaned down, humming a melody through his nose, do-do-do. In the palm of his hand lay a mobile phone, and a devilish smile graced his lips as he gazed at the screen. One afternoon, as students fiddled with their devices, an odd message was dispatched to everyone. The king invites you to join Class 14's group. Confirm or decline. A concluding note. Here we are, marking the end of my 4th book. The outline was meticulously crafted from the outset, yet I found myself pondering how to continue. Upon completing the 1st volume, I realized that the subsequent content did not align with my initial vision. What was it that I truly sought? My results were neither exceptionally good nor terribly poor. While they did not meet my aspirations, such matters cannot be forced. I extend my gratitude to the editor for the repeated opportunities to continue my journey, despite her relentless teasing. She is, after all, a tsundere with a facade of aloofness. Well, I've already conceived the concept for my next book, which will explore themes such as human-animal relationships, meow, lowly characters, mature women, childhood friends, or perhaps something entirely different. Until we meet again, dear reader, thus, a new beginning unfolds. My latest work is titled How Should I Date with a Split Personality? Life occasionally brings moments of pain akin to an unexpected visit from Aunt Flo, yet this peculiar occurrence befalls a certain man, Li Zhengtai. Oh, no, Li Zhengtai did not intend it that way. Rather, he, a lifelong singleton, discovers from his father that he shall soon have more relatives. As Li Zhengtai pondered whether his parents had succumbed to the recent trend of having a second child, his father bestowed upon him a tremendous surprise. Not a dime for you, Li Zhengtai. Not even $100 for you, Li Zhengtai. Listening to the ringtone that Li Zhengtai had deliberately set, he could only think of his miserly father. That day, having just awoken, Li Zhengtai poked his head out from beneath the covers and opened his phone. Hey, son. How are you? His father's voice emanated from the device. Ah, thanks to you, I'm not starving, am I? Li Zhengtai replied languidly from his cocoon, curling up further. Oh, nothing much. I just sold your house for the time being. That's all, his father casually remarked to the bundled-up Li Zhengtai. Li Zhengtai closed his eyes and muttered a response. Wait, what the hell? What did you say? Li Zhengtai immediately sprang from his bed, standing atop it and shouting at his father. I just temporarily sold your house. I have some urgent matters and need money. I may not return for several years. His father replied. Then where will I live? Li Zhengtai couldn't help but frown and asked his father. A mysterious silence ensued. Oh, actually, it's not a big deal. I have something important to tell you. His father took a deep breath and spoke. In fact, you have 4 sisters. Came a voice from the other end of the line. What? How is that possible? Haven't I always been an only child? Li Jingtai questioned. Actually, they are not your biological sisters. Just wait. What the hell? His father let out a scream. Hello? What the hell? Dad, what on earth has happened? Li Zhengtai couldn't help but worry for his father. He was not concerned about his safety, but rather about his living expenses. For parents who could only send a few hundred yuan each month, they were nothing short of scoundrels. He could barely afford to buy the original Japanese adult novels. I'll make you pay for this. I'll kill you, you scoundrel. A woman's voice erupted on the phone, and Li Zhengtai recognized it as his mother's furious voice. That wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was my other persona. Dear wife, let me explain. His father sounded desperately defensive, but for some reason, Li Zhengtai imagined his mother far away on earth, wielding a stool to strike his father. A chill ran down his spine. It seemed he must never marry a woman of such violent temperament. Indeed, that was a certainty. No need for explanations. I'll kill you today. His mother's voice gradually faded, indicating that his father had managed to escape. So, you should move over there to live. I'll send you the address shortly, all right? Bye. His father concluded. Bye, you jerk. What do you mean by split personality? Do you think this is a novel? Li Zhengtai shouted at his father. You need to laugh. It's a dominant trait in our family. And you might have it too, my son. You won't be laughing then. His father said from the other side. Li Zhengtai fell silent, feeling that perhaps his father had been practicing some sort of forbidden techniques on the other side of the earth. All right, your mother is coming for you. I find myself in need of some money to lay low for a while. I will send you the address shortly. That has settled then. Goodbye. After exchanging a few words with his father, Li Zhengtai swiftly terminated the call. Listening to the sound of the line disconnecting, Li Zhengtai felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended, and he blinked, sitting dazed on his bed. Ding dong. Just as Li Zhengtai was about to disregard everything and lie back down to sleep, a loud knock accompanied by the doorbell echoed through the air. Rubbing his eyes, he approached the door to open it. Child, are your parents home? A man, towering at 6 feet tall, clad in a suit and sunglasses, held a piece of paper as he regarded Li Zhengtai. They're not home. What's the matter? Li Zhengtai inquired. This house now belongs to my employer, effective immediately. You may leave, taking your belongings with you. Those televisions and computers have already been sold to us. Here are the terms for your perusal. The suited man, indifferent to Li Zhengtai's presence, handed him the paper. Very well. May I please take some personal items before departing? Li Zhengtai requested of the man in the suit. All right, child, I will grant you 1 hour. I shall return after that time, the man replied, then turned on his heel and walked away. TCH. What does he mean? Child. Li Zhengtai couldn't help but scowl. I am already a grown man of 16. If it weren't for that wretched height I've been stuck with since kindergarten. Reluctantly, Li Zhengtai began to gather his belongings. After a while, his phone vibrated. Buzz. A string of mysterious codes appeared, presumably the address. Son, remember to greet your aunt warmly. Ugh, how could I possibly greet that woman? After all, she is my mother's rival. Li Zhengtai thought exasperatedly while clutching the few possessions he had left, making his way towards the direction provided by his father. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened. I wonder if Dad has informed them. Otherwise, it could be quite awkward, he pondered, trudging ahead with a box in his arms. Turning a corner, he found himself in an alleyway. Wrong turn, Li Zhengtai muttered, intending to leave, yet completely oblivious to the group of individuals ahead. Suddenly, a wooden sword was thrust before him, embedding itself into the wall beside him. Whoosh! Clatter! In an instant, Li Zhengtai was startled, causing the box in his hands to tumble to the ground. Before him stood a striking girl with fiery red hair, her figure captivatingly alluring. She wore a crisp, white long-sleeved shirt, and beneath it, she was clad in nothing but air. The enormous bosom was tightly bound by bandages, creating a sensation as if it might burst forth at any moment. Could this be what is referred to as a voluptuous figure? Li Zhengtai gulped involuntarily. The girl's lower half was clad in a pair of men's suit underwear, and due to the absence of any other garment on her upper body, save for the pure white bandages, her collarbone, the flawless smoothness of her waist, and all her alluring curves were laid bare. Most strikingly, her hair flowed in a deep wine-red hue, as if it were naturally dyed that color. Hey, little one, though you are quite adorable upon arriving here, you must pay the toll, do you understand? The girl with the wine-red hair addressed Li Jingtai. There was an air of aloofness, coldness, and dominance surrounding her, enveloping Li Jingtai in an invisible aura. Upon hearing her voice, he could not help but recall two words: Queen. Nevertheless, Li Jingtai lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling. What is wrong? Are you crying? Haha, little one. You are so cute. Let me take good care of you. How does that sound, big sister? Don't be afraid. Come here. I'll give you a bosom. Li Jingtai's heart quivered, feeling an invisible rage brewing within him. I absolutely despised being treated like a child or a primary school student. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Jingtai roared, unleashing the fury that had built up inside him. Despite being a 16-year-old boy, his appearance and height led others to perceive him as a primary school student or a little boy, which was utterly infuriating. What? You want to fight, huh? The expression of the queen with wine-red hair darkened, unable to suppress a smirk as she picked up a wooden sword. Humph. Li Jingtai exhaled 2 puffs of white breath, rolling up his sleeves. In this moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about the time spent in his room striving for improvement. Constantly being called a child or a little one, he had dedicated himself to basketball, consumed ample milk, trained his muscles, and practiced boxing, eventually developing a semblance of muscle tone. However, when he realized that all his efforts had not resulted in any increase in height, he felt defeated. Since he could not grow taller, he resigned himself to watching anime and reading novels at home, embracing the life of a recluse. Thus, Li Jingtai came to understand a profound truth. It was not that he lacked the will to become a sunny, active youth, but rather that he stood at a mere 1.50 meters. Though his height had not changed, his physique had become quite robust, allowing him to easily overpower all the boys in his class. Now, with a girl provoking him, how could he possibly endure it? Moreover, it was the other party who uttered the 3 words he could least tolerate: elementary school student. Come on, who's afraid of you, little delinquent? Li Jingtai was enraged as well. He extended his fist toward the queen's abdomen, striking out. Suddenly, at that very moment, a voice echoed in Li Jingtai's mind. I don't know why, but I really want to touch her bosom. The voice articulated as if it were orchestrating his actions, directly controlling his hand, guiding it toward the red-haired queen's bosom. With force, he grasped and kneaded. I am indifferent to others' opinions. I neither care nor concern myself with them. This is simply who I am. Some may deem me stubborn, but I prefer to call it dedication. This phrase originates from a rather foolish character I once encountered in a childhood show. Those interested can seek it out. As a child, I failed to comprehend its meaning. But now I understand that stubbornness and dedication differ by merely a word. I often notice many authors with far more followers than I possess, and I can't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet, upon reflection, I pondered whether my motivation for writing stemmed from a passion for words or a desire for income. Thus, I shall remain true to myself. I will cast aside the constraints and strive to create works that are light-hearted, joyful, and moving. I aspire to become a renowned author one day, signing books for others at conventions. In the past, many have advised me to change my ID and start anew. Especially during the disheartening phase of my work, This Is Youth. They suggested I abandon writing due to its perceived inadequacy. However, I wish to express that I do not wish to surrender. Consequently, I opted for a different approach, adopting a more relaxed and cheerful style in You Are My Fiancé. Yet, upon completing this book, due to a promise made, certain readers steadfastly supported me, preventing my abandonment of This Is Youth. I mulled over this for several nights, contemplating thoroughly, and ultimately made slight revisions, referencing previous plotlines. Despite my limitations in writing style and character relationships, I produced what I believe to be my most satisfactory and realistic work. I cannot articulate the reasoning behind it, but as I wrote, the essence emerged. I am honored to have fulfilled this promise, which is dedicated to my readers. I could easily embark on a new novel, akin to what many authors do, simply shifting gears after a work flops. However, I am different. I do not claim to be exceptional. Rather, I simply do not wish to leave any gaps or regrets. My life has already been riddled with enough regrets, and I genuinely wish to avoid further ones. I am grateful that my book has garnered support until the end, with readers engaging in discussions about Zhu Zitong and the 2 female protagonists, as well as the class leader. Their storylines have prompted numerous readers to converse with me, moving me deeply. It appears that the characters I have meticulously crafted have garnered a respectable following. The reason I have not changed my ID is that I possess numerous readers, whom I regard as invaluable treasures. Although I do not have as many followers as esteemed authors like Ocean Brother or Second Brother or other prominent figures from BlackRock, each and every one of my readers, though few in number, represents a wealth I have diligently accumulated. The end.